The end of the world has broken out on the streets of once prosperous cities. Suddenly, a virus appeared that swept the whole world. All the people were in panic. Just 3 days earlier, the luxurious and beautiful world became a real prison for humanity. Actions are transferred to the entrance. It was from there that the screams of the hooligans could be heard, who had again found some kind of victim for themselves. One of them was unhappy that this guy had so little stock. There's not even water. The guy said that in 3 days they ate all the supplies, and he himself did not drink a drop of water. Yang Hao, when he decided to shelter them and couldn't think that things could turn out like this, Liu Wei hit Yang Hao in the stomach and added that he should thank them for not slaughtering him like a pig. Giving him food is just a waste of it. Yang Hao held his head and asked the bullies to let him go. "There's no more food here." At that moment, the other bully sat down and told the guy not to rush them. He then called Liu Wei and asked who it was in the photo. "Teacher Kai Jing?" The guy looked at her as if enraged. The bully couldn't find words to describe his feelings. Yang Hao called him a bastard and told him to return the photo. The guy slapped Yang Hao in the face and said that with his appearance, such a beauty simply wouldn't look at him. Suddenly, the bully began to unzip his fly and say that his brother would help Yang Hao understand where he belongs. Realizing what was about to happen, Yang Hao began to scream. The freak started defecating on Kai Jing's photo. The guy shouted that they were all a bunch of bastards, and one day he would bury them all in the ground. Of course, the guy is simply not able to fight them back, so once again he got hit in the face. Liu Wei was furious at Yang Hao's words. He sent him to hell, saying that he could only be wasting air, literally falling out onto the street. Yang Hao told himself that sooner or later they would all go to hell. Someone from inside asked if Yang Hao would die outside. Another bully said they didn't care about him. At that moment, the guy realized that if it weren't for the virus, he would have lived in peace. Actions are transferred to his past. A beautiful but strict girl told Yang Hao that she would deduct money from his salary if he did not finish his work right away. The guy's life was not wonderful, and the chief commandant of the Ching Ching dormitory was constantly causing trouble. Yang Hao is tired of the fact that as soon as he solves the problem, Ching Ching immediately finds fault with him and gives him a new job. But besides everything else, the guy was in love with Kai Jing. The girl often took care of Yang Hao. For example, one situation is when Kai Jing decided to go to Yang Hao and give him food, since eating instant noodles all the time is harmful. The guy always accepted her help with a smile. He always thanked her and was glad to see her again. But now he has lost everything, including his refuge, from which those hooligans kicked him out. While on the street and looking around, Yang Hao noticed the zombies and immediately realized that they should not detect him. However, he simply could not budge. His legs simply wouldn't obey him. Due to Yang Hao not doing anything, it was only a matter of time before the zombies were discovered. At some point, the monster discovered the guy. The zombie started screaming and immediately rushed towards the poor guy who stood rooted to the spot. He screamed to himself, trying to force his body to move, but nothing happened. So he just stood there and watched his impending death. Am I really going to die here? This was the only question Yang Hao asked himself. Looking back, he found a broom behind him and a good idea came to his mind. The guy immediately turned around and grabbed her. This weapon is not the best, but now, depending on your luck, it will either kill him or him. Yang Hao slammed the broom handle straight into the monster's head with all his might. Blood gushed out to the sides. All the guy thought about was the possible avoidance of death, at least for now. Opening his eyes after killing the zombies, Yang Hao discovered something more interesting. Some particles began to fly from the monster's head. All kinds of windows began to appear in front of him. Yang Hao became a carrier and received a system of characteristics. For killing zombies, he received strength, speed, and intelligence. The guy was crazy about such a find and immediately realized that he definitely wouldn't die today. At this moment, sounds began to be heard from around the corner again. After he turned his head, he saw a zombie in front of him, moving towards him. Yang Hao jumped up from the asphalt and began to run and shout to the monster not to come near him. Suddenly, he realized what had happened. How did he just manage to run, and where did he get the strength in his legs? Yang Hao guessed that it was all about that glowing thing. Apparently, his strength is getting bigger and bigger. All the glows on corpses are stat points, and he can absorb them to become stronger due to this. After his thoughts, Yang Hao decided to turn around, and to his horror, he saw behind him a whole group of zombies running after him. He needs to find a safe place quickly. Having reached a door, the guy tried to understand where so many zombies came from. Nevertheless, he was pleased that they did not shine with intelligence. The guy decided that he would sit in this store for now, and he also hoped that he could fool those zombies. After Yang Hao locked himself from the inside, he heard a noise behind him and immediately turned around. There was a dead man lying on the floor, who was growling from the sweet smell of a person. However, he could not do anything. Yang Hao was glad that only half of this zombie remained. By the way, apparently it was the owner of the store. Taking the wooden thing, the guy decided to end the monster's torment and finished him off. Those hooligans showed Yang Hao that after the end of the world, one cannot be soft-hearted. A glow and something else strange appeared above the dead zombie. Apparently, these spheres appear after defeating the zombies. Not understanding what the red envelope was, Yang Hao touched it. Most likely the owner of the store turned out to be quite generous. From this envelope, the guy received a stimulant pill item. It doubles your strength. Yang Hao realized that she would be very helpful at the crucial moment. At that moment, the guy suddenly realized that those bastards took the photo from him and threw him out into the street. And now he was sitting next to the corpse of a zombie in a locked store. The guy began to bring himself to his senses and reassure himself that since he has this strange program, he must find a way to get out of here alive. He immediately decided that it was worth stocking up on supplies. Water is, of course, the most important priority. You can go a week without food, but only 3 days without water. When it comes to food, canned food, cookies, and similar products with a long shelf life come first. But the only weapon Yang Hao could find was this pickaxe. But even for the handle, he had to use an iron rod from the rack. When suddenly the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a noise behind him. The zombies broke through the wall and started trying to break through to Yang Hao. Realizing that he is already prepared enough, he simply cannot sit and wait for his death. The guy swung a pickaxe at the zombie's head. Unfortunately, the blade of this pickaxe has become very dull, and it can barely penetrate these undead creatures. The most unexpected thing was a notification from the system that gave the guy characteristics. Even if he doesn't kill with attacks, he still gets stats. Of course, it was stupid not to take advantage of such a great opportunity. The guy began to strike the zombies. Dozens of characteristics fell into Yang Hao's piggy bank, but he still didn't think about stopping. The last blow was the 250th. After this, Yang Hao decided it was time to call it a day. The guy decided to see what he could collect. During his farming, he received another envelope and a bronze chest. This means that after hitting zombies, their characteristics drop, but the total amount that he can get from one zombie remains the same. Yang Hao decided that he needed to open the chest and the envelope to see what he would get this time. From the red envelope, the guy received the art of using a knife, and from the chest he received the Ursa Major's cleaver. This is a weapon that is highly durable and well sharpened. So, Yang Hao has figured out the system, but he can't stay here waiting to die. It's time to go. Looking at the crowd of zombies, he promised himself that he would get to those 3 freaks that were mocking him. They will all answer for going against Yang Hao, and in addition, they will answer for desecrating the photo with his goddess. At this time, the hooligans were not idle either. After Yang Hao, they took on the zombies and started beating them up. A guy just killed his once living, now zombified English teacher, who was a pain in the ass in class. Then they suddenly remembered their favorite, and one of the hooligans said that most likely Yang Hao was already dead. The other guy said that even if that was the case, it would only take 1 hit. But be that as it may, Yang Hao also actively destroyed all the zombies that were in his way. Suddenly, looking around the corner, he saw 3 people running towards or away from something. It was just 3 freaks who kicked him out of their own house and mocked him. Having cut off the head of the zombie at that moment, Yang Hao was only happy, because they saved him time on the search. At the same moment, the guy discovered that these guys had attracted the attention of all the zombies in the area. Of course, he did not dare to engage in such a battle. Now it would be much better to find shelter and sit it out, and then we can take on those freaks again. On the way to some shelter, Yang Hao decided to open a red envelope, and from it he received the skill of an experienced driver, which gives him the skills to drive all types of cars and maintain them. Eventually, the guy ran to cover. It became a women's dormitory for teachers. Suddenly, from the window of one of the apartments, a woman's cry was heard. asking what Yang Hao had forgotten here. It was Fang Qingqing, also known as Yang Hao's former boss. She told the guy to get out of here because a crowd of zombies would come here now because of him. The guy was surprised that the girl was still alive, although they say it's true that bad women live longer. And again, she started screaming, but this time much louder. She remembered that the guy was in a close relationship with Kai Jing, and she also said that the girl was now in the dining room. Of course, Yang Hao understood that this cry was to attract zombies, but Kai Jing is now in the cafeteria building? The guy was shocked by this. Qingqing suddenly said that Yang Hao is very pitiful because he was afraid of the undead, and even so that his legs were trembling. The girl once again told him to get out of here quickly. While she was saying all this, several zombies were already running behind the guy, who just wanted to taste human flesh. Turning around, Yang Hao realized that things were bad for him, since this was the first and not the last group of zombies that would come to the cries of Qingqing. The zombies were getting closer and closer, but Yang Hao was not going to give up so easily, especially knowing that his beloved was still alive. The guy waved his blade, and flames flew after him. A moment later, the dismembered bodies of monsters hung in the air. After that, he looked into the girl's eyes and advised her not to piss him off, because if she thinks that he cannot get to her, then she is very mistaken. Qingqing looked at this picture with her mouth open, trying to understand when this little guy became so cool. Looking back, the guy saw a whole flock of zombies running towards him. He realized that there was no point in going inside now, since these freaks would block all the exits from the building. Yang Hao immediately ran to the car in the hope that there would be a key or at least something that would help him. He climbed inside and found that the key was in place. This was the best thing in his situation, and the guy, of course, started the car and pressed the gas pedal as hard as he could. Yang Hao shouted to Qingqing that he had opened the entrance for the zombies, so now she could wait for the guests. The girl was shocked by this and just said that the guy was a complete asshole. In turn, Yang Hao enjoyed driving the car into the apocalypse. He crushed every dead thing that came under his wheels and didn't even think about stopping. Moreover, he wanted more and more creatures. At some point, the guy decided to get out of the car on time but not stop. The car drove on, and Yang Hao jumped out of it. As a result, the car drove a few more tens of meters and knocked down everything in its path. But still, everything has an end, so the car came to an end. She exploded. Yang Hao drove the car to the administrative building, that is, to the rector's office. The guy took a bit of a beating, but it was worth it. Fortunately, his plan worked as it should, and the entire crowd of dead people ran to the sound of the explosion. However, thanks to the explosion, Yang Hao was able to collect a lot of attributes, but also received a red envelope and 2 bronze chests. Of course, they had to open them right now. The guy learned 3 skills in wielding an axe, and also received a titanium chrome-plated stiletto and a sickle-shaped axe. He now has light, medium, and heavy weapons. This means that it will become much easier for him to get out of various situations. He decided that today he would spend the night here, and tomorrow he would hit the road. Of course, the first thing he decided to do was look around and immediately noticed something strange. Expecting something terrible, Yang Hao carefully opened the door so as not to attract anyone's unnecessary attention. Opening the door, he was horrified. What's going on here? Why is there such a big crowd of zombies here? Moreover, these 2 hanged men are not zombies. Did they really decide to do this themselves? At that moment, the guy's eyes opened wide. It became clear to him why he did not find zombies in other parts of the building. Someone, to save themselves, hanged living people to make bait for zombies. Only 3 days have passed since the end of the world, but there are already so many people who want others to die. According to Yang Hao, this is simply disgusting. What a miserable existence. Of course, because of his thoughts, the guy did not feel a threat behind him. The man said in a slightly surprised tone that someone was still able to get to this place. Then he will stay here forever. Yang Hao didn't even have time to squeak. The stranger pushed the guy inside. All the zombies turned to hear the noise from the entrance, and to their surprise, in the middle of the room, they saw a living person looking at them in horror. Deciding that Yang Hao had no other choice, he took out his blade. He framed it as a test before the battle with those 3 bastards. Actions are transferred to the office. From here came the voices of a man who asked the girl why she wanted to run away. The girl asked them not to come. After starting to threaten her, saying that they could hang her as bait, the girl began to cry and beg her to let her go. Otherwise, if she becomes a zombie, she will come for them. Su Dongdan laughed and said that she would not have the opportunity to become one of those creatures. She only has two options. Leaning down, he said that either she would now take care of all three at once, or each one in turn. At this time, Yang Hao was already sitting in a room full of zombie corpses. To his surprise, he also noticed that he did not receive a single stat increase. Is the system broken? Immediately after these words, all the particles that were lying in the room began to fly to the guy and fill him with power. Yang Hao screamed in pain. Nevertheless, the characteristics kept coming and coming. He felt as if his body was about to explode. Of course, even from such a load, the system itself began to say that the body, like the system, was completely overloaded. Su Dongdan still continued to tell the girl to undress, otherwise they would help her. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked them to leave. At that very moment, a stranger broke through the door with his foot. All the hooligans, as well as the girl, looked around in horror and bewilderment to see who dared to burst into the room like that. It was Yang Hao, who noticed that they were very lively and loud. In addition, the guy completed his evolution and received the title of Brave Man. The man immediately asked the insolent man who he was and why he burst in here like that. Yang Hao was surprised that the man forgot him. Unlike him, the guy remembered his voice very well. The guy frowned and shouted the rector's name, Su Dongdan. He would never confuse his voice with anything. At that moment, the man realized who it was. This is the little guy he threw into a room with a bunch of zombies. How was he able to get out and why did he change? The man asked Yang Hao why he was here, but the guy did not listen to them and only silently approached the girl. The girl was already a little undressed, and that is, she was subjected to bullying. What vile creatures. That's all Yang Hao thought about. The guy immediately turned around and put the blade to Su Dongdan's head. The man immediately said that he had forgotten that he was his leader. Yang Hao, in turn, only talked about how he recently chopped up several dozen zombies with the same sword and even blew off the heads of some... Will this happen to people? The slightly frightened rector told Yang Hao to try, but most likely he simply would not have such an opportunity. Behind the guy, there was already a man who was swinging a pipe at him, and in front of him another freak was running at him with a cleaver. This naive and stupid situation amused Yang Hao. Without any problems, the guy knocked the weapon out of the man's hands and said that he was slow. He then turned around and kicked the man in the face who was trying to attack him from behind. At this moment, the system began to show the enrollment of characteristics. Apparently, people also drop. Fortunately, a lot more intelligence points drop from them. Having dealt with the rector's sixes, the guy turned to Su Dongdan and asked what he thought now. The man began to ask what the guy allows himself. He has no right to raise his hand against an elder. When suddenly the man said that he remembered him. Yang Hao. He is the same guy who tried to get a job as a dormitory commander, but didn't get it. He remembered how the guy begged the interviewer, talking about how he dreamed of going to university. Since the guy has acquired such skills, he can follow him. Yang Hao punched the rector in the face after he said that money and fame awaited him. The guy said that Su Dongdan was talking complete nonsense and he didn't kill him only because the garbage wasn't worth it. What is the point of these pathetic pieces of paper with numbers now? At this moment, some guy started asking Yang Hao to spare him. He has nothing to do with those ghouls, and moreover, they forced him to give up his girlfriend. He turned to Ye Feng and asked her to tell her that he was her boyfriend. Besides, he decided to remind her how kind he was to her. The girl was very scared and just looked around. Tired of enduring this nonsense, Yang Hao grabbed the guy by the neck and began to squeeze little by little. The guy continued to tell Yang Hao that they should talk peacefully and decide everything. Yang Hao flatly refused to listen to him and asked how dare he treat his girlfriend like that. He threw the freak on the floor and said that someone like him couldn't even be called an animal, since in that case he could insult the poor animals. Yang Hao then grabbed the next guy who was trying to bully the girl. Of course, he didn't do anything good either. The guy grabbed him by the hair and began to drag him along the floor. The man tried to justify himself and beg for mercy. His old bones could not withstand the blow. Yang Hao said that he would crush them. Knowing that the smell of blood could attract the dead, the guy did not use his sword to kill these bastards. He threw them all out the door and told them to get out of here. With a roar and screams, a group of bad guys walked down the corridor. They quarreled among themselves, saying that loud noises could attract the dead. Suddenly, from the end of the corridor, the screams of one of those people began to be heard. He shouted that the zombies were really here. Yang Hao didn't care much about this, so he closed the door. Just a few seconds later, notifications popped up. Characteristics were recorded, which means one of them died. Death was too simple. Apparently, the cost to him was small. After that, he approached the frightened girl and told her that they would not touch her again and would not cause trouble. The girl suddenly raised her head and turned to Yang Hao. She asked him to close it because one of them could get into it and she was very scared. Having closed the window, the guy asked if there was water for him. He is very thirsty. The girl went to fetch water and a moment later she walked to her savior. The trembling of her body was difficult not to notice. Suddenly, Yang Hao grabbed Miss Ye's hand and asked why she was so slow. He helped her, but now she can't even bring a glass of water. Then an awkward situation occurred. Yang Hao pulled the girl's hand and told her that she should collect herself and calm down, but the girl lost her balance and fell on Yang Hao. At the same time, a glass of water flew away in the other direction. This even made the guy's nose bleed. It was quite pleasant, but also quite painful. Miss Ye stood up and began to apologize, saying that she still hadn't come to her senses. After that, she asked Yang Hao's well-being. Without waiting for an answer, the girl simply turned around and ran in the other direction, saying that she would go and bring food. The guy assumed that those freaks simply scared this poor girl to death, and yet how confusing everything is. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by the screams of the girl from the next room. She called him for help. Yang Hao became wary. Is there really still a group of zombies left here? He immediately ran inside and tried to understand what was happening. Ye pointed to the wall and said that there was something in the pantry, or maybe someone was hitting the wall. The guy went ahead and told the girl that he would check, but she, in turn, should go look for some food. Opening the door, he saw only a destroyed and dark corridor. What could be hiding in this darkness? At that moment, he remembered one interesting thing that he was able to pull out of the chest. Traveler's belt. It allows you to store 20 weapons. Convenient thing. Already walking through the Yang Hao warehouse, I realized that something that was screaming and hitting the wall was here. The sounds were getting closer and closer when suddenly the guy got scared and realized that he was nearby. He jumped into the room and found a couple of zombies in it. Of course, they would not be a hindrance to him, so he immediately swung his sword. Coming back, Yang Hao said that there were several zombies inside and he immediately destroyed them all. It was quiet and empty inside. Deciding not to wait for Ye, the guy decided to go swimming. In addition, after the explosion on the street, most of the zombies left. But those 3 freaks still haunt him. Walking along the corridor, Yang Hao realized that after the end of the world, it had become much easier to die, but to survive much more difficult. After that, the guy reached for the handle and realized that one way or another he had a system, and in any case, he would get to those freaks. Entering Yang Hao, a very awkward and still pleasant meeting awaited. Standing inside the shower was Miss Ye, who also decided to take a shower. The girl screamed as if to the whole body. She asked why Yang Hao came in without knocking. Of course, she was not happy with this situation after that bunch of freaks, and so she ran out of the room with the same scream. Suddenly, the blushing Miss Ye realized that she had forgotten her clothes in the bathroom. No less embarrassed, Yang Hao took the clothes with a trembling hand and handed them to the girl. The next morning, sleepy Yang Hao, even just opening his eyes after sleep, realized that he still wanted to sleep. Then he was enveloped by a wonderful and delicious smell coming from the other room. After that, a girl hung over him and said that tomorrow he was ready, it was time for him to go eat. Yang Hao thought that this girl was Kai Jing. That's why the guy jumped out of bed and hugged her to him, saying that he was incredibly glad that everything was okay with her. Perplexed, Ye Fenghua called the guy. Hearing someone else's voice, Yang Hao realized that he was mistaken and immediately blushed. The guy began to apologize and try to justify himself. At this time, the girl asked in a surprised voice whether he had just called her Kai Jing. And again, Yang Hao pounced on her and began to question her. Does she know who Kai Jing is? The girl answered with a glance to the side and said that this was her roommate with whom she lived. They rented housing off campus. After this, the girl added that 3 days ago, they took a walk around the campus in the evening, but then she had some urgent business and went home before It was on that day that a sudden outbreak of the virus occurred. Yang Hao hit the wall with all his might at this moment. It turns out that Ching Ching lied to him again, saying that Kai Jing was now in the dining room. Ye was afraid of this reaction and covered herself with her hands. The guy turned around and apologized for scaring her again. After that, he invited her to go have breakfast and he would join her in a minute. Yang Hao already knew that Kai Jing had returned home, which only means that she should be safer than here, but she still needs to check the canteen. Their breakfast consisted of eggs and peas on toast. In these days, it was a very decent breakfast. However, after some time, Yang Hao was about to leave. He told the girl to close all the doors and windows and, moreover, not to open the door to anyone except him. Miss Ye walked up to Yang Hao and straightened his collar. After that, she added that everything would be fine with her and she would wait for him here. Walking towards a bunch of zombies, the guy promised himself that he would never leave that girl to her fate. Of course, Yang Hao now went out into the street not to fight with zombies, but he couldn't let a group of dead people pass without killing them. After the battle, the guy received the chest and decided to open it. From there, he took out a crossbow that continuously fires 3 arrows. He then opened the red envelope and received some basic firearms training. This infuriated him because he did not have any firearms. 0 meaning from this skill. Suddenly, a woman's screams were heard from behind, calling out to Yang Hao. She was surprised that he still died and, moreover, lost weight so quickly. Turning around, Yang Hao saw Fang Ching Ching in front of him and was not very surprised. The girl said that because he opened the door yesterday, a bunch of zombies burst into the building. Ching Ching told the guy to go into the building and clear it of zombies. They need to get out of there and find food. The guy was surprised at the girl's survival skills. He decided he could take advantage of this. The girl actually had a brilliant plan. She shouted loudly on purpose so that zombies would come running in response to her voice, and the guy ran into the building and came to her. Surprisingly, this plan actually worked, and within a moment a bunch of zombies were running towards Yang Hao. Taking out his sword, the guy only said what a stupid Ching Ching woman is. By her act, she herself forced him. The guy, as if according to her plan, ran inside and ran towards the zombies who were inside the building. Since Ching Ching forced him to come here, then in this case he will have a lot of fun with her. Running onto one of the floors, Yang Hao saw surprised women's faces sticking out of the cracks of the doors. They shouted in one voice, saying that finally someone had come to their aid. The guy ran higher and asked if they were really looking for their death. He told them to go back to their rooms and not to come out. He was interested in how he should find Ching Ching. Rising higher and higher towards him, small groups of zombies ran, but all of them were not a hindrance to Yang Hao. The guy happily chopped down the undead and moved through the floors in search of that annoying girl. In keeping with the classics, after the battle he logged into the system to open a couple of red envelopes. Yang Hao has studied culinary skills, which allows him to know the types of food and preparation. Each envelope seemed to laugh at Yang Hao. Do they really want him to become a chef now? Suddenly the door opened behind him. Turning his head, he saw Ching Ching. The girl told him that he had done a good job, and now he should take her purse and fight his way out. In this case, she will reward him well. Smiling, she began to think. Everything is going exactly according to her plan. Besides, she never thought that this loser would lose weight and mature. After such impudence, the guy grabbed the girl by the throat and said that he himself would send her on the road. The girl screamed in bewilderment. Approaching the window, he asked, or rather even reminded Ching Ching that she said that Kai Jing was in the dining room. The girl continued to scream and say that she did not intend to deceive him. She was just a little jealous of Kai Jing, and that's it. No more bad intentions. Looking into Yang Hao's eyes, Ching Ching realized that he could really kill her. The guy said that she tried to cause him trouble in every situation. The same constant deductions from your salary. Ching Ching tried to say something in horror and finally said that the rest of the employees were bending over backwards to please her, while he was not paying attention to her. The girl started screaming that she might fall. She asked Yang Hao to let her go, and she, in turn, would do whatever he said. After that, Yang Hao released her with the words that she too is one of those creatures who are ready to sacrifice others for their own skin. The girl began to fly back, and the guy after her said that all her actions were driven by her own vanity. It is not for her to decide whether there were bad intentions, but for him. Ching Ching reflexively hugged the guy with her legs and began to ask for forgiveness, saying that she was wrong. She promised that she would no longer push Yang Hao around. Suddenly, someone on the floors below began to scream and call people for help. Yang Hao turned around in bewilderment and froze. Is it really a bunch of zombies again? Zombies climbed through the windows. It was from there that the screams came. They asked them not to come. Ching Ching, looking at this situation, asked only one question. What happened to the zombies, and then they were suddenly able to climb walls? The girl began to cry and say that she did not want to become one of them. She continued to apologize to Yang Hao. The angry guy told her to stop whining or else more zombies will come running here. However, there was already one zombie on their floor. Yang Hao wondered how they were able to get to the second floor so quickly. At that moment, the girl felt danger and turned around. One of the zombies was jumping and trying to catch the girl. Ching Ching began to call Yang Hao for help. As a result, Yang Hao could not remain a monster, and again grabbed the girl by the neck and then dragged her to him. The perplexed Ching Ching realized that he still saved her no matter what. After that, Yang Hao looked at the girl and asked her to remove her legs. Taking the Yang Hao axe in his hands, he went to deal with the zombies. Nevertheless, he understood that that girl was still a misunderstanding. As soon as he sorted everything out, he would need to get away from her. Having come close enough, the guy swung the killing weapon and blew the head off the zombie's shoulders. Taking out his sword, Yang Hao realized that he definitely needed to hold the corridor and the escape route. Otherwise, they simply would not be able to escape later. Ching Ching froze as she watched Yang Hao slash zombies left and right. Moreover, the girl even blushed and began to think why he was protecting her. Right during the battle, the girl called out to Yang Hao. The guy, of course, turned towards the voice. The girl apologized and said that she was wrong. She shouldn't have treated him like that. Ching Ching asked the guy to take her with him and she would make amends. The guy laughed and asked again, "Should I take Ching Ching with me?" He decided that she was joking because he was not so generous as to bother with her. For herself, the girl decided that these words meant that he had forgiven her. At this time, Yang Hao was only perplexed by how many zombies there were. He decided to lure them all to the roof because it was more spacious there. But let Ching Ching take care of herself. After some time, the guy finally reached the roof. He ran so fast that he was already short of breath. Looking down, he thought, "There's a small pile of zombies in the back area, but you won't be able to get any stats. Although, it doesn't matter. When the zombies get here, he will go to the dining room." Suddenly, Yang Hao was attacked from behind. As it turned out, it was still the same Ching Ching. The guy asked in horror what she was doing, to which she replied that she didn't care and wouldn't leave him. Yang Hao shouted in confusion and asked what was wrong with her. Why can't she get rid of him? More unpleasant in this situation were the zombies that had already come running to the roof. Finding no other way out, the guy took a desperate step and simply jumped from the roof. Of course, Ching Ching never left him. However, Yang Hao already knew the plan of action. The guy turned around and used his sword as a hook to grab himself. He hit the glass with his blade and began to descend, but the speed did not drop. Yang Hao asked the girl not to scream so loudly because her screams might simply fail his ears. The guy at some point realized that the hook sword trick simply wouldn't work. After that, he turned to Fang Ching Ching and asked her to shout as loud as possible. The girl looked at Yang Hao in bewilderment. The guy asked what she was waiting for and again asked her to scream at the top of her lungs. Ching Ching did not argue with him and decided to fulfill his request. The girl screamed so that the guys from the other building could hear her. Yang Hao told her that everything was fine and encouraged her to continue. At some point, the guy simply jumped away from the windows. All the zombies have accumulated in one place. The guy thanked the creatures for the soft landing and told them that he would thank them properly. Yang Hao attacked the zombies right in the air, but Ching Ching's landing was not very soft. After the battle, the guy noticed that new rewards had appeared, but after increasing the level, the growth of stat points slowed down significantly. Yang Hao has opened automatic item selection. This is very cool, which is why he decided that he would definitely need to test his new ability. After that, he suddenly turned around and looked at Ching Ching. The girl jumped from such harshness. After that, the girl looked a little embarrassed at the guy, waiting for some words. He only uttered one single word, Get up. At this moment, Ching Ching's top began to rise up and try to slide off the girl. She immediately covered herself and started screaming that Yang Hao was a pervert. The guy, a little upset, realized that spiritual strength was simply not enough. After that, Yang Hao walked forward silently. If he was able to break away from the zombies, then now he should return to the original plan, namely, return to the dining room and finish off those monsters. At that moment, a girl ran into Yang Hao and asked him not to leave her alone. Where he goes, she goes too. The guy angrily told the girl to leave him alone because this is no longer normal. Ching Ching just screamed, "No, no, no!" Realizing that everything would not go well, Yang Hao decided to take extreme measures. He grabbed the girl and threw her over him. With a crash, the girl fell to the ground and writhed in pain. The guy said to listen to him carefully. He didn't kill her only because he was being as generous as possible, but that was all. She should stay away from him. The action moves to the dining room. In it, some guy said how bored he was. After the world changes, there is absolutely nothing to entertain us except women. One of the girls who sat opposite this goat cried non-stop. The guy came up and hit her in the face, asking why she was whining. He said that if it weren't so depressing to be locked up here alone, he would gladly throw them out of here. Another guy came up and asked why Chu Young was so into the girls. He came closer and suggested that his friend go to the gym next door and bring a couple more girls here for fun. At that moment, the glass broke, and a stranger flew inside after the glass. The freaks turned around in bewilderment and began to look at the source of the noise. Standing in the room was Yang Hao, who by this time had received a new weapon, namely a steel pike. At some point, one of the guys realized that this was the same hostile worker who was useless to anyone. Nevertheless, they decided that this was just wonderful, because they were already starting to get bored. He asked them to help them get out of here in exchange for 2 beauties who would be at his disposal. Since Yang Hao is not a wordy person, he got away with only one go to hell. The guy came closer and said that if he could climb here, he had some kind of power. He simply praised him, but there is no need to bury himself so much like a hero. At this moment, Yang Hao silently took the freak by the shoulder and slammed him into the floor with all his strength. The guy began to scream in pain. Moreover, he even began to cry. Yang Hao just snorted, saying that he was trash and moved on. Chu Young ordered his big men to deal with this inhospitable stranger who had crossed his borders. The 2 big men seemed to synchronize, and at one moment 2 fists flew at Yang Hao's head. Unfortunately, or fortunately, such weak opponents are not a hindrance for Yang Hao. He grabbed their hands and stopped them. The guy laughed, and with a smile on his face asked them if that was all. Without waiting for an answer, he just silently broke their bones. Both big men began to scream in agony. After Yang Hao dealt with all the 6, he decided to go to the supposed head of these freaks. The guy addressed Yang Hao as Mr. Yang and said that his father was the honorary rector of the university. If he even dares to hit him, he simply won't get away with it. Yang Hao decided not to waste extra breath on saying something and just silently stabbed this freak, not allowing him to finish. The guy said that he was just another useless piece of trash who had no right to pretend to be somebody. Actions are transferred to another room. There was some buzz about it. One of the guys asked the crowd what was going on, when suddenly the door swung open. One of them, in bewilderment, only said, "He's arrived!" Even the look is cruel, and what's more, he knocked down those large bodyguards with ease. They suddenly recognized him as the same hostile commandant. The guys noticed the changes, and nevertheless, they decided to go and have a little fun. A crowd of angry guys asked who he was to create such a commotion. One of them suddenly asked if he remembered his old comrades. Does he remember what they told him? Suddenly he recalled that they urinated on his photo to help him rethink its full value. The guy silently walked forward, and one of the crowd laughed and told everyone to look at him. He walks with a stick in his hand. Has he really just returned from village work? At this time, Chu Young was shouting that Yang Hao was a freak. He will definitely settle accounts with him. The one who helped him asked him to calm down. He asked him to listen. Outside the hike, Yang Hao encountered those gopniks. The guy said that earlier he saw with his own eyes how those 3 people made their way through the crowd of zombies on the first floor of the cafeteria to get to the second. Chu Young put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked him to help him. He wants to see with his own eyes how Yang Hao will be defeated. When they opened the door, they were shocked. Some were already lying on the floor unconscious. Some stood and watched in horror, and some even flew across the room. Of course, there are no immediate words for such a picture. That is why Chu Young and his acquaintance stood with their mouths open. The guys were shocked. They didn't understand how it was possible that he was so fast. Another of them said that after the first blow, he fell to the floor. In the end, he told his enemies to immediately get up and run away from here, otherwise. At that moment, the guy began to scream and ask what was the point in the fact that he would simply send them to certain death. They can become his fighters and kill zombies! A crowd of people behind suddenly began to say in bewilderment that there were zombies everywhere. If these three leave, they will die, and there is a chance that they will be useful. Moreover, the commandant had not taught them this before. Yang Hao, looking at how one of the freaks was rising, decided that he was not like that and would not send them to their deaths, especially in front of so many people. But to his regret, the guy tried to attack him again. He sent Yang Hao straight to hell. Unfortunately for him, the sending failed, and a moment later he was lying on the floor again. Yang Hao was surprised and asked if they really wanted to reason with him. He didn't forget anything. He wholeheartedly accepted them in the shelter, and they threw him straight into the crowd of zombies. The other guys, who also didn't understand the first time, began to say that they did it in order to motivate Yang Hao to become stronger. The guys said that now they would again show what is good and what is bad. But at that moment, Yang Hao simply demolished them and they flew into the wall. Notifications credited characteristics. It was funny that all the time he received much less than 1 stat for zombies, but for beating these monsters he received so much. Unexpectedly for him, a familiar female voice came from right behind him, asking him to spare the guys this time. The girl said that even though they are monsters, after their arrival they cleared the first floor, and now they are safe. The crowd cheered as they looked at Gu Qingyi. One of the guys shouted that she was the ideal of his dreams. The guy clutched his spear tightly and silently walked towards the girl. After that, the guy waved his spear and stuck it into the wall right next to the girl. Yang Hao said that if they leave them, they themselves will ultimately suffer from them. At this moment, the system told the guy that he had exceeded the strength mark of 200 units, which means that he had received the ability of a one-time gain. Then the system said about side effects. The guy wondered, but began to lose his balance. This scam system constantly delivers messages to him with a delay. Yang Hao simply began to fall the moment the wall began to crumble. After that, the wall collapsed and the guy began to fall down. The girl tried to catch him, but unfortunately she flew away after him. After a while, Yang Hao's eyes opened, and he heard the conversation between Chu Young and his comrade. They were surprised at the guy's condition, but they were also glad that he would die like that. The guy lay on the floor and realized that his body seemed to be pierced by thousands of needles. His limbs hurt incredibly. Having risen, he decided that this was the so-called transformation of the body. Not a very pleasant feeling, as it turned out. Then Yang Hao finally came to his senses and saw Gu Qingyi. He was surprised and wondered what she was doing with his weapon. The girl turned around and was very happy when she saw that the guy had finally woken up. However, she also said that they are not in a good position right now. Yang Hao was very surprised. Apparently Gu Qingyi was protecting him the entire time he was passed out. At that moment, a zombie ran in front of the guy, who was purposefully running to attack the girl from behind. Yang Hao sharply shouted to Gu Qingyi to be careful, because in a moment she could be captured. Realizing that the girl simply would not have time to react, Yang Hao managed to jump up and also intercept the spear. After that, he stuck the spear directly into the zombie's head. He turned to her and thanked her for her help. Now Yang Hao wanted to deal with the others himself. Of course, Chu Young and his acquaintance watched the entire battle. They couldn't take their eyes off Yang Hao. However, he was sure that this time he would definitely die. He simply did not need to raise his hand against the rector's son. The guy suddenly told Yang Hao to come and beat them down. Unexpectedly for them, someone from the crowd came up behind them and pushed them down. A moment later, they were already flying out into the street. Yang Hao caught their fall. The guy clutched his spear and looked carefully at the freaks who had literally just said something about him from above. Chu Young, writhing in pain, began to scream, "Who did this?" His comrade was no less aggressive. Yang Hao suddenly put on one of his craziest smiles and leaned over the guys. He said that he seemed to hear them talking about how they wanted him to hit them. "You'll have to make your wish come true." Of course, those three threw them off. The guy asked why they threw off those majors. Liu Wei said that after Yang Hao and those two died, they would become the commanders of this place. Gu Qingyi also watched everything and was surprised that Liu Wei and his gang would be able to help them. Yang Hao turned around and said that their help was nothing more than an ordinary dogfight. As soon as Yang Hao turned around, he saw the danger behind the girl, and without any words he immediately jabbed his spear. Gu Qingyi was very frightened by this act, and therefore the girl thought that this was an attempt to get rid of her, but after a moment she froze. The guy pierced the head of a zombie who was about to bite the girl. Yang Hao told the girl not to get distracted, and besides, she should just call him Yang Hao. The girl stood up and looked at him with surprised eyes. A moment later, Gu Qingyi thanked the guy for saving her. The girl extended her hand to get acquainted or to thank him again for saving her, because only thanks to him, she is still alive. Yang Hao was surprised by this gesture and decided that Gu Qingyi was asking him for a weapon. He took out his dagger and handed it to the girl. The guy then went forward and said that he would deal with this large group of undead. At this time, she will only have to deal with those who slip past him. Yang Hao immediately flew into the air and began preparing for a powerful attack. The only question that bothered him was this: why is body transformation so painful? Besides, he doesn't feel power. The guy decided that given his current condition, he should deal with the undead as quickly as possible. He immediately killed several zombies. Suddenly, Yang Hao realized that spheres and characteristics were not falling from these zombies. What could this mean? Deciding to put this problem aside for now, the guy again took on the zombies, but he couldn't cope with so many at once. First, you need to kill those in front. At this moment, Yang Hao heard a girl screaming behind him. Turning around, he saw a zombie running after him, as well as Gu Qingyi, who said that she would help. She threw the sword straight at the zombie's head. Gu Qingyi and Yang Hao stood in a circle and were surrounded by zombies on all sides. The crowd watched what was happening and could not help but notice that Gu Qingyi is a goddess. She even destroys zombies with grace. After their conversation, the guys noticed something strange. The ground beneath them began to shake. Is this really an earthquake? The guys also felt the same earthquake, only they immediately discovered the source of this noise. The culprit of this roar was a huge pumped-up zombie who was walking towards the guys with a smile on his face. Yang Hao felt that this zombie felt different from others. He definitely shouldn't be allowed to harm Gu Qingyi. The guy immediately rushed towards the zombies and swung his spear. Powerful energy emanated from Yang Hao. However, the zombie managed to react and covered his face with his hands. The guy did damage, but for him it was absolutely insignificant. And how did he even block the blow? The monster grabbed the spear from the guy's hand and decided to break it. He broke off the tip with one powerful blow. After this, the thug decided to switch to the culprit of this unpleasant wound. At this moment, Yang Hao realized that the battle would not be easy, especially since the monster also broke his weapon. After these thoughts, he was grabbed by Gu Qingyi and said that he should be careful. The girl stood in front of Yang Hao and reminded him that he had no weapons, so the best solution would be to leave this thug to her. After this, the huge zombie began to swing its fist. His swing was so fast and powerful that smoke in the area rose into the air. Yang Hao was very scared. The guy understood that this opponent was not someone Gu Qingyi could handle. Of course, the guy wouldn't leave things that easy. He jumped up and ran into battle, saying that he was not the kind of man who would hide behind a girl's back. The guy jumped and in the air managed to get his sword, which he had previously found before he got into the dining room. Titanium sword. Blood splashed around, and within a moment, Yang Hao was standing on top of the defeated zombie. Apparently, these creatures can also continuously strengthen themselves. Still, he was worried about why the zombies weren't dropping spheres. Throwing away all thoughts, he asked the girl how she was doing. Gu Qingyi said that she was fine. The girl was shocked by Yang Hao. Initially, this guy was a simple and plain-looking person. No one could have thought that after some time, or even at all, that he would not change. Yang Hao saw the girl looking intently at him, and he also thought only he was interested in why she was looking at him so intently. After that, the guy went forward again and said that the rest were definitely his. There was still something wrong with his body, and that was why he wanted to end the zombies as soon as possible. At that moment, those three freaks who had been sitting on the second floor throughout the battle descended to the ground. One of the guys told them to pay attention to Yang Hao's movements. They decided that he was not in the best shape right now, and that is why they should finish with this kid already. Gu Qingyi, who was standing and making sure that no zombie passed by Yang Hao, noticed Liu Wei and his friends running behind him. As soon as they passed the girl, she started screaming and asking what they were doing and what they were planning. Unfortunately, Gu Qingyi was unable to stop the hooligans, and within a moment one of them finally reached Yang Hao. The guy understood that it was too late to react and fight back. The guys were already too close. There were also zombies nearby who started jumping on Yang Hao. Suddenly the system started working again and said that the final stage of body transformation had been initiated. Liu Wei still delivered the blow he had been preparing, but an unforeseen situation arose. Yang Hao simply disappeared in an instant. The guy was at a loss. Where did he go? Gu Qingyi also didn't understand what happened and screamed the guy's name in bewilderment. However, the zombies that jumped on Yang Hao did not stop and decided to change their target. A moment later, they were already biting the three hooligans who wanted to kill Yang Hao. Unfortunately, a zombie also ran towards Gu Qingyi. The girl could not move, just like Yang Hao at the beginning of her journey. In the end, the zombie nevertheless knocked the girl to the ground and bit her too. As it turned out, Yang Hao was not far away. He hung in the air in some incomprehensible sphere. The guy shouted the girl's name trying to get through, but unfortunately he came to the conclusion that outside of this sphere no one could see or hear him. The crowd had been watching all this time and also noticed that Yang Hao was missing. Each of them was at a loss. At this time, Gu Qingyi decided to fight for her life and at least kill the creature that decided to end it. The girl grabbed the dagger that Yang Hao gave her and plunged it into the zombie's neck. Gu Qingyi got up from the ground and realized that she had been bitten after all, and this was only because of her carelessness. She decided that she needed to commit suicide so as not to become one of them. Realizing that something needed to be done, Yang Hao went to her to try to take her away. The guy was still able to pull his hand out and therefore grabbed the girl, pulling her inside. Of course, the girl disappeared just like Yang Hao and was noticed by the crowd, who could no longer believe their eyes. At this time, the system said that the transformation of a girl's body requires the assistance of a man. The girl did not understand where she was, and the guy asked the system if it would remove the virus. Gu Qingyi started screaming that she was bitten and wanted to get out of here. Yang Hao tried to calm her down by saying that he had a way to help her. He then extended his hand and said that she must cooperate fully with him during the process. The girl, perplexed, asked if he was serious now. The guy sighed and said that everything that is happening now is difficult to explain, but he wants her to trust him. The girl said that she understood him, and at that moment the clothes disappeared. Gu Qingyi, of course, was very embarrassed, because being undressed in front of a stranger is not very pleasant. However, she turned her gaze away and admitted in her head that Yang Hao looked impressive. She was pulled out of her thoughts by Yang Hao, who asked if Gu Qingyi was ready to start. The girl, who was still red with embarrassment, said that she was ready. Pulling Gu Qingyi towards him, the guy said that she needs to be patient for a while, and she will soon feel better. And so the body transformation process was activated, and there was no turning back. After some time, the system completed the process and congratulated the carrier on completing the body transformation, and Gu Qingyi on clearing the body of the virus. Having decided to study the system a little, the guy noticed that a new rank had appeared. Is it related to recent action? Yang Hao also received a hidden achievement. The guy was surprised and asked what system achievements meant. After that, the guy entered the list of achievements. As it turned out, the previous award was received due to this achievement, but for this achievement, he was given a healing space as a reward. At this moment, he thought, apparently we need to find a way to complete these achievements in order to get more rewards. Although there is no point in thinking about it now because there are no achievements. Unexpectedly for the crowd of people watching, Yang Hao and Gu Qingyi appeared again. Looking at the crowd of majors who could only scream, the guy realized that they were not worth protecting. He decided that he should take Gu Qingyi to a quieter place, such as Ye Feng. He then noticed Liu Wei, who had already turned into a zombie, and said that this was a fair punishment that he deserved. After that, he delivered the finishing blow. Moving on, Yang Hao told the girl that after clearing out there shouldn't be many zombies nearby, so he would take her to a safe place. At that moment, he was called out by a crowd of people who shouted at them to take them with them. Yang Hao turned to them and said that he was not the savior and their survival had nothing to do with him. The guy advised them to sit still and wait for help, otherwise they would die even faster. The guys suddenly started screaming, saying that he could only save beauties, but he didn't care about ordinary people. Moreover, he is no different from those two majors. The girl listened to all this, and the last thing she heard was a wish from them that they would be chewed to death by zombies along the way. Gu Qingyi asked Yang Hao to give her his sword for a few seconds. Without understanding why, the guy decided to fulfill her request. Looking at the crowd of faces that peeked out from behind the wall, the girl only thought about what cowards they were, because without the ability to fight back the dead, they only complain. Unexpectedly for the guys, the girl threw Yang Hao's sword at the wall, thereby frightening most of the people. Gu Qingyi began to shout to them that there were no zombies left on the first floor. So now if they had the courage, they themselves should take weapons and go outside to fight the zombies. The girl added that if they are good for nothing, then they should continue to sit silently and keep a low profile, because no one needs their helpless anger. One of the guys suddenly turned around and asked what they were going to do, but added that he wasn't really interested in going outside. Another guy said that sitting inside was the best solution. Gu Qingyi then grabbed Yang Hao's hand and said that it was time for them to go. He just thought that the girl had a very strong character if she could talk like that. The action moves to Ye Feng's room. Someone had just knocked on her door. Opening the door, she saw Yang Hao in the doorway and was very happy. The girl immediately opened the door. After that, she saw another girl and immediately asked who it was. Yang Hao introduced her and said that this was their new comrade, and it was better to discuss the details inside. The guys began to walk forward when suddenly someone started making noise from around the corner. Ye Feng turned around to see who it was. A moment later, Yang Hao was attacked from behind by Qing Qing, who said that he would not get rid of her that easily. The guy asked what she was doing here. Ye Feng said embarrassedly that Qing Qing found out that it was safe here, and with a plaintive face began to ask to stay. Of course, she took pity on her and let her in. Yang Hao still came to terms with this, and asked Ye Feng to show Gu Qingyi where the bathroom was, so that she could disinfect the wound. In parallel with this, Qing Qing said that accidents are not accidental, and they are most likely connected by fate. The guy screamed in bewilderment and asked what fate we were talking about. He again asked to let him go and not complicate the situation. The girl said that under no circumstances would she do this. To their surprise, their conversation was interrupted by loud noises from behind. They were somewhat like a shootout. Ye Feng and Gu Qingyi immediately ran to them and asked if they had heard the shots. Did the army send people to help? Happy Qing Qing said that most likely it was her father who came to save her. The guy asked again in bewilderment. Due to the fact that the girl suddenly let go of her hands and staggered back, she flew down. Ye Feng and Gu Qingyi looked at what was happening in bewilderment. After all, falling from such a height would still be a little painful. The only thing Yang Hao managed to do was grab the girl's legs. This guy was able to soften the fall a little. After that, he told the girl that it was her own fault because he asked her to get off him. No need to be so annoying. Qing Qing smiled sarcastically and asked if that was why he grabbed her legs to prevent her from moving. The guy immediately let them go and changed the subject, saying that, judging by the sounds of gunshots, they were a bit far away. However, this is an opportunity to prepare. Qing Qing just looked at the floor in horror and realized that it was very dirty. The girl stood up and brushed herself off, after which she turned to Qing Yi and noticed that she had been in battle and was very dirty. She invited her to join her in the shower. After Gu Qingyi agreed, Ye Feng realized that she would have the opportunity to be alone with Yang Hao. Unfortunately for her, Qing Qing grabbed her hands and said that it would be a shame if Ye Feng was left alone. That's why she invited her to go with them. The girl asked them not to be embarrassed, because this was an opportunity to meet Gu Qingyi and get to know each other better. Ye Feng sighed and agreed. Already standing in the shower, Gu Qingyi suddenly asked why Yang Hao was acting so hostile towards other people. What is the reason? Qing Qing turned to her and said that she knew something about it. She explained this by saying that he became like this because of her attitude towards him in the past. When he first came to university, he was always happy to help other people. Actions are transferred to the past. A couple of students knocked on the door and called the commandant, saying that they would no longer be late. The guys asked to open the door. They explained their absence by saying that they were helping an old woman who had fallen on the edge of the road to get to the hospital, and that was why they were so late. After this incident, a girl knocked on the door of the guy's room and asked him to quickly open the door for her. The guy opened it in bewilderment and asked what was the matter. Something happened? As it turned out, last night someone stole the computer of one of the students. After reviewing the cameras, it was discovered that Yang Hao had let in several people not from their university. Yang Hao was terrified. The guy tried to justify himself by saying that it wasn't him, but they didn't let him say anything. The man asked the guy to come with him. Ching said that even after the investigation, when it turned out that Yang Hao had nothing to do with the crime, his reputation did not change at all. Everyone thought he was a scoundrel. The girl said that she was really very sorry and that after that incident she found him and apologized, but she really didn't think that this situation would have such a strong impact on him. At this moment, she was approached by Gu Qingyi, who said that Ching had gone too far. It was impossible to treat a person like that without making sure of his guilt. To this she added that such bad attitude and disgust on the part of Yang Hao is completely justified. Gu Qingyi came over at this moment and slapped Ching. The girl started screaming and asked why she hit her. Ching said that she only wanted him to explain everything to the police, and moreover, she apologized. Gu Qingyi said that her apology does not make up for all the harm she caused to Yang Hao. Despite this, he saved her, so she must ask for forgiveness again. After a while, all three girls got out of the shower and walked towards Yang Hao. Gu Qingyi apologized for taking so long they had to stay a little late. Yang Hao was surprised that Ching was turned away, and therefore looked at her. The girl said that she burned her face with hot water, so there is no need to look at her like that. The guy just thought that he was burned and burned. Why was he blushing? Yang Hao coughed and said that it didn't matter. Then he said that he wanted to ask Ching something. The girl happily sat down and asked what he wanted to know. One way or another, she will tell him everything he wants. Yang Hao pushed it away with his finger and said that there was no need to approach him like that. He just wanted to ask why. When they heard the shots, the girl thought about her father. The girl said that this is all because her father, Fang Zhongyi, is a senior colonel. Right now it is too dangerous outside, and the logical thing to do would be to send people to save Ching. Ye Feng suddenly said that her behavior was understandable. From the very beginning she was a spoiled young lady. Gu Qingyi then decided that they should take the opportunity to introduce themselves to each other again, in order to achieve greater mutual understanding. She was the one who started first. Her family is a carrier of ancient martial arts. Therefore, she has little opportunity to stand up for herself. Ye Feng said that she recently graduated and decided to continue working at the university as a consultant. But if Yang Hao had not come to her aid, then she would have. Yang Hao suddenly put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that there was no need to talk about bad things. It's better to leave the past in the past. Ye Feng couldn't help but agree with this. After that, he introduced himself. He is one of the hostel workers. His parents are peasants, but he always dreamed of university, so in his free time he constantly studied. True, his plans collapsed after the end of the world began. His next step will be to find Kai Jing, because there is no person in this city who would be so important to him. After this, the guy will scout out the general situation in the surrounding area and go to his city in search of his parents. He then added that the girls should also think about their plans. Ye Feng thought that if she had the skills like Gu Qingyi, she could stay near Yang Hao and become his support instead of being a burden. Deciding that it was time to end the conversation, Yang Hao said that before the military arrives, they should rest properly and gain strength. The guy took his place in the rector's room of the dormitory. He decided to sit on the phone for a while. Only he can't get a connection on his phone at all, and he simply doesn't know how his parents are doing. But fortunately, they live in a remote village, which is why they should be safe. At that moment, an incomprehensible creature from the darkness lay down next to Yang Hao and hugged him. The guy's eyes immediately opened sharply because he didn't expect someone to lie down next to him. He immediately jumped up sharply and deftly grabbed the stranger. The guy asked who it was. Then the guy realized that it was Ching. Yang Hao asked what he was doing here. The girl said that she came to talk and, of course, to ask for forgiveness. Yang Hao sat on the edge of the sofa and said that he had nothing to talk to her about. The girl sighed and asked if the guy really hated her that much. The guy stood up and agreed with her because she always set him up. After that, he added that he would have thrown her out into the street long ago if it weren't so dangerous. She asked to give her a chance. Then she said that she knew that she had done many things for which she was guilty before him. Now she realizes that she did wrong, especially after being rescued. Ching asked for forgiveness once again, saying that it didn't matter to her what he would do next. The only thing that mattered was his forgiveness. The guy broke the glass out of anger. He turned to her and said that he despised her, but what he really meant was that he was only disgusted by her character. If she doesn't behave like that, everything will be fine. At that moment, someone actively began to break into their room. The guys jumped up because of this. Ye Feng and Gu Qingyi ran into the room and said that the soldiers had already arrived. The guy looked out the window, and there were actually people on the street who were calling all the survivors, saying that they were here to save them. There were about 7 cars in the yard and a bunch of soldiers who were shooting back from the zombies. Yang Hao thought about it. The soldiers arrived much earlier than expected. Then he turned around and decided to ask the girls if they had everything planned. Where are they going to go? Ye Feng, looking at the floor, said that she would most likely follow the rescue team. In her head, she thought that she would only be a burden to Yang Hao. Gu Qingyi, in turn, said that she would go with Yang Hao because after he finds Kai Jing, he will go to Zhangzhou. She's right along the way with him because her younger sister is out there somewhere. The guy said that it would be better for her to go with everyone to the collection point, and he would go in search of Kai Jing alone, because this was his personal business. She can wait for him, and then they will go together. At that moment, Ching threw a pillow at him, saying that he was tired of pretending to be a hero. He's not the hero of a web novel, and everyone is worried about him. The girl offered to go with them, and she in turn would ask her father for help in searching for Yang Hao. The guy said that there is no need to waste human resources. Ching sighed and said that she was trying for him, but he was just turning a deaf ear. And how can she atone for her actions? Yang Hao said he appreciated her efforts. He then approached Ye Feng and reminded her that she lived with Kai Jing. The guy asked if she knew where Kai Jing went last time. The girl said that before she left, she talked about going to her older brother. This is approximately somewhere in the private sector of Songqiao. Gu Qingyi asked if he could do it alone, since it took an hour to get there by car. A large concentration of zombies can be dangerous. The guy said everything would be fine. Ching was upset that Yang Hao cared so much about Kai Jing. She wanted him to treat her the same way. However, she understood that only Kai Jing cared for him when Yang Hao was going through his worst times. Yang Hao values this girl very much, and she is important to him. But earlier, Ching saw Tai Jing leaving the university with some guy her age. Meanwhile, the street was in complete chaos. There are zombies everywhere, as well as explosions in different areas of the city. Yang Hao, despite everything, ran to the roof saying that he could. And there are practically no zombies left on the roofs, which is why he can easily reach his goal. At this time, the soldiers had already taken the girls and were moving towards the cars. They told everyone to stick together and keep up. The action takes place in dark alleys. There were crowds of dead zombies lying there. There were also living dead there, who ate both their own kind and the corpses of people. At some point, one of the creatures sensed danger behind him and decided that he needed to turn around. But he didn't even think so, because at that moment there was a huge something standing behind him with its mouth open. A zombie devoured half of another zombie without any problem. After this, the dead man who decided to try to eat his brother began to feel strange sensations in his body. A moment later, he began to grow in size and his body began to change. The monster screamed in pain. After some time, this zombie was no longer simple. It was a brute who had increased in size by 5 times its original size. Once again, the action moves to Yang Hao. The guy had just arrived at Songqiao's private sector. Looking at the house, he realized that he was in the right place. Now all that mattered was whether Kai Jing was at home. The guy came to the door and started knocking. At the same time, he asked if anyone was home. At some point, Yang Hao began to worry about Kai Jing's presence at home, the guy suddenly thought about it. Where to look for her if the girl is not here? Suddenly, to the surprise of Yang Hao, someone from inside began to scream. A man's voice said to get away from here or he himself will help. Yang Hao thought about it. The voice was familiar. The door opened and a guy stood on the threshold. Yang Hao was very surprised and asked how Chen Bo ended up here. Seeing Yang Hao on the threshold, the guy fell into a stupor and for several seconds only stood with his eyes open. He immediately attacked him and laughingly asked when Yang Hao managed to lose so much weight. Yang Hao, of course, was glad to see his old acquaintance, but he was interested in how he ended up with the Kai Jing family and where, in fact, everything was. Chen Bo seemed to ignore all the words and was surprised that the guy ran through all the zombies outside. Yang Hao said that he was just lucky. He then asked about Kai Jing. The guy smiled and said that she was inside, after which he asked Yang Hao to follow him. Entering the room, he called Kai Jing and said that they had come to visit her. Chen Bo then turned to the guest and said that her older brother was sick and they had to take care of him all last night. The girl apparently just fell asleep. The guy started walking towards her and trying to wake her up, saying that they had a special guest. Yang Hao called his friend and asked him not to wake up Kai Jing. Chen Bo sighed and agreed. At this moment, the guy asked Chen Bo how they managed to survive when the epidemic broke out, and how he ended up here with Kai Jing. The guy froze at this question. Yang Hao looked intently into the eyes of his old acquaintance and asked him to answer his question honestly and, of course, not to avoid the question. The guy looked away and admitted that he had been dating Kai Jing for a long time, and it was she who brought him here. Yang Hao got angry and asked Chen Bo why he lied to him and said that he didn't like Kai Jing. He was Yang Hao's best friend after all. The disappointed guy turned around and said that in this case, he would go about his business and not interfere with them. Chen Bo immediately shouted and asked the guest to stop. There are too many zombies outside and therefore it is very risky to go out alone. Yang Hao said that he will find a way to deal with them and he does not need Chen Bo's care. He came here to make sure Kai Jing was safe, and as it turned out, he had nothing to worry about. At this moment, Chen Bo screamed. The guy said that he remembered the gift Kai Jing had prepared for Yang Hao. He asked to look at it before leaving. They went out into the corridor and followed to the door. Intrigued, Yang Hao asked what the girl had prepared for him. Chen Bo opened the door and said that the gift was on the table. He asked Yang Hao to come inside and pick it up. The guy went inside and was surprised that it was so dark inside because you simply couldn't see anything. Yang Hao turned around and decided to ask Chen Bo where the switch was. Chen Bo smiled and told the guy to look for this switch himself. His look didn't mean anything good. A moment later, the door slammed shut and Yang Hao was left alone in the dark. He became wary of such an action. Chen Bo immediately said that Yang Hao was stupid because no one wanted to be his friend. His appearance at Kai Jing's house was the plan, and the outbreak of the epidemic came at a very opportune time. He fooled the girl and visited her brother with her. The guy said that after the outbreak, Kai Jing's brother turned into a zombie, and he was just about to have fun with the girl, but Yang Hao interfered. He asked him to feed his brother well. The guy immediately started laughing evilly, thinking that he would get away with everything. But unexpectedly for him, the pantry door fell out and fell on him. Chen Bo turned around in bewilderment and saw brother Kai Jing in the aisle. He considered Chen Bo his friend, but he just killed him. After that, Yang Hao came out from behind the zombie and said that he had already killed more than 100 zombies. One dead man is nothing to him, and he is simply not enough to have fun. Chen Bo looked at this in complete horror and simply could not think that the guy was so strong. Still, you need to try to ingratiate yourself and then find a way to kill again. The guy got up from the floor and started telling Yang Hao that he misunderstood him. Chen Bo asked him to listen. Yang Hao smiled and said that he no longer believed him, but he could try to negotiate with brother Kai Jing. The guy let go of his hand and the zombie ran towards Chen Bo. Immediately, the screams of Chen Bo, who was screaming as if he was in terrible agony, began to echo throughout the surrounding area. At this moment, Kai Jing woke up. Her head was pounding like crazy. Then the girl listened and heard screams. She was interested in what was happening outside. Unexpectedly for her, someone suddenly took the blanket and began to pull it off. The girl's eyes opened wide. Looking at the girl, Yang Hao understood what was going on, and he was once again convinced that Chen Bo was a freak. The girl was tied up. The guy immediately removed the tape from Kai Jing's mouth. First of all, the girl asked if it was Yang Hao. The guy said that it was him, and then added that he would untie her now. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Kai Jing looked at her savior and could not believe that it was Yang Hao. The guy said that his changes are a very long story. They immediately stood up and headed into the corridor. Kai Jing said that they will talk after she deals with that freak, because the only thing she wants is to send him to hell. At this time, Chen Bo was sitting above the zombie and holding a boulder over his head. The guy asked why he didn't just devour Yang Hao, but bit him. With a sharp blow to the head, he added that he could soon have fun with Kai Jing, but Yang Hao ruined everything. He decided to follow Brother Kai Jing and send the girl with Yang Hao. Yang Hao and Kai Jing were just running out of the house and noticed everything that was happening. Kai Jing stopped and arrived in shock. On the floor, she noticed a zombie who had previously been her brother. The girl immediately started screaming that Chen Bo was a scoundrel and he would pay for it. The guy turned around, and it became clear that he clearly didn't understand anything anymore. He was only interested in the flesh of Yang Hao and the girls. The monster immediately jumped up from the ground and began to run towards the girl. The girl was very tense. She realized that Chen Bo, just like her brother, had turned into a zombie. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by a blade that flew towards Chen Bo just a few centimeters from her face. Yang Hao hit the target, and within a moment the zombie was flying in the other direction. The monster flew into the wall, and the girl realized that this was her chance to avenge her brother and herself. Yang Hao approached the girl and put his shoulder on her hand, but the girl said that she didn't need to stop because she had to deal with this freak herself. The guy asked again, and then said that he was just going to give her a knife. It is in his interests for the girl to take revenge for her dignity. The girl immediately took this knife and went to Chen Bo. After that, she stuck the dagger directly into the zombie's head. Kai Jing screamed and said that the guy was worse than an animal. Even the fact that he turned into a zombie does not give him the right to freedom, because she will not let him go. Continuing to strike blow after blow, the girl asked why he deceived her, and why he treated her brother so cruelly. She kept throwing punch after punch. Her voice trembled, and in the end she only said in disappointment that she shouldn't have brought Chen Bo here. At that moment, Yang Hao approached her and hugged her from behind. The guy said the monster had had enough. Everything is over. He told the girl that she could cry if she wanted. The knife fell out of the girl's hand and landed on the ground. Indeed, all the horror was over. Kai Jing couldn't help herself, and her emotions took over. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes without stopping, and Yang Hao only hugged her and looked at her with compassion. After a while, they were sitting in the backyard. The guys decided to see off Brother Kai Jing and dug his grave. The girl sat at the tombstone and said that it was all her fault, because if she had not brought Chen Bo here, everything would have been fine. Nevertheless, his death was avenged. Yang Hao intervened in her stream of thoughts and asked her not to be upset, because Chen Bo is cowardly, and it is not so easy to see through such people. It's not her fault. He then asked how Chen Bo came. The girl said that after the end of the world, her brother got sick and needed medicine. Kai Jing went to the city and met Chen Bo along the way. The guy said that he also wants to visit his brother. With tears in her eyes, she said that she could not even imagine what kind of animal Chen Bo was. Yang Hao immediately stroked the girl and said that everything was over and now no one would hurt her. The girl immediately thanked him for saving her and asked if he really came here on purpose for her sake. Then she said again that he had changed a lot. Yang Hao said that she used to always help him out, so he came to save her, and as for the changes, it's very difficult to explain everything right away. After these answers, Kai Jing asked a direct question. The real reason the guy was looking for her is because he likes her, right? Yang Hao froze at such a direct question. The guy asked why she suddenly asked this question. Coming a little closer to Yang Hao, the girl asked if he didn't like her in that case. The guy immediately said in embarrassment that he didn't mean it that way. One way or another, he was confused and could not answer the questions properly. After that, he sighed and said that to tell the truth, he had always liked her. She was the only one who looked at him normally and communicated differently than others at the university. Kai Jing also felt embarrassed. She also always paid attention to him, although before he looked stupid and simple-minded, but in fact, he was very sweet. The girl stood on her tiptoes and said that she really liked Yang Hao too. Kai Jing reached out to Yang Hao's lips. The guy's eyes widened at what was happening. Immediately after this, the actions moved to the bedroom. In it, they decided to discuss important issues. After some time, the girl once again thanked Yang Hao for coming such a long way to find her, and for helping her avenge her brother. Kai Jing smiled and said that it was very nice to have someone next to her who could always protect her. After that, she got up and suggested that the guy was very hungry now because he hadn't eaten anything yesterday. The girl decided to go and cook something to eat. Suddenly, the girl fell to the floor. Yang Hao immediately blew himself up because he didn't expect this. He asked the girl if she was okay and how she fell like that. Kai Jing said that everything was fine and she was not hurt. She has a feeling inside that her body has sped up. Yang Hao thought about it, because maybe it's all because of the system and this is some kind of pleasant surprise. The guy said there was only one way to find out. The guy grabbed the girl and said that he would have to take her seriously again. Kai Jing screamed in bewilderment and asked, "Really again?" So, time passed and it was night outside. A group of people walked along the street and reached the private sector of Songqiao. A group of people, who apparently were a group of looters, decided that they could get rich here because this was a place for the rich. Their leader said to proceed with caution. He told his people that they needed to split up and explore the area. However, you need to be vigilant. One of the big guys noticed the funny situation and called the boss. Some zombie started eating a concrete wall out of hunger, when suddenly their leader noticed that there were more like them here. He understood that ordinary zombies only eat people, but these suddenly began to eat concrete? That's impossible! The man started screaming and telling everyone to shut up. We need to pack up and run away from here as quickly as possible. The guy asked why the boss was making all the fuss over a trifle, because on the way here they had killed a lot of zombies. Then he swung his sword and said that no matter how many zombies there are, and no matter what they eat, they will cut everyone. After he struck the monster's head, the expression on his face suggested the opposite. The blade didn't penetrate the zombie's head at all, and what's more, it didn't penetrate the zombie in any way. The monster did not tolerate such a brazen attack from a man, and immediately attacked this impudent man. The man immediately began to run away despite the screams of his friends. It was obvious that these zombies were mutated and they simply could not cope with them. At that moment, one of the survivors pointed to a house in which the light was burning. They decided that someone was there. After that, the man started screaming and telling everyone to run towards that house. The action moves to Yang Hao and Kai Jing. At this time, the guys were having dinner and talking about everything. After dinner, Yang Hao thought that after the experiment, the girl's speed really increased, and it was obvious that the reason for the changes was in him. The guy then told the girl that he was thinking about getting some supplies and then going to the refugee center. From there, he wanted to go in search of his parents with one person. After Yang Hao told the girl to sit at the meeting point and wait for him, Kai Jing said that she would go with him because she also wanted to find her parents. The guy stood up and said that it was very dangerous to go with him. He can also look for Kai Jing's parents and he will return as soon as he finds them. Kai Jing sighed in disappointment and asked if in his eyes she was just a burden that only needed to be protected. The girl said that the Kai Jing from the past died with her brother. In front of him now is not that weak-willed girl. She will stand up for herself no matter what and will not interfere with Yang Hao. The guy sighed and said that if she decided to stand her ground, then he too would protect her at all costs. In this case, they will go to the collection point tomorrow. The girl was immediately surprised that she began to act so quickly. In the house next door, she stored food supplies, and there was a sufficient amount of snacks. Yang Hao asked why there was such a rush because it could be done tomorrow. Kai Jing turned around and said that they needed to go in search of their parents as soon as possible. As soon as the girl turned the door lock, a hand came out from under her and grabbed the door. The same marauders stood on the threshold. The girl asked who they were. She thought to herself that they did not look like decent people. One of the men immediately appreciated the girl's figure and could not even think that such a beauty lived here. Kai Jing tried to close the door, saying that strangers were not welcome here. The gang leader asked her to stop, and after that he said that they would not harm her. The man didn't know if there was anyone else in the house, but he definitely needed to calm the girl down. He said that they came here in search of protection, but it turned out that the relative was already dead. Yang Hao heard and saw them all the time. Only after seeing the expressions on their faces did he immediately understand that they were playing. He decided that he should also play along with them since they liked being actors so much. After this, Yang Hao shouted to the girl to let these respected men in. Went inside, they thought. There is one guy here, and there are many of them, so they can definitely handle him. Immediately the door slammed shut, and the guys thanked the owners of the house, because if it weren't for them, they wouldn't have been dinner for the zombies. Yang Hao decided to go back to what he had said and ask again. It's dangerous outside, and instead of looking for help from the military, they looked for a relative, an ordinary civilian. The guy said that no matter what, it sounds too far-fetched and creates the impression that they are planning something bad. For example, robbing houses. The gang leader tried to justify himself. He said that Yang Hao was wrong, but a guy intervened in the conversation and decided that they could deal with him. Yang Hao was disappointed that they had revealed their true card so quickly. The guy pointed the blade at Yang Hao and said that he had no right to be insolent with it because he was alone. Now he will simply open it and not bat an eyelid. The leader tried to calm down his gang member. He asked them to use their brains because realizing that they were against him, he still let them in. The guy turned the table over and asked the commander why he was worried. Now they will simply kill him since he is alone, and the girl will remain for them. After that, he swung his hand and said that his knife had been missing blood for a long time. He added that he would now kill Yang Hao and then do something to the girl. The goon asked Yang Hao to do something. Really not so daring already. At this moment, Yang Hao disappeared from the chair, and the marauder was at a loss. A moment later, he was already behind the big man, asking him to turn around, saying that he was already behind him. Immediately after these words, he hit him on the head. To this, he added that the marauder thinks too long. After the guy flew away and fell to the ground, Yang Hao was surprised that the bully himself asked to hit him. Apparently, this is some kind of fetish. Another guy from a gang of marauders was perplexed by the strength of an ordinary guy. At that moment, an interesting plan appeared in his head. The guy slowly turned his head. Yang Hao checked the system. He wanted to know how many characteristics he received from that garbage. The numbers disappointed him, but the title of trash was justified. Then the guy was called, and after that, Yang Hao turned his head in bewilderment. One of the thugs asked Yang Hao to calm down, because otherwise his girlfriend would die. The guy stuck out his tongue and said that this knife is completely covered in zombie blood, which only means that one wrong move can end a person's life. Kai Jing is actually not made with a finger either. She also came up with a plan. She screamed and kicked his leg. The guy didn't expect this and jumped up. To his horror, he accidentally cut his tongue with a knife. The gang commander immediately ran to him, thinking that he couldn't allow him to just turn into a zombie. This same guy only thought that his life was over. The man grabbed his friend's neck and asked for forgiveness. This was the most reasonable decision. A moment later, the guy fell to the ground, but Yang Hao realized that out of the whole gang of these freaks, only the man in the jacket had brains. After that, he bowed down and said that today they ran into an iron wall. He admitted defeat and said that he would take the goon and they would leave if Yang Hao spared their lives. To their horror, they heard familiar but very terrifying sounds coming from the street. This sound frightened the head of the band of marauders. Yang Hao and Tai Jing also stared at the door in bewilderment and waited for further events. At that moment, the front door shattered into pieces. The gang leader became even more frightened and took a couple of steps back. There was a zombie of incredible size standing in the passage. Previously, such a big man could not be found anywhere. Yang Hao, who managed to understand the zombies and cut about 100 of them, also did not understand where such a thug came from among them. Compared to a normal zombie, this one was 4 times larger. Without waiting for people to act, the zombie immediately began to run forward. Yang Hao grabbed the girl and asked her to hold on to him as tightly as possible. He immediately jumped up, and the man barely dodged the attack of the zombie, who crashed into the wall. After that, Yang Hao successfully landed on his feet. Kai Jing did not even think about letting the guy go. At this time, the thug got stuck in the wall and could not get out of there. Yang Hao turned to the man and asked him to protect Kai Jing because he was smarter than those two. But to this he added that if even one hair fell from her head, he would have a worse death. After Yang Hao walked forward, Kai Jing grabbed him and asked if he could handle it alone. The guy said everything was fine. He killed a bunch of zombies on his way here. At this time, the thug was finally able to get out of the wall, and he immediately turned back. To his surprise, a man who looked confident was running towards him. Yang Hao was ready to destroy this zombie. The thug turned around and began to prepare to attack the guy. Yang Hao was already in the air and was about to strike. A moment later, as soon as the guy delivered his powerful blow, Yang Hao's eyes opened wide. The blade didn't penetrate the zombie even a millimeter. The zombie was safe and sound, but he was even more angry. However, the sword blade got stuck in the zombie's hand, but Yang Hao couldn't pull it out. Tired of enduring this misunderstanding, the thug decided to attack the pathetic man. After the guy dodged, the zombie decided to break off this thing that was sticking out in his hand. He then began to prepare his crushing blow. Yang Hao realized that this zombie was completely different from the others he had met. It seems he has mutated. The monster hit the ground with its hands, and the guy immediately flew into the air. And immediately, Yang Hao decided that he needed to launch a counterattack. That's why he took out his spear and swung it. A moment later, he threw it, but the thug caught it without any problems and broke it in half. Landing on the ground, Yang Hao shouted that he simply did not believe that this zombie had no weaknesses. The guy immediately began actively striking various parts of the zombie's body. After long attacks between zombie attacks, Yang Hao noticed that this zombie's most likely weakness was its inability to continuously attack. As soon as the thug stood up to rest a little, Yang Hao attacked him, saying that he had opened up. From such an unexpected and brazen attack, the zombie could not stand on his feet and fell to the ground. However, this was not the final blow. A moment later, the thug was already on his feet. After he stood up, the thug began to scream very loudly. Its noise was like a siren. This noise echoed throughout the area. It had a strange effect on regular zombies. A moment later, a bunch of glowing eyes appeared from the darkness in the middle of the passage. As it turned out, this thug brought here the zombies who were walking around outside. The guy immediately turned around and threw the weapon to his new acquaintance. Yang Hao said that now the elimination of small things should be on him, and he will deal with the big fish. At this moment, Kai Jing shouted at Yang Hao to dodge. Turning around, the guy saw a thug behind him who attacked him. The guy managed to react in time and successfully dodged the monster's attack. Unfortunately, his block was not enough because the attacking force of the zombies was too strong. Kai Jing and the man were shocked by such an attack. They immediately asked if he was okay. The guy looked more alive than anyone else alive. However, the force of the blow was too strong, but he still did not feel any pain. Most likely, this fighting form is effective. Yang Hao turned to the thug and told him to act quickly if he wanted to taste fresh meat. The zombie decided that there was no need to refuse such an offer, and therefore immediately ran as fast as he could. Yang Hao thought that as long as the big man's attention was focused on him, Kai Jing would be relatively safe. At this moment, one of the members of the gang of marauders began to wake up. The guy stood up and thought about the strength of Yang Hao. Where did he get such a strong blow? When suddenly he noticed that a giant zombie was running towards him. He immediately thought that the kid had turned into a zombie. The guy jumped up and decided that one way or another he could fight back, be he a zombie or a human. Of course, he was unable to resist anything, and again he left the battlefield after the first blow. Yang Hao turned and looked in bewilderment at the hooligan who had stuck into the wall. He even forgot that this guy was still alive, but I wonder why he didn't try to evade. Then he turned and, to his surprise, he saw a corpse flying towards him. Yang Hao immediately reacted and cut the zombie in half. Following the first, the rest of the zombies flew. The thug threw literally everyone who came to hand. Yang Hao destroyed all these low-level zombies, but now they don't even drop attributes. This can't help but irritate. At this moment, after killing another zombie, Yang Hao's weapon broke, and he had only recently started using it. A very fragile axe. Of course, the thug did not stop attacking, and he continued to pick up small zombies to throw at Yang Hao. Unexpectedly for him, as well as for Yang Hao, the arrows flew straight into his eyes. Yang Hao turned around and realized that it was their new acquaintance. The guy told him to focus on his side, and then he could handle it himself. The man told him to relax, because he was done with all his zombies a long time ago. The brute may have lost his sight, which can only mean that he poses no threat. But Yang Hao decided to do something. It's time to seize the opportunity and test your strongest ability. The guy wanted to see what would come of it. Gathering all his will and strength into a fist, our hero delivered an accurate blow to the stomach, and the thug stopped. He stopped for one simple reason. The guy literally punched right through the zombie. After the thug fell to the ground, luckily for Yang Hao, spheres rained down from him. Besides, the guy received quite a few attributes. He also received an assault rifle, which is reinforced with an alloy based on titanium and chromium. Immediately after the guy logged out, he began to lose his balance. Once again, he used up all his strength. Kai Jing ran to help Yang Hao. Meanwhile, morning came outside. By this time, Yang Hao also woke up. The guy immediately asked how long he'd been out. The girl said that it would not take long, but during this time this man managed to barricade all the passages so that the zombies would not get here. Yang Hao was glad that he was honest, but he never expected that the zombies would begin to mutate. We need to go home and find our parents. The guy turned to Kai Jing and said that they needed to pack up as quickly as possible and head to the meeting place. They will take the person from there and immediately go in search of the parents. The girl agreed and said that in any case they were done with everything here. They can be sent at any time. At this moment, a man suddenly intervened and said that if they still trusted them, then could they take them with them. Yang Hao looked at him in slight bewilderment and thought, actions are moving to the surrounding private sector. There were more and more zombies on the streets every day. Nevertheless, Yang Hao actively tried to reduce their population. This is exactly what he did. The guy turned to Kai Jing and asked how long it would take them to get to the northern outskirts. The point is located somewhere in that area. The girl said that looking at their progress, it would take them a little over half a day. At this moment, the guys called Yang Hao and said that they had found the car. In front of them stood those two marauders who decided to reform and go with Yang Hao. They actually found a car that was running. The guy smiled and thought that taking these two with him was not the worst idea. Yang Hao decided to kill the zombies a little more before leaving. He grew to the point where he could destroy an entire cluster of low-level zombies with one attack. One of the marauders was shocked by how strong Yang Hao was. He cut zombies like vegetables. Then his friend said that this guy destroyed that huge zombie with one blow yesterday. Can you doubt his strength? The guy suddenly laughed and asked what they wanted. Really try it? The guy immediately began to deny and shake his head. In a moment, they were all inside the car. It was pure luck that they found the car with a full tank. The guy asked Kai Jing to show him the way. The guys immediately moved and drove away from the gas station, and it was just in time. Behind them was a creature that it would be better not to meet now. This giant had no problem squeezing one of the zombies with his hand. And again, the actions are postponed. This time they were transported to a collection point, where there was a large crowd of people. As it turned out, it was all a queue for food. By the way, behind the counter stood the familiar Gu Qingyi and Ye Feng. One of the residents once again tried to approach Gu Qingyi. The guy tried to encourage the girl to go with him, and in this case, she would enjoy all the benefits. The girl was tired of Luo Huantian coming to throw mud at their place again. She herself understands perfectly well what is on his mind. The guy said that in the first district there are actually a lot of good things, and at least there is no need to work there. Every day there is water and food there, and with it, no one will go against it. Gu Qingyi started screaming and saying that they were all a bunch of scum. The end of the world has come, and they still behave like ordinary parasites of society. Luo said that she had no right to talk about them like that, and there was no need to mention that stupid dorm commandant. He offers to leave with all his heart, and she behaves like this. The girl said that unlike the first district, they do not have much time for ordinary conversations. They can't just bother them, and if they do, she'll break their legs. Gu Qingyi suddenly turned to the girl and asked if she had come for food today. She turned and said with a smile that today she needed 2 portions, because she would take one to her grandfather, who could not come. Gu Qingyi smiled and said that the girl was smart beyond her years. She also saved some sweets for her sake. The girl thanked Gu Qingyi very much. After that, the girl said goodbye and began to run errands. Luo noticed their good communication and decided that Gu Qingyi was crazy about this girl. He will use her and arrange a surprise. The action moved to the refugee collection point in the 2nd district. Ye Feng did Gu Qingyi's hair and said that although Qing Qing lives in the 1st district, unlike Luo, she voluntarily comes to help them. One of the problems is that Qing Qing always talks about Yang Hao when he comes to them. In truth, Ye Feng herself was wondering when Yang Hao would come. Gu Qingyi was surprised and asked if she was also coming to him. Those who had just knocked on the door did not allow her to finish. Ye Feng immediately walked to the door and opened it to check who was there. On the threshold stood the same girl who fell in love with Gu Qingyi. Ye Feng asked her to come inside. To Ye Feng's horror, the girl became a zombie and immediately ran towards her. Fortunately, Ye Feng has Gu Qingyi's powerful martial arts. The girl kicked the zombie girl into the wall with a powerful kick. Ye Feng fell to her knees and couldn't hold back her tears. Gu Qingyi just didn't understand how she could get infected because it's safe at the collection point. The girl suddenly seemed to be pierced by lightning. Gu Qingyi said that she would go and find the guards to find out what was going on. Going out into the street, the girl noticed a bunch of soldiers running in an unknown direction. Gu Qingyi immediately asked what happened at the collection point because they had literally just stumbled upon an infected person. The soldier, looking at the girl, was shocked that they were not wounded. Nevertheless, he was glad that there were survivors. The guy said that recently, for an unknown reason, a large concentration of zombies was discovered at the collection point. The action moves to the office of the senior colonel, who is also the commanding officer of the assembly point. Fang Zhongyi was perplexed that all this hell was happening at the collection point. At that moment, Qing Qing burst into the room, screaming that a bunch of zombies had appeared at the collection point. Her father said they had already taken action. The man turned around and asked the T-Squad leader to pick up his daughter and go to the shelter together. He ordered the rest to follow him and restore order. The girl said that she had friends in the 2nd district. Qing Qing would like to take a few people and find them and then go to the shelter. Zhongyi screamed and ordered his daughter to immediately go to the shelter and sit there quietly. There are already guards in the 2nd district and suddenly they will protect her friends. Qing Qing looked a little disappointed at her departing father and thought about it. The girl understood that she simply could not calm down until she saw with her own eyes how Gu Qingyi and the others were safe. She grabbed the pistol from the commander because she couldn't expect help from him, so she could handle it herself. Qing Qing jumped out of the room and ran away. Her father tried to stop her, but the girl did not even listen to them. In the meantime, the action moves to the entrance to the collection point. The guys were standing next to him. Yang Hao and the others, of course, couldn't help but notice the commotion that was going on inside the area. They tried to understand what happened there. They watched the collection point literally burn. Moreover, other explosions were heard inside. Now the guy understood that first he had to find Gu Qingyi and the others before leaving to search. Yang Hao ordered his new acquaintances to find a shelter and take care of the safety of Kai Jing. In the meantime, he will go inside and find out what's going on. The girl shouted to the guy that he must return safe and sound. Yang Hao, already flying over the fence, told Kai Jing not to worry because he could definitely do it. And again, the action moves to the 2nd area. Now in one of the buildings, Ye Feng and Gu Qingyi were following the soldiers. The guy asked to stay close, and then he would lead them to a safe place. Ye Feng noticed that there was no one else in the corridor. The soldier said that most likely the others had already simply reached the shelter. Unexpectedly on the way, the guys met an elderly man. The guy asked why he didn't go after the other guards. The man raised his head and asked if he had seen her granddaughter. In the first half of the day, she went for food and did not return. He decided that she had returned, and he came for her. Ye Feng and Gu Qingyi immediately realized that most likely this was the grandfather of the girl who had come in the morning. They didn't know how to tell him what happened. The man continued to talk about how he was worried about his granddaughter, and if something happened to her, then he... At that moment, the soldier began to shoot at the zombies who began to walk behind the man. Unfortunately, one pistol was not enough and the old man was still bitten. The guy was perplexed that so many zombies appeared, although literally just now there was no one here. The soldier began to run away and say that they should run away from here because they could be in danger. Unexpectedly for them, another zombie jumped out from around the corner and was about to attack the guy. Gu Qingyi understood that they were in a terrible situation, but nevertheless they had to fight for their lives. She hit the zombie right on the head with some kind of stick, thereby saving the soldier. The guy was perplexed and thanked Gu Qingyi with a slightly trembling voice. Only they both did not notice the danger. A zombie jumped out of the window of one of the rooms and headed towards the survivors. Unfortunately, the soldier only noticed the zombie when the monster bit him. The guy didn't understand when he managed to get here. Having hit the zombie and managed to dodge, the guy still killed this monster. He told the girls to go to the 1st floor towards the northern gate. Now they will have to rely only on themselves. The girls said goodbye to their guard with tears in their eyes and ran away. Dozens of zombies ran towards the smell of fresh flesh, but the soldier decided that he would not become one of them, which is why he put a gun to his head. Now the guard was Gu Qingyi, who accompanied Ye Feng. The girl needed all the zombies that were on the way. They were finally on the ground floor, and now they needed to find a safe room as quickly as possible. Ye Feng suddenly told Gu Qingyi to be careful. The girl managed to react and sharply hit the zombie with a stick, only to her horror, it broke. Gu Qingyi understood that this time she was too rash, and now she won't succeed so easily. At that moment, bullets flew in front of her and the zombie was knocked down. The girl was no less frightened. Deciding that this was a good chance, the girl kicked the monster in the face. As it turned out, Qing Qing finally came to their aid and came to save them. Gu Qingyi looked at Feng Qing in confusion and asked what she was doing here. The girl said that she was clearly not here because she was worried about them. However, they may not thank you. Only now Gu Qingyi was shouting and saying that Qing Qing was in danger. The girl turned around and saw that 2 zombies were running towards her and could have grabbed her in a moment. This time Gu Qingyi saved her friend. She took off and delivered an accurate blow with a certain technique. The girl literally split the zombie's head in half, not giving him a chance to understand what had happened. Immediately after this, the girl took on other zombies and attacked the entire crowd. Qing Qing realized that this was apparently an ancient art. The girl turned around and said that they should not stand rooted to the spot. We need to leave as quickly as possible. Ancient art uses too much energy. Unexpectedly for them, their escape was interrupted by another unforeseen situation. In front of them stood a thug who could previously be met at a gas station when Yang Hao and the guys were leaving for the collection point. Ye Feng asked why this zombie was different from the others. Qing Qing said that they should run away from here as quickly as possible. Gu Qingyi understood that this made no sense. The girl told her friends to go to the shelter, and she would detain this thug and then find them all. Ye Feng was terrified and immediately said that it would be too dangerous alone. Qing Qing asked to at least help her. The girl said that their presence would only distract her, and she would switch to their defense. Ye Feng said that in this case, they will find the guards and bring help. After her friends left, Gu Qingyi decided that now she could come to grips with this thug. To the girl's horror, the monster grabbed her leg and interrupted her attack, which she had just been preparing. The monster then mercilessly threw Gu Qingyi into the wall. The girl fell to the ground and understood that she could not move. Is this really the end? The thug was already approaching the girl and swinging his arms. In an instant, Gu Qingyi's life could disappear. At that moment, something flew out of the window and stopped the giant. The zombie recoiled. The girl saw that this something was a person, but who could it be? Gu Qingyi looked up and realized that it was Yang Hao. The guy said that because the thug raised his hand against his friend, he might not expect any mercy. Turning his head, the guy noticed that in addition to one huge zombie, there were also a bunch of small ones in the room. We need to clear the perimeter and escape from here with Gu Qingyi. And immediately the guy began to act. Saying that he would destroy everyone, the guy soared into the air. In an instant, dozens of zombies were dismembered. Nothing can compare to the power of Yang Hao. Every day, Yang Hao became stronger, and his gaze after destroying zombies in batches became more and more terrible. Taking Gu Qingyi's hand, he said that all the zombies nearby had been destroyed. After that, they went forward, and the guy immediately asked how the others were doing. Gu Qingyi asked to follow her. The action moves to the shelter. Meanwhile, the soldiers defended their positions and fired back from the zombies. At this time, Ye Feng was in tears inside. Gu Qingyi was still missing, and the guards did not have the reserves to send help. The girl hoped that everything was fine with her. After this, Luo approached them and suddenly noticed the daughter of the commanding officer, Fang. He was surprised that instead of hiding behind her father, she suddenly decided to take a walk. Why such rashness? Again, the guy tried to take people to him, and he said that he had food, shelter, and moreover, they had a way to relax. The girl said that he himself was hiding here. The guy sat down and said that his dad had already organized a helicopter that would fly them to a safe area. A huge zombie has appeared in the vicinity. The guards won't be able to kill him. Qing Qing asked in bewilderment what this meant and what kind of super zombie we were talking about. The guy said that if she wants to find out about this, then they should talk in a more secluded place. At this time, our hero appeared behind them. Yang Hao immediately grabbed this freak, and said that if the appearance of zombies in this place was connected with him, then he would not live. Ching Ching was shocked by Yang Hao's appearance. The girl could not even think that he would return so quickly. Ye Feng, in turn, was incredibly happy that everything was fine with Gu Qingyi. Luo, after clearing his throat, was shocked that Yang Hao was still alive. Yang Hao, tightly squeezing her hand, said that his life and death did not depend on him, but his death was the opposite. He is obliged to tell the truth, and otherwise he will go to the dead. The guy started yelling and asking Yang Hao not to do this. "He will tell you everything!" The crowd of people who were inside the shelter watched in bewilderment what was happening. Yang Hao decided to let this freak go for now and listen first of all. The guy said that Chu Xiang turned into a zombie for some unknown reason, but he was weak. He noticed it in time and decided to use it as a tool to intimidate others. Gu Qingyi was shocked by what she heard because every person is required to undergo a medical examination before entering. How could no one detect the infection? Luo said that Xiang might have come into contact with zombies, or the infection was slowly acting. Either way, their physical examination is different from ordinary people because they have connections. The guy said that Chu Xiang, becoming a zombie, helped him eliminate a lot of interference, but when he tried to do something terrible to the girl, the zombie ran away. Yang Hao grabbed this freak and once again reminded him that he was pathetic. The guy was upset that he didn't destroy this freak earlier. Luo seemed to go crazy at the moment. He started talking about how he liked to watch people plead before they died, and then see them choke on blood. As soon as the guy said that everything that happened was on Luo's shoulders, screams began to be heard from outside that a fast zombie had appeared on the horizon. Yang Hao turned around in bewilderment. Did this Chu Xiang also mutate after his transformation? The guy passed out Luo and ran outside, telling the guys to wait here. This zombie couldn't be allowed to continue causing chaos. Gu Qingyi said that this is not the time to pretend to be a lone hero. The girl decided that she would go with him and help him. The action moves to a building outside the shelter. In it stood a lone woman who came face to face with a zombie. The monster was about to attack the woman, but unfortunately for him, Yang Hao appeared in time and kicked him. From such an unexpected attack, the monster flew several meters away and turned over a couple of times. Yang Hao glanced at the woman who was still standing there and told her to quickly run away from here. She obeyed and immediately ran away. At that moment, the guy took out his favorite dagger. He was ready to fight the zombies. The guy reminded him that he did whatever he wanted, relying on his social position. Only now he couldn't get away with anything. Taking a swing, he said that he would now send him on his last journey. The zombie, looking at this situation, just smiled. Apparently, he also had an ace up his sleeve. Yang Hao launched his powerful strike, but unfortunately missed. Chu managed to dodge in time. Immediately after this, he launched a counterattack. The guy tried to understand where the monster got such speed. He was literally like a ray of light. Only reflections remained from his jerks. Yang Hao realized that he simply could not find an opportunity to attack. The zombie was incredibly fast. At some point, the guy simply lost sight of him, and it was a mistake. Fortunately, a life-saving brick came to the aid of Yang Hao, which flew straight into the zombie's head. Gu Qingyi said that he runs too fast. Next time he should wait for her first. Immediately after this, the guy swung at the zombies and shouted that Gu Qingyi was too slow. Unfortunately, the zombie blew himself up again and ran away. Once again, Yang Hao missed him. Chu Xiang at some point turned around and took off his coat. The guy immediately wondered what was on the back of this zombie. The answer to this question did not take long to arrive. The monster began to release spikes. Yang Hao decided that a couple of thorns would not be a hindrance for him. Deciding that while the guy is busy with the thorns, Chu Xiang can change his target. He turned his head. The zombie stared at Gu Qingyi standing at the end of the room, who didn't understand what to do. The girl immediately started screaming at Yang Hao that the zombie was heading towards her. Yang Hao was surprised that the zombie was trying to play some deceptive maneuvers with him. Such tricks won't work with him. At some point, the guy was still able to get to the zombie and pierced him with his sword. Approaching the wall, he only saw Chu Xiang nailed to it and bleeding. The guy took out his blade and sharply dealt 2 quick blows to the zombies. Yang Hao wished him to burn in hell. Then only dismembered pieces of the monster's body remained in the air. Yang Hao no longer cared about this matter, and he headed towards Gu Qingyi. After he told her that everything was done, they went back to the shelter. The girl added that now it's Luo's turn. The action moves again to the outskirts of the shelter near which there was a soldier who was trying to hold back the crowd of the dead. Yang Hao and Gu Qingyi looked at this disgrace and tried to understand when so many zombies managed to run here. One way or another, this was even a kind of happiness for Yang Hao, because this was not a problem. As many have come, so many will die. The remaining soldier, who was trying to shoot back from the crowd of zombies, realized that he was in a bad position. He tried to defend his position, but the zombies only became bigger and bigger, but the bullets were running out. Luckily for him, the zombie that could have killed him in a moment was killed by someone else. He was killed by Yang Hao, who immediately asked if the soldier was okay and what happened here. Why so many dead people? The guy said it was all because of one person. Suddenly, this guy with black hair ran outside and deliberately lured all the zombies in the area to the shelter. Yang Hao immediately understood which student with black hair he was talking about. This is Luo, without a doubt. The soldier stood and breathed heavily. He said that it was very difficult for him, and he felt as if he was going to suffocate. Yang Hao tensed and said that he was most likely infected. The soldier immediately said that in this case he must be killed as quickly as possible, because he does not want to become one of them. The guy said that he was an orphan and had no family. Yang Hao sighed sympathetically and said that he understood him. A moment later, he plunged his sword in and killed him immediately. He also added that in the next life they will definitely live in peace. The soldier, who was already gradually transforming, only thanked the guy for the service rendered with a smile on his face. As soon as the corpse of an ordinary person was in Yang Hao's arms, he knew that no matter what, he would find that Luo freak and slaughter him, just like an ordinary zombie. At that moment, Yang Hao was attacked by a zombie. The guy did not expect such a sneak attack. He managed to get up from the ground and prepare to attack, but this was not necessary because a burst of shots flew at the zombies. Gu Qingyi immediately understood whose shots these were. The guy just looked at the zombie in bewilderment. One way or another, fortunately for them, groups of soldiers arrived at them from other points of the assembly point. Zhong Yi shouted, saying that their target was all the undead zombies in the vicinity of the shelter. They must conduct concentrated fire until complete purification. After some time, the senior colonel stood calmly and reloaded his shotgun. Unexpectedly for him, the soldier behind suddenly shouted and told the colonel to be careful. The man turned around and saw a zombie running towards him behind him. The man is certainly not made with a finger. He raised his shotgun and wished it to go deep into hell, after which he pulled the trigger. After he killed one creature, he discovered that behind him there were others who wanted to get the shot. While he was fighting off some zombies, others were already attacking from behind. All this went around in circles, but nevertheless the man kept up his courage and used the dead as best he could. Zhong Yi, looking at the bunch of zombies, realized that they couldn't even let him reload his cartridges. At some point, the man began to fight off these creatures with the butt of his shotgun. Then a voice told Zhong Yi to duck down. A certain blade pierced the undead, who almost attacked the man from behind. Taking the opportunity, he pulled out this sword from the corpse without question. After that, he turned around and blew off a couple of zombies' heads who, apparently, wanted it. The man appreciated such help, and with a smile on his face, he met the guy who came to them in difficult times. It was Yang Hao. The guy shook hands with the senior colonel and he thanked him. Yang Hao said that this was unnecessary because they also came to their aid. The man praised the guy, saying that at such a young age, killing a bunch of zombies without the help of others is very cool. The guy just smiled and said that it was nothing. After that, Zhong Yi said that they could leave the rest with them, but it was better for them to go to the shelter. Realizing that the first thing they should do was find Luo, the guy thanked Zhong Yi for their efforts and grabbed Gu Qingyi's hand. Immediately after this, the guys ran to the shelter. Running up to the building, the guys suddenly saw a helicopter heading in the same direction. Yang Hao looked at this in bewilderment and wondered, "Where is the helicopter from? Did anyone else come to help?" Entering the shelter, the guy immediately asked what happened here and if everything was okay. He then asked where Luo was now. Yang Hao immediately noticed that Qing was injured. The guy asked what happened to her hand. The girl said that everything was fine with her, but this freak Luo, as soon as he heard the sounds of the helicopter, ran outside. She tried to stop him, but couldn't, and got a scratch. Qing asked to stop him quickly because he couldn't just leave. The enraged Yang Hao told Gu Qingyi to stay here, and he would find this freak and settle scores with him. Going outside, the guy noticed that Luo was already climbing onto the roof, and a crowd of zombies was running after him. Apparently, a helicopter was sent to pick him up. The guy somehow fought off the zombies, which had no end in sight. One way or another, he understood that it was time to say goodbye to them. Already on the roof, he ran closer to the landing site. The sounds of the turntables delighted his ears. The guy started jumping and waving his arms. At the same time, he screamed and called for his father, saying that he was downstairs. Immediately after this, a ladder rolled out of the helicopter and Luo ran towards it to climb on board. His father said that he should not waste a minute because the zombies are about to reach the roof. The guy listened to his father and began to climb up, but suddenly he noticed something from below. It was Yang Hao. Luo decided that if he was chasing him, he needed to help. The guy got down from the stairs and asked his father to wait a couple of minutes. He must resolve all his affairs here before they fly away. At this time, Yang Hao, just like Luo, was running up the flights of stairs from the zombies. Already on the way to the roof, the guy saw a shadow near the door. It was actually funny. Yang Hao realized that Luo had decided to take him by surprise, but with his IQ it would be difficult to do so. Hearing the steps of his hated acquaintance, the guy realized that it was time to jump out. As soon as he came around the corner, he said that he would send Yang Hao to the next world with his own hands. After his bat flew through the air, Luo wondered, where exactly is Yang Hao? Standing behind, Yang Hao said that now he would let Luo feel what it was like to be bitten by zombies. The guy screamed in bewilderment, and Yang Hao only said that he was asking for mercy. After that, he pushed the guy towards a bunch of zombies that were running towards him. Luo immediately began to beg for mercy, but no one could help him. A crowd of zombies attacked the impudent guy. Yang Hao just wished the zombies a bon appetit. Of course, Luo's father saw everything that was happening, and he just started screaming in horror. After that, he took out his submachine gun and called Yang Hao, saying that he was an asshole. After a moment, the man began to release the clip, saying that Yang Hao would pay with his life for the death of his son. Thanks to his quick reaction, the guy was able to easily dodge and only escaped with a slight fright. Standing behind the wall, he understood that most likely that crazy person would not leave him behind. As soon as the man released his entire clip, he said that he simply did not believe that Yang Hao was still breathing. And again the man started shooting. The guy began to dodge in bewilderment. Isn't that all? Annoying Dad Luo left no choice. Yang Hao decided to run until the cartridges in the magazine ran out. After the shooting ended, he took out his sword and shouted that he did not want to fight with them. A moment later he threw his sword, saying that if the man himself insists on this, he must come down to talk face to face. Yang Hao hit one of the pinwheels directly with his sword and split it. The pilot immediately began calling for his boss. The guy asked him to evacuate as quickly as possible because the helicopter was out of order. The man could not find kind words for this situation, but nevertheless he said that he would get to Yang Hao and deal with him. The guys abandoned their rescue helicopter and jumped out of it with parachutes. The man now could not stop thinking about revenge. Meanwhile, the soldiers were still clearing the collection point from a bunch of zombies. Colonel Zhang Yi read a letter that one of the commanders gave him. The guy reported that the elimination of the zombies was completed. The man, as soon as he finished reading, just nodded his head. After that, he asked the soldiers to go check on the survivors. In addition, you need to check for suspected infection. At this moment, the colonel was approached by Luo's father, who was dissatisfied with the fact that he had invested mountains of funds in the point for resources, and they could not protect his son. The man leaned over and said that they only had 3 minutes to get the man who killed his son here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to wait for any more food deliveries. Immediately, Yang Hao seemed to appear behind him and said that there was no need to look for anyone because he was already here. Luo's father appreciated the guy's courage, and he snatched a gun from one of the soldiers. He decided that he must make Yang Hao regret his birth. Unexpectedly, a crowd of people appeared. Ching said that if the man did anything to Yang Hao, he would not leave here alive. The girl said that his son was hiding zombies at the collection point, and all the horrors that happened here were only his fault. When he died, he got off very lightly. Gu Qingyi confirmed her friend's words and said that if not for Yang Hao, there could have been many more victims. Luo is a selfish person who attracted more zombies when he ran away. The crowd of survivors screamed the same thing. Everything that happened was only because of this idiot. He deserved his fate. Listening to the disgruntled crowd, the man could not get a word in and realized that he was in a hopeless situation. He turned to the senior colonel and said that if he could kill this little guy, then the point would receive 5 times more food, and moreover, there would also be more guards. People, having heard the words about a 5-fold increase in supplies and security, decided that this would be much better in comparison with one Yang Hao, which in their opinion could kill them too. The crowd began to shout for the senior colonel to kill Yang Hao for the sake of their future. Luo's father immediately told the colonel to grab Yang Hao and hold him to the end. The guy was angry at the people, saying that they were an unprincipled herd. They are literally ready to believe and talk nonsense with their eyes open only after they feel the benefit. Yang Hao suddenly turned to the man with the surname Luo. The guy said that his methods were truly admirable. After that, he turned around and said that thanks to him, he was able to clearly see how rotten this place really was. The man turned to the senior colonel and asked why Yang Hao was still not being held. Didn't he hear the words? At this moment, Fang Zhongyi walked over and grabbed the man's t-shirt. The man once again reminded that everything that happened was only because of Mr. Luo's thick-headed son. Only Yang Hao was able to help and save people. The most he can do is limit Yang Hao's ability to be here. After that, the colonel threw the man to the ground and said that if he did not double the supply, he would no longer tolerate his antics and would simply throw him out to the dead. Gu Qingyi at this moment said that she would go with Yang Hao to find her sister, and besides, she was sick of the people here. Ye Feng also said that she would go with them. At that moment, Qing Qing also shouted that she would run with the girls because she didn't want to stay here any longer. Fang Zhongyi shouted his daughter's name and asked where she was going. The man said she was staying here. The girl asked who would want to stay in this damn hole. There are literally nobodies everywhere who just want to make money. She decided that she would go with Yang Hao. The man stood silently and didn't even say a word. Qing Qing was frightened by her father's condition and asked what was wrong. Without further words or questions, the man just swung his hand and hit his daughter in the face. After that, he told the soldier to lock it until he calmed down. Gu Qingyi approached the man in bewilderment and tried to understand why he behaved this way. He said that if they are going to leave, then let them leave, but they have no right to interfere in the affairs of the Fang family. The girl looked at the man with confusion and realized that they could not come to an agreement. Gu Qingyi exhaled heavily and decided that probably every family has its own skeletons in the closet. Qing Qing, who the soldiers were trying to grab, fought them off and told them not to lay a finger on her. After this, the girl turned to her father and said that for all his actions towards her, her mother's soul in heaven would never forgive him. Fang Zhongyi looked dejectedly at the floor, then turned around and ordered his men to take the girl to the punishment cell. As a result, 3 people left the collection point: Yang Hao, Gu Qingyi, and Ye Feng. Meanwhile, the guys were walking towards them, along with Kai Jing. They called out to Yang Hao, who was walking thoughtfully. Approaching the guy, the man asked how things were at the collection point. After that, he asked where they were going, and if they were going to stay here. Yang Hao was depressed about something. However, he turned around and said that they were leaving here now. After some time, all the guys were driving along the highway in search of Yang Hao's parents. At this time, Kai Jing told their whole story, and Ye Feng only said in bewilderment that she could not even think that such a thing could happen. Kai Jing said that this is all in the past, but the fact that people reacted this way to Yang Hao's help is terrible. One of the marauders said that they were all scum. Yang Hao interrupted them and said that in any case, they no longer have anything to do with those people, which is why they are closing the topic. At that moment, something thundered in front. The guys, perplexed, asked what was the matter. Our main character asked them to keep their eyes open. The guys, deciding not to tempt fate, stopped the car to wait. Kai Jing asked if this could be the convoy they were just talking about. The answer showed itself. There was actually a huge crowd of zombies ahead. Moreover, among them, there are mutated ones. Most likely this attack is aimed somewhere. All the zombies followed each other in unison. The guys realized that they were moving in the direction from which they were coming, and this meant only one thing. They go to the collection point. Gu Qingyi asked if they should go back and warn them. The guy immediately screamed and asked what this was for. They are all a herd of non-entities who only care about their own skins. Yang Hao held the steering wheel tightly and thought what would be the best thing to do. At this moment, the girl reminded that Ching Ching was still there, and they could not bury her with the others. Finally deciding to act, Yang Hao slammed on the gas pedal and they set off. The action moves to the watchtower. One of the workers reported to the colonel that everything was clean in Sector A. The man accepted the information, but said not to let his guard down. The guy just wanted to break off the connection. But at that moment, he noticed something terrible on the horizon. He immediately looked into the scope to see more precisely what it was, and realized that it was a whole crowd of zombies. The guy immediately sounded the alarm, saying that on the northeastern side, about a kilometer away from them, he discovered a large-scale accumulation of zombies that was moving towards them. The colonel seemed to not believe his ears and screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to understand whether the employee was joking or not. Zhong Yi said that he would immediately send reinforcements to the warden, and he, in turn, should continue to monitor. The man turned and addressed the commander. He said that a fierce battle was preparing, so he must call everyone together, help those watching, and count the weapons. He then added that they should call all the survivors back to their shelters. At that moment, to the colonel's surprise, one of the soldiers ran towards him and said that things were bad. The daughter of Senior Colonel Fang stunned him with a surprise attack, after which she took the gun and ran away. The colonel hit the table with his fist. He was disappointed that bad news was coming one after another. Meanwhile, Ching Ching was outside. The girl understood that she had to find Yang Hao and the others, but could she find them now? Walking aimlessly, the girl also realized that she didn't even know in which direction the detachment was heading. At that moment, Ching Ching discovered an abandoned car in the wasteland and was surprised. She immediately headed towards her. Is this really the car of Yang Hao and the others? Without hesitation, the girl opened one of the doors and saw a crying child and mother inside the car. Ching Ching was even scared to imagine how long this little guy was locked here. Moreover, the poor boy's voice was hoarse from crying. The girl understood that if she left him alone, she would be no different from her father. He also left her and went on a mission at the time when his mother died. Unexpectedly for Ching Ching, the child's mother woke up, but it turned out that this girl had already become infected and began to transform. Realizing that there was no other choice, the girl only took out her pistol and shot at the child's mother. Having taken the baby, she realized that she urgently needed to take him to the collection point. The boy was already a little exhausted due to not eating for a long time. Ching Ching held the boy tightly and promised him that she would take him to safety. She thought to herself that as soon as she settled this baby, she would immediately begin searching for the Yang Hao team. After some time, a terrible situation occurred in the same place. A huge zombie landed on the car in which the boy and his mother had previously been sitting. Of course, these were members of that same crowd of zombies who were purposefully moving towards the crowd of people. Meanwhile, the defense of the walls was actively underway at the collection point. The soldiers stood behind machine guns and fired cartridges one by one. Dozens of zombies fled in the hope of breaking through to civilians and feasting on them. Fortunately for the people, the soldiers have kept all the zombies at bay for now. At some point, one of the zombies gained strength and immediately released a powerful blast from its mouth. The green beam of the mutated zombie almost hit the soldiers. Nevertheless, the guy was scared and could not do anything. Another guy was hit by another mutated zombie that could shoot a long claw from its stomach. The soldiers shot back in panic, realizing that these zombies were becoming more difficult to kill. Moreover, some of those zombies remain alive even after brutal shelling. Unexpectedly for them, they heard the voice of the colonel, who said that in any case they must endure. At the cost of everything, they must protect the collection point. The man turned to the party and told them to use all the weapons at their disposal. After a while, a couple of soldiers were loading an RPG. In their plans, they were supposed to take the lives of at least 10 zombies, and if they were lucky, the thugs. At some point, the holder raised his head and realized that, apparently, this was the end. A huge boulder was flying towards them, which certainly could not stop. The guys closed their eyes because they didn't want to see this nightmare. But as soon as they opened them, they noticed that only crumbs remained of the cobblestones. Someone destroyed it. Of course it was Yang Hao, who arrived just in time to the soldiers. The guys decided that they should help people despite the fact that they are selfish. The senior colonel walked to the guy in bewilderment and asked why he had returned. The guy silently raised his head and looked at their car. At that time, a large crowd of zombies was running towards her. Sitting inside was Yang Hao's squad and one of the wounded soldiers. The guy asked them for help, and they picked him up. After this, Yang Hao turned to Zhong Yi and told them to find cover. They shouldn't just waste soldiers. He said that he could buy time, and they had to find a way to cover a bunch of zombies. Immediately, the senior colonel grabbed the radio and turned it on. He told everyone to gather in the shelter, and the demolition team should go to the warehouse. Yang Hao will lure the zombies, and they will blow them up. Yang Hao, who overheard the colonel's words, said that this is a good enough plan, but they should also not forget about his friends. The man came up and said that it was obvious. Then he said that Yang Hao should take care of himself because they all rely on him. At the end of the conversation, the colonel handed the guy a timer. In 20 minutes, they will blow up the ammunition depot, and after this time, he will have to lure the zombies here. Yang Hao immediately jumped off. The guy decided that 20 minutes was a normal time, and there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, unless there is an unforeseen situation. As soon as our main character landed, he deftly cut one of the thugs who was in his way. The senior colonel immediately turned to one of the soldiers and told him to tell him that they were retreating. Meanwhile, Yang Hao ran to fight an even bigger brute. The zombie was hostile. Yang Hao took out a spear from his bag while flying because he decided that the zombie would appreciate his spear. The guy threw it with all his might right at the thug's head and stunned him for a while. After pulling the spear out of the dead zombie, he turned to the others and said that they too were affected by this. The main character was confident that his spear would withstand every zombie from this wave and not even wear out. The guy began to knead the zombies with techniques that he had previously learned. The strength of the wind and the fury of the rain. After that, the guy felt the approaching danger and raised his head. Another zombie was flying towards him. The perplexed Yang Hao sent this zombie to hell and said that he was underestimating him too much if he thought he could perform a sneak attack. After he dodged, the guy sharply thrust his spear into the head of the insolent zombie. Our main character understood that these zombies were ideal for practicing blows on them, but there were too many of them. Having prepared himself, he again prepared to defend against the next wave of zombies, but it was clear that if he was surrounded, things would be very bad. The guy swung his blade and with just one attack was able to remove most of the zombies. Then he jumped again and began shouting in the air to one of the undead so that he would appreciate his 2-meter spear. Yang Hao pierced the zombie and lifted it up without much difficulty. The guy also noticed that other zombies were already running towards him. He decided not to waste time and attacked the zombies that were running towards him with another zombie that was hanging on his spear. After killing this bunch, Yang Hao received quite a lot of attributes. The guy never thought that this zombie would be so healthy. Confident Yang Hao asked, "Are the zombies still confident that they can kill him?" Immediately at this moment, one of the zombies decided that he could do something against Yang Hao and stood over him with a cobblestone. The guy easily dodged the flying cobblestone and immediately launched a counterattack. In a few seconds, he dealt more than a dozen blows and destroyed all the zombies that stood within the attack radius. Once again, Yang Hao received quite a lot of attributes from such a bunch of pathetic zombies. Meanwhile, Ching, who had just approached the collection point, was watching what was happening. The girl was shocked by the speed of the dead. She needed to find a way to go back inside and get the baby to safety and then leave quietly again. Then the girl looked closer and saw that there was a battle going on among the crowd of zombies. Ching realized that this hero was Yang Hao, who came to them again. The guy felt someone's presence behind him and immediately turned his head. The girl quietly said the name Yang Hao and began to call him. Yang Hao did not understand what the girl was doing in this place and immediately decided to break out of the crowd to question her. As soon as he landed, the guy immediately asked what happened and why Ching was there alone. The girl said that she wanted to go in search of Yang Hao, but halfway there she found this kid. Yang Hao decided to listen to the rest of the story later and said that it was dangerous here, so he would help them. After that, the guy looked at the timer and realized that 10 minutes had already passed. There is very little time left. Yang Hao decided that he needed to act quickly, so he immediately grabbed the girl and the child. The girl wanted to say that she could walk on her own, but our main character only told her to be silent and hold the child tightly. They don't have much time. The action moves to an underground shelter. Meanwhile, surviving civilians and wounded soldiers were inside. Kai Jing asked in bewilderment where Yang Hao was and why he didn't come back because the time was almost up. The guy told her not to worry, because Yang Hao is not an ordinary person. Fang Zhongyi was absorbed in his thoughts. He looked at one point. In his hand was a pendant with a photo of Qing Qing. He prayed to everyone he could, if only everything would be fine with her. This was the colonel's only wish. Everyone's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. Unexpectedly for everyone, the ceiling began to crumble. People looked up in bewilderment and saw a crack. Is something from above trying to get down to them? At this time, Yang Hao, with Qing Qing and a child in his arms, was running from the zombies and asking those inside to open the gate. Kai Jing immediately started shouting to people that this was Yang Hao, and therefore they needed to open the gates quickly. Unexpectedly for the guy who was running to open the door, the unexpected happened. Luo's father, who was still in the shelter, told the guy not to even think about opening the door. He then warned that anyone who approached them would receive a bullet in the forehead. Kai Jing asked in bewilderment why they should listen to this madman. The man said that Yang Hao killed his son and therefore deserved his death. The girl wanted to say something else, but at that moment, the man turned to face her and asked if she was really expecting a heroic rescue. Father Luo literally just wanted to add that there would be no heroic rescue, but at that moment, he himself caught a bullet in the forehead. Colonel Zhongyi was tired of enduring the antics of this abnormal man and decided to end his life. After that, he ordered the soldiers to quickly open the gates because they were already ready to blow up the ammunition depot. The guys just wanted to open the gate. But at that moment, Yang Hao outside began shouting that the situation had changed and they should not open the doors now. A giant zombie landed right in front of the shelter entrance. Yang Hao froze, looking at him. The guy tried to understand when this zombie managed to ambush here. The collection point is now safe, and he decided to appear here. It seemed like he was just waiting for him. Yang Hao immediately put the girl on the ground and said that he could distract this freak for a while. But for now, she should find an opportune moment and immediately run to the shelter. Qing Qing asked what would happen to Yang Hao then, but the guy turned around and shouted that now was not the time to worry about him. He once again told her to take the child and hide somewhere. At that moment, the guy turned to the thug and showed his middle finger, after which he asked the thug to try to catch up with him. Our main character immediately turned around and ran away. The goon became even more furious. Then the guy shouted to the girl that she should run now. Qing Qing listened to Yang Hao and immediately ran as fast as she could to the entrance. At this time, the zombie became seriously angry and hit the ground. Yang Hao said that now only he is his opponent. The giant began to scream loudly, thereby trying to show the guy that he would not think of retreating. Yang Hao was also not going to give up, and therefore immediately began to take out his weapon. The guy said that the thug ran into him today, and that only means that the zombie was very unlucky. As soon as Yang Hao told the thug to prepare for death, the monster ran towards our hero. The guy blocked this powerful attack with his spear without any problems. Deciding not to give up his position, the monster immediately switched to another attack and hit the ground hard with his foot. Yang Hao was able to survive only thanks to his reaction and speed. The brute was not one of the slow ones. Immediately after the kick attack, he took up the attack with his hands and began to aim at the pathetic little man. Yang Hao, as soon as he landed, admitted that he could not even think that such a giant would be so mobile. Then he still gave the first blow to the zombie side. After this, the guy counterattacked the monster, but the monster did not stand idle. Their attacks touched. To Yang Hao's disappointment, his strong and lucky spear finally broke. This couldn't help but upset him. Looking at the giant, the girl understood that using the Panlong rifle was not an option now, and there weren't many weapons left. The guy suddenly pulled out a very interesting weapon that he received in a recent battle, Dark Asura Sickle. It was a truly powerful thing that had a bonus to attack speed and cold. Attacks could inflict a freezing effect on the enemy. Then Yang Hao noticed that there was something else written in red text in the description, but he decided that it didn't matter because he didn't have much time anyway. The guy ran to the attack, saying that if his spear could not cope with the power of the monster, now he must try to withstand a blow with a sickle. Meanwhile, Qing Qing still reached the shelter safe and sound. The girl immediately handed the child over to the guy and asked him to look after him. After that, the girl came out and said that they could close the gate, and she would go to help Yang Hao because she couldn't bear to watch him risk his life. The girl's father noticed what she was doing and froze for a moment because he did not understand why his daughter was leaving the shelter. The man began to call Ching Ching and ask her to come back. He was sure that she would not be able to defeat all the mutants outside. The girl smiled and told the stupid father to relax because she can take care of herself, and she is not going to certain death. And again the action shifts to our main character. The guy was ready to attack the thug, but he was hampered by other freaks who ran towards him. Yang Hao was angry. Did the thug really decide halfway through their battle to simply call his henchmen to help him? Apparently the zombie decided to change the course of the game and play for attrition. Yang Hao immediately began to run and slaughter all his zombies on the way. The guy told the thug that he attacked the wrong person. At the end of his attack, the guy turned around and saw several frozen zombie corpses on the floor. The cold effect was really cool. Meanwhile, Ching Ching was peeking out from her hiding place. Fortunately, there were no zombies there. Now she can only hide and watch Yang Hao's fight. The girl began to aim and calm herself down, saying that she was here to help Yang Hao and not to hinder him. The guy who was hacking zombies left and right noticed that one of the freaks died from a gunshot wound. Ching Ching praised herself and said that this was a really good hit, but she needed to change her position because it was too stupid to stay in one place for a long time. Yang Hao continued to wield his new weapons and destroy zombies. Then he wondered about that zombie. Apparently Ching Ching fired that shot. No matter what, the girl still has a lot of courage. After Yang Hao killed more than a couple of dozen zombies, the thug finally went on the attack. Our main character decided that the zombie simply couldn't stand it and decided to take on the matter personally. Deciding to have some fun, Yang Hao grabbed a couple of zombies with his sickle. Immediately after that, he sent these freaks straight at the giant, but he only calmly repelled this attack. The thug decided that this was all an attack, but as it turned out, it was just a trap. A moment later, when the zombie lost his vigilance, the guy delivered one powerful blow. The blow was so powerful that it simply cut off two of the giant's arms. Yang Hao, despite the successful attack, was not going to relax. Now he was interested in how long this thug would last. At this moment, something strange began to happen to the severed hands of the thug. The guy continued to destroy low-level zombies, which had no end or end. The sickle performed well, and in most cases the zombies were frozen. Yang Hao then noticed a strange noise behind him and turned around. He discovered a terrible biomass that was alive. Without trying to figure out what it was, Yang Hao just dealt the finishing blow to the zombies. After that, he already felt something bigger and more ferocious behind him. Behind him stood the same zombie, only with his limbs restored. And how is this possible? The zombie immediately went on the attack. The guy tried to attack the thug's hand, but it was all in vain. Yang Hao shouted at this freak, saying that this is simply dishonest, because not only did he grow his arms again, but they are also armored now. The guy decided to keep hitting until his hands fell off. He wondered how long it would take for the thug's hands to recover. Yang Hao launched a powerful attack, but the zombie managed to react and defended himself in time. The crowd of people was annoyed by the noise coming from outside. Now there is a battle outside. So where does this sound come from? It felt like my eardrums were just going to crack. At that moment, the giant became distracted and opened up. Yang Hao took the opportunity and went on the attack. This attack was successful, and as a result, the guy was able to cut off a piece of the monster's flesh, which flew in the other direction. The guy turned around and noticed that the piece that had fallen off was alive again. Apparently, these pieces can grow into his doubles. Literally a moment later, a copy of that giant was already standing opposite him. The recovery rate was amazing. Kai Jing, meanwhile, watched the battle and was herself perplexed by the zombie mutations. The girl called the colonel and asked what they needed to do to save Yang Hao. It was clear that if everything continued like this, the guy would simply die, because his strength would run out. The man replied that he was thinking about it too. He said that they can blow up the ammunition depot, which will destroy all the zombies, but Yang Hao and Ching Ching are in range. The colonel said that only a shelter could survive such a powerful explosion. Ye Feng asked in horror what they should do, and the man only said that they could only believe in Yang Hao. At this time, Ching Ching was actively moving from one shelter to another. The girl noticed that there were already 2 zombies. If this continues, Yang Hao will simply be starved to death. Ching Ching took out the magazine from the pistol and realized that there were only 2 bullets inside. This means that they will need to be used at the most necessary moment. Yang Hao, meanwhile, continued to fend off the brute's attacks and try to launch counterattacks. The worst thing was that the doubles of that freak had the same strength as the original. If another one appears, it will be very difficult for him. You need to kill at least these 2. While the guy was dodging the attack of one thug, he felt with his back that another attack was being prepared behind him, and so it turned out. As soon as Yang Hao landed, he was again faced with an unexpected attack from a zombie who was already waiting for him. No matter how fast the guy was, unfortunately, he could not prevent such an attack. Kai Jing and Ching Ching, who were watching the battle, screamed in horror. They were worried about everything going well with Yang Hao. The dust flew away, and our hero was visible again. The guy told the girls not to think about approaching because everything was fine. Yang Hao spat out the blood and said that since his body had become stronger, this was the first time his injuries had reached such an extent. After such an attack, something changed with Yang Hao. The guy seemed to have gained energy. At that moment, a zombie began to fly towards him, hoping to deliver the finishing blow. The guy deftly attacked him with a sickle and said that this feeling of adrenaline excites him unrealistically. The brute fell to the ground from such a powerful attack. His ribs were covered in ice. Following the original, a copy also ran. It was strange that the thug was so hopeful of hurting Yang Hao, saying that if the zombie wanted to die that much, the guy flew into the air and struck. As soon as the guy came to his senses, he realized that the original thug had sent all the other zombies to attack the shelter. Yang Hao immediately hit the zombies and realized that he couldn't let them ruin the senior colonel's plan. Unexpectedly for the guy, there was already another thug next to him who was swinging. Fortunately, Ching Ching managed to react in time and she shot at the zombies, thereby interrupting the attack. The girl asked if Yang Hao was okay. The guy said that he was fine and it was just a scratch, but the fact that this freak crept up so quietly is not great. After that, the angry zombie ran towards the girl, who was thinking that if the thug had gotten into Yang Hao, he would have been in trouble. At that moment, the guy started shouting to the girl to run, but it was too late. Ching Ching somehow dodged it, but still got a little. The girl flew several meters back and fell to the ground, hitting her head. Kai Jing, who was still watching the battle, was shocked by what she saw. Yang Hao immediately jumped up and ran to the girl to help. No matter how he treats her, he still worries about his friends. The guy ran up to Ching Ching and grabbed her. He tried to shout to her, but to no avail. At this moment, the thug was already behind and preparing an attack. Sensing the danger, Yang Hao immediately put out his fist and blocked this attack. After that, the guy launched a counterattack and punched the monster in the face. He was already tired of this battle. There's no end to it. From such a powerful and unexpected attack, the zombie fell to the ground with a roar and grimaced. Yang Hao was incredibly angry because the monsters could hurt him, but by hurting his friends. Each creature signs its own death warrant from which there is no escape. At that moment, the guy jumped up and began to prepare for his crushing blow. Yang Hao delivered a blow that knocked the undead to the ground again. After that, the guy struck several more times. He stood on this freak and said that before he dies, he will give our main character everything he has. Yang Hao, with his precise blows to the chest, pierced the flesh and reached the zombie's heart. After that, he squeezed it and pulled it out. Fortunately, the zombie was not going to get up after this attack. Moreover, after such an attack, it is clear that no one will survive. Dozens of attribute spheres began to fly out from the brute, but Yang Hao also discovered something interesting inside. At this moment, a sphere flew into our main character, which was different from the others. Perception of weaknesses was obtained. It makes it possible to identify the location of the enemy's weak points within the range. This new thing made Yang Hao even more confident. Our hero immediately wanted to test his new ability on the stupid zombies that still remained. Immediately at this moment, a couple of zombies came out of the smoke and came to Yang Hao's cry. As it turns out, the perception of weaknesses also shows the attributes of zombies. This is a very useful thing, at least in order to understand who it is better not to fight with. The guy made sure that these zombies had insignificant characteristics and decided to help them go to hell as quickly as possible. Yang Hao swung his favorite sickle and with one attack was able to hit the weak points of every zombie. Yang Hao then felt something rushing behind him. As soon as he turned around, the hero realized that the thug had managed to get up again. After seeing the attributes, he realized that the zombie giant's characteristics were much higher than Yang Hao's. However, he decided that this would not affect anything, because even with such characteristics, he could not cope against Yang Hao, who knew the monster's weak point. Noticing the mark, the guy flew into the air and began preparing his crushing attack on the zombie, who was at a loss. The weak point was the monster's forehead. That's where Yang Hao was aiming. Realizing that the man knew something, the monster covered his face with his hands and thereby blocked Yang Hao's attack. The guy's forehead was slightly grazed, but still not enough to kill him. And how did he manage to block it? Deciding not to relax, the guy told him that next time he wouldn't be so lucky. Once again, Yang Hao decided to dominate and began to attack the zombie, who had not yet recovered from the previous attack. The guy launched another attack with his sickle, but the zombie struggled to hold back these attacks with his hands. Nevertheless, the guy hit the giant's hands with his crushing attacks. At some point, the zombie giant began to scream at the top of his voice. Other zombies heard these signals and seemed to accept the order. A moment later, the entire crowd of creatures ran towards the unconscious Ching Ching. Yang Hao, as soon as he saw the running crowd, which changed its direction, realized that Ching Ching was in great danger. Realizing what could happen to the girl, the guy immediately decided to change his goal. Saying that the crowd of dead people had already completely lost their conscience, Yang Hao hit the giant on the head and added that he would teach them all a lesson. After the monster fell, the guy ran to the girl, but told the big guy that they hadn't finished the conversation yet. Our hero immediately rushed into the crowd of zombies who wanted to destroy Ching Ching, who was lying unconscious. The guy swung his sickle and hit the zombies, thereby freezing most of the runners. At this moment, help also came out of the shelter. One of Yang Hao's friends said that they would help him deal with the crowd of freaks. Captain Zhong Yi told the people not to rush forward because they only need to withstand this wave. He then told 15 people to go with him in the direction of the ammunition depot. Shooting back from a crowd of hungry zombies, the lonely father thought only that everything would be fine with his daughter. The man told the soldiers to buy time for Yang Hao. At this time, Yang Hao was actively destroying zombies, and the experience that fell from low-level zombies was truly pitiful. After some time, in the place where there had previously been a huge crowd of zombies, only a crowd of corpses remained. Everything was almost ready. Suddenly the guy felt danger, and raising his head, he saw a thug flying towards him, who managed to rest a little. Yang Hao jumped back sharply and told the monster that he was overestimating himself. Immediately the guy began to deliver brutal blows. At some point, our main character decided to gather all his strength into one attack. A moment later, he hit the ground and released a stream of ice that rushed in different directions and covered a large part of the battlefield. Such a powerful attack could not help but hit the thug. In the blink of an eye, the monster turned into a huge ice statue. At some point, the ice began to crack, and it seemed like a zombie was about to get out and continue to attack Yang Hao. As it turned out, the ice really cracked. Only the thug had no more strength left. He fell to the ground with a crash. Finally, this big guy was dead. Our main character admitted that the frost effect is a very powerful and incredibly cool thing. Of course, the battle with this freak was not easy, but on the other hand, he also lost quite a lot of characteristics. Then, an idea came to Yang Hao's mind. It was to grab such a monster and cut it from time to time in order to kill its clones. But this was more impossible than possible. The soldiers shouted that they had a chance again. The big zombie is killed, which means they can fight off this wave of creatures. At this time, Yang Hao was examining the bottle he received. This is a medicine that cures non-fatal wounds. The guy also looked at his characteristics and found that the increase was considerable. But the medicine was quite interesting. He decided that it could heal Ching Ching. Suddenly, Long Tao began shouting behind him, asking the other soldiers to continue holding back the zombies. Yang Hao was also advised to return to rest because a crowd of monsters was approaching again. With the new ability of our main character, it was possible to see the characteristics of not only monsters, but also people. Looking at Ching Ching, the guy was surprised. He immediately started screaming and asking to take the girl and the rest of the people from here to the bomb shelter. The guy said that he could handle the rest of the creatures himself. Long Tao grabbed Ching Ching, and Kai Jing turned to Yang Hao and told him not to linger either. "Everyone will be waiting for him inside." Our main character told the girl to relax, because he would easily lead the crowd to the ammunition depot so that they could go meet their ancestors. The guy immediately started shouting to the crowd of stupid zombies to pay attention to him. Smiling, he asked if they thought it was tasty. Yang Hao seemed to sparkle and attract all the attention of the zombies. Of course, all the creatures there looked at the guy with drool on their lips. Yang Hao sarcastically asked what they were waiting for if they wanted to feast on him so badly. The entire crowd immediately began to run towards Yang Hao in admiration, hoping to taste his flesh. Weakness perception was also activated, which immediately showed the zombies' weak points. Wishing the creatures a successful chase, our main character swung his sickle and cut off the heads of the zombies that were running towards him. The zombies ran towards him in the hope of getting close to him, but no one had time to do this because they immediately got hit in the head with a blade and died. Yang Hao understood that no low-level zombies were completely capable of posing a threat to him. Meanwhile, the action moves to the ammunition depot. A huge, strong man stood in front of him. For some inexplicable reason, trying to get inside, the zombie began to ram the door. Unfortunately, the thug succeeded in doing this. At some point, he was able to break through the gate so that the people inside could see this freak. The perplexed soldier immediately turned on the radio and called everyone. The man said that they would soon not be able to hold the main entrance. Taking a closer look, the man noticed a huge wave of zombies at a distance of 30 meters. He radioed this information. At this time, another soldier watched this from his place and said that most likely this herd went there on their own initiative. Did Yang Hao fail? But then the guy took a closer look and noticed that something strange was happening in the crowd of zombies. As it turned out, it was Yang Hao who was mauling the crowd of zombies with all his might, not allowing them to pass on. Our main character was glad that he managed to arrive on time, because if he arrived a little later, the commander would have been in great danger. With new abilities, fighting more powerful monsters was no longer so difficult and, in some ways, even fun. The weak point was always in sight, and this meant a quick death. A moment later, Yang Hao was already in the air and preparing his fast and powerful attack for the zombie, who managed to notice the man. Of course, this did not give him anything, and a moment later he only received several quick blows to the back. After them, the monster fell to the ground. All the people inside were perplexed. Having gone inside Yang Hao, he turned to Commander Fang and said that the mission was completed because the monsters were heading in this direction. In horror, the man began to shout to his soldiers to everyone to go to the bomb shelter. People, of course, ran forward. 5 minutes later, Yang Hao had a red button in his hands, which could destroy a lot of living things. The guy pressed it, and a moment later a huge orange sphere began to inflate. The zombies who were going somewhere did not understand anything. A moment later, the explosion grew into a huge killer mushroom, the shockwave of which spread over a vast area. Actions are transferred to the ward. In it lay Ching Ching, who was still unconscious. Yang Hao approached Fang Zhongyi and asked for forgiveness for not being able to save his daughter. The man said it was not his fault. Moreover, if not for him, then all the people could have been dead. Then, unexpectedly for the man, Yang Hao extended his hand with the bottle and said to give this medicine to the girl. Taking a bottle with unknown contents in his hands, the man asked what it was. The guy said it was a quick-acting drug he found in an abandoned supply truck. Yang Hao thinks that he should help Ching Ching. Of course, the man understood that there were no supply vehicles in their vicinity, but judging by the abilities that this guy has, there is no point in not trusting him. After this, Zhong Yi told the guy that he had previously been prejudiced against him, but then asked him not to take it to heart. Yang Hao said that it was all nothing. The man brought the bottle of medicine to the girl's mouth and began pouring the contents into her mouth. The senior colonel thanked Yang Hao on behalf of his daughter. All this time, the guy was watching Ching Ching's status. Previously, a severe wound was marked in red, but now, fortunately, it has changed to white. This could only mean that the restoration process had begun. Most likely, there shouldn't be any problems. Suddenly, the girl began to writhe, and her description changed from seriously wounded to extreme physical strength. Yang Hao immediately tensed, because this should not have happened. He tried to understand why this happened. However, after a couple of seconds, the girl woke up. Ching Ching opened her eyes wide and looked at the ceiling. Her father immediately grabbed her hand. The man was incredibly happy that her daughter was okay. He told Ching that he was scared to death. After the girl woke up, something strange also happened. The opportunity to check its characteristics simply disappeared. Ching was like being under anesthesia. The girl also did not understand anything. In the same way, she did not understand why some man was hugging her now. She immediately pushed him away and, in bewilderment, began asking who he even was. Ching took the blanket in her hands and told Zhongyi not to approach because she simply doesn't know him. The man, in bewilderment, told his daughter that he was her father. What happened to her? The man then turned to Yang Hao and asked what was going on. Is it really memory loss? Taking a closer look at the girl, Yang Hao said that she had recently suffered a serious shock, so such a possibility cannot be ruled out. As soon as Ching saw Yang Hao, her eyes immediately opened wide. The girl jumped out of the bed and leaned on the guy as if he were her relative whom she wanted to see. Fang Zhongyi screamed in horror. How is this even possible, and why is his daughter so happy about this guy? The girl, looking at the guy, said that she recognized him. Isn't he Yang Hao? The guy was shocked. Ching remembered him. After that, he pointed his finger at a man on the other side of the room and asked the girl to look at him. After he asked who it was, the girl hugged Yang Hao tighter and said that this is not a good person. Zhong Yi seemed to be petrified by such words. Falling to the ground, he was upset that his own daughter did not remember him. Yang Hao began to console the man and said that the girl had suffered a head injury and needed time. Yang Hao then suggested that Ching should be with him during this period. He will be able to ensure her safety and help her regain her memory. Sighing, the man said that this was all they could do now. Nevertheless, he understood that for now he remained alone. The next day the guys were getting ready to leave. Ching still did not leave Yang Hao, and the commander asked if they really needed to leave. He offered to stay. The guy asked if there were safe places after the end of the world. He heard from others that there is a doomsday self-defense squad that helps people. He wants to follow them and then find his family. Zhongyi sighed and said that he trusted Ching's care to him. Their car is also equipped with a satellite phone so they can contact him. Yang Hao said that everything will be fine. After some time, the guys got into their cars and started the engines. As soon as they started to move out, the entire crowd shouted after them. They thanked Yang Hao for saving them and said that they would be forever grateful to their hero. Joyful Long Tao asked if they could stay a little longer. The guy replied that this was simply not necessary. No need to waste time now. Looking at the crying crowd, Yang Hao said to himself that during the end of the world, this halo of honor would only be a burden. Therefore, they must keep a clear head, and this way he can help everyone. After half a day of driving, the guys decided to stop to explore the area. When Long Tao got out of the car, he immediately noticed that, judging by the appearance of this place, someone had recently lived here. The guy decided to go into the house and check it, but after a while he looked out of the window and told Yang Hao that everything was clean inside. The guy immediately called all his friends and asked them to remain vigilant. One way or another, they need to rest a little, and then they will continue on their way. Ye Feng walked inside and talked about how hungry she was. Then she asked if there was a working kitchen, because if so, she could cook dinner for everyone. After some time, the guys were already resting. Long Tao was at a loss, because this cottage is perfect for defense. The strange thing is that the former residents decided to leave. Yang Hao said that perhaps their goal is the same as theirs. They just want to find important members of their family. The guy also said that he hopes that everyone remembers that in such a terrible time they are still human, so they have to maintain their humanity. Speaking about this, the guy was as serious as possible. He also added that otherwise, something terrible awaits them. A moment later, there was a bunch of goodies on the table, which beckoned all the guys to dinner. Yang Hao ate everything with wild desire and said that he had not eaten so deliciously for a long time. The guy said that Kaijing's skill is beyond praise. Night has come. The light from the windows of the cottage was still on, which meant that the guys were still relaxing and talking to each other. Meanwhile, a zombie cowboy was walking through the streets of an abandoned city looking for something. Turning around, he noticed in front of him a herd of maddened bulls that was running towards him. One of them rammed the unfortunate cowboy, and he flew away several meters. The noise on the street distracted the guys from the conversation, and they looked around in bewilderment. The entire herd of zombified animals stood in front of the guy's house where they were staying for the night. Long Tao, who was peeking out to see what the noise was, shouted in horror that things were bad. "It's a herd of buffaloes and they've surrounded the whole house." Yang Hao also looked out the window and immediately said that these mutated buffaloes had come for their souls. They are used to eating people, and now they want to make dinner out of them. Long Tao, perplexed, asked if they should take refuge in the basement and wait until they left. The guy told his friend not to be a wuss. Was he really scared by a couple of bulls? After this, the main character told his friends to be ready, because the fun is about to begin. At that moment, the guy noticed something strange with his peripheral vision. As it turned out, it was one of the buffaloes who decided to look inside. Ching, realizing that there was now a brutal animal above her, immediately fell silent. Yang Hao and the others also closed their mouths and decided once again not to make any sounds. After the bull calmly walked away, one of the guys came to the window and said that these animals apparently weren't that smart if they couldn't detect them. Immediately, the buffalo became angry and began to look aggressively towards the guys. "What's happened?" Yang Hao said that most likely the bull suddenly understood what they were talking about. The guys immediately shouted that this was not so important now. The entire crowd of brutalized buffaloes immediately ran to the house where the guys were. Yang Hao ordered all his friends to split up, and then added that they should finish off these creatures as soon as possible. Meanwhile, several animals had already managed to break into the house and continued to run further. Long Tao and his friend took up their machine guns and began shooting at the bulls, trying to hold them back, at least a little. Kai Jing at this time wielded 2 daggers and fought off the buffaloes attacking her without any problems. The only unexpected thing was the buffalo that crept up to the girl. Kai Jing did not notice in time the animal that was about to attack her. Luckily for the girl, Gu Qingyi came to her aid. The girl hit the bull with all her might and saved her friend. After that, she approached Kai Jing, who had fallen to the ground from shock, and said that she had quite good attacks. Everything was going well for Long Tao at this time. Some of the bulls were already dead, but he continued to feed the rest with bullets. Looking at his friends, Yang Hao could not help but notice that they were beginning to act more and more harmoniously. The feeling of such a shoulder-to-shoulder fight is truly good. After this, our main character decided not to lag behind and went to attack the buffalo. Wishing the animal all the best, the guy dealt him a fatal blow and ended his life. Unexpectedly for Yang Hao, he heard the terrifying scream of the girl for whom he owed his head to her father. Ching was attacked by one of the animals that loves to feast on people. The girl asked him to leave in horror. At this moment, fortunately for Ching, the bull stopped due to a bullet flying straight into his head. It was Ye Feng who fired the shotgun and knocked the giant to the ground. The danger was very close. Immediately, the girl rushed out of her seat and ran towards Yang Hao, talking about how scared she was. The guy hugged her and asked if she was okay. Ye Feng was perplexed by the speed of Ching, who ran 30 meters in an instant. Is this normal speed? Our main character looked at Ching's characteristics and still didn't see them completely. Apparently, the effect of the medicine has not yet worn off. After that, our heroes decided to deal with the remaining creatures, and within 2 hours, everyone was on the ground. Looking at the pile of lying carcasses, Yang Hao said that they had finally resolved this issue. The guy then opened the system and was surprised by the experience. Apparently, after fighting an elite zombie, it will no longer be easy to get promotions thanks to ordinary zombies. After he left the menu, our main character turned to the guys and said that everyone did a great job today. This fight went great. Suddenly, Yang Hao heard a strange noise behind him and turned around to check what it was. Approaching a little closer, it turned out that the source of the noise was a weapon lying on the floor, which was unusual. Taking it into the hands of Yang Hao, he immediately realized that this weapon was just right for Long Tao as a gift. This machine gun fired fire bullets and had a high rate of fire. After this surprise came the next. Again, like the day before, the guy began to hear gratitude. Turning around, he saw people sitting on the ground, thanking the heroes for their salvation. The guy immediately rushed to the old man and said that he was not worth all these words. He immediately asked how all the people ended up here. The man said that they all live in a nearby village, and after the end of the world, the brutal buffaloes that lived nearby began to eat one of the people every day. Then he added that some troops were also here and tried to do something, but were killed by this herd. They really are very strong, because in such a small group, They killed everyone. After this, the old man added that the surviving people took refuge in the basement and did not dare to go outside. In a few days, their food supplies came to an end, and if not for their heroes, they would have already died. Yang Hao, looking at poor people, came to the conclusion that after the end of the world, people's lives were no better than those of dogs. The only unknown is when the world will return to normal. The guy turned to Long Tao and asked him to bring the villagers all the food that was left in the cottage. The perplexed Long Tao said that they themselves did not have much food. Yang Hao shouted that if he said to do it this way, then you should do it this way and not think about it. They will find more supplies if needed. The guy immediately rushed into the cottage. After some time, they brought people a box of food and said that this was all they could give. The old man also looked up and noticed the supplies inside their savior's car and thought in bewilderment. He understood that there was still food inside their car, and there was a lot of it. The man said in a stranger tone that they were still incredibly grateful for the food. After that, Yang Hao said goodbye to the people and said that it was getting late and it was time for them to return. People once again thanked the guys for saving them. The action moves to the cottage. Meanwhile, Yang Hao and Ching Ching slept together. Sensing something wrong, the guy's eyes suddenly opened and Yang Hao was no longer sleeping. In front of the house, there were two silhouettes who did not take their eyes off the house. The old man who could be seen earlier said that it was here. He also said that he informed the local gang about this group of young people. The man said that the guys not only warmed him up with food, but also let him use the girl. The guy standing next to him immediately said that next time, his brother should not leave him aside. Yang Hao was watching them from the window at this time, and the old man said that given how much food these strangers had, it is possible that they killed a lot of people. Deciding not to stand by, the guy jumped out of the house and asked the uninvited guests what they were talking about. They immediately shuddered, and in bewilderment they began to apologize to their hero. The old man said that they were talking about how they would like to give their saviors a solemn farewell tomorrow. The guy standing next to him echoed his brother. Yang Hao only said that there is no need for all this because they are leaving early in the morning. After that, he said that it was already late and sent them home. The guys smiled and said that they agreed that it was dangerous to walk late at night and turned around. They said goodnight and moved away from home. The guy understood that they were keeping silent about something, but still decided not to attach any importance to it. The next morning, the guys were already driving in their cars along the road in search of the unknown. Long Tao, who had already been given a new toy by his boss, said that his new weapon was just a bomb. Yang Hao said that he keeps his promises. At that moment, the guys noticed a gas station in front of them and decided to stop by. Getting out of the cars, Yang Hao told everyone to split up and search everything here. They need to find something useful. The guy immediately noticed that Long Tao and his friend climbed into the truck, and it turned out that it was full of boxes. Was it really all just lying around like that? Opening the Long Tao boxes, I was horrified. Each of them is completely filled with food. His friend, seeing all this, understood that he would not be able to control himself. This only made Kai Jing a little tense. She didn't believe that there could be so many food supplies in such a place. Our main character looked around and noticed a landing sign. This could mean that in this way someone receives financial assistance. At the same moment, Yang Hao called Gu Qingyi and said that she had found quite a few weapons in one of the boxes. Apparently it was dropped here by airdrop. Yang Hao was now even more perplexed because everything turned out very strange. Why were the weapons there? Immediately the guy realized what had happened, and at that moment his eyes opened wide. Our hero immediately started screaming and telling his friends to get out of here because it was an ambush. A moment later, the shelling began. The bullets flew towards the car and hit it. Long Tao jumped out of the truck and told his friend to run for cover. Hiding behind another truck, he called the guys to him. Yang Hao ran towards them along with Ye Feng, Ching Ching, and Tai Jing. The guy said that the firepower of those freaks was too powerful. What can they do? Suddenly bullets started flying towards them. Where do these people also get arrows from the western side? Yang Hao shouted to his friends to be careful. Apparently they were surrounded on all sides. The guy decided to break through and fight back. With his speed, he easily fought off the projectiles flying at him. He turned to the guys and said that the shelling from the direction of the supermarket was relatively weak, which is why they needed to wait until Yang Hao attracted attention and then run. The guy stood in the middle of the street and showed an obscene gesture. saying that they are all cowards if they cannot go out to talk one-on-one. At this moment, a bullet flew in front of him, but Yang Hao was not stupid. He did this to notice where the attack was coming from. The guy saw that the shot came from the house opposite. That is why he immediately threw his sword in that direction. As soon as the window broke and the sword reached its destination, a scream was heard from the house. Yang Hao immediately ordered his friends to run inside with him, and they all ran into the house together. The shooter tried to fight back the fleeing guys and therefore started shooting no matter what. Of course, these attacks are nothing to Yang Hao, and he easily repelled the cartridge. Having reached the house, our main character walked inside like an action movie legend. When he went inside, he was horrified. Already inside, he was surrounded by people with machine guns in their hands. This situation might confuse an ordinary person, but not our hero. The guy took out his sickle and with just one wave of it, he disarmed the people inside the building. Their hands were engulfed in ice and they screamed in horror, trying to figure out what kind of weapon it was. At this moment, Yang Hao heard footsteps approaching behind him and turned around. A man in a suit walked towards him and asked the guy to put down his weapon. He was surprised that these were not Dong Ti's people. Yang Hao was surprised that they opened fire on them without any commands, and now they want to talk calmly. Taking a puff of cigarette smoke, the man said that they had gotten it all wrong. They mistook them for freaks who wanted to take their supplies. The shots were fired to let them know that taking the supplies would not be easy. Hearing casually the 4 factions in the man's story, Yang Hao was surprised and asked if the people from the western side who shot at them were actually not him. After some time, the man introduced himself as the chairman of the board of the concern, Chu Tingyun, and the one he injured was his man. The man said that there were 3 other groups in the area besides them, all of whom were baring their teeth at the dropped supplies. On the left are the Dong Ti freaks. Apparently, the shots came from them, because there are complete scum there. Then he continued talking. To the east is the Bamboo Pole Horse 6 area. These are the guys from the security company for transportation, and, perhaps, the strongest faction. In front of Chu Tingyun is the Triad territory. Their strength is extremely great and they have a fierce disposition, but lately they have been quiet. The man said that Yang Hao was cool enough that he could take the supplies if he wanted, but if he was going to give them to other factions, then he would not agree. The guy asked to take them to this Dong Ti, and added that if everything Chu Tingyun just said turned out to be a lie, then they would greatly regret it. After some time, they were on the threshold. Yang Hao decided not to stand on ceremony, and immediately opened the door. He wanted to see answers to his questions. As soon as he saw what was happening inside the building, he could not find even kind words to describe his emotions. Inside, there were girls who were sitting on the ground, and above them, on the balcony, there were guys who told the girls to eat quickly and not to make their boss wait. The girls were like dogs who were forced to eat from a bowl. Yang Hao just thought that all the guys here are actually scum. You can't treat girls like that. Actions are transferred to the 2nd floor of the warehouse. There were 2 guards standing in front of the room's entrance. Inside sat the so-called Dong Ti, respected among the local people. The girls asked if he was satisfied with their recent service. The guy said he was still satisfied. After that, he turned to the blonde and said that she was very beautiful. Unfortunately for him, all these long games are starting to bore him. The guy immediately asked what was wrong with the convoy outside. He heard that among that crowd, there are a couple of beautiful girls, and he wonders why they are not here yet. The security guard immediately ran to check, and Dong Ti shouted after him so that they would not scratch the Hummer because it was not bad. The guy just wanted to open the door when suddenly they kindly helped him do it, but from the other side and in a slightly different way. On the threshold, Yang Hao asked which of the suicide bombers had coveted his Hummer and, moreover, dared to attack the Go group. Dong Ti jumped up and reached for the machine gun, asking the strangers who they were and why they broke into his territory. Tired of living? The guy recalled that they had recently fired at his people, so they came to demand an explanation for this act. Dong Ti laughed and asked what kind of explanation he was waiting for. It is much better to understand his place, and if he leaves his girls to him, then he will think about letting him go and not turning him into a sieve. Our hero laughed at him and said that Dong Ti had a lot of chutzpah. After these words, he rushed to the attack. Dong Ti and his men also started shooting in hopes of killing the stranger and taking all the girls. Yang Hao didn't stop laughing and asked if Dong Ti was really thinking of hooking him with such firepower. A second later, the guy ran up to the freak and waved his sickle just once. Of course, he didn't intend to kill him right away, so Yang Hao only hit the weapon. The perplexed Dong Ti turned his gaze from the stranger to his weapon and realized that it was completely covered in ice. The guy was terrified. Our hero, after this smart act, raised his sickle and asked Dong Ti why his machine gun is now better than a fire poker. The guy threw the weapon to the ground and could not say a word. Dong Ti immediately called all his men and ordered them to attack Yang Hao, and whoever can kill this impudent man will be able to do whatever he wants with his girls. A whole crowd of furious guys rushed into battle in the hope of getting a reward. Yang Hao's friends also did not stand still and immediately went on the attack. Gu Qingyi, thanks to her ancient martial art technique, could easily do all sorts of tricks. Long Tao skillfully wielded the bat and smashed the faces of the attackers. Dong Ti, who understood that they were losing, told his men to continue delaying them, and he would bring reinforcements. Long Tao asked Yang Hao to go after this freak, and they could leave the rest of the bandits to them. Yang Hao smiled and told the guys that this freak would definitely not run away anywhere now. Dong Ti, running out of the room, confidently continued to run further. The guy thought that he had broken away and would be saved immediately. Unexpectedly, Yang Hao, who was already on Dong Ti's tail, ran out from around the corner. The guy was very scared. Realizing that he was in a bad situation, he took out his gun and started shooting it in the hope that it would do something. Of course, this did not stop our hero, and he moved on. At some point, the guy asked if that was all. Dong Ti suddenly stopped and began to reach out with his hand to an incomprehensible switch. After he clicked it, Dong Ti started laughing loudly. Yang Hao was at a loss, and he did not understand what happened. But in a moment, the ground beneath him disappeared. The guy began to fly down, and Dong Ti watched it like his best dream. Below, there was a whole bunch of zombies that had not seen living flesh for a long time. Each of them wanted to feast on the guy. A moment later, the hatch closed again, and only terrible sounds were heard from below. Dong Ti was proud of himself. He said to himself that the milk on Yang Hao's lips had not yet dried to drive him like that. After these words, something from underground broke through the floor and grabbed the insolent gang commander by the leg. He immediately began screaming in horror and asking to be let go. The guy, of course, was not going to stop and only pulled the freak down even more. Realizing that what was planned was inevitable, Dong Ti began to scream even louder. Yang Hao held onto the edge of the ceiling with his sickle and held Dong Ti in his hands. It gave the zombies even more desire to feast on humans. The guy immediately began to beg for mercy, saying that they could discuss everything. He can offer Yang Hao whatever he wants, from food to women. Our main character just laughed out loud and asked if it was too late for him to come to his senses. After these words, Yang Hao released the leg of the head of the bastards and sent him to be torn to pieces by the dead. As soon as he landed, the entire crowd rushed towards him and began to bite him. Meanwhile, the guys helped the girls who were captured by that freak Dong Ti. Gu Qingyi calmed the girls down and said that no one would touch them again. At this moment, Yang Hao came over, and Kai Jing said that she didn't know if these girls could continue to survive in this world. Our main character said that during the end of the world, they can only care about themselves, so they will have to find their way anyway. Yang Hao turned around in bewilderment and noticed that Long Tao and his friend were not there. "Where are they?" Kai Jing told them to stand outside because some of the girls here don't have clothes. Immediately at that moment, a girl appeared in front of Yang Hao wearing only a towel. The guy couldn't help but notice that she had a beautiful figure. Looking at her, he said that the girls would need to leave some of their resources. Kai Jing was very angry. She immediately said to remind her what she just told Yang Hao. She hit Yang Hao and told him to watch where he was looking. The guy just said that he didn't do it on purpose. The girl asked in disappointment why all the guys can only think with the lower half of their body. Our hero at that moment said in a quiet voice that he would go and look around the area. The guy decided to go to the eastern region, which, if he is not mistaken, is under the control of the Chukyuan Matiu faction. As Yang Hao came closer, he heard screams inside the building and realized that most likely this freak Chukyuan Matiu was the same as Dong Ti. Opening the door with his foot, the guy said that he would help all the imprisoned groups of girls. Only when he opened the door, Yang Hao's eyes opened wide due to the fact that what he saw inside was far from what he thought he would see. There were pretty girls sitting inside who told the guy who came that they were waiting for him. They literally climbed on Yang Hao and said that he was their master. The guy asked in bewilderment what was happening here. One of the girls leaned on Yang Hao and asked him to enjoy them to the fullest. The guy blushed from this whole situation. He tried to understand whether he was really awake now. Then, throwing away his thoughts, the guy decided to take a closer look and study the whole situation. The girls who looked at Yang Hao so sweetly looked ordinary, but only one thing confused our hero: numbers on their necks. The guy immediately jumped up and told the girls to move away from him and not even think about coming closer. Yang Hao immediately started screaming and calling Chukyuan Matiu. He wanted to see this freak in all his glory. After a couple of seconds of waiting, loud male laughter began to be heard from inside the building. The guy immediately tensed. A short guy with two big guys came out of another room. Chukyuan Matiu said that most likely the great hero is not particularly happy with the girls. Yang Hao looked around and asked in bewilderment what kind of great hero he was. Is this for him? The man said that he was telling him because he had killed his mortal enemy. Looking at the girls, our hero asked what was wrong with them. Is he really trying to bribe him? The man said he didn't think about it. He just decided to reward the hero as they should. So it's just a reward and nothing more. Chukyuan Matiu turned around and ordered one of his guards to take out all these girls and replace them with another group. The girls immediately fell to their knees and with tears in their eyes began to beg their boss for mercy. At that moment, Yang Hao shouted to the big guys not to rush. After that, he asked if life really meant nothing in their eyes. Chukyuan Matiu spread his arms to the sides and said that his hero was right. After the end of the world, a person who is worthless is lower than an animal. Putting his hand on the guest's shoulder, the man said that Yang Hao is not like that. He can join their gang if he wants, and he will share with him everything that he has here. Grabbing one of the girls by the waist, Chukyuan Matiu said that together they can create a base here and are becoming stronger together. They will be like princes. Yang Hao asked in bewilderment if becoming pseudo-princes of the represented faction was really the goal of Chukyuan Matiu. One way or another, Yang Hao said that he was not at all interested in this. And besides, if it were otherwise, he could achieve everything himself. Why then did Chukyuan Matiu surrender to him? The man suggested that Yang Hao didn't want to do it in a good way. Then he decided that he needed to act in a bad way. The guy pointed at the girls and told Chukyuan Matiu that they were already animals if they treated girls like that. He said that he was not going to be in their company. The man said that in this case Yang Hao should not blame him for his lack of hospitality. After that, he pressed the button. At that moment, a huge cage fell on him and a couple of girls and blocked off any passage. Yang Hao turned around and noticed that something terrible was starting to happen to the girls. They writhed in pain and tried to gasp for air. The guy immediately started screaming and asking what Dong Ti did to these girls. Chukyuan Matiu said that they had infected all of them with the virus in advance, and any minute they would turn into zombies. Baring his teeth, the guy said that Dong Ti is such a scum. The girls, meanwhile, were already losing control. With the last of their strength, the girls began to ask Yang Hao to understand their situation, because if they bite him, the owner will give them an antidote and they will be able to survive. Taking out his weapon, our hero said that the girls trusted the wrong person. There is no antidote for this virus. At this moment, Yang Hao was attacked by one of the girls who had already turned. Of course, the guy did not spare them and therefore reflexively waved his sickle and killed the girl. After apologizing to the others, he also swung his blade and killed the remaining girls in the cage. A moment later, the guy dealt a couple of blows to this flimsy cage and made a passage for himself. As soon as he got out of her, he said that now all the freaks who dared to raise their hands on defenseless girls are finished. Chukyuan Matiu turned around in horror and began to run. Before this, he told his men to kill Yang Hao. The guys immediately began firing at their guest. Like the previous victims of Yang Hao's blade, they hoped that the order would be carried out. Unfortunately for them, such blows could not break Yang Hao. A second later, the guy landed next to them and delivered his fatal blow. After our hero dealt with the guards, he called Chukyuan Matiu and ordered him not to run far. The man suddenly came running and said that things wouldn't work out that way. He had a rocket launcher in his hands. Yang Hao laughed and asked if the man really believed that he could deal with him with the help of this toy. Chukyuan Ma Tiu said that the guy is thinking a lot because she is not trying to kill him. This gun is loaded with a rocket smeared with blood. Once he shoots, all the zombies will come running to the smell. The man asked to let him go, otherwise neither Yang Hao nor his friends would simply be saved from the crowd of dead people who would flock here. The main character laughed at this and asked if Chukyuan Ma Tiu was trying to threaten him. He suggested checking which is faster, Chukyuan Ma Tiu's hand or his weapon. Unexpectedly for Yang Hao, help came to him, if you could call it that. One of the girls who turned into a zombie jumped on Chukyuan Ma Tiu and began to eat him. At some point, this freak still managed to pull the trigger, and this only meant imminent danger. Realizing what could happen, the guy began to scream in horror. A moment later, a huge rocket broke through the building and began to move high up. All the zombies immediately noticed this loud noise and turned around to check what it was. At that moment, the rocket exploded, and as Chukyuan Ma Tiu said, the smell began to spread through the air. After some time, Yang Hao and his comrades stood on the roof and inspected the broken building. Our hero said that it was too late to retreat, so he needed to prepare for battle. The guy said he understood him. After a little more time, Yang Hao stood above the crowd of people and said that a wave of zombies was approaching. He asked everyone to take care of their weapons and prepare to receive the enemy. The guy turned to Gu Qingyi and asked her to take all the girls and take them to a secluded place. No one can go out without his order. The rest must take up arms and follow him. Meanwhile, the zombies were actively moving towards the source of the sweet smell. They hoped to eat people. The sniper who was watching the zombies decided to target a truck with gasoline. Deciding this was a good idea, he fired straight into the tank a moment later. Fortunately, there was gasoline inside, and therefore everything worked as intended. The tank exploded and took the lives of many zombies with it. Long Tao and the rest of the guys immediately rushed into battle, telling everyone to follow him. Behind the shooting Long Tao, Yang Hao also jumped out and was like a demon for the zombies. Upon landing, the guy said that he was here only to collect all the heads. His comrade, who was observing the entire battlefield from a sniper rifle, could not help but notice that Yang Hao was very brave. Meanwhile, Yang Hao was already actively mocking the zombies and destroying them in various ways. The characteristics at that time were too scarce. An increase of 0.01 points was simply not enough. Hearing someone's wild roar behind him, Yang Hao turned around to see who it was. A huge elite zombie stood in front of him. His size was also amazing considering that he was sitting. Looking at this zombie, our hero decided that this dead man must be very capable of fighting. The giant decided not to wait for human action, and therefore immediately went on the attack. After such a powerful blow, Yang Hao looked at the created crater and realized that such a blow would definitely turn an ordinary person into mush. At some point, the zombie felt something hit him from behind. It was Comrade Yang Hao who shot at the big guy with a rifle. After the next round was fired, the zombie simply raised his hammer and easily deflected the bullet. A moment later, the zombie ran to deal with the impudent man, who at that time was trying to understand what kind of crazy reaction the zombie had. Saying that they should not let zombies near the gas station, Yang Hao rushed towards the monster. The guy jumped sharply and began to fly towards the zombie to deal him a fatal blow. Unfortunately for him, this zombie has a quick reaction, which is why the attack was interrupted. The giant managed to react and hit Yang Hao faster than him. The guy flew off in the other direction. From such a powerful attack from the monster, Yang Hao flew into the truck and pierced it through. Long Tao and his friend started screaming in horror. The guys hoped that everything was okay with their boss. Lying on the ground, the system showed Yang Hao an interesting ability. The iron bone has been unlocked and requires 10 hits to activate. Yang Hao was surprised that he could improve even if he was beaten. Sensing a chance to defeat the thug, the guy immediately stood up and stared at the monster. Our hero began to call the thug to himself and ask him to fight him like a man. The monster immediately began to run towards Yang Hao to show him who was stronger. He hit the guy with his hammer with all his might and he flew away again. Upon landing, the system reminded that there were still 9 strikes left. Long Tao, meanwhile, asked in bewilderment why the boss took the blow, knowing that his strength was unable to stop the brute. His friend said he didn't know either. Rising from the ground, the guy said that this time the blow was weaker than the last. After that, he asked if the monster was running out of energy. The angry monster went on the attack again and hit Yang Hao with his hammer. The notification showed that 7 more strikes were needed. Meanwhile, blood gushed out of the guy's mouth. At this moment, Long Tao's friend said that he realized what was happening. Their boss wants to die. The guy with a serious face said that most likely he wants to die. Meanwhile, the zombies continued to dominate Yang Hao. The blows kept piling up and piling up. At some point, the zombie slammed Yang Hao with his hammer and the entire field was covered in dust. Long Tao said that he hoped their boss didn't die. The brute looked at the crater he had created and waited for the smoke to clear so he could look at the corpse of the impudent man. Meanwhile, a little exhausted but still getting what he wanted, Yang Hao looked out of the smoke with a wide smile. The brute tensed again from the fact that the guy was still alive. He wanted to quickly deal with this man. Long Tao and his friend at this time were happy that their boss was still alive. In general, they didn't doubt him because they knew that he was a cool dude. So the ability has been unlocked. It makes the body invulnerable for a short period of time. The guy decided that he needed to recover a little before further battle. A moment later, he disappeared from the battlefield. The thug, just like Long Tao, looked at the missing Yang Hao in bewilderment. Yang Hao, meanwhile, was in the recovery chamber. He was lucky that he had a recovery chamber. Otherwise, today, he would have died. The healing chamber was previously under restoration because it consumed too much energy last time. Sometime later, Yang Hao reappeared on the battlefield and was immediately discovered by a perplexed big man. Our hero told the monster that he had beaten his whole body, but now it is his turn, and the monster must prepare his knuckles. The guy, without waiting for the monster to act, rushed into battle and flew towards the zombies at full speed. Already approaching the thug, the guy activated the iron bone, and now everything should have worked as it should. The monster, who was tired of this man, decided to carry out his most powerful attack and hit Yang Hao with his hammer. As soon as the zombie raised his hammer, he discovered that Yang Hao was still alive. This seriously shocked the poor big guy. A moment later, like a tornado, Yang Hao flew around the monster and cut all of its limbs. Gu Qingyi, who was watching the guy, said that in a short time, this guy only became stronger again. After using the iron bone, the system said it would take 600 seconds to recover. One way or another, the guy decided to send the monster to hell. After just a couple of seconds, the dismembered and defeated zombie lay on the ground. During this fight, Yang Hao received quite a lot of characteristics, which could not but rejoice. At that moment, the guy also noticed a certain chest that stood behind him. Our main character walked up to it and tried to open it, but unfortunately he just couldn't do it. The next day, Yang Hao returned to Chu Tingyun again and decided to convey all the information to him. After the story, he told the general that they were going to go to Guangzhou, and all the people they saved were counting on them. He handed over to Fang Zhongyi for someone to take them away from here. The man thanked the guys and said that he was leaving all the supplies to them as a gift from him. Now Yang Hao was confident that they were ready to go to Guangzhou. After some time, the Yang Hao detachment, which was just on the road, decided to stop. Gu Qingyi said that Guangzhou is behind the upcoming viaduct. The guy said that there were no zombie gathering places nearby, so they could rest a little before heading out. The girl told her friend that she had just listened to the radio and it said that new zombies of the rank of Lord had appeared at the Dabi mountain base. The base may already be destroyed. Yang Hao asked what the Lord's level was and what the aliens in the base meant. At the same time, Long Tao approached him and said that he apparently was not as knowledgeable about this as he was. At this time, the world began to recognize the accepted classification of zombies. Depending on the degree of alienization, they are divided into levels: regular, elite, mutated, and lords. Experts say zombies taller than the Lord may appear. On his own behalf, Long Tao added that he is not sure about aliens, but he heard that they all came with the end of times. The main character turned and asked Gu Qingyi if she knew about this. The girl recalled that her family practices ancient martial arts, so how would she know about aliens? After some time, the guys were already driving in their cars. Surprisingly, the weather was not very good. Yang Hao asked in bewilderment why it snows at this time of year. Ching Ching at the same moment leaned against Yang Hao and said that he was very warm. The guy asked the girl not to play the fool because he was driving now. Deciding that driving was dangerous, Yang Hao decided to stop and brake sharply. Gu Qingyi, who was driving right behind them, looked out of the window and asked if everything was okay. The guy who was being pulled by Ching Ching said that everything was fine. Getting out of the car, he said that he first wanted to explore the surrounding area. He asked the guys to stay in their cars and not move. Gu Qingyi obeyed the guy and sat in the car. She just put her hand out of the window and caught snowflakes with it. As soon as one of them landed on her hand, the girl began to think, could these beautiful snowflakes be the work of aliens? Walking along the city street, Yang Hao looked at the ice sculptures in bewilderment and wondered, where could such a quantity come from here? Approaching one of them, he decided to examine them. The main character noticed that these sculptures are very realistic. At that moment, Ching Ching called the guy and asked him to make a snowman together. "There's a lot of snow here," Yang Hao asked, not to make him laugh. This place is strange, and the weather is not so extreme that he would build a snowman. At this moment, one of the sculptures standing behind Yang Hao seemed to make a sound. The guy turned and looked at the figure in bewilderment. Did he just imagine it? Ching Ching at this time also decided to explore the figures and said that they were amazing and too exquisite. Realizing that something was wrong here, Yang Hao immediately ordered the girls to get out of there. Immediately, the ice sculptures came to life and began to move towards Ching Ching. The girl ran away from them in horror. Yang Hao ran sharply towards the girl and swung his sword only once. The guy couldn't leave his friend in danger. He ordered Ching Ching to stand behind him and not move again. The ice sculptures moved on. Looking at these figures, the guy thought, are all these ice sculptures zombies, and why can't he see the information about them? Yang Hao asked his friends to be careful because there are zombies everywhere. Everyone needs to be ready for battle. At this time, an unfamiliar girl was watching them, who noticed that Yang Hao was not bad in battle. They could have sacrificed him to a god of the last days. Long Tao ran forward to help Yang Hao and told the guys to split into two groups. One should be there and the other should go with him. The guy looked at Gu Qingyi in bewilderment and asked if she felt cold. The girl said that she didn't really feel him. She thought to herself that this must be because of the incident when Yang Hao helped her get rid of the virus in his body. She was able to improve her physique and resistance to cold. After some time, the battle was over. Yang Hao was to some extent upset that these zombies were so simple. Unexpectedly for Yang Hao, after his words, a certain ice crystal was thrown into him. The guy, of course, managed to react and easily defended himself from this brazen attack. At that moment, the Ice Mist told the guys that they were fighting well. She invited them to join their organization and follow the god of the end times. The guy looked at her in bewilderment and asked what kind of god of the end of times she was. Is this really some kind of religious organization? One way or another, these days, you need to trust only yourself. The girl said that their offensive group doesn't like people who cheat. Her ice powers were granted to her by the god of the end of time, having said that if they do not want to be believers, then they will all turn into food for the god of the end of time. Having repelled her attack, Yang Hao said that if God really saves people, then how can he take human lives? Our main character continued to defend himself from the attacks and said that her ice powers were nothing compared to the so-called God. He wanted to expose this deception. The girl suddenly retreated a few meters and sharply attacked with a bunch of ice crystals. Deadly ice flows flew towards Yang Hao, who did not understand how a girl could carry out such frantic attacks. Realizing that the situation was not very good, the guy decided to act differently. He hit the ground in front of him with his sickle, and ice began to appear from it. Within a moment, that piece of ice turned into a real ice shelter and repelled the girl's attack. Ice Miss asked in bewilderment if Yang Hao really had ice powers. It was quite interesting. Our hero at this point asked, "What about we stop fighting and unite? They could save the world as a group together." The girl did not stop and continued to attack Yang Hao, saying that only a god can save the world without measuring himself. Yang Hao was definitely not satisfied with this answer. Somehow he dodged the girl's attack. At that moment, the guy noticed that ice spears began to emerge from underground and were moving towards him. The guy immediately activated the iron bones to avoid serious injury. The entire battlefield, including Yang Hao, was swallowed up by ice and deadly spears. A moment later, they all scattered to the sides. This is all not without the help of our hero. Yang Hao asked if the girl had finished using her abilities. Not hearing an answer, he took it for agreement, and he immediately decided that it was now his turn. The girl was perplexed that after such a powerful attack, the guy was alive and unharmed. How is this possible? At this moment, the woman behind Ice Miss asked her why she was wasting her time. These people should already be dead. The god of the end times is waiting for his lunch. For some unknown reason, the girl approached her and cut her throat. The girl didn't say a word. After the nun's death, the girl said that she did not need anyone to tell her what to do. The actions are transferred to a certain warehouse, which was located in approximately the same place. Inside sat a zombie of unprecedented size, and a man stood next to him. He addressed the thug as his boy and asked him to wait a little. Fresh meat will arrive soon. At this time, Yang Hao asked the stranger why she killed that woman. Wasn't she her companion? The girl reminded that now is the end of times, and if she were soft-hearted like Yang Hao, she would have long ago been killed by those whom he calls companion. Having said that now no one will stand in their way, the girls rushed into battle, saying that now she will be truly good. Gu Qingyi, who decided to come closer to the battlefield, looked at what was happening in bewilderment, and only asked who Yang Hao was fighting with now. Looking closer, the girl suddenly realized who it was. She immediately shouted, "Xiao Xuan!" The girl asked Yang Hao to stop the battle because it was her sister. The guy asked in bewilderment if this was true, and Xiao Xuan only thought about how he could meet Gu Qingyi here. One way or another, they finished the battle, and the girl immediately ran to her sister. Gu Qingyi said that she missed her very much. Xiao Xuan suddenly pushed the girl and said that she did not have a sister like Gu Qingyi. Yang Hao, who watched this family drama, asked what was the matter. The girl sighed heavily and said that it was all their family's fault. The action shifts to Gu Qingyi's memories. That day she played snowballs with her sister. Ever since then, Xiao Xuan had the ability to control the powers of ice and snow. The family had no way to control supernatural forces, and she also did not dare to teach Xiao Xuan ancient martial arts. The girl was afraid that her sister would suffer because of her abilities and become a demon. That's why Gu Qingyi learned all the ancient arts to protect her sister. But unexpectedly for everyone, Xiao Xuan did not understand her sister's intentions and left home. No one has seen her since then. The girl asked in bewilderment how she didn't understand them. She said that it was obvious to her that Gu Qingyi was afraid that she would surpass her and did not allow her to study. The guy, hiding his weapon, told Gu Qingyi that her sister was in the clutches of a cult. She has been brainwashed and cannot think straight now. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan, like the other guys, were being targeted, but apparently Xuan was a priority. The stranger sighed and said that it looked like that smelly woman had really become a traitor. He asked to offer her death to the god of the end of the world. At that moment, he fired a sniper rifle. Yang Hao, hearing the danger, pounced on Gu Qingyi's sister and told her to be careful. At that moment, the girl blushed and thanked the stranger for saving her. Anyway, the guys stood up, and our hero immediately said that there were still enemies here, so they should be careful. The sniper, who was waiting for confirmation of the kill and saw Yang Hao saving the traitor, was only surprised by his reaction speed. A moment later, as if from all the cracks, strange people in masks ran out, saying that they would now grab all the people and sacrifice them to the god of the end of the world. Yang Hao threw them all away, saying that they were just a stupid bunch of brainwashed fools. Continuing to throw them around, he tried to restore their sanity. Gu Qingyi asked her sister who the god of the end of the world was. The girl said that her powers were granted by God, and if she believed in him, he would improve her powers. Yang Hao at this moment said that they should ask these people and find out more about the god of the end of the world. Gu Qingyi pointed the gun at one of the bad people and asked the same question as before. The guy said that the god of the end of the world is beyond their reach. Mere mortals will be punished by him sooner or later. After these words, he took out a certain tablet from under his tongue and bit into it. A moment later, he fell. Gu Qingyi was horrified by how much these people were brainwashed. Yang Hao asked Xiao Xuan how many people were in their organization and whether she knew who their boss was. The girl said about a couple of hundred, but their boss is probably their divine ambassador. The guy suggested that then the whole problem was their divine after. He suggested that the guys go back and meet with the caravan before they come up with a plan. After some time, the guys were already at some residential building. Yang Hao lay on the bed and couldn't stop thinking about this god of the end of the world. This is simply ridiculous! Many people will die sooner or later. At this moment, Xiao Xuan seemed to sense what Yang Hao was thinking and rushed into his room. The guy asked in bewilderment why she came to him at such a time. Any problems? The girl said that she heard from her sister that he had a secret here, thanks to which he could make her stronger. Xiao Xuan wanted to see him too. Yang Hao was a little confused and was about to say what this meant, but suddenly he became thoughtful. How did Gu Qingyi even tell her sister about this? The guy understood that if everyone found out, then every night after that he would be insignificant. He will literally become a comfort toy. This is definitely not suitable. Yang Hao wiped away the blood that came from such a shock and said that he could show her, but she should keep it a secret and not tell anyone. The girl was very happy with the agreement and said that she would not tell anyone about it. The guy put Xiao Xuan on the bed and asked her not to be nervous. She just needs to relax. Yang Hao gently touched the girl's body and at some point began to get down to business. Xiao Xuan blushed more and more with each touch, but one way or another she felt very pleased. After that, our main character reached out to the girl with his lips and kissed her. After some time, Yang Hao finally asked the girl how she was feeling. The girl asked again in bewilderment. The guy said that he asked if she felt that she had become stronger. The girl said that she would try now, but to her horror, nothing happened. She immediately began to panic and ask what was going on and why she couldn't create ice anymore. Yang Hao immediately logged into the system and realized that it also did not show any information regarding attributes. What does all of this mean? The guy said that this is the first time he has encountered such an unpleasant situation. It always worked before. Xiao Xuan said in disappointment that Yang Hao is a liar. She asked for her powers to be returned. The guy started telling her that he didn't lie to her and Gu Qingyi can confirm this. He then said, a little embarrassed, that this might not have been enough. He invited the girl to repeat everything again. After some more time, Yang Hao didn't have any strength. The guy said he tried really hard. The girl turned to him and said that because he had tried hard all night, she would let him get away with it this time. But now he must ensure her safety until her strength returned. Our main character said that he agreed and he would take care of Xiao Xuan. She must take them to the location of her organization. The next morning, Xiao Xuan led the guys to a huge building. The girl said that this was one of the meeting places of the offensive brigade. The people she brought were usually sent right here. Yang Hao, looking at this building, asked the girl if the god of the end of time was here. Suddenly, armed nuns came out of the building and told Xiao Xuan that she was a traitor. Without waiting for time to discuss everything, the guys simply dealt with these women. One of them shot and told the girl that she should be submissive. If she becomes food for God, he will forgive all her sins. At this moment, one of the bullets hit Ching Ching directly in the chest. Yang Hao turned around and screamed in horror. Damn it, this shouldn't have happened. The guy immediately killed this nun. After that, he rushed to the girl and shouted that she urgently needed treatment. Xiao Xuan approached him and asked him to let her do it. She previously studied medicine a little. The action moves back to the ward. On the bed there lay Ching Ching, who even in her sleep called Yang Hao. The guy just came up at that time and asked how Ching Ching was doing. Xiao Xuan said that the wound from her bullet was huge. Turning around, she said that she had stopped the bleeding, but she needed to be taken to the hospital to be treated as quickly as possible. She recently heard on the radio that there is a hospital here in the city. The guy immediately thought about it. How can there be a hospital here when human life here is cheaper than paper? The bad news was that his recovery chamber wouldn't be ready for another 3 days. Yang Hao said that Ching Ching was counting on Xiao Xuan, so he asked him to take care of her. He just needs to hold out for a couple of days, and he will find a way to cure her. At this moment, Long Tao said that they had searched the entire shopping mall and found no trace of the end times god. They only noticed people in black walking to the factory nearby. Yang Hao said that the guys did a good job, and now we need to go there together and check everything. The action moves to one of the cult people. He was running from zombies who were chasing him. The zombies were literally on his tail and could catch up with him in a couple of seconds. At some point, the guy seemed to have crossed some invisible wall. The zombies simply didn't go any further. Long Tao asked in bewilderment why the zombies chased that freak to the door, but in the end, did not go inside. Yang Hao said that he would also like an answer to this question. The guy then asked what the guards were talking about. Yang Hao guessed that this was a code word. The security guard who stood in front of the factory asked the guy how he survived the end of the world. The guy smiled and shouted that he dedicated everything to the god of the end of the world. The man extended his hand and welcomed their friend home. The guy in the mask shook hands. After some time, Yang Hao and Long Tao also decided to fast. The guards asked who they were. The guy said they were new believers. They know the code word. He suddenly asked Long Tao if he remembered the code word, to which the guy said that he remembered. The soldier said that the god of the end of the world sent 10 oracles. The guys must name 3 of them. The guys were terrified. This is not the right question. And what remains to be done in such a situation? Yang Hao asked how they could change the code word so easily. The guy reminded them that they were new here and they only remembered the code word for the question, how to survive at the end of the world. He asked what if the answer was. The soldier only said that if they cannot remember the oracles, then they are simply not competent to go and receive the bounty of the god of the end of the world. Long Tao said that if the code word doesn't work, then they can only use force. The guy said that he really didn't want to take the initiative. After some time, the guards were lying on the floor. But Yang Hao was interested in what was happening inside, even if the guards worshipped this god. The guy asked Long Tao to look around and then meet Gu Qingyi and the others at the entrance. Meanwhile, the ambassador was making an appeal. He said that the god of the end of the world needs everyone to devote their strength in order to protect them all. If there is a traitor among them, God will send heavenly punishment. The crowd cheered. Each of them shouted the name of God, and with all his appearance made it clear that he adored him. Yang Hao, sitting above, was only thinking that during the end of the world, people are too easy to deceive. You can also simply create a god, and he will become their savior. At that moment, the man asked for silence in the hall. It's time to give yourself to God. The ambassador asked whether they would drown at the end of the world until they died, or would they devote their lives to God. All the guys started shouting that they would. One of them asked the Lord Messenger to be sure that his body would be handed over to the god. Yang Hao still watched this incomprehensible performance in bewilderment and thought that this was most likely a fraudulent donation. The man began to shout and say that not everyone can recognize the god of the end of the world. He asked everyone to let the voice of God be heard. Immediately, a certain glow began to scatter around, and the ceiling began to crumble. Yang Hao was perplexed by this powerful force. Was it because of him that the zombies outside were afraid to come inside? The jubilant crowd asked the messenger what the god of the end of the world was telling him. Suddenly, a spotlight turned on in the middle of the room and the light pointed at the woman. The man said that she was chosen by the god of the end of the world. The girl was crazy about such luck. She began to thank the messenger of God. After some time, the girl was taken into a dark room. She was tied up and placed on her knees, before which 2 people also stood near her. A moment later, the foot of a certain creature stepped on the ground. Something began to emerge from the darkness. A powerful energy immediately passed in front of the people sitting in the room. In front of the girl was that same giant zombie who was the so-called god of the end of the world. The girl asked a question in bewilderment. Is this really the god of the end of the world that other people idolize so much? The giant began to scream at the sight of the people. He was glad that he was finally offered a sacrifice. Although the girl was scared, she began to scream and ask God to enjoy her body and give all people happiness. The monster was about to capture the girl, but at that moment Yang Hao came to her aid. After that, the thug started screaming and the guy just said that it was an elite mutant zombie. Its sound wave is much more powerful than a lion's roar. The girl asked Yang Hao why he saved her. The guy, in turn, asked the girl to open her eyes and look at the situation more carefully. This is not a god, but an ordinary zombie. Taking out his weapon, he asked the girl to run away if she didn't want to become lunch for zombies. The god of the end time was truly powerful. Our hero, firmly taking his sickle, said that it was time to hunt. The first thing he decided to do was start at the monster's feet and immediately went on the attack. Having launched a powerful attack, Yang Hao did not think about stopping and wanted to continue attacking the monster. Unfortunately for him, the thug got angry and used his sound wave again. Having flown into the wall, the guy began to realize that he simply could not get closer due to such a wide range of attacks from the monster. Deciding that sitting was not an option, our hero went on the attack again and jumped on the giant. The monster didn't let the guy get closer this time either. He used his scream again to push the enemy further away. Unexpectedly for the giant, they started shooting at his legs. He looked down in bewilderment. As it turned out, it was Yang Hao's friends who just came to his aid. The guy said they were just in time. The giant's roar is too strong to get any closer, so they need to distract him. Long Tao and his friend immediately started calling the big guy and shooting at him. In short, They did everything to attract his attention. The zombie turned towards them and began to use its powerful roar to disarm Yang Hao's friends. The guys flew into the wall with incredible speed. In the same way, their weapons scattered. Yang Hao, looking at this, realized that letting his friends take the damage was a little difficult. At that moment, they started shooting at the big guy from the other side. He immediately turned to them. It was Gu Qingyi and Kai Jing who also wanted to attract the zombie's attention to themselves. Realizing that the zombie was distracted, Yang Hao decided that now was the time to attack it. The guy dealt several powerful blows to the big man's chest. The god of the end of the world began to writhe in pain, but it also gave him more aggression. A moment later, the monster broke its chains and was free. Having broken his shackles, the thug launched an irreversible process that could bury everyone here. Yang Hao started shouting to everyone to get out of here as quickly as possible because the building was starting to collapse. Meanwhile, people in the hall were talking in bewilderment about the loud noise outside the door. The divine ambassador began to say that people were hearing the god of the end of the world answering their prayers. As if with one voice, everyone began to scream and wish God the end of the world and a long life. They also wished long life for the messenger of God. At that moment, the light passed to him, and behind the messenger, a wall collapsed, behind which one could see the local god of the end of the world. People immediately began screaming in horror that these were elite-level zombies. The messenger asked people to calm down, saying that this is the god of the end of the world, not zombies. One way or another, people began to run away in horror, saying that they had been deceived. The man turned and asked his boy why he didn't listen to his father. His appearance scared all the people. The monster, without any warning, began to scream towards the people, and each of them fell. The monster grabbed someone from the crowd in his hand and was about to pull him to his mouth. The guy asked for help. Unfortunately, help did not come to him, and the zombie bit the man into two pieces. A moment later, Yang Hao arrived in the hall and hit the monster on the back. He asked in bewilderment, how many people did this thug eat to become so big? Yang Hao turned to the guys and asked them to take the people to a safe place while he took care of the zombies. And again, the guy went on the attack, realizing that everything was going on again. The zombie used his roar again. Our hero at that moment was only thinking that it would be great to have at least some kind of protection, when suddenly he remembered that the system can exchange some things for rare armor. Seeing something suitable, the guy chose an anti-pressure jacket and decided to try it out. In a moment, Yang Hao was already in his new suit. Now it was possible to fight honestly. The roar of the monster now had no effect on Yang Hao, and this could not but please him. The guy said that spending 20 attribute points to get this thing was probably the best idea. Our hero immediately jumped up from the ground and headed towards the thug, telling him to try all the strength of his grandfather. Yang Hao was already right near the target and was about to start swinging. The brute, realizing that the roar was no longer effective, decided to use something more powerful, and now a fiery beam flew out of his mouth. Yang Hao landed on the ground with a crash and continued to lie on the ground for a while in disbelief. Rising a little, he asked if this creature could breathe fire. What kind of crap is this? A couple of seconds later, a fiery beam flew at the guy again. Yang Hao guessed that the delay of his attack was approximately 2 seconds. For now, it was necessary to understand the rhythm of the battle and adapt to it. The guy deftly dodged the fiery attack and began the time until the next one. Realizing that he now had time, Yang Hao headed towards the thug and began to swing his sickle. The guy dealt a powerful blow along the zombie's entire body. The god of the end of the world was writhing in horror and pain. Our hero at that moment was only thinking that he had found the weak point of this creature, and it was his neck. The thug, as soon as he moved away from this attack, began screaming again and walking towards Yang Hao. The guy again deftly pulled off his attack and said that he would cut off the head of the god of the end of the world. The brute fell to the ground with a roar, and attribute spheres began to appear from his corpse. After raising all the attributes, Yang Hao was surprised that this zombie could add so many spiritual attributes to him. At this moment, the guys called Yang Hao and asked if he was okay. The guy just said that he was fine and had already taken care of this zombie. Long Tao brought an envoy and said that they had interrogated him. His goal is simply to attract people's attention and feed them zombies. Placing a sickle in front of this bastard, our hero asked why the messenger was deceiving everyone. Why keep zombies with you? At this moment, the man fell to his knees and began to address Xiao Wei with great bitterness, saying that he had made him suffer. Yang Hao was perplexed that this zombie was most likely the son of a divine ambassador. The man said it was his fault. If he watched him every day, he wouldn't simply run into the park and turn into a zombie. The boy could only feed on living people, and so he had to. Gu Qingyi told the man that he was crazy because his son was already a zombie. He killed many innocents. The messenger said that all of them were meaningless while his son was alive. Yang Hao at that moment shouted that he had had enough. He cut the messenger and he fell to the ground. The guy said that if someone's life is not important to him, then his place is in hell. He also asked him to repent to all the people who were killed. After some time, the guys left the building. Yang Hao said that there are many demons and monsters in this world, and he is glad that there are fewer of these monsters. Long Tao at this moment asked the boss what about the believers who ran away. There are still a lot of zombies on the streets. The guy told Lon that he could only ask Father Fang to arrange everything again. Yang Hao returned to Xiao Xuan, who was looking after Qing Qing, and immediately asked her how the girl's injury was. The girl said that everything was not very good. Qing Qing's wounds begin to become infected. They need to be stitched up immediately, and antibiotics also urgently need to be obtained. Her life is in the balance. Yang Hao logged in to check when the capsule would be available, and realized that they would need to find another way to save the girl. The guy at that moment asked Xiao Xuan about the hospital of death. The girl said that she was a couple of kilometers from here. She heard that doctors there treat patients for free. Deciding that there was nothing else left for them to do, Yang Hao said that they were moving forward. After some time, the guys were already approaching the same hospital from Xiao Xuan's stories. Everyone asked Qing Qing to hold out a little longer. The guy ran inside and immediately started asking if there was a doctor here who could help them. Unexpectedly for the guys, bullets flew in their direction. This meant that good things were not to come here. Yang Hao turned to the guys and told everyone to duck because it's a trap. The strange guys who were inside said that the hospital was now under their supervision. He immediately warned that anyone who moves now will be killed immediately. Yang Hao said that they have a wounded woman and they urgently need treatment and antibiotics. Can they help them? The guy smiled and said that they would be happy to help, but of course not for free. Yang Hao turned and pointed at his car, saying that everyone was having a hard time. One way or another, the guys can take food supplies from Yang Hao's car. Going out into the street, the guy addressed Yang Hao as a brother and said that he apparently did not understand them. They're not going to take a few things from them. Putting his hand on the car, the guy said that he wanted to take everything. All supplies. He then pointed to the girls and said that they would have to stay with them too. Yang Hao sighed and asked the guys to be kinder. They can save several lives. The guy raised his gun and said that things won't work like that, either according to their terms or not at all. Realizing that they could not agree peacefully, Yang Hao decided to take everything into his own hands and rushed off. He hit one of the freaks and said that they themselves wanted it. After that, he took aim at the other guys and began swinging his deadly sickle. Yang Hao swung his blade and cut the bastard's stomach. The guy decided that such people had nothing to live for. He turned to his squad and said that they must finish them off together. After some time, Yang Hao addressed the guys already lying on the ground. He said that their offer in return for help was great, but since they didn't want it, they deserved what they got. Taking Qing Qing in his arms again, the guy said that they didn't have time for empty talk. He told the squad that together with Xiao Xuan, they would find a doctor. The rest must guard the building. When they entered, they saw barricades. Our main character thought that the hospital was still open, but why are there no doctors here? The girl said that they left or the guys drove them away. Yang Hao asked if they came here in vain. The girl responded that there were still some medications here so she could try it herself. Running further along the Yang Hao corridor, he told the girl to hurry up and do the operation, and he would guard the door from the outside. Already in the ward itself, Xiao Xuan began the operation. Moreover, the girl had already pulled out the bullet from Qing Qing. The girl said that the bullet was deep, so it was no wonder why it was so difficult to pull it out. Qing Qing couldn't stop talking about Yang Hao. Xiao Xuan assured her that they would meet soon, so there was no need to worry. All this time, the guy stood at the door. A lot of time passed, and he hoped that the operation was successful. Unexpectedly, Yang Hao noticed a zombie walking towards him. He asked in bewilderment why this zombie walked so freely in this hospital. The guy, without ceremony, took out his sickle and destroyed this misunderstanding. Nevertheless, the question remained open. As soon as Yang Hao dealt with this zombie, he heard someone screaming for help behind him. He turned around in bewilderment and asked if there were people in this building. There was no answer. At this time, there was a battle in the corridor. A man was attacked by a zombie. He asked to remove it, but the woman and girl standing next to him just cried. The girl at some point closed her eyes and asked everyone she could ask to help him. Fortunately for the girl, her requests were heard, and Yang Hao came to their aid in time. The guy dealt with the zombies without any problems. After that, our hero turned to the people and asked if they were okay. They immediately fell to the floor and began to thank Yang Hao for saving them. His appearance here is a great gift for them. The guy ran up to them and began to ask them to get up because it was just ordinary help. After that, he asked what they were doing here. The doctors had already left the place. The girl said that her mother had a high fever at home, and they heard on the radio that free treatment was offered here. That's why they're here. The guy thought about it. With security outside, the inside of the building should be clean. So why are there zombies here? After some time, the guys said goodbye. Yang Hao told the family that there is still a lot of medicine in the pharmacy, so they need to go there and check, but they must not forget about the danger. After they left and told Yang Hao to take care of himself, the guy headed towards the operating room. At that moment, Xiao Xuan just came out and said that Yang Hao could come in. Going inside Yang Hao, he told the girl to rest. He would look after Ching Ching himself. In addition, he added that there are zombies in the hospital, so you need to be careful. Then, looking at the girl, the guy thought, memory loss and a shot in the chest. Perhaps even God treats Ching Ching poorly. He hoped that everything would be fine with the girl. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan walked and wondered if Yang Hao had forgotten about the disappearance of her powers. She will need to find time to talk to him about this. Suddenly, the girl heard behind her some kind of growing scream that was approaching her. As soon as she turned around, Xiao Xuan saw the girl that Yang Hao had recently saved. She was in danger again. The girl leaned over and asked the little girl what happened to her. One way or another, the girl's condition indicated that everything was not very good. The girl started screaming and saying that her mom and dad were eaten by zombies. Xiao Xuan asked again in bewilderment. She then asked where her parents were. The girl continued to cry, and yet she pointed her finger along the corridor and said that there were very scary zombies there. Xiao Xuan told the girl not to be afraid. She will take her to a safe place and then check what happened there. Long Tao asked in bewilderment where this little girl came from. They don't have many supplies to help people. The girl said that she just needs to be looked after because there are zombies in the hospital. Gu Qingyi asked if she should go with Xiao Xuan. Her sister said that there was simply no need because she was weak and would only be a burden to her. Meanwhile, inside the building, the girl was walking with her gun. Without your own strength, relying on a gun, of course, is not very pleasant. But that's how it is. Deciding to put aside conversations, the girl scanned the corridor and realized that there seemed to be no zombies here. Then suddenly the girl heard some strange voices from the room at the end of the corridor. The girl, deciding that she had no other options, went there to check what was inside. There was a certain doctor inside here. However, it was strange because Xiao Xuan remembers that Yang Hao told her that there were no medical personnel left here. The guy who looked at the girl did not think that she came here for the doctor. He wondered why she was here. The girl pointed the gun at the guy and asked him to show her who was lying on the bed. She told the pseudo-doctor to remove the sheet. The guy laughed and said he didn't do anything wrong. Opening the sheet, he said that there were 9 zombies brought to him for research. They are all mutated, but almost all are dead. The girl just smelled this zombie and said that it was disgusting. Xiao Xuan turned around and advised him to stop pawing these freaks. In addition, you need to be careful not to accidentally get infected. At that moment, the girl heard a strange rustling sound and turned to find out what it was. The real doctor was already flying towards her. Xiao Xuan turned around sharply and started shooting at the freak who was reaching out to her with his hand. The girl hit him with a cartridge, but he did not injure this guy at all. The doctor nevertheless landed and pinned the girl to the ground. Xiao Xuan was at a loss. The guy, looking greedily at the girl, said that she looked incredibly appetizing. Xiao Xuan tried to break free and do something, but she simply couldn't. This guy was very strong. Deciding that her powers would not help here, she decided to act differently. Xiao Xuan called this freak a pervert and told him to get down. The guy said that he let that girl go, but it was worth it, because she brought him such a delicious girl as Xuan. Realizing that nothing was working, the girl decided to go all out and hit the guy's secluded place with her knee. He continued to say that it was all useless. The doctor asked her to be a good girl and he would eat her. Suddenly, he also heard some noise and turned around to check. Of course, it was Yang Hao who came to the aid of his friend. The guy swung his sickle, but the zombies managed to dodge. As soon as the real doctor landed, he asked the uninvited guest who he was. Yang Hao said that he came running here at the sound of gunfire. One way or another, he definitely didn't expect to see a zombie disguised as a doctor. Looking at this freak's stats, he couldn't understand why his stats were so high. At this moment, the zombie realized that there was no point in hiding his true appearance, and he began to transform. The monster said in bewilderment that he did not understand how Yang Hao determined this. One way or another, he decided that today would be the day of death for Yang Hao, who ruined the plans of the zombies. Yang Hao was terrified. It's a mixture of human and animal. How is this possible? Looking at the people, the monster asked how they liked his creation. Isn't it amazing? The guy said that after a day of work, he was just merging the genes of a zombie and a lion, and in the end, he became a hybrid zombie. Thanks to the flow of people, he was able to become what he is now. Looking at the zombie Xiao Xuan in bewilderment, she assumed that the same doctor was spreading information on the post-apocalyptic radio. The monster laughed and said that everything was true. Do people really want free healthcare in a world with limited resources? This once again proves that people are naive. Suddenly, Yang Hao noticed someone's jacket on the floor. He was familiar, but he didn't understand right away. Suddenly, a picture popped up in his head, and he remembered that that girl's father had this jacket. The guy immediately asked where the little girl's family had gone. The doctor thanked Yang Hao for reminding him. He will eat them, and then he will find that girl, and eat them too. Looking at the guys, he said that her meat should be much tastier than her parents. Yang Hao could not tolerate such words about ordinary people. He told the doctor that he was a complete creature, and then hit him on the head with a sickle. Looking at the monster after his attack, Yang Hao realized that this monster had too thick skin. At that moment, the girl said that she would help her friend and started shooting at the doctor. Xiao Xuan released almost the entire clip, but there was not a scratch left on the animal. The guy landed next to the girl and said that even a gun wouldn't work here. After the little people finished attacking the monster, he ran towards them and asked them to become his food. Yang Hao came to Xiao Xuan's defense and asked this pervert why he was pestering the girl when there was an opportunity to attack him. The guy pushed the monster back and hit him with all his might. Yang Hao turned sharply to his friend and told her to run for help while he detained this thug. The monster hit Yang Hao from behind and said that none of the people would get out of here alive. The thug immediately ran after the girl, who was trying to get to the exit in horror. At some point, the doctor jumped from his seat and flew towards the girl, saying that she was going to die. Fortunately for the girl, Yang Hao again came to her defense. The irritated zombie asked why the guy was such a pain in the ass. Suddenly, he decided to bite off his head. As soon as Yang Hao's head was in the zombie's mouth, he activated his iron knuckles. The lion clenched his jaw with all his strength, and to his horror, after a moment they literally fell apart. He immediately told Yang Hao that he was crazy. The girl, who saw nothing, began screaming in horror and calling for her friend. He still has to give her back her strength. The guy turned to her and said that he was fine. He also reminded that he asked her to do something, so why is she here then? Xiao Xuan didn't have to say it again. She turned around and ran after the guys, saying that she would soon return with help. Looking at the giant who was sitting exhausted, Yang Hao thought that this guy must have weaknesses, and if he found them, he would be in trouble. As soon as the lion raised his head to look at Yang Hao, everything became visible. The guy instantly noticed the weak point. It was hidden under the monster's hair. Having decided not to stand on ceremony, Yang Hao immediately ran and hit him squarely in the forehead. A moment later, the zombie fell to the ground, and the attribute spheres began to fly towards Yang Hao. Looking into the system, the guy noticed that this zombie had added a lot of spiritual attributes to him. This seems to be what such an exalted guy needs to move towards. Unexpectedly, the system said that Yang Hao had received a new title of the end of the world. In addition to this, the guy received the basic attribute of courage, which gave 30 points. Our main character received a new suit. He understood that next time he would not be afraid even of fire. The suit provided a 20% reduction in damage received. Suddenly, the Yang Hao system reminded him that he had the opportunity to open the supply box. He remembered how he picked up this box last time, but then it simply did not open. Apparently, there were some restrictions for him. Deciding not to wait, he chose that he wanted to open it. He was interested in what might be inside this box. Yang Hao opened the chest. From it, the guy pulled out a new function that allowed him to create potions in the medical cabin. This will definitely help them. Long Tao flew into the room screaming, hoping that there was still a battle going on. Looking around, he said in bewilderment that they didn't even have a chance to come to his aid. Yang Hao said that they would have more time to play later. For now, they need to go back to the van and wait for him. He in turn will take Ching Ching. Looking at the girl, he knew he had to take advantage of the medical camera upgrade. He must completely heal Ching Ching and then be on his way. The guy opened the system and told the medical camera to start its work. The camera immediately began treating Ching Ching, and the first thing it did was detect memory lapses in the patient's head. Having scanned the girl completely, the camera said that she was now beginning to recover. Yang Hao was glad that they had hope again. Ching Ching will rise again and remember everything. 30 minutes later, the girl jumped out of bed. Happy Yang Hao was immediately surprised that the girl woke up. Ching Ching looked around in bewilderment and tried to understand what was happening. After that, she asked what Yang Hao was doing here. She looked around the room and asked her friend how she got here. Where is her father? The girl had many questions, which meant that the recovery was successful. After some time, the guys who were waiting for Yang Hao and Ching Ching suddenly said that they were finally coming. Xiao Xuan looked at Ching Ching walking calmly in bewilderment and called Yang Hao. The girl asked how Ching Ching recovered so quickly. Yang Hao said that not only her body was restored, but also her memory. The guys asked in bewilderment how he did it, and then Xiao Xuan directly asked what power the guy had. Yang Hao laughed and said that for now it will be a secret. Suddenly the guy noticed that there were new additions to their squad. That girl was sitting near the car. It was actually very scary because her parents died right before her eyes, so the girl must be very upset right now. The guy approached the little girl and said that he would help her take revenge. In the future, she may join them, and in case of danger, they will protect her. Yang Hao asked the girl to forget everything and move forward. She immediately burst into tears and hugged Yang Hao. After that, the guy turned to the guys and said that they had been here too long. It's time to go to Jianzhou. Yang Hao hoped that her parents were okay. The action moves to the distant suburbs of Jianzhou. The guys stopped at a certain cottage. The guy got out of the car and asked his friends to stay inside. At this time, he will go and check everything. Yang Hao felt like something was wrong here. Going inside, the guy found absolutely nothing, not even a trace. Looking at the living room, he thought that it was as if no one had lived here for a long time. Are his parents really okay? One way or another, you need to inspect everything. After some time, Yang Hao went outside and told his friends that there was no one at home. He asked them to turn on Bluetooth, and he would send them the data to their parents. He needed help. Yang Hao decided not to look for everything in one place, and so he began to move along the roofs of buildings to find at least something strange. At some point, he found it. Some female voice turned to the guys and asked them not to do what they were planning. The guys told the girl to stop yelling because there was no one alive here, and he was not going to pretend to be harmless. One way or another, he asked the girl to be quiet, because zombies might come. One of the guys put his hand over the poor girl and told her that she could leave, but she would be immediately killed and eaten, and she would not have time to understand anything. Yang Hao decided to act according to the same scheme. He jumped from the roof and killed all the offenders with one attack so that they would not understand. The guy told the girl that she was now completely safe. She, a little perplexed, thanked her savior. After that, Yang Hao held out the phone and asked if she had seen these people in the photo. The girl said that she did not see any of them. Disappointed, Yang Hao turned around and said that he understood her. In that case, he needed to move on. Suddenly, the girl said that if these people lived here, then she knows where they can be found. Having received hope, Yang Hao turned around sharply and asked where they could be found. She said that a group of people came here recently and took away all the survivors from the area. 3 people who are now dead were also with them. After that, The girl pointed to the hotel and said that they had occupied it and set up headquarters there. Yang Hao said that in that case he would go and have a look there. Those people actually chose a very good place because that hotel is located in a good location. There is food and all the amenities. Actions are transferred to the entrance to this hotel. Long Tao and his friends stood in front of a poster of a girl and talked about how beautiful she was. At the same time, Long Tao asked his friend what Yang Hao's parents could do here. The guys then looked at the hotel and asked themselves a question. Why don't they go inside and look at everything there is? Perhaps they will find something inside. At that moment, a loud noise was heard behind them, and they turned around in horror. The guys didn't even have time to come to their senses when they were suddenly grabbed tightly by strange vines. Long Tao asked what was going on. An unfamiliar girl in a suit asked the guests where they were from and what they had forgotten. Looking at the Long Tao girl, I realized that she was most likely another telepath they had met. The guy said they were here looking for something and didn't want to hurt her. They asked her to let them go. The girl asked again in bewilderment. Then she said that they did not have enough labor. That is why they would become their slaves. She exerted a little force, and a moment later the guys were already unconscious. As soon as they fell to the ground, the girl asked her people to remove these strangers from the ground. After some time, the action moves to the barn. The man and woman looked at our guys and said that the number of workers had increased, which meant they could rest. The woman said that there were a lot of zombies outside, but at least they were safe here. She then added that God would ensure their safety. Unexpectedly, people in suits started walking towards them. The man and woman looked at them in bewilderment. As soon as they approached, they began to demand 5 willow coins from each. This was the local currency of the Willow organization. The man, perplexed, told Mr. Kui that they had already paid for this week. The bully grabbed the man by the collar and said that he didn't care about this week because he was talking about the last one. If he said to pay, then it means you have to pay. Otherwise, he said there would be a fight. At this point, the girl stood up for the man and woman and told Mr. Kui not to be angry. She said that Uncle Yan had health problems, so she would pay for them. The guy was surprised that the girl wanted to be good. He laughed loudly and still agreed, but he also said that payment alone would not be enough. She would have to do something else for him. The girl, in bewilderment, said that this is not how it works. The guy immediately hit her in the face and said that she had no right to refuse him. Meanwhile, our heroes, Long Tao and his friend, were still unconscious. At some point, they nevertheless raised their heads, and Long Tao immediately asked where they were. His friend said he had no idea. Meanwhile, the man and woman told Mr. Kui not to touch Tingzi. They started shouting that they would pay him. The girl asked not to worry about Aunt Yang and said that Yang Hao would be here. Everything would be fine. Mr. Kui, as soon as he heard the guy's name, remembered it. But according to his memory, with his size, he won't even have time to run a couple of steps before being devoured by zombies. Long Tao's friend asked in bewilderment if he had heard correctly. That freak called their boss by name? Long Tao said that it is, and it seems that those people are the boss's parents. Meanwhile, the freak grabbed Tingzi by the hair and began to pull her. The girl screamed in pain. At this moment, Long Tao and his comrade began to shout that bullying women is not an indicator of strength. If they are brave, then let them try to fight with them. The guys began to walk towards them and stretch their hands, saying that these newcomers were not very obedient. They immediately started beating them and telling them to behave obediently. Otherwise, next time everything would be much worse. Looking at these freaks, Long Tao said that if his fire unicorn had been with him, he would have smashed them to pieces. The action moves to Yang Hao, who was walking towards Xiao Xuan. Approaching her, he asked if there was any good news. The girl said that not yet. Moreover, she still doesn't know what's wrong with Long Tao and Tu Wei. None of them got in touch. After that, the guy looked at the poster with the girl and said that he remembers the times when he just started working. He always wanted to earn more to bring and entertain them here. Suddenly, our hero heard some noise around the corner. He immediately thought that something was happening there. Yang Hao and Xiao Xuan looked around the corner and tried to understand what was happening there. To their horror, they saw an incredibly huge monster that was dealing with the guards. This was an elite mutant whose characteristics were amazing. He was strong enough. Our hero also noticed this and realized that the battle with such a creature would not be easy. Suddenly, they noticed that someone from that crowd was running straight towards them. The guy said that his comrades were idiots because they decided to fight an elite-level zombie mutant. He considered himself smart, because he would find a safe place and watch. The guys looked around the corner and called this guy. They asked him to come over for a second. He got scared and wanted to run away. Realizing that he didn't mean it in a good way, Xiao Xuan grabbed the dagger and put it to the guy's neck. He immediately started saying that he would tell them everything. Yang Hao took out his phone and asked if he knew where these people were being kept. He started screaming and said that he knew, and he also asked not to kill him. Our hero immediately asked to tell us where these people were being kept. The guy, in horror, began to point his finger into the distance and say that all the slaves were kept in a stable. After this, Yang Hao decided to find out about the slaves. He asked how many people were guarding there. The guy said that the fish work on the farm. Their task is to grow grains and vegetables. For their work, they receive willow coins, and there aren't many guards there. Having heard everything they needed, Yang Hao thanked him for the answer and said that that was all. After that, he knocked out the stranger. The guy immediately rushed forward and told Xiao Xuan that now he could take advantage of the chaos and save all the people who were being held hostage. The action moves to the barn. Mr. Kui mocked Tingzi and said that in all his time there was not a single girl that he could not get. The girl with tears in her eyes asked Kui Xiao to let her go. He said that she could only not dream. He then asked what she found in that fat man Yang Hao. He was upset that he wasn't as good as him. He said he would kill him when he saw him. After these words, as if from nowhere, came the voice of our hero, who was very surprised by the guy's words. As soon as Yang Hao said that all sorts of scum can be found everywhere, the guy screamed in horror and asked if Yang Hao was really standing in front of him now. He remembered him when he was still small and quite fat. Yang Hao told him to get out of here and let Tingzi go. Hearing a familiar voice, the girl turned her head and realized that it was Yang Hao. Kui Xiao tried to keep himself under control and said in a calm voice that he was surprised that the guy wasn't eaten by zombies. Tingzi said that she was glad that he was alive and his parents were waiting for his return. Suddenly, Mr. Kui began to swing his arms and tell our hero that he came on time, because now he will show him what he is capable of. This action only made Yang Hao laugh, and he decided not to even try his strike. The guy said he'd better try this, and a moment later he hit him with all his might. After such a blow, the bully fell and did not immediately intend to get up. Tingzi was shocked by the strength of her old friend. The guy immediately approached her and asked if she was okay. After that, he asked where his parents were. The girl, with a smile on her face, said that his parents were in the barn, not far from here. She added that she would take him to them right away. A moment later, the son stood in front of his parents, who could not believe their eyes. They immediately asked if it was really him. Happy Yang Hao said that he was glad that his parents were alive. Then he said that he was back. Mom immediately jumped up and asked why he had lost so much weight. Does he really not eat enough? The guy laughed and said that he was very healthy, and besides, he had gained a lot of muscle. One way or another, he decided that now was not the time to talk and asked his parents to follow him because they were leaving. The person in charge of the slaves immediately raised the alarm, saying that the slaves had escaped. A moment later, a group of people ran towards the guys and were going to detain them. Yang Hao's parents asked where they should go. The bad people were already one step away from them when suddenly a car drove up to the guys. Xiao Xuan was driving, and she immediately told the guys to get into the car. Everyone climbed in, except for Yang Hao, who decided that he would hold off those freaks for now. He asked the girl to move away from here. Our hero took out his sickle and immediately flew into the air to carry out his attack. One of the villains said that the guy's path was already predetermined. Yang Hao wondered in bewilderment what was happening to this stranger's body. Since he couldn't break through it, Yang Hao came to the conclusion that it was just another telepath, hitting even harder the next time. Our hero said that this guy's strength was simply nothing compared to his. After one guy fell, the next one ran into the fight. He told Old Man Black that he was there to help him. Immediately behind him, another man appeared who owned the element of fire. He said that he would also help his friend. So-called Old Man Black began to shout to his comrades to be careful, because this guy is strong. He was able to hit and injure him. It was as if they unanimously said that nothing would happen to them, so he didn't have to worry. They simply did not believe that the two of them could not cope with him. They surrounded our hero on both sides and immediately began to attack. Yang Hao thought about it. Where did so many telepaths come from here? One way or another, he decided not to measure and repelled the attack of these freaks. The guys couldn't help but notice how fast our hero is. Yang Hao said that they have abilities. He asked them to use them to the maximum. He didn't want them to disappoint him. The guy with blades instead of hands immediately jumped on our hero in the hope of finishing him off. Our hero blocked his attack with a sickle. The guy shouted and told Yang Hao not to be arrogant. The guy said that he was weak and then kicked him with all his might. Then he sensed danger and turned around. Old Man Black was already flying towards him. The main character, of course, dodged, but he couldn't help but notice that this guy's power was too destructive. But anyway, it's slow. Unexpectedly, a shout came from behind Yang Hao, indicating that he had caught him. The guy turned his head and saw a fiery beam in front of him. Reflexively, our hero put the sickle in front of him and somehow defended himself. Luckily, his equipment is resistant to fire. At this moment, he began to scan what was happening. They use fire to increase distance. The scaly one has incredible strength, and the mantis is very fast. Two seemed like it would be hard, so he decided he had to knock out at least one. Just at that moment, he was attacked by the mantis, which looked the weakest. The guy attacked him with all his might, and it seemed that the attack was successful. The mantis immediately began to be proud of himself, saying that he had caught Yang Hao. Our hero, as it turned out, activated the iron knuckles and did not even receive a scratch. He disappointed the mantis and said that he was wrong. After these words, Yang Hao launched a counterattack and said goodbye to the mantis forever. The poor fellow froze right in the air. At this moment, the man with fire apologized to his comrade and said that he would turn to dust along with their enemy. After his attack, there was no one left in the air, and the man, in bewilderment, asked where everyone was. At this moment, Yang Hao was already above him. The guy said he was behind him and immediately launched his powerful sickle attack. Scaly turned out to be the smartest. He decided to run away and report everything to their boss. Meanwhile, Yang Hao landed on the ground and saw a strange thing above the defeated enemy. Approaching it, he made sure that this thing was different from all the previous ones from the set of properties. As soon as he picked up the thing, the system said that he could now control the fire element to attack. Strength depends on the hero's level. Yang Hao looked at this card in bewilderment and could not understand how he got it after killing the telepath. Previously, he had not received cards from other telepaths. Unexpectedly, the guy heard a strange noise again and decided that it was the remaining freak. But everything was wrong. It turned out to be the same elite-level zombie mutant that our main character had seen earlier. Having defended himself from his attack, the guy thought about it. Could those people have brought this freak here? One way or another, immediately after the first attack, the zombie moved on to the next. This time, he hit Yang Hao. As soon as the guy fell to the ground, he noticed that this zombie was very strong. Looking at him, he realized that even surrounded by so many people, the zombie had not weakened in any way. Our hero decided that he needed to act quickly, and so he activated the perception of weaknesses and ran into battle. The guy immediately noticed 4 weak points and was surprised by this. How can such a monster have so many weak points? Realizing that the monster was doing nothing, Yang Hao decided to attack first. As soon as he hit the goon in one of the weak points, he noticed how that part cracked a little. Somehow that's not how weakness perception works. Our hero decided that he needed to calm down because this zombie still had many weak points. There must be some solution, and he will find it. After looking at the monster for a long time, Yang Hao finally came to one idea that seemed right. If you attack all the weak points at the same time, then everything should work out. This is what Yang Hao decided to do. The guy carried out a perfect attack and hit all the weak points. If the zombie stood up, the question would arise what to do. Luckily for our hero, it worked. The brute fell to the ground and blood poured out from his weak point. The guy immediately received a system notification indicating that he had completed the mission. Our hero received the title Sour. In addition, he received a transformation pod for plants. The system asked if the guy wanted to open the landing transformation cabin. Yang Hao, of course, agreed. This cabin appeared in front of the guy, and our hero couldn't help but notice that the system was really strong. The cabin was physically transformed in reality. Our hero opened the door and was surprised. Is this really a transformational pod for growing plants? He immediately examined everything that was inside. Seed transformation chamber, nutrient solution modulator, fertilizer application chamber, and pest dosing station. The guy was surprised by such a complete set of equipment. Then he remembered that he had not yet used the previously unlocked function, namely, the function of creating potions. He noticed a note on the table and took it to read. It said that ennobled vegetables and grains ripen in less than a week. It was simply incredible. The guy understood that this was a really good thing. One way or another, he decided not to linger here any longer and go meet the guys. Perhaps they won't wander around anymore. The action moves to Long Tao and Tu Wei, who have awakened again. They were terrified that there was no one nearby. Where did everyone go? They immediately began screaming in horror, hoping that an army of zombies had not appeared nearby. Tu Wei said that he hoped that in this case, their boss would find them and save them. The action moves again, only this time to the guys. Xiao Xuan brought everyone to the apartment. Yang's mom asked if everything would really be okay with their son. Tingzi asked Auntie not to worry because Yang Hao is strong. At that moment, Yang Hao just came in and said that he had returned. After that, he asked if everything was fine with them. The woman jumped up again and ran to her son. She asked to examine him and also asked if he was injured. The guy said he was fine and added that he wanted to ask them something. As soon as they sat down at the table, Yang Hao asked his parents and Tingzi how they got there. He needed to know everything in detail. The guys began their story. After the end of the world, they hid in their room and were afraid to go out anywhere. One day they heard someone screaming outside. Some people called the survivors and said that they had shelter. The woman said that she could not even imagine that after arriving at the so-called shelter, they would be closed and forced to harvest crops every day. Of course, there were those who escaped, but if they were caught, they were executed in public. The outside was full of zombies, so most of the people did not dare to leave the place. Yang's mother smiled and said that they were only able to escape when Yang Hao arrived. The guy was angry that his parents were made to suffer. He asked if they knew who the leader of the entire organization was and where they got their telepaths from. The man said they were locked up and didn't know anything about it. At this moment, Tingzi said that there weren't many people there. Only patrol officers have weapons. There are 4 captains in total who use abilities. Yang Hao had already seen some of them. The guy understood that 2 of those freaks were dead, and there was no need to worry about the scaly one. There was only one woman left who used the earth skill. At this moment, Yang Hao decided to change the topic and tell the guys about the new item he received. He said that he received something for working with seeds. Suddenly the guy's eyes looked forward confidently. He had an idea for the future. Our hero said that he wanted to stay in Zhangzhou and set up his base here. He was interested in the opinions of his friends since they were important to him. The father said that this was the right choice because there were zombies everywhere outside. Xiao Xuan also said that she wants to stay here because there are no safe places in this world anymore. Her sister also supported this opinion and said that if they continued on their way, the end would be near. At that moment, the girl raised her hand and said that she agreed to stay here. Then she asked who was also going to stay here. In the end, all the guys didn't mind, because until now everyone had followed Yang Hao, and everyone had long considered him a leader. The guy was pleased with their opinion, and since everyone agreed, he had a proposal. He wants to build a base on the grounds of a beach resort hotel. An elite zombie mutant just threw everyone out of there. Everyone looked at Yang Hao in bewilderment and asked why he wanted to set up a base there. Our hero said that he explored this hotel before he returned. This place has a good location and excellent protection. Inside are the ammunition, food, and water they need. In addition, it is located close to the sea, and in case of danger, they can evacuate. Again, he asked his friends for their opinions. Xiao Xuan said that she did not think that Yang Hao would conduct such thorough research. She thought that they simply would not find another place with better conditions. Ye Feng said that the choice is up to the guy, because she trusts him. In that case, he asked what they were waiting for. It's time to head to the resort hotel. After some time, the guys were already standing at the entrance to the building. The guy said that now they have to divide the work. He said that Gu Qingyi would be in charge of training a group of fighters. Long Tao and Tu Wei will be in charge of security. Our hero then put Ye Feng in charge of the crops. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xuan found Tu Wei and Long Tao who were tied. At that time, they thought that they were simply left here. The girl, in bewilderment, asked how they ended up here. And again the action shifts to our hero. He was just telling Kai Jing that he wanted to give her a gift. The girl asked again in surprise. At this moment, the guy asked her to close her eyes, and the girl fulfilled Yang Hao's request with anticipation. He took out from his inventory a card that he received in a recent battle. Also, after a moment, he began to insert this card into the girl, and Kai Jing began to absorb her. The girl asked in bewilderment what it was. Yang Hao in turn asked if she could imagine the flames wrapping around her palm. Kai Jing decided to try what Yang Hao told her, and a moment later there was a flame in her hand. The girl asked how she could have telepathic abilities. The guy said that it was all thanks to his abilities. The man who was watching them told the guy to laugh, because soon he won't be able to do this. The action is transferred to a certain field. A huge wave of zombies was walking along it, which could destroy all living things in its path. The stranger looking around said that the number was approximately the same. At this moment, he took out his walkie-talkie and asked Wang Taoqi how the situation was going on his side. The man we saw immediately said that the bloody sister was not there, and the hotel was occupied by people they did not know. The guy, in bewilderment, said that he understood him and asked to continue observing. To himself, he thought that they should take a risk and try to revive the dead zombie mutants. And again the action moves to the hotel. By this time it had already gotten dark, and the guys had finished doing their business. Yang Hao stood in the transformation booth and thought that he had saved a lot of attribute balls before, but he doesn't know how many bottles of attribute potion he can prepare. The system at this moment showed that the potion had an expiration date, and Yang Hao was surprised by this. He thought that potions had a long-lasting effect, but a large attribute bonus was also strong. The action moves to Long Tao and Tu Wei, who were discussing their situation. They were glad that their wanderings were over. They also said that this place was wonderful. Looking down, Long Tao said that it was a pity that they were too weak to help Yang Hao. At this moment the guy tensed and seemed petrified. He lost the thought he wanted to continue. It was all because of a whole flock of zombies that was moving straight towards them. Things were bad. Long Tao immediately took out a flare gun and said that he would sound the signal. He asked his comrade to run and warn everyone. Moments later, the entire resort area was covered in the glow of the rocket. Yang Hao, of course, noticed the glow of the rocket and realized that something bad had happened. The guy immediately ran into the hall and asked what was happening. All the guys were standing there. Tu Wei said that a huge crowd of zombies is coming right here. They noticed her from Long Tao, but they couldn't even count the approximate number. They had just arrived and a crowd of zombies was already on the way. Unfortunately, Yang Hao understood that everything was not so simple. Anyway, he decided that this was a great opportunity to practice. He told his friends to continue fulfilling their duties during the day and introduce their groups against the zombies. He asked them to show what they were capable of. After some time, all the people they had went outside to fight the zombies. Long Tao told his squad to shoot from a long distance and monitor the result. They must aim directly at the zombie's head. Meanwhile, Kai Jing used her new abilities and found new attacks. She incinerated zombies. All the guys were perplexed that the girl had telepathic abilities. Xiao Xuan immediately looked at our hero and said that Kai Jing's power was definitely related to him. She knew she definitely had to work harder. Looking at him, she realized that everyone was much stronger, so it was time for her to become too. At this moment, Yang Hao decided to keep up with the fight and ran into battle. He also thought that if he was right, then all the zombies were under control. Jumping into the air, he understood that in this case, the one who controls them must be somewhere nearby. After he landed on the ground, he shouted to the stranger not to hide because he would find him anyway. Unexpectedly for Yang Hao, he finally found what he was looking for. In front of him stood an incomprehensible man who looked like Frankenstein. The guy said that he knew that Yang Hao was not simple. That's why he prepared a big dish for him. It was almost there. A moment later, a giant shadow hung over our hero. The surprised face spoke of the upcoming battle. Standing above the stranger was a giant mutant zombie that looked like a spider. The guy told his pet to go into battle and kill Yang Hao for him. Also, unexpectedly, this giant simply ate its owner. The guy definitely didn't expect this. Yang Hao was a little tense from this situation. The game was over for the stranger, about whom we now know absolutely nothing. At that moment, a strange black sphere appeared above the corpse of this guy, which beckoned with its appearance. Yang Hao was at a loss. It was just incredible luck and an excellent coincidence. It was a telepathic power card. Then he thought about it. Could this mean that when a telepath dies in Yang Hao's sight, there is a chance that his power card will drop? At this moment, the giant spider reminded our hero that he was not alone here, and that the monster still represented a threat to him. Of course, the guy dodged this attack, which looked more like a warning shot. After this attack came the next one. Yang Hao at this time decided to scan the thug, and realized that this was again an elite zombie mutant, whose characteristics were impressive. However, the characteristics of this monster were weaker than the previous one. This is what our hero said to the monster and seemed to anger him. Unexpectedly for Yang Hao, the spider released from its mouth and grabbed him, preventing him from moving. The main character tried to pull his hand out of the web, but it was too thick. The monster, sensing the weakness of our hero, decided that it was time to attack him. The guy was terrified. But then, unexpectedly for the monster, Yang Hao took out a pistol and said that he had more than one weapon in his hands. The guy asked the big guy to try a headshot, and at that moment he shot her. Within a moment, the giant spider fell and turned over on its back. He was finished. Looking at the next orb, the guy said that the ability to perceive weaknesses was too good. Thanks to her, it is not difficult to cope with any monster. Our hero received a lot of characteristics, but he was more interested in the card of what telepathic power he had just picked up. It turned out to be a card of epic rarity. The owner of the card could control the zombies. Looking at the map, the guy said that it was a little intuitive, but if you used it correctly, you could add strength to your combat attributes. Then he thought about it. Who might this card be suitable for? At that moment, Kai Jing called our hero and said that they had already destroyed that group of zombies, and they also found a person. The guy said he was done here too. After some time, the man who had been watching Kai Jing and Yang Hao was kneeling in front of the guys. The guy immediately began interrogating him. Our hero was interested in who this stranger was and why he was pursuing them. The guy started screaming and asking not to kill him. She said it was all Willow. The boss sent him to deal with delays in deliveries from the Eastern District. Tu Wei and Long Tao shouted in one voice and asked what the Eastern District meant. Our hero, in fact, asked this question. Is all of Jianzhou really under the control of their organization? The man said that was not true. Willow has only 3 districts. The other 2 are here in the east. They are responsible for supplying supplies and are located on the outskirts of the city. Most people don't know about them. Our hero wondered if it was possible that those 3 supernatural beings were just pawns. It's definitely not clean here. At this moment, Yang Hao said that he had always been curious about one thing. Why are there so many telepaths in Jianzhou? Previously, our hero had not met such numbers in the previous city. The man said that, according to their boss, this is all because there are secret laboratories here. All the guys screamed in bewilderment. What could a secret laboratory be doing in a place like this? The guy said he wasn't sure of the details, but there were telepaths all over the world. These laboratories were precisely the cause of the end of the world. Their boss says that he knows the truth, and that if they follow him, sooner or later Willow will rule the world. Yang Hao asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. After that, he asked to speak more clearly. The man said that's all he knows. He is an ordinary servant without any abilities. In this case, our hero told him to tell him everything he knows about this organization and whether there are other forces in the city. The guy said that Willow has a southern and northern area. In the south is the head. He also added that there are many large and small groups there. Large groups include the Free Tejin and the Union of Destroyers. After 5 minutes, the stranger finally finished his story. Yang Hao thanked him and said that was enough. He then asked his guys to throw him outside and feed him to the zombies. The guy started screaming in horror and asking to be released. Long Tao said there was no point in shouting. Begging for salvation is stupid when before that, he was leading zombies to kill them. After this situation, Yang Hao turned to his friends and said that he had something important to tell them. He said that most likely everyone already knows about Kai Jing's telepathic abilities. The guy said that he had another ability in his hands and he would give it to the next person who makes a big contribution to the attribute base. To this, he added that in the future there will be more such opportunities, in accordance with the level of contribution. The guys started screaming and saying that their boss was cool. The opportunity to gain abilities is the best thing ever. They unanimously said that following Yang Hao was the best decision. The guy also added that the Iwa organization will not give up, so they must move on and work on their base. From the very next day, all the guys worked hard, just like their groups. They could not believe that they could now live peacefully. The decision to stay here was a wise one. A week later, the local farm was very impressive. Many seeds were planted during this time. Looking at the harvest, Yang Hao said that it was incredible because it all grew in a week. Kai Jing said that it was all thanks to Ye Feng. Her experience in agronomy helped them greatly. At this moment, Long Tao and Xiao Xuan approached them and said that there was a group of people outside who wanted to join them. The guy said that he would go and check now. At that moment, someone was watching the guys. Some man looked at the harvest in bewilderment and could not understand how they grew all this grain in a week. Did they get some new technology from the lab? The action moves to the same Willow headquarters. The head asked his people what the current situation is in the eastern region. The guy who was on the field told them what he had seen and added that if they could take back the eastern district and appropriate their technology for themselves, then they would not have to worry about supply problems in the future. The man reminded them of their previous failure when they sent their men. He said that next time more people will go there and victory will definitely be theirs. Once again, the actions are transferred to our guys. Yang Hao was making an important announcement. It was time to talk about the telepathic power card that everyone had been working for. The guy said that the choice was difficult, but it was Ye Feng who had the more difficult times, so she deserved it. He advised the others not to be jealous, because they could be sure that by working hard to build the base, everyone would have the opportunity to receive a reward. After the meeting, he asked everyone to go on a break and be attentive, but he asked Ye Feng to stay. He said that this ability could control the movement of a zombie if she used it wisely. It would become a powerful ability. She just needed to prevent anyone from knowing that the ability's effects were temporary. Our hero said that he will help her catch zombies when the ability ends. At this moment, the girl stood up from her chair and thanked Yang Hao. The blushing guy said no problem. Ye Feng ran to the guys for a break and was glad that Yang Hao thought highly of her. And again, the action moves to the field. Strangers came to see it and were shocked that there was real food and vegetables in huge quantities. The man said that if they learned the cultivation method, they wouldn't have to worry about it in the future. At that moment, the guys ran straight to the cottage, but they didn't know about one trap. There were infrared rays that were invisible to the naked eye. Immediately, the beams began to signal, and a siren sounded in the security room. Long Tao went to check the cameras and reported on the radio that 3 people had just crossed the security line and were heading towards them. Yang Hao understood who it was and was sure that they were already here. The guy asked the guys not to do anything stupid. He can handle everything himself. 2 minutes later, our hero was already standing in front of these strangers. He asked what brought the Willow members to his domain. The guys who thought they had gone unnoticed were horrified by Yang Hao standing in front of him. The guy said that if they thought they had gone unnoticed and tried to keep doing it, then they were fools. The guys laughed because our hero knew who they were, and yet he made up his mind. Go against them. One of the guys said that Yang Hao took a narrow road. At that moment, 2 of them, on command, began to run towards Yang Hao in the hope of repelling him. Xiao Xuan and Gu Qingyi jumped out in front of Yang Hao. There were servants on them. The remaining stranger said that Yang Hao was stupid if he thought he could win it alone. Then he asked about the technology that allows you to grow plants in a week. Meanwhile, the evil Kai Jing flew at one of the freaks and told him to turn into ashes. The guy seemed petrified at the sight of the ability. A moment later, this phrase became reality, and he became covered with stone. It was another telepath. The girl who attacked him asked, even if he is immune to fire, how can he withstand the heat? With every second, he became hotter, and his writhing face said that he was not very pleased. At this moment, Gu Qingyi asked Kai Jing why she attacked first, since their sisters didn't even take a step. Also, a guy came to the petrified man's aid and immediately went on the attack. Xiao Xuan asked the girl the same question, and then said that Yang Hao only helped her regain her strength. She wants to have a good time too! The girl screamed and activated her ability. One way or another, she thought about it. Did the potion that Yang Hao gave her to drink work? Unexpectedly for the enemy, just like Xiao Xuan, he still began to become covered in ice. This only meant that the girl's strength had finally fully returned. Xiao Xuan jumped on the guy and was about to deliver the final blow. At that moment, the guy said that it was useless, because any part of his body could turn into steel. The girl said that using one knife is ineffective, but her ice powers are a completely different story, which is why he is dead. Meanwhile, the action moves to the petrified man, who was screaming in pain. At some point, he stopped seeing the world with his own eyes. A moment later, the scream stopped, which meant that the guy died. Kai Jing said that she dealt with it. The remaining member of the Willow was surprised that they managed it so quickly. Besides, he had not heard that they had so many telepaths. Yang Hao laughed and said that they could at least find out what forces his squad had. It was too reckless to break into their territory so brazenly. At that moment, the man began to mutate and told our hero to stop talking nonsense. He ordered to obey Eva, otherwise they would die. Our hero didn't see anything wrong with the guy's mutation and just laughed it off. He asked why he became like this. Did he really eat a wasp? The man said that he was stung by a zombie wasp before he became the way he is. The main character thought. Before this, they met a lion head and a mantis man. Now the man wasp stood before him. Apparently, combining telepathic powers with animals was common. Unexpectedly, the guy decided to interrupt Yang Hao's reasoning and went on the attack. He asked for their lives. Of course, despite such a sharp attack, our hero dodged and at the same time cut off the wasp's limb. Landing on the ground, he said that he was fast, but unfortunately that wouldn't help him defeat him. Wasp Man went on the attack again and told Yang Hao not to be too narcissistic. Their battle had just begun. At that moment, the guy ran to one of his allies who was still burning. He said he was here to save him. The guy, judging by the expression on his face, knew what could happen to him, and so he began to ask to leave him alone. Despite everything, the guy still decided to do what he had originally planned. Something strange came out of his mouth. This thing looked like a needle that was going to draw blood, only the Wasp Man's needle was different. The guy began to absorb his comrade, and after a while his recently severed leg reappeared. The guys who were on the battlefield with Yang Hao looked at what was happening in bewilderment. A couple of moments later, the petrified corpse fell to the ground. The guy was literally dried out. And again, the man-wasp launched an attack on our hero. This time he was sure that the hated guy would die. Unexpectedly for Yang Hao, Chai Jing stood up for him and stood right in front of him. The girl said she would help him. At that moment, the human wasp released its sting and shot it at our guys. Of course, this sting went straight to Kai Jing, who came to the defense of our hero. The guy, as soon as he realized what had happened, began screaming in horror and calling for the girl. As soon as he ran up to her and grabbed her, the girl was already unconscious. The rest of the guys wanted to come over, but Yang Hao told them not to get too close. At that moment, our hero activated the updated medical capsule and went there with the girl. Unexpectedly for humans, wasps. They disappeared from the battlefield. He was at a loss, because just a second ago, they were there. As soon as Yang Hao and Kai Jing got into the capsule, the guy immediately found some substance and injected it into the girl. Luckily for him, the upgraded medical capsule moves to another space, but the effect is a little slower. But in this case, he may not use the super speed healing function. Meanwhile, the Wasp Man decided to change his target, and it became Gu Qingyi and Xiao Xuan. The guy said that first, in this case, get rid of them. Realizing that a serious attack was about to take place, Xiao Xuan suddenly used her powers and created an ice barrier in front of her. But at that moment, unexpectedly for the monster, our hero appeared and said that this was not the end. Once again, the Wasp Man changed his target. He wished for Yang Hao's death and was already in anticipation. The monster began to carry out its deadly attacks, but for our hero they were nothing. He dodged each one with ease. The monster understood that this guy was also malleable, and the ability he had just used was extended. Just a couple of minutes. He decided that now was not the time to fight this guy, and decided that first, he would still need to finish off the ice girl. This was a bit of a surprise to Yang Hao. No one has ever run away from him before, and no one will run away one way or another. Wasp Man somehow tried to understand what exactly our hero's telepathic ability is. Disappearance looked like the ability of a space system, while this ice system is a telepathic ability. At this moment, the monster was already a few meters from the girl. Yang Hao shouted for her to keep the monster at a distance and under no circumstances fight him face to face. The girl decided that a good solution would be to use her abilities to detain the enemy. The Wasp Man began to become covered in ice and scream in despair. Then, like a ghost, our hero appeared behind him and before the attack said that this was their punishment for stealing vegetables. A moment later, Yang Hao hit the monster on the back with his sickle and apparently this was the final blow. The guy's last words were threats and warnings that the willow would trample their lands and would never leave everything as it was. After these words, he fell to the ground and a sphere of power appeared again over his corpse. Once again, our hero was at a loss, because it was quite strange. One way or another, he understood that next time the attack would be much larger, and now they needed to take the initiative. Meanwhile, the action moves to the headquarters of the Willows, which have already heard rumors. People came to report to their lord that Leader Wasp and his subordinates never returned to the hotel grounds alone. One of the people suggested using more people and eliminating their minds. The man said there was no need for that. After all, he has his own agreements, he thought to himself. Such a large number of telepaths could not return. The Lord was interested in who exactly was on the other side. The action moves to the guards who left the headquarters. One of them asked the other's opinion whether he thought those who seized the hotel could be from the Freedom Corps. His comrades said that he didn't think so, because the Union of Destroyers had sent spies to them before. Information about their whereabouts could have reached them a long time ago. At this moment, Xiao Xuan told her sister to stay here and continue to watch, and she would follow them. Gu Qingyi, how will this help them? After all, they don't yet know how many telepaths they have. She won't feel comfortable if she goes alone. Meanwhile, those guards began to fight the ice zombies. One of them was interested in why these zombies looked like ice. One way or another, there were quite a few of them, and the guy started shouting that they should call the telepaths here since they couldn't handle it themselves. As it turned out, all these zombies were controlled by a girl. The guard from the battlefield shouted that he would call someone for help, but for now all the zombies remained on his friend. Our girls who entered the building were watched by a stranger who noticed that Gu Qingyi had powers. That's why she couldn't keep up either. The girl decided for herself that she would be better than them, and then Yang Hao would give her a telepathic ability card. Upon entering the building, the girls immediately found themselves in the armory, which contained a huge amount of all kinds of weapons. Xiao Xuan asked, couldn't the Willow Boys just take over their base? Gu Qingyi decided not to answer this question and said that it would be better if they got rid of everything that was here. The girl, looking at the box with grenades, said that she would send zombies here and they would instantly explode with them. Suddenly the girls heard a voice outside saying that they would separate. The first part goes with one of them, and the rest go to the armory. Gu Qingyi told her sister that first they would have to hide, and then they would come up with something. Entering the room, one of the guys told them to carefully examine everything here. In his opinion, the ice zombies were too crazy. Immediately, one of the thugs noticed a strange reflection from the counter. Looking behind him, he saw two girls hiding from them. Gu Qingyi, in horror, began screaming at her sister to freeze him. After some time, the girl froze this guy and immediately grabbed a grenade. One of the crowd began to shout to his men to catch the violators, and at that moment Xiao Xuan threw a smoke grenade. Immediately after this, she grabbed her sister and said that they should take this chance and escape from here. The guy started screaming in horror and asking how the girls dared to break into the Willow headquarters. It was too arrogant. Immediately, the guys rushed after the girls who were trying to escape from them. Xiao Xuan turned around and decided to delay the opponents and used her ice abilities again. Unexpectedly, at that moment the same guards who had just been running after the girls instantly turned into two ferocious bears. One of them menacingly repelled all the girls' attacks and was completely unharmed. On the other hand, help was running, but unfortunately not for our girls. Looking at this whole situation, Xiao Xuan said that it doesn't look like they are trying to escape from here. She told her sister that everyone should take one of the sides, and from this they will start from there. Gu Qingyi decided to deal with the party. Where are the bears located? Once again, the monster easily dodged the attack that was flying towards him. A moment later, he was already counterattacking, but fortunately for Gu Qingyi, she managed to dodge. She didn't understand how this guy could be so clumsy, but at the same time he was so fast and strong. Meanwhile, Xiao Xuan used one of her powerful abilities and said that the narrow corridor would be just right for the trick she had in mind. At this moment, ice spears, which Yang Hao had previously tested, began to rise from the ground. Unfortunately for Xiao Xuan, the bear repelled this deadly attack without any problems. The girl was terrified. How was this bear able to block such a powerful attack? Then the next guy went into battle, who initially only gave commands and observed. He was surprised that Xiao Xuan was also a telepath. Suddenly the guy activated his ability and attacked the girls. To this he added that this is the surest way to use his power. At the last moment, Xiao Xuan managed to activate the ice wall and it blocked this powerful attack. However, the power of this ability was too great, and therefore immediately after the attack, the girl's shield shattered into pieces. The girls fell to the ground, and Gu Qingyi lost consciousness. Her sister looked in horror as Gu Qingyi lay there and did not move. Then a guy came out of the smoke and asked if the girl knew the differences between them. Not hearing an answer, he sat down to her and said that if she was ready to submit to him, then he would consider letting them go. Xiao Xuan suddenly stood up and activated her deadly crystals. She told the guy not to dream that they would join him. After she pushed the enemy back a little, the girl took out the potion that Yang Hao had given her and decided that it was most likely the time to use it. After that, she removed the cap and began to drink the entire contents of the bottle. Immediately, an incredible glow came from the girl, which indicated that her power had only become greater. The guy was at a loss. Xiao Xuan looked at the guy confidently and said that their battle had just begun. The guy immediately reminded that she was now standing in front of 3 telepaths. He can give her a chance to survive if she becomes his woman. One of the bears said that if she were not so beautiful, they would have killed her long ago. The guy added that they are well known in the werewolf organization, so her life will be good. Despite everything, the girl decided that such a gang of perverts and scoundrels was unworthy of her. Xiao Xuan jumped at them and started swinging her blade. At the same time, she wished these freaks a speedy death. The bear, who tried to defend himself, could not do anything against the girl's kick. Xiao Xuan slapped him right in the face and said that they were all weaklings. The animal flew away, and his friend looked at it in bewilderment. What's happened? Has the girl's speed and strength really increased? Following the white one, the gray monster also went on the attack, telling the girl that he would immediately turn her into minced meat. Xiao Xuan defended herself from this attack without any problems and laughed. Is this really all the power of a bear? Did he eat little? The bear was terrified. He couldn't believe that such a girl could fend off his attack so easily. At that moment, a guy shouted from the other end of the corridor and said that they would kill her together. He immediately attacked the girl. The girl instantly dodged. Xiao Xuan was amazed by the potion's effect. It is very strong. It has enhanced her powers more than she expected. Once again, Xiao Xuan began to activate her ability and added to her attack that it would destroy their headquarters. The girl pointed all her rings towards the members of the MANHUA organization. The animal ran to help the guy. At the last moment, the bear managed to cover the spears with his body and thereby saved his comrade from imminent death. As soon as he realized what had happened, the guy started screaming in horror. He was upset about the loss of his partner. Unexpectedly for him, Xiao Xuan, taking advantage of the fact that the guy was distracted by grief for his friend, attacked him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the girl telling her to stop all this confusion. As soon as Xiao Xuan turned her head, she saw a man in a robe who was holding Qing Qing hostage. The man said that if she didn't want her to die, he knew what to do. The girl, in bewilderment, began to scream and ask how her friend fell into the hands of these freaks. The man laughed at Xiao Xuan's surprised face and immediately told his comrade to arrest both of them. Xiao Xuan, looking at these freaks, tried to understand what they need to do next. The effect of the medicine has already worn off, so it will be difficult to escape. The guys asked the boss if they could take these girls for themselves. The man told them to shut up because they were in action right now. After this, he turned to Qing Qing and asked her to become his slave. He wanted to know everything she knew. The girl became fascinated in a moment. Her eyes changed just like her thinking. She agreed to the request. After some time, Qing Qing ran to Yang Hao and told him that things were bad for them, because Xiao Xuan and Gu Qingyi were now being held hostage by Willow. The guy didn't understand how this happened, because he had prepared potions for them in advance. Had they really met a very powerful telepath? Our hero told the girl to go with him, and together they would save their friends. He thought to himself that he should take Kai Jing with him and let her accompany Qing Qing. Half an hour later, the guys stood in front of the Willow headquarters. Yang Hao told his friend to stand still, and he would go after the guards alone. The guy decided not to even talk to such freaks and immediately went on the attack. Once he dealt with these two, He began to think, why are there only 2 guards at the entrance to such an important building? Deciding not to think about it for now, our hero burst into the building and as soon as he found his friends, asked if they were okay. Surprisingly, the girls said absolutely nothing. This made Yang Hao a little tense, and he asked them again if they were okay. Having heard no answer again, he decided to cut the ropes and free them. He immediately turned around and told the sisters that they needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the girls took out daggers and together decided to attack Yang Hao, who did not even realize that something was wrong with them. The guy turned around in bewilderment and was speechless at what he saw. Only thanks to his excellent reaction was our hero able to defend himself from this attack. Yang Hao, who still did not understand what was happening, continued to ask the girls what happened to them. Xiao Xuan only silently attacked her comrade, but our hero at that moment decided to create a distance between them. After that, he thought about it. Could Gu Qingyi and Xiao Xuan be under someone's control? Only this question was spinning in Yang Hao's head. At that moment, a voice came from behind the guy that interrupted his thoughts. The man was glad that Yang Hao came here after all. Standing in front of him was the same man who had taken control of Qing Qing, and then the sisters. He thought that if he captured Yang Hao, then all wars would end, and they would get everything. Our hero looked at this guy with condemnation and misunderstanding and just laughed. Yang Hao felt that something was wrong with his mind, but he was able to resist it. The man was perplexed that the guy had such a strong psyche. Realizing who was behind all this, Yang Hao jumped on the Lord of the Willow organization and began to swing his sickle. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, 2 guys with guns appeared and started shooting at our hero. Yang Hao began to spin his sickle like a fan, and thus he was able to deflect all the shots. After that, Yang Hao landed on the ground and immediately took a stance, because he understood that there would be a battle now. Immediately 2 mutants ran towards our hero and wanted to grab Yang Hao. The guy, of course, understood that this was Iva's headquarters, and there were a lot of telepaths here, but still he had to be very careful. He tried to keep his distance, but the Toad Man continued to advance. Meanwhile, the porcupine attacked him with its quills. Yang Hao knew that he had to find a way to win the fight over to their boss. That is why it was necessary to kill one of the guards, and then he would be able to free the guys from control. Suddenly someone grabbed him from under the ground. The most logical question appeared in our hero's head. What kind of freak is underground? Yang Hao was knocked to the ground. The guy immediately realized that this was not easy. At this moment, the entire crowd of people who were either under the control or on the Willow side attacked Yang Hao. All their abilities and shot intertwined together and flew towards Yang Hao. There was a huge explosion. Our hero came out of the smoke and said that if they want him dead, they can only dream about it. Of course, he activated the iron knuckles and survived thanks to her. The guy immediately launched a counterattack and hit the porcupine and toad with his sickle. Then this something appeared from underground again, which wanted to grab our hero, but he was not going to fall for the same trick twice. The guy beheaded the worm man, but nevertheless this creature was still alive and crawled underground. An obvious advantage. At this moment, Lord Willow said that he was glad that they had used the power of the sword and pistol for those 10 minutes. After that, he turned on the walkie-talkie and asked Dragon 5 how much time was left before they arrived. From the other end of the radio, they said that he would be there soon. Meanwhile, Yang Hao decided to deal with a guy who could cause a lot of problems at a long distance. The guy flew into the air and asked Yang Hao not to compare him with those losers, because he uses his powers to the point of perfection. At this moment, our hero activated a new ability and said that in his opinion, their whole gang was insanely weak. The Willow member laughed and said that at a young age it is easy to get carried away by your strength, but only they know all the powers of Yang Hao like the back of their hand. Suddenly, the guy heard a strange whistle, which grew stronger every second, and he decided to turn his head. He still realized that they did not know all the information about Yang Hao. With a crash, the thing landed on the enemy's head and he made a face. Yang Hao said that he has many more powers that the organization doesn't even know about. Our hero finally struck the final blow. A couple of moments later, this freak was already lying in a pool of blood, and our hero told him that he was the only one of those who was carried away by the battle. And again a ball of abilities appeared above the telepath's corpse. Yang Hao decided that this was real luck. At that moment, The guys he was waiting for just came to Lord Willow. The man said that the next iron knuckles would be restored in 9 minutes, so they should deal with Yang Hao. The guys immediately attacked him and said that they would take care of this baby right away. Looking at all the mutants who began to run towards our hero, he said that such a number of telepaths in one place is a complete nightmare. Nevertheless, the guy deftly returned from the leopard's attack, which was quite deadly. After that, Yang Hao was still hit, but fortunately it was only his robe. Kai Jing called the guy and told him that they would bring people here. The girl immediately entered the battle and began to use her fire, saying that all the people of Willow will die. Ye Feng approached her and told the guy not to rush into statements. Soon even more people will come here, and then they will not be happy. The Lord of Willow said that he absolutely does not care how many people come here, because they will still become his pawns. Yang Hao turned to his friends and asked them to be careful because there is a worm man underground, and they shouldn't look their boss in the eyes because he can control the mind. Unfortunately, this information was too late, and apparently he had already captured the minds of Yang Hao's friends. The guy, of course, returned, but he was perplexed that they had already been caught so quickly. In this situation, he understood that he could only fight off the attacks and could not go on the attack. Yang Hao then thought about it. He was interested in the limit on the number of people the Lord could control at the same time. Suddenly, behind our hero, the body of a worm crawled out of the ground and was rapidly heading towards our hero. Once the guy dodged, he decided that he needed to find a way to get to their boss. At that moment, a crystal flew into Yang Hao and took him by surprise. The guy was at a loss. As it turned out, it was Xiao Xuan's projectile that shot at our hero. Rising from the ground, he still admitted that fighting with so many people was actually very difficult. Unfortunately, the action of the steel knuckles still lasted. He needed to hold out as long as possible. At that moment, Tu Wei and Long Tao ran to our hero's aid, shouting that they would protect their boss. The guy immediately turned around and told his friends to run away and not come closer. The Lord, who noticed how they were about to run away, said that it was now too late. There were a lot of people around our hero who were opposed to him. The Lord clearly showed what happens to people when the Willow becomes an enemy. Yang Hao said that if the Lord wants him to give up, then he can only dream about it. He also understood that if all the guys were here, then Ye Feng had successfully controlled the group of zombies. At this moment, our hero was attacked by a toad that was behind. She was surprised that in front of so many people he still wanted to fight. After Yang Hao went flying due to the attack of the Toad Man, Kai Jing was added to the overall picture and was about to attack our hero. Of course, the girl was able to carry out the attack, and Yang Hao understood that the rest of the dominoes would not work yet. Lying on the ground, the guy thought, will his life end with him dying at the hands of his comrades? Unexpectedly, at that very moment, one of the walls of the corridor shattered. Representatives of the organization turned around in bewilderment and asked what was happening. As it turned out, it was a giant zombie who decided to visit the headquarters. Unexpectedly for all the people, other zombies followed the first giant. Everyone started screaming in horror because they didn't understand where so many zombies came from. The brute began to spew flames from his mouth and thereby incinerated one of the freaks. Following the thug, ordinary zombies also went on the attack and began eating people. The man screamed in bewilderment and asked what was wrong with these zombies. He tried to understand why they only attack his people. Of course, behind all this was Ye Feng, who finally caught up with the entire crowd. Now all the freaks can enjoy the show. The girl was glad that all her servants would kill all the Willow people for her sake. Meanwhile, a real nightmare was happening in the corridor. A huge crowd of zombies continued to attack people. One of the telepaths told the boss that they needed to retreat. The man began to say that they must take Yang Hao today, by any means necessary. He needed to explain everything to his dead brothers. Yang Hao was amazed at the number of zombies Ye Feng was able to control. The only question was whether she was afraid of losing this control. Anyway, he decided that while the zombies were driving all the telepaths back, he could concentrate on their boss. Looking at the perplexed man, the guy decided that Xiao Xuan and the others could free themselves from control. The guy immediately decided to run to attack the Lord, and a moment later he was already in the air and swinging his sickle. By some miracle, the man managed to react and was still able to dodge the deadly attack of our hero. But to his regret, Yang Hao still managed to touch him a little and injured his hand. He started screaming in horror. All of Willow's men started screaming, trying to reach their boss. At this moment, Our girls finally woke up from control and were immediately surprised by the huge number of zombies nearby. Yang Hao turned around and exhaled happily. The attack still worked and freed the girls from control. The guy immediately rushed at the Lord and told him to immediately remove his control from all people. Suddenly, huge rocks appeared from underground, blocking the passage to the Lord. After that, our hero turned around and saw that the zombies were also closed. He didn't understand what was happening. All members of the organization shouted with one voice that Sister Shui Hong had finally returned. The perplexed girl said that she had been gone for a while and was interested in how so many problems had appeared during this time. One of the guys started shouting to Shui Hong that she had arrived just in time, and immediately he asked to immediately kill their intruder. The girl smiled and told the guys not to worry. She will clear this place alone. At that moment, those same rocks began to emerge from under the ground. Yang Hao realized that she was an Earth telepath. One way or another, our hero jumped up from the ground and looked in horror at what was happening. But to his horror, these things could also appear on the walls. It was from there that they got out and headed towards Yang Hao. Our hero was captured by these roots. Previously, these same roots held Tu Wei and Long Tao. Ching Ching understood that Yang Hao was in trouble. She decided that she had to help him. Looking at the Lord, the girl thought that he could still control other people, just like she did before. She decided that she needed to successfully bypass the attack, and then the situation would change. At this moment, the man began to tell Shu Hong to do a good job and kill Yang Hao. The girl told her boss not to worry, and then asked who she had ever spared. Ching Ching, taking advantage of the moment, decided to go on the attack while the man was busy talking. Unfortunately for the girl, he nevertheless noticed the attack and dodged at the last moment. Meanwhile, Shui Hong, who was about to kill Yang Hao, decided not to hesitate and immediately rushed at him with her blade. Ching Ching started screaming in horror and realized that she needed to take drastic action. The girl took out the grenade she had previously taken and pulled the pin out of it. A moment later, a huge explosion was heard in the corridor. The grenade exploded instantly. At that moment, Shui Hong landed on the ground and realized that her boss had forced her to use her powers. Is everything okay with him? Yang Hao immediately realized that someone had detonated the grenades. He wondered who it was. After the smoke cleared, the guy noticed Ching Ching lying unconscious on the floor. The Lord, sitting on the floor, was glad that he forced Shui Hong to use her ability to build a wall around himself, and thanks to this, he survived. However, with his injury, all control was gone. Meanwhile, Shui Hong let go of Yang Hao and began to look around in bewilderment. She couldn't understand what these places were and what she was doing here. Our hero, as soon as he fell to the ground, rushed to his friend. Looking at her, he realized that in this case it was too late to use the abilities of the medical capsule. Holding the girl in his arms, he asked her why she was so stupid. At this moment, all of Yang Hao's friends came to their senses and happily said that they were free. The man lying on the floor said that his victory was obvious. Only that woman destroyed everything. Our hero, with Ching Ching in his arms, turned to Shui Hong and asked whether they would continue to fight or surrender. The girl said that thanks to his partner. They were able to free themselves from control and now they have no reason to be at enmity with them. Of course, the guy immediately went to deal with the culprit of all this madness. The man, perplexed, asked what he wanted to do. Grabbing this freak by the hood, he told the guys to wait. Yang Hao decided to talk to this family while he was still alive. Our hero threw the man to the ground and said that he heard that the guy was from the laboratory. He asked how all this related to the post-apocalyptic situation. The man, lying on the ground, laughed in Yang Hao's face. It was added that the guy wanted to know about it. One way or another, it was not difficult for him to tell because, according to him, Yang Hao was no match for them. The guy said that the apocalypse really originates from a secret underground laboratory, and of course they are located all over the world. This man's name is Xiao Block, and it all started in his lowest rank D laboratory in Jiangcheng. Their laboratory provided them with a potion, claiming that it stimulated a person's telepathic abilities. Only the side effect was that those who were unlucky would simply turn into zombies, and, in addition, become contagious. One day, all the computers in the laboratory suddenly went out of order, and the doors of all the rooms opened. Xiao Block took the opportunity to escape from the place where it was closed. They are subjects with telepathic abilities who have advantages that ordinary people do not have. He escaped from the laboratory along with the love of his life, whom he met there. But after they realized that the world had turned into an apocalypse, they began to form squads because they had the abilities for a long time. They trained and improved them, and in the end, they called themselves the Union of Destroyers. Initially, he also wanted to follow everyone and destroy everything in his path, but something happened, and he and his alliance fell apart because the leader Bu Qianfan stole his girlfriend. Just after this, he independently created the Aiwa organization. Suddenly, Xiao Block asked if our hero knew. Why is he chatting with him for so long? Yang Hao looked at him in confusion and asked why. The guy began to laugh sharply and said that this was because the destroying alliance would soon arrive here and they would all die. After these words, he fell to the ground and did not say anything. Our hero ran up and told him not to die. He must tell them what kind of people they are. Xiao Block didn't say anything else, but the system assigned a large number of attributes to our hero. The sum of Yang Hao's attributes already exceeded 1,000, and our hero was given a 3D printing robot as a reward. The system asked if Yang Hao wanted to use this robot now. The guy said the obvious no because now was not the time for printing. After talking with Xiao Block, our hero returned to the guys and told them that people from the Union of Destroyers would arrive soon. He asked them to pack all their equipment and they would leave soon. At that moment, Xue Hong asked to take them all with her, because if the destroying alliance came here, then none of them would survive. Yang Hao smiled and said that he would not mind, because they need any force at the base. Then our hero threw his bags on the ground and told his friends that there was an equipment storage room here. He asked them to go and unload all the supplies from there. After this, they will be ready to go home. The guy picked up something incomprehensible and said that it looked like a ring for storing eternal cultivation. Xue Hong took another item and said that it looked like a game backpack. So, the action is moved forward 10 minutes. At this time, the same guys from the Union of Destroyers arrived. As soon as the goat examined the corridor, he asked his people if they had gotten there. If this is the headquarters and then there must be at least some living soul here. The guys took this as a good opportunity to destroy it, but they wondered if it was all true. They thought that it was all a setup. The man turned to his subordinates and told them to check everything here. The guy said that Tuo Fan doesn't just send messages anyway. Meanwhile, the action moves to the headquarters of our guys. Yang Hao sat in front of the tomb of Qing Qing, who died in a recent difficult battle. Our hero thanked Ye Feng for saving them. After all, if it weren't for her, then this time not only Qing Qing could have died. The girl said that it was her fault, because she could have come much earlier. Yang Hao said that it was not her fault. The guy decided that he was not strong enough to stay in Zhangzhou. In the future battle, I will only become tougher. The guy said that let the zombies wander around and create the illusion that there is no one here, and they will take advantage of this and strengthen their base. Ye Feng confirmed the order. After some time, our hero was already sitting in his room and decided to examine the robot he received. A moment later, a large metal object appeared in front of him. Yang Hao was a little surprised and asked what it could be used for. Looking at him, he thought that in theory, you can print everything from plates and cars to skyscrapers. At this point, the robot said that they should only prepare the material and let it scan physical objects or a drawing. The robot said that it could print anything, but before that, it asked to read its instructions for details. Our hero went inside and asked the robot to print from this piece of metal the same knife that he placed. At this moment, the robot began scanning the metal that Yang Hao had placed. After some time, he started printing, and within a minute the printing was completed. Yang Hao picked up the sword and was surprised. The robot then said that in addition, the material compartment uses space compression technology, so they don't have to worry about the material not fitting. He also said that as long as there is material in the compartment, he can even print an 80-story skyscraper. There is no need to doubt his abilities. Yang Hao decided that with this device they would not have problems building a base. For 6 days there was already a fence around the base, which they printed using this robot. With his hand on this fence, our hero said that printing a metal fence for the base was no small project. At that moment, Long Tao came running to Yang Hao and said that they had problems. Their grain and vegetables were attacked by mutant animals. Looking at his friend, the guy asked how they got inside if there was a metal fence there. Long Tao said that small mutant animals dig holes to get inside, and they have difficulty stopping them. And there are also those mutants whose size Yang Hao cannot even imagine. Our hero looked at Long Tao in bewilderment and asked what could have gone wrong. The action shifts to Tu Wei, who tried his best to fight off these mutants, but it was still very difficult. Unfortunately for them, the ammo wasn't as effective on animals as it was on zombies. Xiao Xuan, who fought with big beasts, said that dealing with these monsters is much more difficult than dealing with zombies. Suddenly, the girl was attacked by a giant armadillo, but at the last moment she dodged. Xiao Xuan asked in bewilderment where these freaks came from here. At that moment, Kai Jing came to the girl's aid and asked to let her use the flame on these mutants. To her horror, the mutant did not react to the fire in any way, and moreover there was no scratch left on him. After that, Yang Hao came to the girl's aid and asked them to leave. At first glance, the guy launched an incredibly powerful attack that should have crushed this large beast. Only there was only a small scratch left on the mutant itself. Yang Hao looked at the monster in horror and said that this cannot be. The skin of these animals is comparable to his ability of iron knuckles. Looking at this giant, the guy asked his friends how they wanted to fight him. At that moment, one of the people of the Destroyer Union was watching the guys. He was glad that they had finally found a person who could absorb him. Unexpectedly, the guy asked Commander Kozlov what measures they would take against these guys. The man said that in any case, they don't need to rush, because these guys are not weaklings if they were able to capture the Willow. He told them that they needed to sit on the sidelines and watch the battle, and then wait for the right moment to act. One way or another, the goat asked to bring the 3rd and 4th squads here. If they do not appropriate this place for themselves, then in the future, their strength will only increase. And again the action shifts to our heroes. Meanwhile, Yang Hao fought off the small mutants and realized that the small ones were easier to deal with than the big ones. Looking at the giant animal, the guy said that they couldn't let a pack of mutants destroy their crops. The guy decided to go on the attack anyway and right now try to cause the freezing effect of the weapon. Our hero dealt another powerful blow to the animal's shell. At first it seemed that it was a little covered with ice, but after a moment it completely disappeared, and the more enraged battleship went on the attack. At this moment, our hero thought, if we talk about animals, then we can understand that such mutants are also associated with the Level D laboratory that guy mentioned. Our hero was pulled out of his thoughts by girls who ran to him and said that they needed to try to attack the mutant beast together. The girls used their powers in sync and attacked with fire and ice. Sensing danger, the battleship shielded itself from the upcoming powerful attack. A huge explosion was heard across the battlefield, and immediately after, a mutant emerged from the smoke, appearing to be smiling. Yang Hao. Looking at this, he immediately thought that he felt something was wrong. He asked his friends if they thought that all these animals belonged to the Union of Destroyers. Ye Feng approached our hero and said that she also thought so. The girl just sent zombies on reconnaissance. The guy said that now they must stop the big mutant. Ye Feng, looking at the beast, she said that she had a proposal. They can limit his view. Our hero, perplexed, asked what she meant. The girl said that the manipulator must have access to the view of the controlled creature. While the view is blocked, access to traffic control will be limited. Yang Hao decided that this was a great idea, and coincidentally, they took with them a lot of smoke bombs from the Willow headquarters. He immediately told the guys to get out of the way. The guy threw a smoke bomb and told his friends to listen to his commands. He will pester the monster with attacks from long distances until the smoke clears. At this moment, Ye Feng said that she found someone right there. Our hero turned around and asked the girl to lead him. A moment later, the girl ran forward with Yang Hao following behind her. Suddenly they stopped, and the girl pointed her finger at the branch. That woman must be the one controlling all the mutant animals. The sitting girl said that if Ye Feng found her, then apparently she also has some kind of ability. Yang Hao immediately said that they were not angry, so it was better to stop all this. The guy said that if she needed food and vegetables, he could offer them at a fair price. The girl laughed and said that he had no rights to negotiate with their animal hunters. The guy was a little surprised. What kind of animal hunters are these? Aren't they from the Union of Destroyers? Yang Hao understood that with such a speed of enemies appearing, they would face the same end as the willow. At that moment, the girl asked not to compare their organizations because they are completely different. Then the girl asked if they really have technology that allows them to grow crops faster. Taking the sickle in his hands, Yang Hao was surprised that this news spread so quickly throughout the territory. Anyway, he apologized and said he wasn't going to share it. The girl laughed and said that apparently Yang Hao didn't want to cry until he saw the coffin. At that moment, she ordered her pets to kill Yang Hao and Ye Feng. The porcupine rammed our hero and threw him several meters away. The guy was surprised at how huge the spines of this animal were. At that moment, the mutant beast decided to show off his spikes closer and fired a whole bunch right at the guy. Of course, this attack could not harm our hero in any way. The guy easily blocked all the shots. Meanwhile, Ye Feng dodged the lynx and asked in bewilderment if that girl could control any creature. Suddenly, the mutant stopped and began to growl at the girl. The noise of his growl was somehow strange. Because of its volume, Ye Feng immediately stopped moving in any way. Taking advantage of this, the lynx immediately ran to attack. She hoped that she could eat the girl now. At that moment, our hero came to Ye Feng's aid and told the girl to be careful. The blushing girl thanked Yang Hao and said that the zombies under her control were already on their way. Yang Hao immediately asked the girl to direct the zombie at the porcupine, while he was busy trotting. Ye Feng agreed to this plan. At this point, the lynx began to launch its attack again in hopes of immobilizing its opponents. The guy was able to protect Ye Feng again. He repelled the animal's attack without any problems. Meanwhile, zombies began to run up to the battlefield. The girl immediately told them to stop the porcupine. When the beast saw the zombie, it immediately began to use its distance and fight off its opponents with its needles. Yang Hao thought that after they finished here, they would need to deal with the woman first. If they allow her to create a new army of beasts, then the battle will be against them. Meanwhile, she watched the battle in bewilderment and realized that Ye Feng could control zombies. A moment later, our hero was already running towards her, and he dealt with the lynx. The girl was amazed that her pet was beaten in just a couple of seconds. She immediately gave orders to the porcupine to deal with Yang Hao. He shouldn't have let him get close. Only the guy has already prepared a surprise for the porcupine. It was a grenade that he pulled out and threw at the monster. A second later, the grenade exploded and seriously injured the animal. After that, our hero again pulled out grenades and threw them at the porcupine. He decided to take advantage of the wound to kill him. And again, a couple of grenades flew into the porcupine and delivered the final finishing blows. The girl who controls the animals immediately ran away. She received valuable information. They can take away the rapid maturation technology and the girl who controls the zombie. The girl turned around and told the guys that this time she would let them go, but next time they would definitely obey them. Unexpectedly for her, 2 zombies stood in front of her and blocked the road. These creatures were ready to eat anything, let alone eat this girl who stood in their way. Ye Feng told our hero that this woman is now being eaten by zombies. The guy, in bewilderment, told the girl to order them to stop. But unfortunately, the guys did not have time to save her. The guy hoped to get more information from her. However, a nice bonus was that there was once again a telepathic power card above the telepath's corpse. Apparently, this is the telepathic ability of that woman, which fell on time, because he triggered the mechanism of the reset system. The guy immediately told Ye Feng that they were returning. He thought to himself that although they had lost the source of information, it was such a good thing. They just can't refuse. Yang Hao and Ye Feng ran to the guys and were surprised that the lizards continued to attack them. That woman is dead, and she should have thrown those freaks off. Our hero immediately asked everyone to stop and come to him. He said that he would take care of these lizards. At this moment, he decided to give the ability to Gu Qingyi because, in his opinion, this ability card was created for her, and besides, it would be very useful now. The girl thanked Yang Hao and said that she would find a use for her. Gu Qingyi immediately inserted this card into herself and was finally happy, because now she has the same abilities as the others. The girl understood that the base had had a lot of problems lately and she had to help in some way. The girl raised her hand and asked God that everything would go smoothly. Gu Qingyi called the animals and said that at her command, everyone should come to her. All the animals heard the girl and immediately decided to approach her. Gu Qingyi happily told Yang Hao that she had succeeded. Our hero calmly exhaled because it was all finally over. However, he asked his friends to be careful because he received information that their base was being attacked by several gangs. Once again, the actions are transferred to Commander Kozlov. One of his subordinates reported that the third and fourth teams were in place. The man said that it was good, but still, they don't need to rush at the last moment. The abilities of those people can't be underestimated. The entire crowd confirmed the commander's order and immediately rushed forward. Meanwhile, an alarm siren sounded near our guys, indicating someone had broken in. Yang Hao, who had just decided that it was all over, was unhappy that someone came again and so quickly. They literally didn't give me a chance to rest. At that moment, a voice came from behind the guy, assessing their place. He also said that today it will be captured by the Union of Destroyers. Yang Hao immediately began to inspect each of them. He realized that these were people from the Union of Destroyers, and their characteristics were very strong. Many of them are far beyond the human norm, and some are even close to the level of a mutant zombie. The goat commander looked at Yang Hao in bewilderment and asked why he still hadn't called their boss to come out and greet them. Of course, the guy said he was the boss here. This base is the brainchild of him and his partners, so they may not think that their demands will be met. Yang Hao tried to figure out what to do. He didn't want any more victims at the base. The man said that his words were not a demand, but an order. Now all the resources and women belong to them, and he can only allow him to live. In his opinion, everything was fair. Tu Wei said that among all the talk of the goat, only his ass is fair. Long Tao also added that they need not try to intimidate them. Our hero said that the people of the Union of Destroyers are exactly the same as people in Willows. Commander Kozlov asked not to compare him with them because those freaks are just a bunch of traitors. After that, he told his guys to attack. At this moment, Gu Qingyi ordered the animals to go forward and defend the base. The lizards immediately ran to attack. The man thought about it. Previously, these mutant beasts were under the control of the master of the beasts, but now for some reason they obeyed the orders of another person. In any case, he decided that he would first have to get rid of the pseudo-boss of this place. The goat launched its horns at our hero. Our hero, of course, defended himself from this attack, but he was interested in what this strange ability to control the horns on his head was. Most of the telepaths they had met lately had some animal characteristics. Yang Hao thought about it. Could it be that the D-level laboratory carried out such experiments? Meanwhile, Commander Kozlov already had a whole bunch of horns ready to attack our hero. In a moment, this entire pile of deadly horns flew towards Yang Hao. Although the guy defended himself from each of them, he understood that there were too many horns. He just can't stop them. At this moment, a new achievement appeared before our hero. He again had to receive 10 wounds to gain the self-healing ability. He laughed and decided that this ability should be much more convenient than a medical capsule. The goat asked in bewilderment why our hero was laughing. Yang Hao said that it was none of his business. At this point, he asked if the goat had time to have lunch before their visit. The guy advised me to put more effort into attacks next time. The man immediately became angry. How can this boy laugh after such injuries? He said that he would help him right away. This time, Yang Hao, of course, decided not to dodge the attacks. He needed to save up for the ability as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Tu Wei and Long Tao again noticed what their boss was doing. Tu Wei said that Yang Hao has always been a strong guy. Kai Jing, on the other hand, couldn't understand why the guy didn't dodge all the attacks. Yang Hao fell to the ground and asked the girl not to worry because everything was going according to his plan. Finally, an achievement has surfaced for which our hero received self-healing. Now the guy's eyes became even more confident because everything was ready. This ability allows the body to fully recover in a short period of time. The rollback is exactly the same 600 seconds. The guy immediately decided to try it and noticed that this ability really worked well. Commander Kozlov noticed how all the wounds from Yang Hao's body disappeared. He asked in bewilderment how this was possible. Our hero was now much more confident. He went on the attack and said that it was time for them to continue the fight. Taking off his horn again, the man suggested comparing who has the faster healing ability of Yang Hao or his knife. The guy was still as confident and determined to win. He said that the goat can use everything he has. The man launched quick and powerful attacks, but our hero easily dodged each one. Yang Hao was already accustomed to the speed of this telepath's attacks, so now he could attack his weak points. It was obvious that if he could attack Kozlov's weak point, he would succumb to his injuries and fall to the ground. At this moment, our hero, without any problems, he knocked the horn out of the goat's hands and he screamed in bewilderment. After that, Yang Hao dealt the finishing blow and told him to finally die. The man fell to the ground, and blood started coming out of his mouth. He admitted that whoever was able to destroy the willow did indeed have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. The guy put the sickle to the monster's head and said that one day, their damn union of destroyers would also fall into his hands. Kozlov did not stop coughing, but nevertheless he laughed with the confidence of a guy. The man said that he doesn't know anything about the city because it's much worse there than they think. After these words, the man fell to the ground and no longer breathed. As soon as his squad saw this, they immediately screamed in horror and began to tell those who did not see that Kozlov had died. They ran into retreat. At this moment, our hero approached Xiao Ting and asked if she knew anything about the situation in the center. The girl said that she heard about it from the Willow people. There were rumors in the city that there was a very scary zombie king in the center, and that no one dared to go there. The guy asked again in bewilderment. Yang Hao thought that there really was something like that here. After a difficult battle, our hero turned to his friends and said that lately there have been frequent attacks on the base, but the enemies will only become stronger. He then said that everyone could go about their business, but he asked Gu Qingyi to come over for a moment. He said that the girl should order the mutant beasts to dig passages, one for storing food, and the other for emergency evacuation. The girl agreed and said she would do it. And now the action moves forward 3 days. Gu Qingyi was just about to finish her task. Yang Hao, as soon as he met the girl, asked if she had mastered the moves. She said that most of the supplies were already hidden, and she ordered a few more long passages. The girl is said to have asked at this moment why Yang Hao decided to ask her to do this. Is it really to leave the base? Our hero said that the location of their base is already known to many groups. He does this just in case. In addition, he asked not to tell anyone about this. Gu Qingyi said that she understood him, and in that case she wouldn't even tell her own sister about it. Unexpectedly, the guard who was watching the cameras ran to our hero and said that people outside wanted to see him. The guy asked where they were from the Union of Destroyers. The man tried to catch his breath and speak at the same time. He said that these people had gathered a huge army of mutant beasts. Our hero smiled and said that in that case they wouldn't go and check. He suggested that this was another group for experimentation. If I fail to collect large cards, their strength will increase. As soon as Yang Hao left, strangers asked if he was in charge here. The guy confirmed and asked what they needed. The girl said that she had heard a rumor that one of his people had killed her partner. She wanted to know who did it. The guy said that her partner died at the hands of a zombie and they couldn't do anything about it. He laughed and said that she should contact Zombie. At this point, the guy asked Tiza to stop talking to them. Apparently, these people do not confess, and these lizards behind them are proof of this. Unexpectedly, this guy shouted sharply. His eyes narrowed so much in a couple of moments that it was scary. He fell to the ground, and blood from his wound immediately gushed to the sides. Tisa screamed in horror. Immediately after the guy's death, an unfamiliar man said that he first thought that some kind of monkey was screaming here. He then started saying that he did it by accident. Well, after these words, he introduced himself. It was obvious that this man was from the Union of Destroyers, and he had heard that there was something interesting here, so he came to have a look. Yang Hao and Tisa tensed. Union of Destroyers again? From what our hero understood is that the Union of Destroyers operates in groups. He was afraid to imagine the number of people who could come. The girl shouted that they were the master of beasts, and he would never cross the river. Tisa said that by killing her partner, they themselves declared war. Our hero immediately told Gu Qingyi to return to base and warn everyone. He now had a plan B, with which he could buy her time. The guy from the Union of Destroyers, seeing the rabbits that ran towards him, said that this meat looked very appetizing. At that moment, another guy appeared. He hit the rabbit and told him to get out of his way. After that, he said, so that the man who killed the old goat would appear to him. Of course, Yang Hao said that he killed him. After that, he asked why they were here. Was it really to avenge his death? The guy laughed and said that it's good to be bold in words. After this, he ordered his men to take him. Tisa was at a loss. She tried to figure out where the head of the Third Army of the Union of Destroyers came from. One way or another, she can't beat this guy now, so it's better to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Hao scattered everyone in different directions and told the others not to be shy to come over. At this moment, help arrived. Long Tao and Tu Wei and their team began to cover our hero. Meanwhile, people from the Union of Destroyers did not lag behind. They ran to the base and told each other not to spare anyone from the enemy base. Everything would have been easy for them, but unexpectedly, a huge lizard appeared in front of them, which was on the side of our guys. Meanwhile, the girls were evacuating people. Gu Qingyi sent people to the first exit. Kai Jing sent the others to the second and Xiao Xuan to the third. At that moment, something terrible was happening on the battlefield. The commander of the Third Army of the Alliance of Destroyers asked our hero to play with him. The man turned into a werewolf and ran towards our hero. He wanted to know the secret of germinating crops, in which case he could spare Yang Hao. Our hero sighed heavily. Once again, people came to him with a war only over food. The guy said that he agreed to share with him, but in exchange he would have to talk about the laboratories. The man laughed again and said that this was the first time he had seen a person who dared to negotiate with their alliance. The head of the Third Army said that in a post-apocalyptic world, only the most important are the strongest. If he wants to come to an agreement with them, then first he must show his strength. Our hero immediately went on the attack, but could not help but notice that his opponent was strong. Of course, he understood that he could not defeat him now. He just needs to keep this freak here and buy time for a general evacuation. As soon as the man saw that his hand froze in a second, he realized that our hero was also a telepath. Holding his hand tightly, he broke the ice without any problems, but now he was happy that he would have a great time. The man immediately hit the ground with all his might, and Yang Hao flew into the air from such an attack. The guy was horrified that freezing with his weapon had no effect on the enemy at all. It was necessary to come up with something new. Meanwhile, the freaks and the Union of Destroyers realized that a group of mutant beasts was difficult to defeat, so their gang split up and went around on the other side. They thought that this passage would be unprotected, but to their horror, they found guards there too. They were zombies, who like animals were on the side of our heroes. The Union people were surprised that there was so much crap at the enemy base. The zombies immediately went on the attack, and the guys tried to understand how zombies could help them. One of the guys said that this is the power of a telepath. She is truly crazy. Meanwhile, Ye Feng stood in the corridor and thought that they needed to make sure that all the people evacuated safely. But suddenly her view disappeared. Have all the zombies been caught? The same guy who killed Tisa's partner told his squad that they were all very slow. He would destroy this base in 3 minutes. One way or another, he was still surprised at how carefully this base was guarded. The guy wanted to quickly see what was inside. As soon as he took a step further, there was a huge explosion that was amazing in range. Lying on the floor, the guy realized that there were mines all over the field. He wondered what else the guys would try to stop him. A moment later, somehow, this freak still made it to the entrance and immediately burst inside. But at this moment, his face said that he was not happy with what he saw inside. There wasn't a single soul in the building. He asked a logical question. Where did everyone go? Meanwhile, Yang Hao continued to hold the head of the Third Army. The guy told him that he was very slow and asked him to speed up. At that moment, an unknown creature on the roof of the building began to say something. The monster landed near our hero and said an incomprehensible word that looked like a code word. With this, our hero realized that if the one-eyed one was here, then everyone else had fled. Plan B worked, which means he also now had to leave here. At this moment, one of the people of the Destroyer Union reported to the boss that all the people had escaped, but nevertheless they had found the tunnel. Yang Hao wondered how they found him in bewilderment. The man was surprised that the guy alone decided to hold them off while his comrades escaped. After that, Yang Hao threw a grenade and said that if they found everything, then it's time to end this game. The grenade exploded and limited the enemy's field of vision, and our hero began to run away. The monster began to shout to Yang Hao that he was very naive because he would not be able to escape from the city. The guy said that this was very good and he would look forward to the next meeting. As soon as our hero entered the building, he was surprised and said that he did not remember Gu Qingyi digging tunnels in this place. Following the trail, he realized that the trail was left there intentionally. Nevertheless, he decided, just in case, to use what was indicated earlier. Taking the remote control in his hands, Our hero thought that it would be bad if there was a problematic telepath among the people of the Union. Meanwhile, people from the destruction unions were rushing around the building. One team had to go into the tunnel and chase people, while the other team looked for other tunnels. Suddenly, the base began to collapse. Explosions came from every corner of the building. Yang Hao became sad as he watched their base, for which they worked, being destroyed. But at that moment, the guy heard steps behind him and realized that someone was coming. An unfamiliar man asked what these explosions were. He said he should have received the spoils of war. He then turned to his subordinate and said that they did not invest a ton of military forces to capture this base. He didn't want to end things in vain, so he ordered everything to be checked. Looking at these people leaving, our hero thought that he was lucky. If he encountered these people, it would be difficult for him to leave unharmed. The action moves to the city of Ganja, Marine Park. Some of the escapees were already sitting there. Gu Qingyi at that moment approached Tu Wei and Long Tao and said that she ordered the area to be cleared of zombies. They will be able to rest peacefully this night. Then the action also moves to the city of Ganja, but to the business district of Ruhai. Ye Feng told people that the roof of the building was relatively safe. You can rest. The girl told people that they don't have to worry about food and supplies. She ordered the zombies to find them, and they will soon bring everything here. Finally, the action moves to the remote suburb of Ganju. Yang Hao's parents were worried that he was still missing. Kai Jing started calling our hero, but the phone was turned off. She didn't understand. Why can't he get through to him? She has a connection with the others, but not with him. Although the girl was worried herself, she asked the guy's parents not to worry. He might be using a tunnel that wasn't theirs, so she asked others to notify if there was news. Meanwhile, Yang Hao also noticed that the connection was lost. The guy couldn't contact his friends. Our hero understood that there were a lot of departure tunnels, and he simply did not know which one they went into. He doesn't even know how long it will take to find them. Yang Hao then looked at the shop in front of him and thought about it. What if he just spends the night here? After some time, our hero entered the hot spring. In his opinion, he found a treasure. Previously, he could not even think of plunging into a hot spring. This is really very cool. Suddenly, someone else came to the source. Judging by the legs, it was a girl. She, just like Yang Hao, looked at the hot spring and said that after a long and hard day, she could finally rest. The girl thought she was alone here, but at that time our hero was watching her and thinking about what a magnificent body she had. At that moment, a pebble fell near him, which he caught. The girl, of course, noticed this and immediately began screaming, trying to figure out who else was there. Yang Hao was very scared, but still stood up and asked the girl not to scream. He also added that he is a good guy. The girl, seeing the guy in the hot spring who was watching her, began. Scream even louder. She didn't bother to say what a pervert Yang Hao is. Zombies heard all this noise. A moment later, a large crowd of creatures burst into this place and disturbed the peace. The girl was now screaming because there were zombies there. Our hero at this moment was only upset that their beautiful hot spring was destroyed. Our hero immediately ran forward, but at the same time told the girl to get dressed and run away from here. The angry girl leaned over and said that he could not dictate to her. Unexpectedly, a huge zombie also decided to come to their party. He immediately liked the girl. She, in turn, began to scream in horror. Our hero asked the girl not to be afraid because this is an ordinary zombie mutant, which is quite weak. She looked at Yang Hao and thought, why did a weapon suddenly appear in his hand? Is he a spatial telepath? The guy went to attack the monster, which was already ready for battle. The monster waved the dagger that he had instead of a hand. At that moment, our hero jumped away from the zombies and dealt a crushing blow in the air. The guy then landed on the ground and said that this monster could not withstand even one of his blows. The girl, looking at our hero, couldn't help but notice that he was incredible in battle. The girl, in bewilderment, told him that she did not expect the guy to be so cool. Yang Hao thanked her. After that, he looked at the girl and asked if it would be better for her to get dressed first before talking about anything. A couple of minutes later, the girl was changed. Looking at our hero, she asked if she could ask him for a favor. The guy sighed and said that he didn't have time to help her because he himself had a meeting with friends. He asked her to leave quickly. The girl grabbed his hand and asked him to wait a little. She noticed that he was most likely in this area for the first time, and she definitely knew this area better than he did. She is the daughter of the head of the Free Tejin. If he helps you return to the region, then she will help him find his friends. Our hero was surprised. Is this really the Freedom Squad? Some of the previously caught people mentioned that they could be of great help. The guy immediately turned around and said that he agreed. I'm already late today, so first I need to find a place to stay for the night. They will leave tomorrow morning. The action moves to a multi-story building. The light was on in one of the apartments. This is where our guys were. The girl invited Yang Hao to tell her a little about the city center. So I started alone. Everything was the same as previously known. After the end of the world, the medicine inside the laboratory leaked out. Due to the consequences of the leak, the closer the city was to the secret laboratory, the stronger the zombie mutants were there. They also say there is a zombie king. Of course, the same thing happened to telepaths, the closer they were to the secret laboratory. The area closest to the laboratory was called the restricted zone. Legend has it that no one ever returned from there alive, our hero thought. It seems that the whole truth in the post-apocalyptic world is in that zone. At that moment, the guy asked the girl why she was there. It should be safer in the regiment. She said it was a long story, but in short, she was assassinated while she was on a mission. All her comrades were killed. The action moves to the roof. Sniper was lying on her, thinking that it was not in vain that she had been guarding this place for so long. The girl, looking at her new acquaintance, Yang Hao, thought. She was just interested in what kind of man was standing near Tu Mei. She thought about what had killed all her comrades earlier, and that was in fact the case. One way or another, she decided not to procrastinate and get it over with as quickly as possible. Our hero, of course, sensed danger and immediately grabbed his weapon to defend himself. He asked the devil what kind of communication this was. The girl got a little tense from this situation. She tried to understand how a simple guy could block this attack. In any case, she decided that Tu Mei would be hard to find in the future, so it would be better to deal with her today. A moment later, the girl flew through the window and swung her knife at Tu Mei. And again, Yang Hao came to the defense of his new friend. Nevertheless, this girl managed to defend herself and returned in time. The guy looked at her in bewilderment. Is this girl also a telepath? After this, the battle between our hero and the killer began. Tu Mei asked in bewilderment if it was really Sister Zhang. At that moment, the girl threw her dagger and said that she could not escape. The best decision is to accept your fate. The girl used her abilities and said that everything would be okay. Not necessarily so. In addition, she found a reliable assistant. The girl at that moment said that he should not forget about their deal, because everything is in his hands. Our hero smiled menacingly and told the girl not to worry. The guy immediately clenched his sickle and began swinging at the stranger. He hit the ground, but the girl was still able to dodge his attack. Yang Hao knew that this ability would be difficult to handle. At that moment, the girl took out a gun and made it clear that she would act cruelly. She pointed her gun at Tu Mei and told her to finally die. After this, 2 shots were heard, but again our hero saved the girl, covering her with his body. The assassin started shooting at Yang Hao without stopping, telling him to get out of her way. The guy repelled her every attack and reminded her that he would not allow her to be killed. At that moment, a whole flock of bats that were flying outside the window began to fly towards the guys. The girl looked at them in bewilderment and asked, were they really attracted to the sound of gunfire? Looking at these creatures, she realized that if they were here, then that freak was here too. Immediately after this, a mutant zombie burst through the window. Their party got bigger and bigger. He looked at everyone standing in the room and laughed quietly. Apparently, he decided that a light snack awaited him. This freak was an elite mutant zombie whose characteristics were amazing. Yang Hao was very scared when he saw the attributes of this freak. What was most striking was his intellectual abilities. Yet Tu Mei's story turned out to be true. At that moment, the zombie blew strange smoke from his mouth. The girl's eyes changed in the blink of an eye. After this, the killer who was previously going to kill Tu Mei looked at our hero from the other side and said that he was very handsome. She immediately stuck to him, and from the other end of the room, Tu Mei also began telling our hero how attractive he was. The girls surrounded Yang Hao on both sides. The guy asked them to let him go, because now is definitely not the time to do something like that. Then he looked at the monster and decided that this monster was the reason for this behavior. After that, our hero took a rope from his inventory and tied up the girls, who were still crazy about Yang Hao. The capsule then took them with it, and Yang Hao said that they would need to be patient for a while. As soon as he defeats the monster, he will immediately untie them. After that, he went to attack this smart zombie and said that it had been a long time since he fought a zombie whose attributes were so strong. The guy hit the ground with all his might, but the zombie, unfortunately, managed to dodge. At this moment, our hero noticed that the power of the attributes had increased. Now the implications were even more terrifying. Yang Hao then noticed that the bats had stopped in place, and also that their numbers seemed to have increased. The guy decided that there was no need to wait, and immediately activated the ability to perceive weaknesses. As expected, this zombie's weakness and source of strength are bats. The zombie seemed to understand that the man had learned about his weakness and immediately went on the attack. Our hero easily dodged her and said that in this case, he would begin his battle by destroying all the mice. The zombie looked in bewilderment at Yang Hao, who went to attack not at him, but at the bats. The guy began to wave his sickle in different directions, and with this he destroyed small creatures. After killing a certain number of mice, Yang Hao thought that the monster's strength should have weakened by now. He turned around and noticed that his attribute values had indeed dropped. In addition, the movements became slower. It was necessary to kill all the mice. 3 minutes later, our hero got rid of all the mice. This zombie's attributes have dropped significantly compared to what it was. Yang Hao jumped off the ground and swung at the freak in the air. He said that this monster disappointed him. It was finally over with him. At that moment, the guy remembered that he had tied the girls in an awkward position, so he needed to untie them quickly. After the battle, the system said that our hero received a new title. It gave 30 points to female attractiveness. He then called the capsule, and as soon as it opened, he asked the girls how they were feeling. "Haven't woken up yet?" Having heard no answer and no reaction, he decided that they could now be untied. To his horror, the girls immediately changed and jumped on Yang Hao, saying that they really liked him. He tried to stop them, but within a moment they were lying on the floor. The guy continued to ask them to stop all this, but there was no reaction. He tried to figure out how to bring them to their senses. The next morning, Yang Hao lay in bed between two girls who were fast asleep on top of him. The guy really wanted to go to the toilet, but he understood that if he got up, they simply wouldn't let him go. But based on the bad experience he had last night, he decided that he didn't want to go through that anymore. At this moment, Tumei began to open her eyes. The girl tried to understand where she was. As soon as she realized what was happening, she jumped up and said that they were wrong. Yang Hao was glad that at least she came to her senses. After that, the girl who tried to kill Tumei jumped up. She said the guy was a vile bastard. She couldn't accept that she slept with a stranger. Yang Hao began to reject everything and tell the girls that he had nothing to do with it and that it was all the zombie's fault. They should be grateful to Yang Hao because they could have died. The girl thanked the guy, but at that moment she jumped up and said that in any case she would kill Tumei. Yang Hao asked them to stop. They know each other, don't they? Then for the sake of their savior they must wait and talk to him. But before that he will move away. After some time, our hero introduced himself and added that he was Tumei's bodyguard. He asked why people from the same detachment should kill each other. The girl said that their legion is not as strong as he thinks. After their creation, their Tijin was divided into two groups, free and wild. Each of them has different views. The free believe that everyone should follow a code of morality, while the wild believe that rules should be abandoned. Tumei's father is a supporter of order. At this moment, Tumei asked Xiaotong why she was on the side of the wild, because initially she supported the order of the free. The girl said she was forced to. Xiao Yunfei caught her parents and ordered her to get rid of Tumei within a week, or Tumei realized what kind of end awaited her parents and only hit the table with her fist. She couldn't believe that Xiao Yunfei was such a scumbag. The girl grabbed Xiao Tong's hands and told her not to worry. Her guard is very strong, and when she returns, he will definitely help her get to her parents. Yang Hao was surprised that the girl really thought that he was her guard. He did say so. This is to make it easier to understand their relationship. The girl then turned to Yang Hao and asked them to help them in their difficult situation. She promised that she would pay after the matter was completed. The guy immediately decided to talk about the reward. He himself had many problems. He asked what they knew about the alliance of destroyers. He thought to himself that he could unite the alliances against the alliance of destroyers. The girl said that she knew that they had already taken over several small organizations in Jiangzhou. At this moment, Xiao Tong said that the girl most likely did not know that Xiao Yunfei had made a deal with them. The Union of Destroyers might be keeping an eye on her, too. The guy screamed in shock and said that in this case he could not be her bodyguard. The girl laughed and said that she believed in him. The guy stood up and said that telepaths and the Union of Destroyers were not easy to deal with, so they should not let their guard down. Our hero looked out the window and understood that his parents should be fine under the care of Kai Jing. But he was worried about the others, because he didn't know what was wrong with them. Meanwhile, strangers stood in front of a multi-story building. The girl asked if her comrades were sure that those people were there. The guys said they found this place last night from the sound of gunfire, so there can't be any mistake. The man asked the Shinrui commander if they should go upstairs now. The girl said there was no need to rush. They'll keep an eye on them for now. The next day, the guys were already on their way. They walked along the roads of the city on which corpses lay. The guy said that on the way here, there were troops everywhere. The center is really more dangerous than other places. Tumei said at this moment that there are several beasts ahead. Unexpectedly, Xiao Tong blocked the boys' way and told them to stand. Something was happening ahead. Yang Hao looked around the corner and noticed the mutant beasts fighting. Could it be Gu Qingyi and the girls? An unfamiliar woman riding a trot attacked the lizard. Animal Master Tinley asked her pet to quickly deal with this food. Suddenly, Yang Hao attacked the lynx and cut the monster's stomach. He asked Gu Qingyi, "Is she okay, and why is she here alone? Where are the others?" The girl looked at our hero in bewilderment. She said she finally found him. Her team that went with her went to meet the others. She came here alone because she was very worried. Meanwhile, Beastmaster Tinley looked at Yang Hao and realized that he looked quite familiar. At that moment, the girl approached them and interrupted their conversation. She asked if Yang Hao was standing in front of her. The guy recognized an old friend and immediately asked what she was doing here. Gu Qingyi asked if they knew each other. The guy said that she had been his classmate for 6 years, from middle school to high school. The girl said that the guy's university is very far from Jianzhou, so she really didn't expect to see an old acquaintance. Our hero somehow said that she went through a lot. He then asked how they came into conflict with Gu Qingyi. The girl said it was a misunderstanding. At this moment, the girl noticed how much Yang Hao had matured. If he had been the same 2 years ago, she would have said yes to his love letter. The guy blushed a little and asked what kind of love letter we were talking about. Did he really write that? The same guys were watching them, and the guy told the Shinrui commander that there would be no battle because they knew each other. The girl decided that in this case, they would simply do what was necessary. It's not difficult to cope with a couple of kittens and puppies. Shinrui told her people to go into battle, and they immediately ran forward. The girl took off her jacket and thought that as soon as they kill Tumei, the Freedom Squad will become theirs. Meanwhile, our hero asked Tinley which enemy group she was talking about. She said that that group is also a beast tamer, only they control fierce beasts, and they are stronger. Besides, there are girls on her team and they harass them. At that moment, her allies began to run to Tinley and say that their affairs were bad. At that moment, the girls' people, who were all also running into battle, noticed that someone was coming. A moment later, a huge and ferocious cat was flying at them, about to tear them apart. One of the guys didn't think so, and so he hit the cat and told him to go to hell. The cat flew several meters away and landed near our guys. The cat's owner looked at her in bewilderment. Tinley immediately screamed in horror and asked who these guys were who attacked them. The guy clutched his dagger and said that they are the ones who want them to die quickly. Gu Qingyi ordered her lizard to go into battle. She said they want them dead too. Yang Hao grabbed his sickle but thought about it. There's definitely something wrong with this gang. Did they really spawn all this time just to start a fight? At this moment, a system window with characteristics appeared in front of our hero. Yang Hao didn't see anyone. Is this really an invisible telepath? Looking at Tumei, he decided that she was most likely their target. The guy randomly decided to deliver his powerful blow, and at that moment the enemy appeared. The girl was perplexed that this guy was able to notice her. Our hero told the guys to be careful because among this group there are invisible telepaths. At this moment, Tumei used her ability, Vine. She had to protect her, but unexpectedly our hero hit the girl's vines and broke them. He told the girl to be careful. He thought to himself that it was stupid to hit at random. Although he sees the attributes, he cannot notice the attacks themselves. Suddenly our hero had an inspiration and he came up with a brilliant thing. He will be able to defeat the invisible telepaths if he uses something that he has in his inventory. The guy took out a saucepan with soup that could completely drown someone. Without thinking twice, our hero immediately poured the contents into the place where the girl should have been. Yang Hao hit the target and covered the girl from head to toe. She didn't understand how he could see where she was. The guy laughed and said that this information is confidential and she will never know about it. Shinrui immediately rushed at our hero and said that they could still finish him off without any tricks. She told her squad to help her. They had just dealt with the mutant animals and said that they would be with her now. You understand that the beast mutants were so quickly defeated, our hero realized that these four had certain abilities. Gu Qingyi at that moment said that she would delay them, and she asked Yang Hao to take care of that girl. The girl stood in front of the four and said that they would need to defeat her first before going after Yang Hao. The telepathic cat clutched his knife tightly and laughed. Is she really the only one who will protect? He ran towards the girl and told his comrades to kill her together. The two guys poked the girl with knives. But at the moment of the attack, Gu Qingyi managed to dodge. The telepathic cat said that this woman's position was like some kind of ancient martial art. As he went into the portal, the man said that it was just a martial art. If they combine their powers but are still afraid, they will not be able to kill her. A moment later, this telepath from another teleport was flying towards the girl. Gu Qingyi blocked the attack at the last moment. Still, it was close. The girl understood that this was spatial telepathy and it was very bad. Meanwhile, our hero continued to fight Jinrui. He told her that she wasn't that bad. At this moment, Tu Mei used her ability and told Yang Hao that she could help him. After cutting the girl's vines, Jinrui knew that this guy would not be so easy to deal with. She decided to kill this girl with her own hands. She then turned back to check on how her squad was doing. To her surprise, they were still fighting Gu Qingyi. Then our hero asked where she got the time to look around. He said that his partner was not so easy to kill. The guy attacked Shinrui, but she dodged again and said that he had talked about this before. At this moment, Gu Qingyi continued to fight against the two guys who were attacking her from different directions. The girl understood that spatial ability was too unpredictable. If this continues, all she can do is fight back. Gu Qingyi attacked the guy in the place where he had just been. But it turned out that this telepath was already above her thanks to his portal. The girl thought that it would be much easier if she had invulnerability to spears and swords like Yang Hao. Suddenly, two guys flew at the girl, swinging their daggers. She understood that she could not repel this attack. Looking at the sharp blade of the approaching daggers, the girl concentrated. In the blink of an eye, the blades were in the hands of the girl, who looked menacingly at her opponents. The girl continued to clutch the knives tightly and said that he caught them. The guys shouted in bewilderment, saying that the girl had gone crazy. A second later, the girl turned the freaks onto the ground with all her might and told them to get out of here. After that, Gu Qingyi grabbed the sword with her bloody hand. She immediately attacked those people who were literally just lying on the ground, but, to her surprise, they both managed to dodge. She didn't understand how these guys could be more flexible than a monkey. And again, a moment later, the two were flying towards Gu Qingyi and preparing another attack from behind. The guy was clutching his dagger and was about to attack the girl. He told her to die quickly. The girl defended herself from one with her sword and again grabbed the knife with her hand to delay the blow. At this moment, Gu Qingyi noticed that her hand had turned into metal. She immediately asked herself a logical question. Why? Did this mean that she had awakened a new telepathic ability? Meanwhile, the guy shouted in bewilderment, saying that the girl really has trump cards. After a moment, she finally knocked out this infuriating guy who still wouldn't calm down. Looking at the telepathic cat, the girl thought. If her hand could turn into metal, then the girl didn't have time. A guy attacked her and said that as long as she uses the flexibility of spatial forces, there will always be a chance that she will not survive. Gu Qingyi decided to shut up this freak too, and said that the knife would not help him in any way. The cat fell to the ground and this was noticed by Shinrui, who was still fighting with our hero. Looking at her unconscious ally, she could not believe that they were defeated. The girl was very disappointed with them, saying that they were all useless. Shinrui and Yang Hao did not stop and continued to strike each other dozens of times. Looking at the girl, he told her to stop because now it's 3 against 1. The girl laughed and said that she alone was enough to deal with him. Continuing the battle, our hero only thought that the girl was quite brave. Meanwhile, Xiaotong was watching the entire battle and couldn't help but notice that Yang Hao's partner was very strong. There's no point in helping her. At that moment, Tinley and her allies ran towards our hero. The girl said that they would help the guy. From what she heard, Jinrui turned around in bewilderment and began to look into the eyes of death. Now the girl was surrounded on all sides, and that meant only one thing: defeat. Tinley said that after killing a lot of mutant beasts, it was finally time for them to settle the score. The girl calmly exhaled, and at that moment she whistled. A portal appeared in front of her, and before leaving, she added that she never fought without preparation. This time is the first time. He then advised Tumei not to return, because she would not be able to escape as quickly as today. The girl launched her vines at the enemy, and said that she would definitely return, because she would not allow the Legion to collapse in the hands of Jinrui. Of course, by the time the vines arrived, the girl had already disappeared. Tumei was upset that her enemy fled from the battlefield so quickly. Looking at the girl, our hero could not help but notice that she hid her strength. In the fight, she did not use her full strength. At this moment, Tumei turned around and asked what to do next. The guy said he would explain everything to her partner, and they would continue with the plan. Then Yang Hao told his friend that he had some problems with his phone because he couldn't get a signal. He asked, "Tell everyone what he is about to say." The girl agreed and immediately picked up the phone to call Ye Feng, but to her horror, the phone also did not work. Just recently, everything was fine. At this moment, Tumei said that they are not far from the city center and therefore Waring is affected by the magnetic field of the Zombie King. All phones lose signal. The guy immediately turned to the girl and said that he had a task for her. Gu Qingyi understood what he meant and told her to leave everything to her. 10 minutes later, the girls were on horseback at a trot. Tinley said goodbye to our hero and said that they could meet in People's Park. After some more time, our guys continued on their way. They were already close to the city center. At this moment, the guy asked Tumei why they had not met any zombies yet. The girl herself didn't understand, because according to her information, this place was teeming with them. And immediately after these words, a thug jumped out from around the corner and smashed the wall. Tumei screamed in horror and asked if this was really an elite mutant zombie. Our hero immediately went on the attack despite the size of the giant. The monster, with little difficulty, was still able to defend himself from this deadly attack. As soon as Yang Hao landed on the ground, he asked the girls not to panic. "Looks like this guy is injured." Then he said to help him immobilize the monster. Tumei agreed and said that she would help him right away. A moment later, a bunch of vines emerged from the ground. They grabbed the giant and threw him to the ground. He tried to break free, but he couldn't. Thanks to the fact that the monster was completely immobilized, our hero was able to deliver his finishing blow. A moment later, the defeated monsters lay on the ground and did not move. Looking at this freak, Yang Hao could not stop thinking that today they were haunted by only failures. At that moment, a group of guys came out of the smoke. One of them said that Yang Hao could not only obtain the zombie crystal cores, but also 3 meat tickets. Our hero asked again in bewilderment, "What does zombie crystal core mean? What are they needed for?" The guy at that moment reincarnated as a werewolf and said that there was no point in him knowing this. After that, the entire group of these freaks ran towards Yang Hao. They thought he was just another weakling. Our hero turned to the girls and said that they didn't have to fight because he could handle such small things himself. As soon as they ran closer, Yang Hao scattered each of them in different directions. Looking at the werewolf who had fallen to the ground, who was confident in himself, the guy asked, "Did they really want to rob them with such abilities?" The werewolf lying on the ground asked in bewilderment, "How is this possible? How did the guy knock him down with one blow?" Placing the blade near the robber's neck, our hero asked to tell us more about the crystal cores. The guy, of course, said that he would tell everything. He said that this was a secret that they accidentally learned from a woman from the Union, so he began his story. He sat with this girl at the table, and she said that if she performed well today, she would tell him a secret. Elite mutant or higher-level zombies have the ability to create crystal cores. If you eat them, you can become stronger. Tumei said in surprise that this was the first time she had heard about this. Our hero said that they will only know if it is true or not when they watch zombies. After a while, Yang Hao walked around the monster and examined it. At some point, you finally screamed and said that he had found it. Looking at this crystal, it was obvious that this was the core. The guy raised his hand and showed the crystal to the guys. He said that this thing looked strange, and then he asked if it was edible. Suddenly, The guy who had recently attacked Yang Hao pointed his finger into the distance in horror and said that there was a zombie commander behind him. Our hero. Not understanding why they were so scared, I decided to go back and check what was behind. As it turned out, there really was a huge zombie behind him whose attributes were simply amazing. There was also a zombie near the commander, and a bunch of zombies that followed him. It was obvious that there was no way to escape from here. All they can do is fight. The zombie commander gave the command to his subordinates to attack the people, and after a moment, they all ran forward. Our hero asked the girls to run first and try to intimidate him. But before that, he asked them to wait for him. First, he will deal with the commander. The werewolf stared at our hero in bewilderment and asked if he really thought he could kill the zombie leader. "This is madness!" The girls, meanwhile, turned around and ran back. They asked Yang Hao to be careful too. Our hero, meanwhile, scattered a bunch of zombies that were in his way. The guys, looking at how the zombies scattered, only thought about how strong the stranger was. At that moment, one of the zombie leader's heads began spewing flames from its mouth. After our hero returned and landed on the ground, another zombie was already standing behind him. Having killed him, he could not help but notice that the number of zombies was certainly too large. He then looked again at the zombie commander and came to the conclusion that each of the three heads had its own ability. Suddenly something exploded near him. He tried to understand. Is it really such a destructive force from one spit? Our hero was brought out of his thoughts by an elite zombie running towards Yang Hao from behind. The guy dealt with this monster without any problems. He hoped that there would be a crystal in it. After examining the entire body of the zombie, Yang Hao did not find any core. Most likely the chances of a zombie producing a core are not that great. However, he decided to forget about it for now and try the crystal he found before. Immediately, his body began to sparkle, and the guy couldn't help but feel power flowing through his body. The system talked about increasing strength and side effects. Feeling enormous power, Yang Hao decided that it was time to deal with this zombie commander and thereby test the power of the crystal. One of the heads again spat that destructive mixture in the hope of quickly getting rid of our hero. The guy immediately dodged and told the monster that he was too slow. After that, Yang Hao jumped up and decided that the first blow would be his. Suddenly, the monster also became active and began to swing its arm. As soon as our hero defended himself, he said that Zombie's village was not that good. After the thug's blow, the guy decided that now the blow should be his, and he kicked him with all his might. The force was so enormous that the zombie commander punched through 2 buildings. Going forward after the monster, Yang Hao said that this power is also pretty cool. The top head, realizing that something was wrong, decided to attack our hero with its swarm. The guy pushed the insects aside without any problems and ran on. Jumping out of the smoke, he decided that now it was the second head's turn to die. The guy swung his sickle and took off his head with just 1 blow. The smile on Yang Hao's face couldn't help but please. Landing on the ground, our hero said that in the end he left his new trick for the thug. At this point, the system said that a side effect of the core would be to transform into any creature for 3 minutes. A moment later, on the battlefield, instead of Yang Hao, there was an ordinary rooster. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yang Hao began to squeal. "What kind of stupid side effect is this?" As soon as the zombie commander saw that all that was left of the guy was a rooster, he immediately rushed after him. Our hero, turning around, said that he would never try this stupid thing again in his life. The rooster shouted to his guys to stop the monster. He will be able to return to normal after some time. As soon as Yang Hao landed on the ground, he looked around and realized that he was at a gas filling station. He immediately had a brilliant idea that needed to be implemented. At that moment, a bunch of zombies burst into the station territory and pursued our hero. The rooster wagged its tail and told the commander to attack him. The zombie, of course, is not a fool, and therefore decided to take this opportunity to get rid of the annoying enemy. He released the flame. A moment later, a huge explosion was heard at the station. From such an explosion, even the earth began to shake. The girls looked at this in bewilderment. Did Yang Hao really decide to sacrifice himself and die along with the zombies to save them? At this moment, the girl noticed something and shouted to Sister Xiaotong to look out the window. "He didn't die!" A normal Yang Hao came out of the smoke and used his abilities. The zombie commander, of course, was strong, but his intelligence left much to be desired. Our hero received the title of Hunter, which gave a reduction in the cooldown time of iron dominoes. Now it took 300 seconds, and the action lasted 2 seconds. After some time, Yang Hao met the girls and asked how they were. Tumei said that they were safe, but the fact that he survived looks like a miracle. The guy laughed and said that he would not have lived to this day without his skills. After that, he asked where those guys were. The girl said that they were unable to escape from the zombies, so they were eaten. The guy turned around and said they got what they deserved. After that, he told him that he needed to hurry. It was time to go to the Legion of Freedom. An hour later, Tumei peeks around the corners and says they are there. Her relatives from the Order are locked away in an underground shopping center. The guy looking at this place said that he knew it. Our hero used to come here often when he was in elementary school. Tumei said at this moment that this place is not far from the restricted area from the city center, so you need to be careful. And then our hero said that he was very familiar with the structure of this place, which is why she had to do something. The guy told her, and the girl agreed. After that, the guys were ready to go forward, and therefore Yang Hao that they are moving forward. The guys went downstairs, and the guy immediately told the girls to be on their guard. As they approached the gate, Yang Hao and the girls noticed the guards staring at them. Tumei immediately used her abilities to grab these freaks with vines. After that, Yang Hao and Xiao Tong dealt with them closely. After such a meeting, they will not come to their senses sooner. Yang Hao immediately began to open the gate and looked inside. As soon as they entered, the guys realized that there was no one inside. Xiao Tong looked around and noticed something strange on the walls. The girl immediately screamed and said that they had fallen into a trap. They're going to blow them up. A moment later, as expected, there was a huge explosion. Our hero sat among the ruins and cleared his throat. This attempt hurt them a little. Rising from the ground, he said that these liberals are still cunning. Apparently, they had no idea that Tumei would come here. Fortunately, our hero managed to place the girls in the medical compartment, otherwise they would have been seriously injured. As soon as the door opened, the girls again said that the guy saved them, which was not so surprising. Tumei hugged him and said that from now on her life belongs to him. Our hero said that it's not worth it because he's just doing his job. Xiao Tong separated them and said that they were not finished here yet. She then said that they needed to think about what to do next. Yang Hao said that he has a plan, but they will have to take cover. He will infiltrate them. Undercover because they don't know who he is. Xiao Tong said in surprise that this was a good plan, but Tumei immediately said that he should be careful. Meanwhile, on the street, a huge zombie was attacking a group of people. The girl was horrified by the size of this zombie, and besides, he was too strong, so they seemed unable to cope with them. You need to call for help. Tumei said that the team from them is on freedom. In this case, Yang Hao will help them, and the girls must find a safe place and leave a sign. Meanwhile, the zombie thug raged at full speed and tore everyone to pieces. The girl, looking at all this, understood that in this way there would simply be nothing left of them. At that moment, our hero was flying on zombies to help this team from the Legion of Freedom. His ability said that this zombie's weak point was the back of its head. That is why he struck at him. The zombie fell to the ground, and Yang Hao turned to the woman and asked if they were injured. The girl thanked him for his help and said that her name was Tin Zixuan. She asked if our hero was in the organization, and if not, then she offered to join them. The guy asked in surprise why he should join them. What advantages does their team have? The woman said that there are plenty of them. Whether it's a guy or a girl, he can use them. Yang Hao immediately said enthusiastically that he was joining them. Actions are brought to the headquarters of the Legion of Freedom where the guys arrived. Tin Zixuan, standing in front of Brother Xiao, said that she would like to introduce them to the newcomer who joined them. The man looked at him in surprise and said that one cannot join the Legion of Freedom only by choice. The girl said that she saw with her own eyes how he killed an elite zombie, so he has every right to do so. The man was again surprised and said that it was precisely such talents that were missing. He immediately asked the newcomer's name. Our hero decided that it was better to be careful and not give his real name. That's why he said his name was Hao Yang. Very witty. They had recently started a new business and were short of workers. He said that Zixuan will personally induct the newbie into the process for now. The girl said that if that was all, she would spend it. Xiao Yunfei told them to enter. The guy at that moment asked what new business their boss was talking about. Zixuan said that he would find out soon. The guys approached one of the rooms which was guarded by guards, but the girl told them to leave. In a moment, they were alone. The girl said that here they can do whatever they want. Their legion's philosophy is to be free. Looking at our hero, she said that he could do whatever he wanted with her. Yang Hao blushed and said that everything was happening too quickly. Tin Zixuan said that the current world is like this now and he hasn't seen much yet. The system asked, does he really stick to the rules of the Order faction? Looking at Yang Hao, the girl told him not to hold back. The guy himself understood that one could hardly resist such a scene. Our hero at that moment asked if they had a task now, because the girl who put her hands on his face did not let him finish. Tin Zixuan began to reach out to Yang Hao and said that they would talk about the task a little later. At that moment, someone knocked on their room. The girl asked who was spoiling the whole mood. Then she said, not to disturb her. Young woman. The other side of the door said that the squad leader asked her to explain the details of the mission to them. Tin Zixuan sighed and told her to come in. The operation will be in the Ruihai business district. You can't kill people. In addition, it is suspected that one of them can control the zombie. Yang Hao at that moment immediately understood what kind of control we were talking about. Ye Feng and the people are in that area. The action moves to the Ruihai business district. By this time, it was already dark outside. The guys went inside, but there was no one there. Tin Zixuan said that the location was correct. One of the people decided that someone had spilled the beans. One of the girls said that this cannot be, because only yesterday she discovered hostages in this place. It was impossible to escape so quickly. At that moment, as if out of nowhere, a crowd of zombies emerged and headed towards them. Tin Zixuan looked at this in bewilderment and asked where the zombies came from, because they were exploring all the surrounding areas. One of the thugs began to attack the guys. This beam was similar to the beam that the lynx shot. As it turned out, the effect of this ray is the same. The girl fell to the ground and could not move. Our hero noticed that these zombies weren't even paying attention to him. Apparently, they are indeed under Ye Feng's control. He decided that he needed to show off. The guy told his pseudo-partners that he would detain these zombies and they should run away from here. Tin Zixuan grabbed her comrade and said that she was entrusting all the zombies to him. Then the girl shouted to all her guys that they urgently needed to run away from this place. Half an hour later, Yang Hao stood over the defeated zombies. He understood that a lot of time had passed, so they must be far away. The guy immediately started shouting to his friends to come out of hiding. As soon as Ye Feng and Xiao Xuan came out, they asked how Yang Hao ended up in the company of those people. The guy said it's a long story. He infiltrated the organization Legion of Freedom, which is involved in the struggle between factions. One of their factions has kidnapped a group of people, and he is trying to find out where they are being held. At that moment, the guy grabbed the package that he had picked up from the girl's corpse and said that she had a card with her. Looking around, he decided that people were distributed in different places in this city. They need to check each of these places and find people. The guy was going to save a group of people, so he would need help. Ye Feng said that if he needs help, he can contact her. The action is transferred to the Legion of Freedom, which was located in an unknown location. The guards said how boring it was to guard this place. One of them said that it was much better than working as hard as possible. Another was interested in why they needed hostages. At that moment, a huge herd of zombies rushed towards them, and they were not friendly. The guys immediately started screaming in horror, because they didn't understand where so many zombies could come from. They asked to call someone for support from headquarters. Meanwhile, our guys were running through the prison. Yang Hao said that they need to quickly rescue people. Our hero immediately destroyed one of the cages behind which people were sitting. The guys who were sitting inside immediately screamed in bewilderment because they saw their friends Tu Mei and Xiao Tong. The girl told them not to attract attention here, but to immediately get out of this building. Yang Hao asked Ye Feng and Xiao Tong to take people to the suburbs and leave a sign, while he and Tu Mei would stay behind. The second stage will come according to the plan. At that moment, the girl asked if he could return to his group intact. They might suspect something. The guy said everything was fine. He was performing a play with Ye Feng in front of them. In addition, the news that the hostages have been rescued will soon spread throughout the city, and they will wait for the opportunity to convince the liberals. The action moves to the headquarters of the Legion of Freedom. Several hours have passed since the operation. One of the guys asked the captain if Hao Yang could return without incident. The girl asked him not to worry. She believes in his strength and does not doubt him. After some time, our hero burst into the office. The guy asked Tin Zixuan if she was hurt. The girl shook his hand and said that she was not mistaken about him. Hao Yang said that they are comrades, so he is happy to help. At that moment, a guy ran into the room and told the captain that something strange had happened in the prison. Meat tickets and hostages escaped. Now more and more people are leaving the Legion, so this was a very serious incident. Tin Zixuan immediately told everyone to follow her. Yang Hao thought that turmoil had finally begun in the Legion. The people from the Legion began to have disagreements. People didn't see the point in staying with Xiao Yunfei because there was protection. Now it made sense to leave. The guy said that they would definitely not be accepted by the Order faction because Xiao Yunfei sent someone to kill Tu Mei from the same faction. At that moment, the guys just came across the girl they had just been talking about. They asked in bewilderment why she came here. Is it really to take revenge on Xiao Yunfei? The girl said that this was not so, she was looking for them. And her loved ones are now in a safe place, and she hoped that they could help her as the heiress of Order. The next day, Xiao Yunfei was still sitting with his girls. One of them said that many people left. Is he going to do something? The man said that if they want to leave, then let them go. He will not have a shortage of manpower. Afterwards, he said he had had enough fun. The girls began to leave him, and Xiao Yunfei said that it was time to hold a meeting after all. His age had arrived. The action moves to the conference room. In it, Xiao Yunfei said that they were going to publish a task that would be dedicated to the future of their legion. Next month, they will be putting all their efforts into capturing elite zombie mutants. They will be able to exchange the corpses of these zombies for similar enhancing elixirs. He decided to demonstrate one of them clearly and showed how he could strengthen himself. The guy fired projectiles from his hand, which exploded upon impact with the surface. This is precisely the effect of an injection of an enhancing elixir, which significantly increases the abilities of a telepath. So he's going. At this moment, he was interrupted by Tin Zixuan, who did not agree with this. The elite mutant zombies were too dangerous to hunt. All the people immediately began to say that they did not join the Legion to do such things. They wanted to become strong, but their lives were more important. Looking at this unreasonable riot, as Xiao Yunfei thought, he decided that it was very good that someone had objections. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yunfei used his ability and killed one of the rioters. The man then asked if anyone had any other objections. There was dead silence in the hall. Looking at the corpse of their ally, none of the people dared to object. In that case, if there were no more objections, Xiao Yunfei told the guys to leave. There was a group of guys in the room asking Brother Yunfei if he called them to end this boring meeting. Yang Hao, looking at one of them, remembered that he was from the Legion of Destroyers. Has their influence already reached this place? The guy said that this business is very important to them, so they all must follow the orders of the captains. Tin Zixuan again said that people know about the philosophy of the Freedom Legion. They do what they want, but now there is nothing they can do about it. Hang Yao at this moment said that if this continues, they will lose their lives in vain. The girl looked at our hero and asked if he had any good plan. The guy said that no matter how strong Xiao Yunfei and his people are, the core is 6 people. They need to unite and overthrow him. The girl thought about the words, joint efforts. Then she thought about Tu Mei and asked if that was what she was talking about. The guy smiled and said that she guessed right, but not only her. He also had reinforcements from the outside. He had a plan that required cooperation. Tin Zixuan assured our hero that he need not worry, because she would go with him. Yang Hao thought this was great. Then he said that he would need her to do him some favor. The action has moved forward a week. The guys were sitting at the table and actively discussing something. Our hero said that Xiao Yunfei agreed to take the captains to hunt the zombie commanders tomorrow. This is their best and only chance. The guy said that everyone should be prepared and there should be no differences in the plan. The guys said that they heard him. Yang Hao stood up from the table and said that they would intervene tomorrow when both sides suffered in the battle. All or nothing. The action comes the next morning. At this moment, Xiao Yunfei was dissatisfied that the freaks had indeed united. He said that if they had not earned enhancing elixirs, he would have finished them off long ago. At this moment, one of his group of guys said that the zombie commanders would not be so easy to finish off. Xiao Yunfei grinned and said, "What are they afraid of? You need to treat this as a warm-up." He thought to himself that if something happened, he would simply run away. Walking forward, Xiao Yunfei asked his comrades to cheer him up for the upcoming battle. At that moment, our guys were watching them. Hang Yao told his comrades to keep up with him and stay away. Looking at the huge zombie commander, Xiao Yunfei couldn't help but notice their overwhelming strength. One of the guys, out of curiosity, asked where he got such a huge axe. Another said that it was simply unscientific. Anyway, Xiao Yunfei told his squad to stop talking. They need to be ready to fight. The guy took out a road lamp and threw this pole at the zombies. Of course, such an attack, for a giant of this level, was just empty space. After such a stupid attack, the zombie looked at the people in bewilderment and decided to act. The brute jumped over the house and began to fly towards Xiao Yunfei's squad. The guy was, of course, able to dodge this powerful attack. Only the road was damaged. At this moment, Xiao Yunfei told the giant to taste his scarlet blades. In an instant, all the blades that Xiao Yunfei controlled flew towards the monster. The monster immediately began to act and try to dodge the man's attack, but the blades bypassed the giant and flew on. All this time, Yang Hao was watching the battle, who could not help but notice how strong Xiao Yunfei was. Meanwhile, all the daggers were in front of the giant's face and were already preparing to cut him. All the blades flew into the giant, but unfortunately for Xiao Yunfei, they were all reflected. The guy, of course, noticed this and was very disappointed by this attack. The guys looked at the battle and said that, apparently, they wouldn't even have to fight. At this moment, Tin Zixuan screamed. The girl said to look carefully and then asked if they knew this person. As she approached the monster, there was a girl who was like a rocket. She screamed air cannon, and in a moment it blew apart the monster's chest. A second later, the monster was lying on the ground, and the girl said that all the zombies in this city are weaklings. After that, she turned around and asked the Lionhead to tell her where the forbidden zone of this city was. One of the guys, in bewilderment, asked her who she was. Is she really tired of living, since she dares to address Xiao Yunfei like that? The girl immediately hit this freak who got into their conversation. At the same time, she said that she did not have the right to speak now. After that, she said that she was giving everyone 3 seconds to answer her question, otherwise they would die. The guy, with shaking hands, handed her a map on which the forbidden zone was marked. He couldn't hit the man who knocked down that zombie. The girl grabbed the card and immediately ran away from them. The guys stood in bewilderment. Either way, they breathed a sigh of relief. A fight with this girl would be much more difficult than with that zombie. At this moment, the guy called out to Xiao Yunfei and said that Lao Lin was dead. The guy said to leave him, the zombies will deal with him. Xiao Yunfei was now thinking about a girl who was not from here and decided to go to the forbidden area. Yang Hao at that moment asked if they knew this girl. Tin Zixuan said that she had never seen her and she was definitely not from the Legion. The guy used his ability to lift an object without touching it. He decided to check if there was a crystal core in that zombie. Luckily for him, the core was actually in him. Moreover, it did not look the same as the past. One way or another, our hero took it for himself, but the crystal penetrated into the weapon. As it turned out, it was an improvement for the weapon. The scythe evolved into Asura's ghost scythe from the ice prison. This blade was slightly modified and now had many characteristics, and the special effect was the wit. Our hero told Tin Zixuan that it was time for them to act and as soon as possible. The girl agreed, then turned around and told her people to follow her. The guys went to the captain. Tin Zixuan asked Xiao Yunfei if everything was okay with them, because she brought them help. The guy said that they were late because the zombie commander had already been dealt with and their help was not needed here. The girl looked at Commander Wei and offered her help. The guy who picked up the giant said that he could handle it himself. At this moment, Tin Zixuan walked up to him and helped him in a unique way. She knocked him out with a targeted blow. The guy immediately screamed in pain, and blood began to flow non-stop from his mouth. Xiao Yunfei looked at his dead comrade in bewilderment and asked Tin Zixuan what she was doing. At that moment, a voice came from behind him, saying that the girl was ending his tyranny. Behind stood our hero and the guys who agreed with Yang Hao. They had had enough of suffering. The guy said they would regret challenging him. To himself, he understood that these freaks had come prepared. However, he had a backup plan. Xiao Yunfei pressed a button on an incomprehensible device. Yang Hao told the three that Xiao Yunfei was cornered. If they surrender now, they can let go of the past. They screamed in disbelief and said that they were not going to give up. 3 of them are enough to deal with them. Holding his renewed braid tightly, our hero said that the only thing they would feel would be the taste of more. At this moment, Gu Qingyi and Tu Mei arrived. They said that Yang Hao could rely on them. The guys from the Free Legion, as soon as they saw Tu Mei, were immediately happy about her return. Tin Zixuan at this moment decided not to hesitate and immediately attacked one of the people of the Destroyer Alliance. Tu Mei was the next to attack, grabbing one of the opponents and allowing the other guys to beat him up. Gu Qingyi stood and waited for the enemy's actions, which were not long in coming. The guy launched projectiles at her and said that he would kill her with one right hand. The girl used her new abilities and covered her body with metal. All the shells were cracked. After that, saying that such an attack was simply not enough, the girl went into battle. A moment later, all the guys were standing around Xiao Yunfei, and Tu Mei told him that he was left alone. Tin Zixuan added that the Legion will soon be finished. At this moment, our hero told the girl that if everything had come to this, then his duties as a bodyguard ended here. Suddenly, Xiao Yunfei laughed and said that if they don't think that everything is over, then they are as naive as children. Immediately after these words, a man appeared in the air, flying towards the guys and saying that it was him who was their opponent. He landed on the ground with a roar, and from such an arrival it trembled under the feet of Yang Hao and the others. Everyone said in bewilderment that this couldn't happen. Tin Zixuan made inquiries in advance and realized that the captain only kept those guys around him at all times. This was the commander of the 3rd Detachment of the Union of Destroyers. He told Xiao Yunfei that he didn't give him that calling thing so that he would call him for nothing. At this time, the entire Yang Hao group began to talk about how there were many of them, so they could suppress and finish them off. They unanimously said that this was a good idea and ran together to kill him. Taking out his weapon, the man laughed at how noisy these insects were. He started waving his sword and saying that his weapon was made of a special alloy. There is nothing that it cannot cut. Tin Zixuan, looking at the man's weapon, said that it freely retracts and extends so that you can't get close to it. Yang Hao took out his weapon and said that he would take on this freak. In any case, it was necessary to test the improved weapon. Looking at the flying Yang Hao, the man said that he could chop it into mince without any problems. The man was about to do this, only now, to his horror, his weapon was cut into 2 parts. He screamed in horror. How is this possible? This guy was able to cut even such a special alloy. The hero said that super alloys are simply nothing. Now there's nothing he can't cut with his scythe. Looking at the guy who was given to him by the Union of Destroyers, Xiao Yunfei decided that he needed to rely only on himself. He threw his blade and said that no one else could compare to him. Yang Hao sensed the approaching danger and immediately turned around to block it. He looked at Xiao Yunfei and did not say that backstabbing was too unethical. Xiao Yunfei was terrified again. How was the guy able to notice the flying dagger? Does he have eyes on his back? Yang Hao shouted to Xiao Yunfei that once he dealt with the person from the 3rd squad, it would be his turn next. Thinking that everyone had let their guard down due to what had just happened, Xiao Yunfei realized that it was time to get out of here while he could. At this moment, a scythe landed right in front of Xiao Yunfei's nose. A voice behind him said that he would not go anywhere. Yang Hao suddenly activated his ice effect, and the ground began to become covered in ice. The man started talking in horror about how his feet were freezing. Moreover, he could not do anything about it. Approaching Xiao Yunfei, the guy asked where the potion he was holding came from. He was also interested in what kind of deal he had with the Union of Destroyers. The guy asked what Yang Hao hoped for. He will never give up his allies. Not a single secret will come out of his mouth. After this, Xiao Yunfei shouted that Hong Yao would die immediately, and after these words he released his blades. Somehow dodging this attack, our hero decided that it was bad. If there is a battle, it may... At this moment, Yang Hao was brought out of his thoughts by Xiao Yunfei, who fell to the ground. The guy asked in bewilderment why he dared to commit suicide. Tin Zixuan, going to our hero, said that there were several surprises, but still their plan worked perfectly. The girl at that moment turned to Tu Mei and did not say that since they now do not have a leader, they are offering this position to her. All the people wanted this. The girl said that she would think about it, but warned them that she had her own plans and goals. She needs an army that will follow her. They will have to destroy zombies. Although the guys decided that this was their nightmare, with a strong ally, they could do all this without any problems. They believed in the girl. In that case, Tu Mei asked them to discuss the details as soon as they get home. Gu Qingyi at this moment told Yang Hao that it seemed that part of the plan was going very well. The guy said that it was and then asked how she was doing. The girl said that everything did not go very well. The president is stubborn. The guy sighed and said that apparently he would need to deal with this alone. Tu Mei smiled. I said that this time she is really grateful to him. The guy said that he never lets down those with whom he agreed. At this moment, the girl asked Gu Qingyi to leave them alone as she wanted to talk to Yang Hao. Our hero told the upset girl to wait a little further for him. Yang Hao immediately asked what was the matter. Was it really worth having such a private conversation for this? The girl said that she is now the leader of the now free region. She can help him in many ways if such a need arises. Our hero told the girl that even if the captain was dead, she had to be extremely careful. Tu Mei said she would be attentive. At this moment, the girl called Yang Hao. The guy, perplexed, said what she wanted. The girl abruptly pulled him towards her and kissed him, without giving him a chance to understand what was happening. Tu Mei immediately ran over and said that this was the usual reward that she had given him according to their agreement, and nothing more. The blushing Yang Hao smiled and said that apparently someone was lying. The action moves to Central Park. Yang Hao and Gu Qingyi went there. The girl said that the headquarters of the Animal Welfare Society is located here, and unfortunately the president is too stubborn. The guy said that in this case he would not force her. When suddenly, Tinley called out to the guys. She asked what they were doing here. The guy got off the lizard and said that he needed to talk to their president. A slight contradiction arose between them. The girl smiled and said that she would show them the way. In a war with the alliance of destroyers, a victim is only a matter of time. The president doesn't want this. The guy, of course, could not but agree with these words because he also lost his man because of them. After some time, the girl said that they had arrived and she opened the door. There was a giant dog sitting in the room, and the president of the place was sitting in his chair of honor. Sitting at the table was the president of the pet association, Min Xing-shu. She asked why Tinley brought this man here. The guy said he wouldn't beat around the bush. That's the one her subordinates and their enemies are talking about. He's here to make a deal. The girl told Yang Hao that she does not divide people into enemies and friends. He must realize that the reason for the refusal is worries about her women. The guy said that he knows that she doesn't want to get attached to any kind of power either. Go against someone. But achieving balance is simply impossible. Our hero took out a weapon that is far superior to steel, as well as a potion that increases physical strength. He wants her dogs to help her find someone. Min Xing-shu was glad that I would not get involved in hostilities, but finding people is what they are good at. At that moment, a man ran into the room and said that these people were here again. They asked to come to him. The president stood up and asked what these freaks wanted. Last time, they didn't make promises for feeding. After that, she sighed and told the guys that she needed to deal with someone. The guy said that he could help her. He decided that now he needed to join the company of domestic animals. The action moves outside. The guys with the animals stood in bewilderment and asked why it took her so long. The guy said there was a limit to his patience. If she didn't show up here soon, they'd have to break in. Min Xing-shu at that moment said that they haven't agreed on everything, so what else do they need? Suddenly, one of the girls screamed in bewilderment when she saw Yang Hao. She did not understand how he remained alive. The guy laughed and immediately asked why he had to be dead. The girl said that she knew that she had killed a man from the Destroyer Alliance. If they return it, they will get a lot of money. The guy said it was unexpected and pleasant. Then he said that he wasn't going to talk about it for long. They joined the Union of Destroyers. He then said that the rules they had previously agreed on were now invalid. Min Xing-shu asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. The guy said that since the Destroyer Alliance was behind them, they would have to become their servants. He smiled and said that their male brotherhood could not stop thinking about them. Behind him stood a whole crowd of men. Min Xing-shu sighed heavily and said that it was a great shame. She said she wouldn't let anyone touch her sisters. At this moment, Min Xing-shu told our hero to return to the headquarters. There are secret passages there. They can get out. She will take them away. Looking at the girl leaving, Yang Hao said that she was really cute. The president of the pet association immediately climbed onto his faithful dog. The girl shouted to her sisters that they were acting on Plan B, which means it was time to get out of here. Min Xing-shu started running towards the group of men, and they immediately decided that she needed to be stopped. The girl ran towards them along with her friends, who were always ready to support the president. Suddenly, strange sounds came from behind Min Xing-shu. The girl turned around and noticed a tiger flying towards her. Looking at this wild animal, she thought, is she really going to die now? Of course, our hero could not allow this, and that is why she saved Min Xing from certain death. Yang Hao asked the girl to be more careful, and then said that they were moving on. While they weren't running forward, the girl asked if she hadn't told him to get out of here. Then why did he stay here? The Min Xing dog dealt with the wolves that were in their way. Our hero at that moment said that he heard that the mutated beasts they control are more ferocious. He decided to help. Min Xing thanked him and said that in that case, when they returned to the headquarters, she would help him with his request. Due to the fact that there was an obstacle in front of our guys, we had to find another way. Yang Hao just found it and said that there are fewer people in that place. The girl immediately rushed forward, and the wolves ran after them. At that moment, men began jumping from the roofs of houses and saying that they would not escape anywhere. The girl, looking up, immediately said that things were bad for them. Their leader is there and he won't just give up. There was a guy standing on the roof, Sun Yue, or the gang leader. This man controlled the lion. Suddenly, he looked at Min Xing and said that he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. He said that if the guys join his squad, they will live. The girl laughed and said that this would never happen. Looking ahead, she was upset that the road was blocked, and there was a forbidden zone nearby, but it was too dangerous to go there. Our hero said they could just walk through the restricted area. Still, it was strange that she was in such a place. Maybe there's a laboratory there. The girl turned around and asked if everything was okay with him. The guy said that Zombie got bigger and she just saw his skills. They won't die. Min Xing ran forward and said that this time she would believe him. Sun Yue asked in confusion, did they really go into the restricted area? The mole man said that it would be better for them to join them. The guys ran through the smoke, and that meant only one thing. They are now inside the zone. Looking at this place, Yang Hao asked, is this really the forbidden zone? The girl told him not to underestimate this place. It's very dangerous here. At that moment, a giant monkey attacked our guys. Definitely a pleasant meeting. Looking at all the creatures that stood in front of them, Yang Hao could not believe that there were so many of them here. It was urgent to get out of here, but the dog Min Xing was very scared. The girl asked what was wrong with him. At that moment, a huge zombie began running towards them, which did not bode well. Realizing that there was no point in standing still, our hero grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her along. The brute slammed the ground and his blow was truly terrifying, but our guys managed to dodge in time. Not understanding where the people he was supposed to see under his fist were, he looked around. Then he noticed that they were behind him, and he hit them again with all his might. Our hero activated the freezing of the iron bone, but this did not play a big role. Having already been nailed to the wall, Yang Hao realized that he did not have time to react. Min Xing asked if the guy was okay. Our hero said that everything is fine, but nevertheless they need to get out of here before the guy comes here. The guys decided not to play with fate, although initially Yang Hao wanted to destroy several zombies, but safety is higher, so next time. As soon as the guys got to a more or less safe place, he said that they needed to take a break. Yang Hao immediately activated the system, and it reported successful entry into the restricted area. She also activated a task to collect potions. Also, a new holographic scanning ability was obtained. The guy decided that first he needed to try it. Having assessed the value of the ability, he realized that thanks to it, he would be able to see through. At this moment, he glanced at Min Xing and scanned her. Suddenly, I asked why the system suddenly issued the task. Yang Hao said that it might be because the zombie threw them away. Nevertheless, our hero was also interested in this question. Why did the system issue the task now? Turning his head, he decided that one of those guys was the reason for this. In the window, our hero saw a zombie who was a little different from the others. The system immediately said that the scan confirmed that the target had the enhancement potion they needed for the mission. Looking at the monster, the guy was surprised that the potion they needed was in the box that the zombie was holding. Anyway, the zombies in the restricted area were incredibly strong. Most likely, the most difficult path will take a lot of physical strength. The girl noticed that Yang Hao was serious, and therefore asked what he was looking at. The guy said that he was studying zombies, and then added that he needed to look around. Min Xing, looking at our hero, decided that he was behaving too suspiciously. Something was wrong. Yang Hao immediately activated his holographic scanning. Zombies became visible through the walls. He understood that there were also many zombies around in all directions. Basically, they can drive that zombie into the downstairs hall. Entering the room, Yang Hao asked the girl how she tames animals. He wanted to know a little more about it. Min Xingshu said that it all depends on the level of the mutant beasts themselves. Especially powerful beasts need to weaken their will first. In this case, our hero said that it was good, after which he turned around and asked the girl to follow him. After some time, our guys came to the basement. What kind of plan did Yang Hao come up with? The guy said that the mutant rats are at a depth of 5 meters, and there are 3 of them. He asked if the girl could tame them. She said not to worry about it. As she began to use her ability, she said that several small rats could be tamed in a minute. A moment later, 3 mice crawled out of the hole. They were now at the mercy of Min Xingshu. After this, the girl asked to reveal the essence of Yang Hao's plan in more detail. The guy said that there is some kind of zombie outside, and it seems to him that he has some kind of powerful thing. He wants to attack with rats. The girl asked in bewilderment, "What is in his hands?" But the guy said that she will find out about it when he receives it. Actions move forward 10 minutes. Judging by the mice that were finally running around the basement, Min Xingshu said that he was coming. As it turned out, the zombie had indeed arrived. He ran after the mice, which he immediately disliked. Realizing that the rats had lured this freak here, and that the plan had worked, our hero jumped out of cover and flew towards the monster. He immediately hit the ground, but the zombie doctor managed to dodge this attack. Seeing the reaction and speed of the mutant, our hero realized that defeating him would not be as easy as he wanted. Suddenly, the zombie screamed and shot an incomprehensible beam at the guy. As soon as he got to our hero, he said in bewilderment that he didn't see anything. What happened? While the guy was trying to understand what was happening, he came to the conclusion that the zombie had stunned and blinded them. At that moment, the doctor ran towards the guy. A moment later, he hit our hero with all his might and he flew into the wall. Meanwhile, Min Xingshu, as it turned out, in addition to her vision, also lost her hearing. The girl was terrified. Yang Hao, getting up after a powerful blow, realized that he heard his friend's voice. The zombie also affected her. This freak can block vision and hearing. Realizing that Yang Hao would not be able to see with his own eyes, he decided to use his recent acquisition. He activated the holographic scan and noticed that the zombie was flying towards the girl, who was still screaming and trying to find Yang Hao. Realizing that the monster was attacking Min Xingshu, the guy took out a pistol. He decided to act quickly, which is why he started shooting at the monster with it. Despite this, the zombie continued on its way and was about to kill the girl. Fortunately for her, our hero came running in time and managed to save Min Xingshu. The guy who activated the iron knuckles realized that if it had been a little more, he simply would not have had time. The girl suddenly screamed and asked if it was Yang Hao. She hugged him close and said that she was very scared. The guy asked not to hold him so tightly. After putting Min Xingshu in a safer place, he asked to give him a minute to fix all this right now. Looking at a zombie that could disable important human functions, he admitted that this was indeed a very powerful ability. The zombie at that moment ran towards our hero, only he did not yet know that Yang Hao had found his weak spot. The guy was standing in a puddle of water for a reason. At the right moment, he hit the ground with his frosty scythe. After a moment, the zombie began to become covered in ice and could no longer move. After this, such a strong zombie turns into a cactus that cannot do anything. Our hero took advantage of this and killed him, and now, it's finally over. After the victory, he decided to look at the treasure that the zombie had been protecting for so long. At this moment, Min Xingshu shouted to our hero that her sight and hearing had returned to her. She asked if everything was okay with him. The guy said he was fine, and then asked to see what wonderful things he had found. Apparently, it was the captain's potion. Unexpectedly, the system notified about the end of the first stage of the task. Now I had to score 100 points. Our hero was given a storage facility with a volume of 1,000 cubic meters. Yang Hao's happiness knew no bounds because he would no longer worry about supplies. The guy decided to take all the potions. Although he did not know what they were, he would collect these potions for the sake of the task. Perhaps they will still help. Seeing how all the potions were being absorbed, he decided that he would try them later. At this point, the system activated a side quest. The guy asked what a recovery agent was. There were no clues. So where to look then? The guy began to examine the body of the dead doctor. Min Xing-shu at this moment asked what Yang Hao was looking for. He asked her to look at the guy's clothes. He 100% worked in the lab, and so they might find some clue. Unexpectedly, our hero found a notebook that was in the zombie's side pocket. Opening it, our hero began to read. Writer of the book, Lin Man. He started writing it because he felt something important was going to happen. This event actually happened. The laboratory system has failed. There was a leak of medicine and people turned into zombies. He suspected that Dr. Flane knew something, because he behaved too calmly and suspiciously. He asked to release the gas in the offices despite the people. The man said they should leave them alone. If they go out, they'll catch the virus and they can't risk that. Dr. Lin Ting and the others discovered that zombies had been everywhere in the city for a long time, and some had even mutated. It was cloudy on July 9th. While moving to another laboratory, the doctor who was protecting the box became infected due to a zombie that scratched him. As others have said, there is a remediation product that can cure infected people. But Dr. Flane doesn't give him such a thing. This was the last entry in the diary. The guy was surprised that there is a vaccine for infected people. The girl said that all people cannot be saved. Looking at the notebook, the guy said that in any case, until they find the laboratory, there is no point in talking about it. At some point, our hero noticed some sketches. Apparently, the laboratory was disguised as a printing house. Yang Hao turned around to the girl and said that if they find her, then maybe they will find some clues there. The guys immediately got up and decided that it was time for them to hit the road. The girl who was watching them realized that they had taken the box with the potion. Besides, they were talking about some kind of laboratory. She decided not to rule out the possibility that they were transporting vaccines. We need to follow them. The action moves to the roof. The guys stood by me and examined the surroundings. Min Xing-shu said that there are too many zombies here. They need to find a more suitable route to get to the printing house. Suddenly, she pointed into the distance and said to look at this huge mutant beast. Yang Hao said in bewilderment that this was strange. The monster was truly huge. Apparently, he is a combination of zombies and mutants. Unfortunately, the system could not show its attributes. Then the girl took a closer look and asked that the clown was sitting on the beast. It is unlikely that this person has mutated. Either way, she couldn't understand. Perhaps it was one of those who chased them, but still it is impossible. Meanwhile, a monkey approached the clown and attacked our guys. The guy said something that was not what he needed, so he ordered to continue the search. He was disappointed that several days had passed and they still hadn't moved forward. Yang Hao said that if they do not yet know whether it is an enemy or a friend, it was necessary. First, take a look around. There's no point in talking to him now. The action moves to another place. Our hero, looking around, said that it was suspiciously quiet here. Isn't this strange? After that, mutant zombies still appeared in front of them, which were like food compared to Yang Hao. The girl looked out from around the corner and asked why there were so many of these creatures here. After that, our hero came around the corner and said that judging by what was written in the diary, it is not surprising that there are so many zombies. He asked Min Xing-shu to hide while he dealt with everyone. At that moment, the girl said that she could not leave him. Our hero turned to her and asked her not to worry about him. She just needs to find a safe place and watch. A moment later, the guy ran into the crowd and knocked out one of the zombies with his foot. He began to destroy the creatures one by one. The characteristics have been increasing all this time. The girl, looking at how our hero destroys all the zombies on the way, was delighted. 15 minutes later, there was not a single soul left that could touch Min Xing-shu or Yang Hao. Having collected all the experience, the guy appreciated that the characteristics increased by tens of points in a short time. The Forbidden Zone is a treasure! Min Xing-shu came out of hiding and said that the guy did a great job. He smiled and said that he had done nothing of the kind. As soon as the guys left the building, a small surprise awaited them on the way out. A giant zombie tyrant who wanted to feast on people. Looking at this monster, our hero decided that such a brute could get a huge amount of experience. Yang Hao immediately told the girl to hide back in the building, and he would distract him with himself. At that moment, the zombie ran towards the guy. Of course, such an attack could do nothing to our hero. He was able to dodge without any problems. However, Zombie was fast, which combined with his strength made him strong. It was immediately clear in which zone they were located. Suddenly, a huge explosion was heard behind our hero. Yang Hao immediately turned around to see what happened. Looking at the destroyed wall, both the zombie and Yang Hao tried to figure out what happened again. At that moment, a barrel with unknown contents flew to the ground. The guy thought it was dog food. After this, the zombie's eyes shone and he changed his target. The giant rushed to the barrel of dog food. A girl came out of the destroyed wall and called Yang Hao and Min Xing. She told them to follow her. The guy approached her and smiled and thanked her for saving her. Having already entered the building, our hero decided to ask who she was and why she wanted to save them. In addition, he was interested in the question of whether it was dog food. The girl said her name was Lin Ting. The food she just poured out is a special food that attracts zombies. The guy suddenly realized that Lin Ting's name was mentioned in that doctor's diary. The action moves to the Sheraton Hotel. The girl brought our guys there. Lin Ting told the guys that they looked strange because ordinary people did not enter this area. If she guesses correctly, then they were sent from somewhere above, right? Our hero suddenly became thoughtful. Sent by God, maybe Lin Ting is now talking about the girl he saw earlier? Min Xing wanted to say that this was not so, but at that moment the guy interrupted her and said that they really were sent from above. He turned to the girl and asked her to help him a little. Min Xing agreed. If this is really that Lin Ting, then by pretending to be others, they can find out about the laboratories. The guy asked the doctor where the strengthening zone was located. The girl thought for a while, but then smiled and said to follow her. The guys began to follow the girl, thinking that luck had smiled on them. As soon as they entered the office, soldiers were waiting for them and told them to raise their hands. Our heroes, of course, obeyed, but Yang Hao, in bewilderment, asked what she was doing. The girl said that you need to raise your hands to identify their cards and passes. They must show them immediately. The guy exhaled and said that this could have been clarified earlier, and moreover in a kinder way. Yang Hao wanted to avoid conflicts. At this moment he looked at Lin Ting and the guards in surprise and said that, apparently he had lost his wallet, which contained his things. The girl stood up and asked Yang Hao not to be so careless. It is impossible to lose such an important thing. Looking at this whole picture, Yang Hao swallowed hard and realized that a peaceful solution was not possible for him. He'll have to figure it out. The guy immediately asked Dr. Lin Ting to calm down. They lied, but they came here for completely different reasons. The girl said that it was useless to talk to them now. Then they will kill him, then all the subtleties will be discussed. Taking out his scythe, our hero realized that, unfortunately, this problem can only be solved by force. The guy immediately dealt with 2 arrogant guards, and then I decided to hit the girl a little for general development. Lin Ting still calmed down and was surprised that he attacked so quickly. She didn't even notice it. Yang Hao, holding the scythe behind her head, said that she should understand his strength level. He asked me to do everything obediently. The girl accepted defeat and asked what they wanted to know. The guy said that they needed information about the laboratory, as well as the possibility of improving and restoring them. Lin Ting said that the laboratory exists underground. The doctor said that after joining the base, she was in charge of drug research and development, and the strengthening substances were obtained by extracting the kernels. Min Xing turned to the guy and asked if he wanted to prepare these strong potions. Everything coincided with the girl's assumption. Meanwhile, Lin Ting continued her story. She said that Dr. Flane asked them to give these potions somewhere. Now about the recovery. She only saw this drug once and the doctor used it on his students to bring them back. However, now that the laboratory is occupied by the Union of Destroyers, they no longer know where the doctor is. Yang Hao realized that the laboratory was now in the hands of the Alliance of Destroyers. Now it is not surprising that the captain was looking for elite zombies. The guy said that as far as he knows, this union is making improvements. Where is the laboratory? The girl said that this factory is located deep underground and getting there is not so easy. Yang Hao smiled and said that she didn't need to worry about it. He knew that Dr. Flane was most likely still in the hands of those freaks. At that moment, their discussion was interrupted by an explosion, the smoke of which engulfed the entire corridor. The girl immediately screamed that this was the same zombie tyrant they had seen earlier. The guys wanted to know how he got here. Yang Hao, looking at the monster, asked if the doctor had that food. The girl said that the can she threw away was the last one. The guy, just like last time, turned around and told the girls that he would detain him. They wished Yang Hao good luck, after which they turned around and ran away. Min Xing jumped out of the window. The girl was glad that she had come up with an escape plan in advance. The girl ran out of the courtyards and ran along the road. She needed to find something. Suddenly, Min Xingxu stopped and stared at one point in bewilderment. A mutant stood in front of her. Judging by his size, one could assume that he was strong. If she tames it, she can help Yang Hao. The girl understood that the situation did not allow her to hesitate, which is why she would have to take it by force. At that moment, the bear, who was having a snack, heard the cry of a man behind him, who told him to become a servant. Of course he didn't like this. Min Xingxu thought that the worst feeling was realizing that her plan had failed. The monster attacked the girl, who immediately began to run away. She asked forgiveness from the animal that she had prevented from eating. Min Xingxu, finding the first open window, jumped into it. Then jumping out on the other side, she thought about how weak she was now. She decided that when Yang Hao returned, he would help her capture a couple of beasts. At that moment, the girl saw a crowd of guys in front of her, who decided that they were lucky because they had met such a beauty. The girl, looking at these vile guys, asked who they were. They immediately shouted that she shouldn't care and attacked her with their fists. Taking out her sword, Min Xingxu only thought about how incompetent these freaks are. Unfortunately for her, the guy grabbed her sword and didn't even let her swing it. After that, they grabbed her and began to hold her. Min Xingxu told them to leave her alone and then asked what they wanted from her. The guy smiled and told her not to worry. They are not hooligans. There is some other goal. At that moment, this freak was called out by a voice that asked them to stay a little longer. In front of them stood our hero, telling a bunch of guys to leave the girl. He thought to himself that he had come just in time, because everything could have been bad. The girl screamed in delight when she saw Yang Hao. Finally, he's back! At this time, Yang Hao, who examined the group of these freaks, recognized in her an old acquaintance who often bullied him at school. Lin Meng asked the guy since when did he become so thin. After that, he said that after Yang Hao called the police, he had a hard time. The guy ignored this, or said that the girl they were holding was his friend. Yang Hao told them to let her go immediately. Lin Meng looked at our hero in surprise and then laughed. He asked why they should let her go. After that, the guy swung his fist and said that Yang Hao must first meet his fist. The guy said that he is no longer the chubby boy he was at school. Then our hero hit the former offender with all his might and thereby repaid the debt for bullying. After Lin Meng, Yang Hao dealt with the guy's squad. They were just as weak. As soon as he finished, the guy walked up to Min Xingxu and asked if she was okay. The girl said that she was okay only because he came on time. Lin Meng only thought that the previous Yang Hao simply did not eat anything the whole time that they did not meet. Now his skills have grown. Looking at the lying Li Meng, our hero looked around and then asked who was going to beat him, after which he asked whether his old friend had had enough. The guy screamed in horror and began to beg Yang Hao to let him go for the sake of their classmates. Our hero threw his scythe between Li Meng's legs and he screamed even louder. But at this moment, some voices began to be heard from behind Yang Hao. The guy turned around in bewilderment to see who was going to hold them under the knife. A group of people approached him. One of the guys started saying that this guy was his partner. He apologizes to our hero for him if he did something. Li Meng thanked the captain for coming here with tears in his eyes. He said that these two guys dare to resist their alliance of destroyers. Li Rui asked why they didn't properly explain everything to these meat tickets. They don't need their lives. Looking at Li Rui, our hero thought, why does it have higher stats than Yang Hao? One way or another, there was no chance of winning against him now. After that, the guy approached Yang Hao and said that he was the captain of the recruiting corps of the Union of Destroyers. They are looking for strong guys, after which he proposed to our hero. The guy smiled and said that he prefers to be free, so their proposal is simply inappropriate. At this point, the man said that no one asked their opinion. After that, he said that they only had two choices. The guy began to walk forward and say that either they were becoming members of the Union of Destroyers or become gladiators in their arena. Once he wins 10 games in the arena, they will let him go free. Yang Hao asked again, and then said that he had no idea that the Union of Destroyers was also engaged in such activities. The man said that he does not provide all the weapons, and every time they win the game, they will have the opportunity to receive an improvement potion. He hoped that Yang Hao would refuse and enter into an alliance. Our hero, as soon as he heard about the improvement potion, decided that they needed to go there, because this way they could find the laboratory of the Union of Destroyers, and not blindly look for it in the forbidden zone. Min Shu immediately told Yang Hao that the reputation of this union is very bad, and therefore she prefers to go to the arena than to join them. The guy turned to Li Rui and said that he also preferred the arena, so they chose that. He immediately laughed and accepted their choice. He advised them to find support. After that, he told his brother that after them, he would get her next. Actions are transferred to the elevator. Li Meng, meanwhile, was typing the code to go downstairs. Our hero suggested that the arena is underground only because the Destroyer Alliance transformed the laboratory. After some time, the guys finally went downstairs, and as soon as the door opened, Li Meng said that the newcomers had arrived. Yang Hao was perplexed that this underground space was built at least several hundred meters underground. The man, meanwhile, praised Li Meng and said that he was an efficient employee, after which he turned to the guys and said that he would prepare a room for them. The guy asked Lao Wu that he would like to talk to him about something later, after which he added that the man could wait for him in the office. Li Meng then turned to Min Shu and Yang Hao and told them to follow him and keep up. Already walking along the corridor, the guy was thinking about how great it was that his old friend chose the arena. He wanted the weakest opponent to bring him real agony. As soon as the guys entered one of their rooms, Yang Hao just opened his eyes wide and froze. Looking at the huge pile of wrestlers, the guy was surprised at the number. If we can get all these people out, it will be a very strong offensive and defensive team. At this moment, Li Meng said that they would have to wait here for a while. The guys didn't mind and said they would wait. Suddenly, 3 guys approached them and immediately started talking about what a beautiful girl came to them. One of the guys turned to Yang Hao and said that from now on his girlfriend belongs to him. The guy laughed and said that he did not want to create conflict from the very beginning of his appearance. He asked the guys to turn around peacefully and leave before he lost his patience. The guy immediately screamed and asked the newcomer if he knew who he was. He introduced himself as a member of a group of Iron Bloods. He started making threats, telling our hero not to speak so rudely to him. The crowd immediately noticed the conflict that was still destined to happen. The guys immediately started talking about how the iron-blooded might be offended. Funny, our hero still looked at the offender with condemnation, when suddenly he asked whether he had hearing problems or whether he did not understand human language. At that moment, the entire crowd began screaming in horror and saying that the newcomer would immediately become a dead man. Saying that to members of the Iron Blood group is tantamount to suicide. The guy finally lost his patience and began to turn into a beast, saying that he would teach Yang Hao a lesson. A moment later, the beast rushed at Yang Hao in the hope of tearing him to shreds and not leaving a living place. Looking at such a ridicule, our hero just waved his leg and sent the freak flying. A second later, the beast was nailed to the wall, which it destroyed with its weight. People looking at Yang Hao began to say that the newcomer was very strong. They then asked where Boss Han and the others were. After this skirmish, our hero turned to the guys and asked if they would go with him. Everyone became quiet and said that they were not going to go. Another guy confirmed and said they were just watching for fun. Just at that moment, another guy came up and said that there was no need to fight with anyone now. He approached the guys and gave them 2 registration cards. The man then asked them to come with him to prepare for the rookie show tomorrow. After a while, Min Shu and Yang Hao stood in front of their door. Meanwhile, the cook was standing inside, asking the newcomers to enjoy their dinner and also rest. After that, he added that, unfortunately, this was their last dinner. Our hero, as soon as he tried the food, said that it was very tasty. He hadn't had such a delicious snack for a long time. Min Shu was sad at this moment. The cook's words stuck in her head, and she asked Yang Hao if they would die here. The guy continued to eat and said he had a plan. And now, X Day has come. There was already a judge in the ring who was going to introduce the fighters to the crowd of spectators. Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited beginner test will finally take place today. Who will win today? The guy started saying that there was no need to ask, because it was obvious that they were zombies. Others said they were very worried. Well, still others believed in the victory of the newcomers. Meanwhile, Yang Hao and Min Shu followed the employee, who led them to the armory. They must find their weapons because in a moment the rookie show will begin. Our hero decided not to change traditions, and therefore he immediately took a sharp sword that came to his hand. As soon as the guys entered the stage, the smoking Li Meng recognized his enemies and asked Yang Hao to enjoy his last moments of life. Meanwhile, the judge introduced our heroes and after a moment said that the show begins. The guy turned to his friend, who was very worried, and said that she would have to follow him as soon as he said so. The girl said that she understood him. At that moment, a zombie began to emerge from the cage in the ring, and then another and another. A moment later, there was a large crowd of zombies in the ring with completely different characteristics. Our hero was glad that the weakest of them was a mutant zombie, so his characteristics could grow again. Looking at the crowd of freaks, our Yang Hao shouted at them to finally move and start doing something. Li Meng said that if they become strong and in front of the zombie army, then you need to know that they are fragile. Another man asked people to earn their money again because there was a good chance. Meanwhile, our hero was already mauling a crowd of zombies and increasing his characteristics. The guy liked this place. Moreover, he called it holy because thanks to his scanning ability, he can gain a lot of experience. Min Xing-shu, meanwhile, was also busy killing zombies and watched her friend in bewilderment. She noticed that he was getting stronger and stronger. Li Meng at this moment asked Chief Wu why all these zombies were so weak. The guy asked not to worry because he has everything under control. A moment later, 3 elite zombie mutants appeared in the ring who were already stronger opponents for our heroes. Looking at them, our hero was surprised that they were all elite zombies. Apparently, Li Meng made every effort to kill them. At this moment, Min Xing-shu approached Yang Hao and asked why these zombies had a bad effect on her and gave her strange sensations. Meanwhile, the zombies went on the attack. One of the mutants had the ability to stretch his limbs, and so he launched them at our guys. At that moment, the guy turned around sharply and asked Min Xing-shu to be careful. He immediately used the ability to control things by air. There was an explosion behind the zombie crowd, but still the huge crowd continued to advance. Min Xing-shu asked in horror how to fight this crowd if they all have abilities. Our hero, looking at his friend, understood that these zombies were difficult for her, so it would be better to hide her. The guy called the medical cabin and told the girl to wait for him inside. He will take on all the zombies. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and asked if he could handle it. Meanwhile, the zombies were already close. The guy killed the 2 who threatened Min Xing-shu and told her to get inside as soon as possible. She knows his powers, doesn't she? Min Xing-shu decided not to argue with Yang Hao and went inside. A moment later, she disappeared from the ring, and all the spectators asked in bewilderment where she had disappeared. Meanwhile, standing above the pile of defeated zombies was one mutant who was truly terrifying. This zombie mutated in front of all the spectators, thereby showing them how mutation works. The guys rejoiced with joy, talking about how the zombies would quickly eat the newcomers. Meanwhile, the supervisor was telling Li Meng that they couldn't control the rookie show, but the zombie leader's power was enough to kill Yang Hao. Yang Hao, looking at the thug, said that it looked like today's harvest would be very big. The monster immediately decided to attack the man, who was standing in thought after a moment. Of course, our hero reacted and managed to dodge and counterattack in time. Zombie did not like this action, and a moment later he hit Yang Hao. Fortunately, he managed to use the iron knuckles. The guy flew to the end of the ring and grimaced his face in pain. Of course, the ability absorbs a large amount of damage, but the pain is felt. Meanwhile, the spectators also screamed and told the zombie leader to eat this newcomer. As soon as Yang Hao came to his senses, he saw zombies again and asked why there were so many zombies here again. One way or another, it will take a lot of physical strength to deal with these soldiers and mutant zombies right now. A moment later, a huge crowd of zombies ran towards our hero, wanting to tear the man into pieces. The guy, meanwhile, decided to immediately choose the largest target and therefore attacked the zombie leader. He dodged the zombie's attack before hitting it with an uppercut. Even without using a weapon, he can knock down anyone with his fists. This time, from such a powerful blow, Zombie flew to the other end of the ring. Yang Hao immediately rushed forward and started swinging his fist again, saying that this was not enough. Approaching the zombie general, he began to carry blow after blow. The guy didn't give the thug a chance. In the end, the zombie was defeated, and our hero only frowned at the remains. Looking at the hand, the guy said what it was. Of course it's dangerous, but nevertheless it's quick to get a big boost to your stats. The crowd of spectators immediately began to shout that the newcomer was very strong. For the first time in a long time, they see the man who killed an elite zombie with his bare hands. Mr. Wu asked in bewilderment how this was even possible. A zombie-level commander was killed by a rookie who didn't even use a weapon? Li Meng at this moment only thought that he had underestimated his opponent. Nevertheless, he had already begun to think about another way to kill his enemy. At this moment, our hero finally summoned the medical cabin and took out Min Xing Shu from there. The guy said that it was safe here now and asked to get out of there. Looking at the pile of corpses, the girl immediately said that Yang Hao was incredible. She had never seen so many zombies killed by just one person before. The judge also came into the ring and said that this was fantastic. Another participant, Min Xing Shu, suddenly appeared in the ring. Nevertheless, he congratulated the guys on their first victory. But still he was interested in where this girl came from. Does she really have spatial abilities? The crowd at this time could not stop shouting the name of the new heroes who passed the first test. The action moves into the corridor. Min Xing Shu was happy to receive her first victory award. This is her first time. Our hero said that they had 9 victories left before liberation. At this moment, the guys began to pass people who had already heard about the strength of Min Xing Shu and Yang Hao. Only they thought that they couldn't even compare to Han Tiqiang. Meanwhile, behind our heroes were the guys from the Iron Bloods. One of the guys told the boss that those two were going to get in some trouble along the way. Han Tiqiang grabbed his comrade and said that he knew why they had a conflict. The guy started asking the boss to cool down. The man turned it around and said that what he hates most in life is when people flirt with girls who are busy. If this happens again, he will not be able to be a man. The guy sat down on his knees and began to say that he would never do something like that again in his life. Min Xing Shu, who noticed the iron-blooded negotiations, only laughed, saying that they were having a fight in the group. Yang Hao said that this does not concern them. Han Tiqiang, looking at the leaving newcomers, thought that Yang Hao was a strong opponent. He wanted to meet him in the future in the arena. At that moment, our hero asked his friend to go back. They need to find someone and find out more information. Having found some guy, Yang Hao told him that he looked like he had been here for a long time. Also, he probably should know a lot about the arena. The man looked at the guys in bewilderment and then asked them where they were from and what they needed. The guy said that they had recently arrived here and were therefore new here. They would like to know more about this place, and so he can only ask his older brother for advice. The guy took what our hero handed him and said that they could contact him without any problems. Yang Hao immediately asked him if he had ever seen a woman with long green hair and blue tights. The guy said he didn't see her. In general, there are only a few girls in this place. If the one they were looking for was here, then the news would have spread throughout the building long ago. Yang Hao decided to ask about something else. He said he heard that this place was a previously used laboratory. Does he know something about her? And does he know Dr. Flane? The guy said that the laboratory is still in operation, only now it is located deeper underground. What about the doctor? He heard from Wu Tian, but he doesn't know for sure. Our hero thanked his older brother and left. The guy thought that the search for medicine and the laboratory itself could be on the shoulders of Wu Tian. Meanwhile, a group of Iron Bloods were fighting in the arena. A man in golden armor was dealing with the last zombie. The judge started shouting after a couple of seconds that Han Ti, Fang Anlei, Fei Jiaxiang, and Wen Bing had finally won their 9th victory. Their next fight will be against newcomers Min Xing Shu and Yang Hao. At that moment, the girl asked her friend why he was so active. He fought just yesterday, and today they are already going to the next fight. Anyone else would have taken a couple of days off. Yang Hao just smiled at the girl and said that he would protect her at all costs, so she didn't have to worry. As soon as the guys entered the ring, the match began. A pack of wolves was running towards them. Min Xing Shu noticed that the enemy is different this time. Although perhaps these wolves are only protecting someone, the guy thought it might be a mutant beast. The girl decided to test this and used her skills in taming animals. She told them to stop. The dogs, as soon as they heard the command from Min Xing Shu, surprisingly stopped. Realizing that she was able to tame the animals, the girl ordered them to sit down, and the wolves complied with her request. Yang Hao sighed and said that apparently this time he would not have to put in his efforts. The crowd of spectators asked in bewilderment why the crowd of mutant animals suddenly stopped and began to listen to the woman. At this moment, Min Xingshu tensed and asked Yang Hao to take a look at one of the dogs. She was somehow scary and suspicious. The guy, looking at him, asked to use his skills and take control of him. The girl tried, but immediately said that she could not control him. Suddenly, the head of the beast rose, and it turned out that it was not a mutant beast, but a man who was hiding. He immediately said that the newcomer who won yesterday's battle looked like a real master. Then the guy began to gather air and talk about how this fight would be their last. Releasing something from his mouth, the guy said that in his dark, foggy field, all senses would be blocked. They will only be waiting for their death. Min Xingshu lost her sight at that moment. Again, the girl saw nothing and asked Yang Hao to do something. At this moment, the guy was already running towards the girl. Judging by the information he had, this girl showed herself to be the weak link of the group in the last battle. Suddenly, Yang Hao put his hand on his shoulder and said that, apparently, he had put his efforts into this dishonest duel. The guy screamed in bewilderment and began to stutter. He asked why Yang Hao was not under the influence of his dark field. Our hero smiled and said that he wanted to thank him for this dark field. He was also worried that his power would not be fully revealed. At that moment, Yang Hao dealt a crushing blow and knocked out his opponent. Looking at him, he said that his strength was too low. She can't even compare to the zombies he met earlier. Once again, the judge began to tell the audience about another victory for our heroes. At that moment, the girl asked Yang Hao why she felt darkness in front of her at that moment. Our hero turned to her and said that she was under the influence of that guy's power, but he quickly solved the problem. At that moment, the girl looked at the corpse of the defeated guy and asked in bewilderment what this thing was. Meanwhile, our hero received new abilities and 5 sense enhancements. Yang Hao said that he thought that the spiritual attributes were more strong-willed. Han Tiqiang, who watched the entire fight, admitted that this guy is very strong, but nevertheless he is no match for him. The action moves to Manager WU's office. Li Meng just came to him to discuss something. The guy handed over the test tube and said that he had found what Wu wanted. The man was surprised that he actually found this thing. How much did he pay for it? He wanted to know what the price of this freak's death was. Li Meng told him not to worry about it, and then said that the guy only had 1 night to live, no more. The action moves to our guy's room. Min Xingshu at this moment wanted to show what she had found. The girl showed an insect called a kantari. After mutation, it is so corroded that it can easily eat metal walls. Min Xingshu, looking at the perplexed Yang Hao, said that with their help, they could get out. The guy accepted this offer and said that if this is true, then they can use these beetles to free themselves, just not that night. Our hero asked the girl to let the beetles make a secret hole. He wants to explore this place. After some time, he examined the hole. The girl asked if this was enough. Yang Hao said that this is definitely enough because another floor is already visible there. The guy started to climb inside. His girlfriend immediately asked him to be careful and not be found. Yang Hao told her not to worry. A moment later, he jumped down and landed on the lower floor. Immediately, he began to look around the room. Our hero understood that in this place there were many floors under the arena. However, his holographic scanner is limited in range, so he must explore floor by floor. At that moment, the guy heard someone talking. The man told the boss that it was difficult to obey this question. He could not take a person's life without a reason, because this goes against his life principles. The man was interested in what kind of world it was in his head with strange principles. The boss lit a cigarette, then looked into Han Tiqiang's eyes and asked about his sister. Doesn't he want to protect her? This question took the guy by surprise, and he was lost in his thoughts. The man said that Han Tiqiang should understand that it would be difficult for his sister to live without him. As long as he kills Yang Hao, they will guarantee his sister's safety. The guy started shouting that he agreed to their conditions, but they in turn must keep their word. The man thought to himself that sooner or later, everyone will die. So what is the difference between cheating and not? All this time, our hero listened to the conversation. He realized that all means were now being used against him. One way or another, the guy went to another door, because his plan was still the same. Find any information about the girl or the laboratory. Entering the room, Yang Hao realized that this place was similar to the arena's information storage room. Taking the card in his hands, our hero was delighted. Apparently there is a strengthening potion on this layer. The action moves to the office in which the potion should be hidden. Yang Hao walked near the books and tried to find at least some clue in order to find the potion. At that moment, our hero heard footsteps and realized that someone was approaching here. The same mysterious woman he had seen earlier entered the room. What did she forget here? The girl walked up to the bookshelves and began to run her finger over the books. She knew that the warehouse must be behind this bookshelf. After a moment, she found the book she was looking for and pulled it out. A moment later, the shelf moved away, and in front of it stood a warehouse. Yang Hao was surprised at this moment, because he could not find anything. He could not even think that there was something secret here. The girl started poking at the electronic lock. She knows that all passwords in this zone are set to the same. After the girl finally activated the lock, the drawer opened. She was surprised that the amount of medicine was not as large as she wanted. At that moment, something strange came unhooked from her belt and hung in the air. The girl told him to leave her alone and let her look around normally. Yang Hao, meanwhile, noticed that she had an item storage belt. How could she have such a cool thing? Looking at the test tubes, the girl sighed, but still understood that the expiration dates of these test tubes were already a problem. The laboratory here is very private. After that, the girl closed the bookshelf and thought that she should not give up the restoration agent until they gave away all the fortifiers. And of course, this girl had the restoration potions he was looking for. Also, her equipment and ability are very suspicious. He is afraid that there are stronger forces behind the laboratory. Looking at the shelves, the guy realized that he knew the location and password for the agent. Either way, this is not the best time to pick up your medications. Raising his head, our hero noticed a strange jar of liquid in front of him. As it turns out, there is a super corrosive liquid inside. Yang Hao started to take it out, thinking that this thing looked useful. Besides, he doesn't think anyone will notice he's missing. After some time, our hero was already climbing out of the hole towards Min Xingshu. The girl was glad to see him return. All this time, she was worried that something might happen to him. Min Xingshu immediately said that during his absence, she would hear some news about tomorrow's battle. Tomorrow, there will be a solo duel. Yang Hao will fight against a guy named Han Ti. The guy said that most likely it would be like that. He then asked the girl not to worry about him and to continue to believe that he would win tomorrow. The next day, our hero stood in the armory and again chose the weapon with which he would fight. At this moment, Han Tiqiang just approached our hero, who advised him to enjoy the last best time here. Today is his death period. The guy smiled and said that if he had any trump cards, it was better to use them right away. He's not the least bit scared. Meanwhile, the crowd of spectators was still jubilant and asked the judge to finally start the fight. Before the fight, the judge decided to tell the rules. Both sides can use all previously used weapons, and the duel ends as soon as someone dies or surrenders. Han Tiqiang immediately said that he had no grudge against him, but he was very sorry that he had to kill the new champion. Yang Hao told him not to apologize, because he would not kill him. The man was glad that this battle would be proud. He immediately ran into battle, saying that he already liked the beginning. At that moment, the whole earth began to shake. Yang Hao wondered, why does the body become so heavy? Then he realized that the guy was controlling gravity. Suddenly, at that moment, Han Tiqiang ran up to our hero, swung his sword, and said that he was now dead. Yang Hao smiled and said that this is far from the end. The battle has just begun. A moment later, he jumped to the side using his air control. Han Tiqiang stared at his opponent in bewilderment and asked how he did this. Our hero said that everyone has secrets. Then he said it was his turn. After that, he took out his sword, stared at his opponent, and finally said that he still had time to surrender. The man began to laugh and say that it was simply impossible to give up. The fact that Yang Hao can move calmly with Han Tiqiang's abilities means nothing. The guy ran up again and began to swing at our hero, saying that he was the first to arrive here with the most ordinary weapon, which was very different from his. Our hero blocked this powerful attack with his sword, but unfortunately it broke. Han Tiqiang said that despite some problems, he will win in the end. The boss asked Li Meng if he was satisfied with the work done. The guy confirmed and said that compared to their strongest gladiator, Yang Hao is trash. At this time, the Ironbloods were talking about how they dared to fight their boss. He did not understand who gave the captain courage. Meanwhile, Han Tiqiang continued to throw his punches at our hero and talk about how sorry he was. The guy asked if he thought he would run away now. The man fell into a stupor at such a strange question and stared at his opponent. Our hero said that Han Tietchang was wrong, and then added that he was only thinking about how to defeat him without killing him. Immediately after these words, he poured out the very liquid that he found in the library. The man hit the ground and told the guy to stop. With this action, he was still able to stop this attack. After Han Tietchang stood up, he only saw a small crater on the ground, but there was no enemy nearby. Already from the other end of the ring, our hero stood and held several swords with the help of air control. In an instant, all of these swords flew towards Han Tietchang. The man only said that such an attack was useless against him. He used gravity and all the swords fell to the ground at once. Our hero began to run away, thinking about how strong this guy is. However, you need to keep him at a distance and play for attrition. Over time, the force of gravity will become small. At this moment, Yang Hao stuck his hand into the storage room and began to take out all kinds of garbage from there. All kinds of furniture and other objects began to fall out of the portals and fly towards Han Tietchang. The man said that Yang Hao underestimated him greatly. Having asked if Yang Hao was going to play a slow war, he said that it was a good idea, but unfortunately, he did not have such an opportunity. Yang Hao began to look around in bewilderment because he had lost sight of his opponent. Why is he so fast? At this moment, the men were already in front of our hero. When he increases the gravity around his body, he can decrease his own gravity. In this case, you cannot escape. The guy silently began to take out his favorite scythe from his inventory, which had helped him in more than one battle. Just as silently, he dealt a crushing blow which broke the Han Tietchang weapon into two parts. The man, in bewilderment, began screaming and asking where the guy found the weapon. Our hero said that he is not going to play with Han Tietchang anymore. It was time to end this duel. Only Han Tietchang understood the price that defeat would cost him, and therefore he was not going to lose. He used the gravitational field around him. All the shells that were supposed to hit Han Tietchang only fell to the ground a moment later. The man said that Yang Hao should be so heavy that he would not be able to lift his arms. He can hold this field for 5 seconds, but this is enough to kill Yang Hao. Our hero asked the enemy not to rush to conclusions and to better look up. The guy, expecting the worst, still decided to turn around. To his horror, there was a pile of scrap metal above his head. Yang Hao said that using the strategy of dragging time is too naive, so he let his guard down and played dirty. Once Han Tietchang lets go of the field power, all these things will fall directly on his head. Just after these words, this happened. Yang Hao breathed a sigh of relief because this battle was finally over. He hoped this guy would stay alive. At this moment, our hero began to shout to the audience that his opponent had lost the opportunity to fight. He won the fight. Meanwhile, the crowd had already fallen in love with Yang Hao, who was performing wonderfully on stage. Li Meng once again turned to his boss and asked why this method did not work. Wu only thought that Yang Hao was hiding something. In any case, he turned to his partner and asked him not to worry because he still had several options. The guy, coming into the room, again told his friend that he would go explore the complex. He doesn't know if Wu Tian will want to do something again. He also asked the girl to call him back in urgent cases. The girl picked up the walkie-talkie and told Yang Hao to be careful. At that moment, a strange jar entered the room, which began to spin and release gas. Min Xing asked in bewilderment if it was really poisonous gas. Starting to cough, Yang Hao said that he could not even think that Wu Tian would make such drastic decisions. At this moment, Min Xing still fell to the floor unconscious. He didn't understand. Does this gas really have such a strong effect? Taking the girl in his arms, he carried her into the cabin, saying that she had no protection from the gas. It would be better for her to rest a little in a safe place. As soon as he laid her on the bed in the medical cabin, Min Xing opened her eyes and immediately began to call out to our hero. The guy said he was just giving her a break from the gas. Now they can go out. Meanwhile, people in gas masks outside the door of our guy's room were saying that a lot of time had passed, so they must be dead. Having decided to go inside, the guys began to turn their heads in bewilderment and ask where the people had gone. Yang Hao jumped out from around the corner and immediately hit one of the freaks. He made it clear to them that they were here. One of the guys sat over his friend and started calling him. Yang Hao told them to get out of here and tell their boss that they could pay a big price for such actions. 5 minutes later, the same guys came to Wu Tian's office to report information. The man said that he had already heard about the failure. He couldn't believe that they couldn't cope with such a dirty job. He ordered his subordinate to go downstairs and find out from all the fighters that they would be performing tomorrow. Moreover, someone told him that Yang Hao's trash was useless. Wu Tian began to show his teeth and promise Yang Hao that he would definitely die without a funeral. The next day, the action moves to the gladiatorial training room. The boss said that in connection with the arrival of senior leaders, the headquarters decided to hold a special competition tomorrow. The team that has won 9 times will play. The guys tried to understand what was the point of participating in the competition so early, despite the fact that their boss was injured. Their fight should be the last. At that moment, a voice behind the group of Iron Bloods said that if they were afraid of defeat, then they could join them. Behind them stood the newcomers. Yang Hao suggested that if this competition is special, then there should be no rules in which they cannot join. Wu Tian asked in bewilderment if he meant to join the Iron Bloods. Han Tiqiang asked the same thing in bewilderment. Our hero said that in any case he is not busy with anyone right now. He also wants to get 10 wins as quickly as possible. Wu Tian said he agrees. Due to Han Tiqiang's injury, he will allow 2 players to be added to the team, and this is his decision. The guys immediately started screaming, saying that they could find someone better. Who knows, maybe these 2 newbies might make a mistake. Wu Tian said everything he wanted to say, and the rest is up to their group to decide. Han Tiqiang decided to ask who wants to join tomorrow's fight. The cheering crowd began to shout, saying what they wanted. Others said that they were larger, and still others interrupted others. Our hero, looking at these weaklings, said, "Will they really not let them join?" The guys started saying that they knew about their power, but the future of the team was at stake. At this moment, Han Tiqiang asked everyone to calm down and listen to him first. When this battle is really very important, he accepts Yang Hao's offer. He then said that he hoped he had not made a mistake about him. Yang Hao asked him not to worry because unlike some people, he does not let others down. In this case, the boss accepted the news. He thought to himself that Yang Hao would most likely do something tomorrow, so he would add some events to them. The action moves into the night. Yang Hao returned to the library again to get all the medicines. A moment later, our hero had already collected all the contents, and the system counted each test tube. At some point, the system said that the main task had been completed. 100 required test tubes were found. The next goal was 1,000. Self-healing iron knuckles have had their cooldown reduced, and other abilities have been doubled. This reward is incredibly cool for both Yang Hao. 5 minutes later, our hero removed all traces of himself. Already on the way out of the library, he decided that his next task would be to find the mysterious girl. He activated the holographic scanner and started trying to find the damn woman. The action moves to the locker room. The girl was just here changing clothes. Yang Hao, blushing a little, said that he arrived on time. Deciding not to waste time, our hero used his abilities and began to lift the girl's things. With this remote control, he can control bombs and also set traps. And of course, the restoration potion was in the belt. He decided that he would get them when you need to reach the next drug mark. At this moment, the girl finished changing clothes and was about to pick up all her things. To her surprise, she didn't find her belt or hair tie. A moment later, she began to panic. She couldn't understand where her things had gone, which had literally just been lying there. The action moves to the Li Meng mansion, where the guy was just relaxing. Sitting on the sofa, he laughed and said that his cherished enemy, aka Yang Hao, or a simple mediocrity, would die tomorrow. A voice behind said that he was already dead. Is Li Meng happy now? The guy turned around in bewilderment, seeing his nightmare behind him. The guy began to tell Yang Hao in horror that this was not what he meant. After that, he asked how the guy got inside. Yang Hao recalled that he promised to return 10 times what Li Meng did to him. The guy put his hand on Li Meng's shoulder and started asking him where Sister Han Tiqiang was. Li Meng started screaming and begging for mercy. He didn't want to die and said that he would tell everything he knew. As soon as he said that the girl was locked in room A326 in the test area, our hero swung his sword. Li Meng's hand flew away to the other side. The guy fell to the ground and started screaming in pain. Yang Hao said that he could at least bark at the top of his voice. Fortunately, the soundproofing in this room is very good, so no one will hear them. At that moment, our hero took out a jar and said that this thing would kill the guy. Li Meng begged for mercy in horror, saying that he was wrong. Yang Hao smiled and said that there was no life or death hatred between them. It was only he who allowed what is happening now. In that case, he said that he should get what he wanted. After these words, the guy poured the entire contents of the jar onto Li Meng. This liquid began to spread throughout the body of the guy, who was screaming in pain. After some time, only a dark spot remained from it. Our hero's next task was to save Han Ti's sister. The next day, the assembled squad of Ironbloods, which included Min Xing and Yang Hao, stood on the stage. The guy said that after the battle begins, they can take over the monsters for a while. At this time, he will heal the accumulated wounds of their boss. The guys asked in bewilderment how. Han Ti then directly asked if what Yang Hao said was true. The guy turned around and said that he would explain it to them a little later. The most important thing they must remember is that they must protect Min Xing. At this moment, a crowd of zombies had already run out into the arena. The guys noticed her and immediately told her to get ready. The guys ran forward saying that they must win this battle. Besides, these are just elite zombies. They have enough strength to deal with them. Turning around, I noticed that Yang Hao and the boss had disappeared from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Han Tietchang was lying in the medical cabin. He did not understand what kind of machine it was, but nevertheless, to his surprise, his wounds were actually healing. Seeing bewilderment in the eyes of his new acquaintance, our hero said that he would explain about the ability a little later. Before that, he wants to talk about his plan. Han Ti, as soon as he found out that Yang Hao saved his sister, said that from now on, he is his boss, and he will do anything for him. He will never forget this. The guy said that you don't need to be so polite to him. He wants them to join him, so this is what he had to do. Meanwhile, in the ring, our guys continued to be pinned down by seemingly endless zombies. One of the guys turned to Min Xing and said that she didn't have to worry because they wouldn't let her be offended. If their boss is truly cured, then they are ready to die for her. Min Xing was embarrassed and told them not to talk nonsense because she was not Yang Hao's girlfriend. At that moment, one of the Ironbloods turned around and noticed that another group of zombies was approaching. The guys started calling the boss. They were worried that he had been gone for so long. If he and Yang Hao don't appear again, they will be in serious trouble. Just after these words, the guys appeared and shouted that they began to destroy zombies here. Yang Hao reminded that today is their last battle, so they must show a master class. A crowd of zombies, looking at the new people, decided that they should run to them even faster to feast on them. Our hero at this moment was thinking that his new thunder attack was really good. Wu Tian, meanwhile, was very dissatisfied with Yang Hao's abilities. In addition, he was interested in where Li Meng had disappeared and why no one had seen him today. Just at that moment, a guard approached the man and said that he came from Li Meng's room and saw everything with his own eyes. He is dead. The guy said he accidentally stepped into a puddle of ground meat last night. Wu Tian shouted in disbelief. The man asked him to go and release that thing that was sitting in a special chamber. Meanwhile, the Ironblood guys asked if Yang Hao wanted help. The guy said that all these zombies are very weak, so he doesn't need help. Then Han Ti approached him and said that now they need to start acting based on their plan. Yang Hao agreed and asked to take care of himself. At that moment, the guys started screaming in horror and asking what kind of monster this was. They had never seen such monsters in the arena before. A huge zombie tyrant was walking towards them, whom the Union of Destroyers stole. Yang Hao sighed in disappointment, and then said that this is another zombie tyrant. He hoped that this was Wu Tian's last chance, for he was tired of his pawns. The thug, as soon as he approached the people, immediately began to shout and attack them. Yang Hao stood in front of them and asked them to disperse. He will deal with this Hulk on his own. After that, he struck the monster with a powerful blow with his scythe. To his disappointment, such a powerful attack did not cause any harm to the zombies. Nevertheless, after such a brazen attack, the zombie tyrant decided to fight back and attacked the person. Our hero managed to dodge a powerful zombie attack in time. Looking at the thug, Yang Hao knew that this zombie was not part of his plan. However, it can be used to create chaos. The crowd of spectators was actively engaged in this. They screamed in horror and said that today's battle was truly special. Looking at the fighters from the arena, Wu Tian said that today he was going to get every one of them. Meanwhile, Han Tietchang asked the boss what they should do with the Wu Tian toy. Our hero asked them to follow the plan, and he had an idea. At this moment, he turned to Min Xing and asked if she was ready. The girl raised her hand and told our hero that everything had been ready for a long time. The channel that mutants are tasked with digging was almost completed. The girl hoped that everything was going well. Yang Hao ran forward and told the guys to all be ready because they were going to leave this damn place. He then told his companions to follow him and do everything like Han Tiqiang. At this moment, our hero launched an attack on the thug, who immediately put up a block. After successfully blocking the attack, the zombie decided it needed to counterattack. All this was to Yang Hao's benefit, because he finally attracted attention. After that, all they had to do was use force to destroy everything here. The thug obeyed and began to hit the ground. Yang Hao managed to dodge his attack. This power is truly amazing and worthy of the level of a tyrant. One way or another, the guy decided that he would leave first, and leave him here to clear the field. Wu Tian asked in bewilderment, how is it possible that the wall, which is made of a special material, was destroyed so easily? At that moment, the thug began to scream and call all the zombies that were in the ring. People, looking at how zombies reacted to the screams of the tyrant, realized that he could control them. A moment later, the same crowd of zombies ran out of the cage and began to head towards the people. Wu Tian looked at what was happening in even greater horror and told his subordinate to send people to stop all these zombies. The employees asked each other not to panic because there are guards who will clear everything here soon. Suddenly, a crowd of zombies appeared in front of the people and ran straight towards them. They asked where all these freaks came from. At that moment, the employee told the boss that things were not going well for them because someone opened the door in which all the zombies were sitting. Now each of them is free. The man screamed in horror and asked, how is this possible and who could do it? Suddenly, our hero's voice came from behind him, saying that he did it. He knew that Wu Tian was watching them because his heartbeat could be heard from all the way to the arena. Then the guy jumped up, thereby dodging the crowd of zombies, and said that today, Wu Tian has a chance to participate. Meanwhile, people were running in horror towards the exit. They tried to understand why the soldiers still had not come to their aid. At that moment, the man injected medicine into his neck and told people not to panic because no soldiers were needed here. He can do it alone. In an instant, Wu Tian began to mutate into a monster that resembled a devil. Then he hit the one who was under the arm and said that he had never felt so alive before. He could only dream of such power. This potion can give people two powers at the same time for a short period of time. With iron skin and the power of fire, these zombies don't scare him. At the same instant, the man was pierced by a giant lightning bolt which struck him for several seconds. After such frying, the monster screamed in bewilderment and asked who dared to do this. Our hero decided to remind him that he is still here. Plus, he said having a body made of steel doesn't mean he's invincible. Yang Hao continued to hit Wu Tian with charges, and he could not move. The man asked to stop, saying that he was giving up. A moment later, a bunch of zombies attacked him and started eating him. This was the end this freak deserved. After that, Yang Hao came down and decided that it was time to run to the guys because it was already time to leave. He just met them in the corridor. Han Tiqiang told the boss that they had occupied the road to the elevator as planned. In addition, all the other brothers gather in a certain place and wait for Yang Hao's order. Our hero put on his jacket and said that in this case, it was time for them to get out of here. Looking at Yang Hao's remote control, he thought that the previously prepared bombs should come in handy. Sometime later, an explosion occurred in the building and most of the laboratory was destroyed. The guards screamed in horror and asked what was the matter. Who blew up the warehouse? The guy asked his friend to go to the boss and report everything. After this action, the action is transferred to the office of the League of Destroyers. The guy ran into the office and told the boss that their medicine warehouse had been destroyed. Chu Xuan, who is also the leader of the League of Destroyers, jumped up and asked again what happened there. Unable to find calm words, he got up from the sofa and said that he had to look for himself at what happened there. Approaching the scene of the incident, the man asked how the investigation was going. Did they find any clues? The guy said that they didn't find the strengthening potion under the rubble, and besides, they are impossible to find. Most likely someone took them and blew everything up to destroy the evidence. At this moment, one of Chu Xuan's assistants found a strange thing and picked it up. As it turned out, it was the thing of the girl our hero saw. Chu Xuan also knew about her and said that there could be no mistakes. This thing was made in a laboratory, and ordinary fire cannot destroy it. The explosion must be related to her. The man said that they had to go, but he asked all his people to go in search of this girl. At this moment, a subordinate came to Chu Xuan again with news that happened on the other side of the arena. All captured zombies and gladiators escaped. Tired of the bad news, the man could not control himself and hit the guy. He said he was annoyed by the Betmo brothers with their petty things. A few zombies and naughty bunnies should not be able to handle any group of them. He then turned to the other man and told him to come down and explore. Others must strengthen defenses around their territory. The girl must not run away. The action moves to our guys, who at that time were running along the alleys trying to calmly escape. In the end, Yang Hao said that they escaped from that trap. Finally, they were free. Looking at the sun, the guy said that he had not seen sunlight for a very long time and even missed it. At this moment, one of the guys shouted and pointed into the distance, saying that someone was coming here. Looking at these people, our hero only asked how they were able to get to them so quickly. Min Xingshu told Yang Hao that she had dealt with the guard people in advance. Who are these people then? Suddenly the man started telling them all to lie down. Their boss told them not to spare anyone. He immediately shouted to his squad that they should kill them, and a moment later all the soldiers started shooting. Yang Hao told his friends what to them. We need to break away from here and hide in the nearest building. Min Xingshu ran forward and told people to follow her. Han Tiqiang told our hero that he may not participate in this battle, because he alone is enough to deal with all these people. Immediately he activated his abilities, and the gravitational collapse began. The soldiers, looking at their feet in bewilderment, asked whether it was really an earthquake. A moment later, the ground beneath them split, and they all fell down. They didn't have a chance. Yang Hao smiled and said that he had no idea that Han Tiqiang's power could work in this way. The guy said that underground he did not have enough space to use all his abilities, and besides, he did not want to scare people. Our hero realized that creating a partnership with this person was the right decision. Then he said that we need to get out of here as quickly as possible. That same evening, the action moves under a multi-story building. Yang Hao said that everyone is destroyers. Now they are looking for them in the area. However, they don't go too far, so they have the opportunity to rest for a while. The guy then walked up to Han Tiqiang and said that when he was completely ready, he would take everyone away from here. The man said that if Yang Hao needed something, he could ask him for it. The girl at that moment said that she could capture the beast and look for news. Yang Hao said that he really needs to borrow her abilities for a while. He asked to follow him, and the girl agreed. Walking down the street, our hero told the guys that Min Xingshu and the third brother are the key to this action. The guys looked at each other in bewilderment, and then asked Yang Hao again. He took out a test tube and said that this strengthening potion was intended for her. He's always worried about the side effects, but they don't have to worry about it. The girl immediately snatched it and said she wanted to use it. Min Xingshu understood that she was lagging behind her partner and therefore wanted to catch up with him. She wanted to help him as long as possible, but at what cost? One way or another, the girl administered this drug. After that, they moved on. Our hero said that he found on the map of the underground arena that there was another group nearby, a horror circus. His plan was to let Min Xingshu control the mutant here. The stronger the beast, the better. Then the guy turned and said that the third brother could use his ability to raise the power of the star bamboo to the limit. Third brother immediately turned to Min Xingshu and began to use his ability. Thanks to all these improvements, the girl felt that she should succeed. She directed all her power at the beast and told it to wake up. Min Xingshu was immediately happy because she saw that the tiger had risen. Looks like she did it. Meanwhile, the clown asked Tusk if he was being offended. If so, he might start a massacre. The girl said that the opportunity was getting closer. The big cat is on their side. At that moment, a clown appeared and said that animals do not like people who lie. He would like them to pay for their lies. After that, the guy ordered his pets to eat all these uninvited guests. One of the guys told the clown that if they dare to attack them, the headquarters will definitely find out about the attack, and they will destroy the entire terrible circus. The guy said that they can come if they have the opportunity. He tolerated them for a long time, but everything has its limits. At that moment, Yang Hao told the guys that it was time for them to leave the restricted area. The action moves to a park outside the restricted area of the city of Jianzhou. Finally, our guys escaped from there. People thanked Yang Hao for creating chaos inside the zone and saving them all. Yang Hao told the guys that the next step would be to go to the suburbs and meet with the whole team. After that, he said that he would give all the addresses. Our hero told Han Tiqiang in his ear that he still had something to do. For some time he will act with them separately. Min Xingshu, perplexed, asked if he wanted to go with the others. The guy said that he doesn't know what group of friends the girl is now. They cannot help the League of Destroyers until the time has come. But the time has come to take revenge on the breeders. The girl was delighted with this news and said that it was wonderful. New hate and old hate. This time it will bring them together. The action moves to Zhangzhou Zoo. It was in it that our heroines Tinley and Gu Qingyi were there. The girls said that this time they must save people. All these guys are perverts, so the life of the sisters will never be good in their hands. Gu Qingyi said that we ourselves need to go and do something against them. Meanwhile, the search team continued to inspect the area and tell everyone to carefully examine every inch. They couldn't go far. The guy asked to tell everyone that they should continue searching and eventually find those two. At that moment, a mutant beast appeared in front of them, the same tiger that attacked the destroyers. The guys immediately recognized him as an animal that belongs to a terrifying circus. How did he end up here? One of the guys said that they broke the agreement that animals should not set foot on their land. After these words, the tiger attacked them. As soon as the beast caught up with one of them, it immediately attacked him and ate him. The guys started screaming in horror, realizing that they had really attacked them. This is crazy! Meanwhile, the clown who was sitting on the tiger and watching what was happening said that his mutant beast had disappeared, and apparently, he had come into the world. A member of the League of Destroyers shouted to the clown that he had ruined their agreement. He had to hurry in order to stop attacking them. The guy asked in bewilderment what kind of contract rupture we are talking about if they did not respond to his warnings. Once again, the action shifts to Gu Qingyi and Tinley. Meanwhile, they were already in the room of the zoo building. Tinley thanked her friend for her actions. She said that as soon as the president returns, she will try to make every effort to help them. The girl thanked her, and then said that it was too suspicious here, because it was very quiet here. Tinley suggested making a quick decision, because there are not many people here. Gu Qingyi agreed and decided to act quickly. She ordered her beast to destroy the wall. After some time, the girls entered the destroyed passage. Unexpectedly for them, they met in front of them those scoundrels who apparently were waiting for them here. Sun Yue told Tinley that she hasn't changed at all. She is not only stupid but also impulsive. The man they took was just bait. One way or another, the girl advised that her sister be released as quickly as possible, or they will be overthrown when the president returns. The guy laughed and said that most likely their president was no longer there because she went to the Forbidden Zone, and after a while there weren't even bones left there. The nasty freaks started talking about having fresh meat waiting for them for the evening. They reminded each other that they had to catch them alive. Gu Qingyi said that they are all scum. Tinley at that moment said that if I was destined to die today, she would take Sun Yue with her. The girl turned to her friend and said that she would not die. Sun Yue looked into the distance in bewilderment and asked what kind of freak had appeared. As it turned out, it was Yang Hao who arrived to help the girls. He greeted them and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, however. The guy said that he remembered him as the person who took Min Xingshu. Sun Yue told the tiger to deal with this idiot. Already flying towards our hero, the rider said that if the tiger bites him, it will only be to death. It can kill a large number of people. Yang Hao took this as a challenge. Immediately after that, he swung his scythe and hit the monster. A moment later, they fell to the ground, and Sun Yue just screamed in disbelief. He realized that the guy was really strong. After that, the man called all his people and told them to deal with the guests. Sun Yue wanted to escape, but Yang Hao said that it was too late to do so. He crossed the wrong people's road. Our hero turned back and asked the guys to help him put this place down. The entire crowd immediately said that they heard the boss and ran to fight. Meanwhile, Min Xingshu was telling her pet that it was their time to play. They should make it clear to guys that they shouldn't offend girls. A moment later, the girl rushed forward with the animals. The gorilla was also on their side. Fighting off the guys, Yang Hao told them that compared to ordinary zombies from the Forbidden Zone, they are too weak. At this moment, Gu Qingyi called Yang Hao and said that they had saved all these girls. The girls just noticed that their president is sitting astride a tiger and everything is fine with her. They were glad that she returned. The girl said that this was all thanks to the help of Yang Hao. If they want to thank someone, they should thank him for saving her. The girls immediately started talking about Yang Hao being their benefactor. They were delighted that he dealt with the guys who bullied their sisters. The guy said that he didn't really strain his hands, but one way or another he was always happy to help them. At this moment, Min Xingshu asked her sisters to calm down. She had an idea. She wants to take them to Yang Hao's team. Do they agree? Tinley said she agrees because she will go where the president goes. Other girls also supported their sister. In this case, the girls said that it was time to release the locked animals and meet the rest of the sisters. Gu Qingyi at this moment asked what happened in the forbidden area. Are they in trouble? Yang Hao smiled and said that it is a very long story. He'll tell you along the way. After some time, the guys were sitting in the office. Yang Hao asked Min Xingshu if there was any news about the person she asked to find. The sister just approached the girl and began to report. They found Kai Jing and where they are. Yang Hao asked where they were. The girl said that they were in a small village in the suburbs. Gu Qingyi was happy to finally meet everyone. The guy said that after a long separation, the time has come to finally return. Min Xingshu smiled and asked what they were waiting for. It's time for them to move out. The action moves to that same village in the suburbs of Jianzhou. Xiaoling asked Kai Jing if she was waiting for Yang Hao again. The girl said that it was so. Many days had already passed and it was already time for him to come. At that moment, the girl turned around and her face was difficult to describe at that moment. She froze in bewilderment. Yang Hao finally came, and besides, he was not alone. The girl still couldn't say anything. A moment later, she ran to him and immediately hugged him. Tears did not stop coming from her eyes. She was glad that he was okay. All these days, she was very worried about him and was afraid that he was in danger. The guy asked if she remembered his abilities. Xiaoling was no less happy at this moment, but she said that there are people who are also waiting for Yang Hao. The guy thanked her and said that he would follow her. Gu Qingyi asked Chai Jing how things were going. The girl said everything was fine. It's far enough from the city that zombies are rare here. After some time, the guy entered the house where his parents were. They immediately ran to meet their son, saying that they were very worried. Yang Hao asked the parents not to worry because their son is strong. A few minutes later, all the people were in the same room. Kai Jing asked for silence and said that Yang Hao had something to say. The guy said he had good news to tell them. He found something in the forbidden area that could quickly improve them. Showing the test tube, he said that in his hands was a powerful potion that would improve people who already had abilities. They will become much stronger. The guys were glad that such medicine existed. They no longer need to be afraid of zombies. They were grateful to their boss and said that their squad would only become stronger. Yang Hao again asked for silence. Since the potion is limited, he will not give it to all people. He will divide it into 3 parts, and people will figure it out themselves. He then said that these drugs cannot be used indefinitely. If used repeatedly, they will have side effects. As soon as the guys injected this drug, they changed before our eyes, and you could clearly see how strong they had become. Half an hour later, Yang Hao spoke to the guys about future plans. Their ultimate goal is to find out the truth about the end of the world and return the world to the right path. Before this, they must do 3 things. The first is to build a new base. The next step is to solve the problem with the League of Destroyers. They shouldn't be in their way. And finally, the third is the destruction of all the zombies, especially the zombie king in the city center. They will start from the first one, so they need to make a choice of location and build a base. This time, Yang Hao wanted to build a base underground. Building an underground shelter with good security will be better and more difficult for opponents to discover the base. He also had blueprints for the laboratory. Anyway, our hero said that their main problem is electricity. Many stations in the city have stopped working, so they need to come up with something. Kai Jing, at that moment, said that then they explored the area. They found that the hydroelectric power station was still operating, but was currently closed by the Destroyer Alliance. The guy decided that in this case they really were enemies. It will be better for them if they capture that territory. 15 minutes later, our hero said that they were finished with the theoretical part. They can join Fenghua's 3D printing team. After that, Yang Hao turned to her and said that she should find more people to build an underground base as quickly as possible. The rest will go with Yang Hao to the pond. They need to find a way to deal with the Alliance. After some time, the guys were at the pond. Yang Hao told his friend that it was time to start. At that moment, the girl called a wild wolf and told him to run inside at breakneck speed. The mutant beast, of course, obeyed and ran inside. The people who were guarding the hydroelectric power station immediately jumped on the wolf in bewilderment and asked where it came from. Either way, he didn't belong here. With a brutal attack, one of the members of the Alliance League dealt with the animal. The guys asked General Qinglong if everything was okay with this wolf, because he looked strange. The guy said that he wouldn't have gotten here so easily. He appeared here too suddenly. He asked the guys to go back inside and warn the others. Min Xingshu, who saw everything that was happening, told our hero that it would not be easy to do what he had planned, because those guys are strong. The guy said that he also watched the battle, and he was afraid that attacking now would be problematic. He made a plan B just in case, and there will be news soon. At this moment, comrades approached our hero and said that, as Yang Hao had expected, people had indeed come from the city. Only 5 people. The guy said that their chance is coming, so they need to stop these 5 halfway. Then they will pretend to be them to deal with the pond. Half an hour later, Yang Hao said that now his name is Wan Zirui, her name is Gei Liji, and her name is Luo Chu Shui. He asked the girls to remember their identity as well as their password. After that, he said it was time to start. A moment later, a guy stood in front of the guys, asking those who came if they had been sent from headquarters. He immediately asked for a password code. Min Xingshu asked if they would definitely have no problems. The guy said the pond people don't know them, so as long as they know the correct code, there won't be a problem. I just wonder how an idiot came up with this code. At that moment, the guy shouted the code. The record is 0-5. The man smiled and told them to come in. Yang Hao said that he would speak for now. If an emergency occurs, everyone must remain calm and improvise. Entering the building, Qinglong immediately asked the guys if they had anything to give them this time. The guy said that a big event happened at the headquarters in the apartment. He said someone ransacked the warehouse and stole medicine. They came to ask for help. Qinglong turned to Brother Zirui and said that although they had not met, he had heard about him more than once. He asked how his relationship with Miss Yanran was. Yang Hao understood that this man was too careful, and most likely he was testing him now. Either way, this is a problem now. Is that girl real or fictional? At this point, he ordered his 4 fellow travelers to go down and check the security measures. He can handle this on his own. He then told Qinglong that now it was much more important for them to talk about business without delving into other topics. The man said that he was very wrong because before, when he mentioned Yanran, he was never the same as now. Our hero smiled and said if it was true, there's just one little detail that ruins it all. At this moment, Yang Hao took out his scythe and waved it in front of Qinglong, who miraculously managed to survive. Immediately, the hand of a certain monster who had previously killed the wolf flew towards our hero. He had never seen anything like this before, so where did this something come from? Qinglong said that Zirui, or rather not even him, is actually not from the headquarters. As he assumed, those 4 girls were also fake. The guy said that people who are on the verge of death should not ask so many questions. The man turned around and shouted to his comrade to send a letter to the guys from headquarters. The guy said it was too late to go anywhere, so everyone would stay here. At this point, he used a bolt of lightning from his scythe and began electrocuting his opponents. Our hero thought that the other 4 had to solve the problem with the rest of the people. He asked the girls to make sure that no one would run away. After 15 minutes, our hero sat in front of a man who checked the maps and said that there were several lines that provided an underground laboratory in the city center. Saying that he was not interested, Yang Hao asked when electricity might be available in their base. The man said about 1 day. At this point, the system said that the dam was successfully received and activated. New tasks were also received. Our hero turned to the man and said that judging by their master plan, they must do everything right. One way or another, he leaves everything to them, because they are the masters. The main task was to finish building the base. In the third-party task, the task was to complete the task of collecting a power card. Looking at the completion percentage of the main task, the guy said that they should hurry up and build the base. At that moment, Feng Hua came into our hero's room and said that she had an idea. They can go to the city seed company and return them. She also said that 2 zombie leaders would come to their base and guard it. Yang Hao said it was a great idea. The girl said that for survivors, food and safety are 2 important things. With food and a base, plenty of survivors will want to join them. The guy thought about it and admitted that to build a base, male strength is very necessary. In that case, what are they waiting for? It's time to hit the road. After some time, our guys went to the city center. There was just a battle there. Yang Hao dealt with the mutant beast, telling him that he would not be able to escape. A sphere appeared above the defeated monster, which the guy needed for the task. Approaching her, our hero said that this sphere had finally fallen out. Apparently, mutant beasts have a good chance of getting a card. This power card was hair control, which allowed you to control the length of your hair and attacks with it. Manhua said at this moment that she now understood how Yang Hao found power cards. The guy said she was right. He then said that they should not keep this card. After which he added that the seed store was already nearby. Manhua said that the seeds are a little far away. If they want to catch the zombie leader, then they need to turn around. Yang Hao told her that everything would be gradual. At that moment, our hero looked around and said that he smelled a strong smell of zombies nearby. Hearing a strange whistle, he grabbed the girl and said that this was not good. A moment later, there was an explosion. The guys began to choke. It turns out that the smoke hanging in the air is actually poisonous. Yang Hao grabbed his girlfriend by the waist and said that they need to get out of here as quickly as possible. At that moment, a girl appeared in front of them. This is a mutant zombie leader. She told the guys that even if they ran away, it was pointless. Manhua at this moment said that she could no longer go. After all, she feels the heat throughout her body. The guy said he felt it too. In this case, our hero decided that it was worth going to the medical cabin. A moment later, the girl noticed that the people were missing. She started laughing and saying that if it was an ability or a strange move, it should appear at least once. The guy laid the girl down and told her that, fortunately, this cabin is always ready for use. Then he told his friend to rest, and he would come to her later. Manhua, of course, even though she tried to lie still. But she could not relax because the heat was all over her body. Yang Hao said that he was injected with medicine, but most likely it is no longer working well. This will be a problem. At that moment, the girl jumped up and said that she could no longer lie still. They have to. The guy immediately ran out and asked her to stay here, and he would go outside and look around. Maybe he can find a way. As soon as our hero left the cabin, he noticed a bunch of zombies walking in an unknown direction. Of course, Yang Hao was interested in this number of zombies because such a crowd should not have been here. However, the monsters noticed the man and immediately ran towards him in the hope of killing him. It was obvious that such a group of zombies would not be difficult for our hero. He swung his scythe and heads flew off his shoulders. However, Yang Hao could still smell the strong smell of zombies. Apparently all these guys came here to find him and Manhua. At that moment, the same zombie leader appeared behind our hero who was about to stab him in the back. Unfortunately, our hero did not have time to react, and that is why he received a strong attack in the face. Lying on the ground, Yang Hao guessed from such a powerful blow that this zombie had even exceeded the level of the leader. The girl flew up to the guy and said that if he told her how they became invisible, then she would allow them to save their lives. Yang Hao was surprised that the zombie could talk. Although the girl became a zombie, her consciousness remained. It is very strange. The guy said that it doesn't matter how they became invisible. All that matters is that she was bitten by a zombie. He also has a way to bring her back to life. The girl said that he is in his best shape now, so she does not need the help of people. After that, she summoned zombies and sent them towards Yang Hao. The guy dealt with low-level zombies without any problems and was ready to kill them all day long. Yang Hao, looking at the dragonfly, thought that the detoxifier was in her possession. However, first you need to lower it to the ground. Realizing that the zombies could not cope with their task, the girl decided that they were a bunch of garbage, and it was better to do everything on her own. She began to cast a spell and wonder how long the guy could stay conscious before the wave of desires. The guy began to feel something strange. Is this really spiritual power? Nevertheless, this is the end, and he had to leave here so as not to lose consciousness. The action moves to the medical cabin in which Manhua was supposed to rest. Touching his head, Yang Hao said that it was hot, and his head was filled with pictures. Something happened to his mental health. What's happening to him? Meanwhile, Manhua was still the same, or even worse. She called Yang Hao and asked him to help her. She finally walked up to him, then grabbed his head and finally kissed him. Half an hour later, the guys were lying in bed. The girl thought that she could not help Yang Hao. At this moment, Yang Hao stood up and wanted to say something, but the girl just said that everything was fine, and she liked it too. At that moment, she asked, "What is wrong with their state now? Why are antidotes ineffective?" The guy said that zombie leader used spiritual powers. During the battle, He easily succumbed to her wave of desires. After the guys got dressed, Fenghua asked what they would do next. The guy said that Fenghua is strong now, so he can control her. The girl said it was true. She feels that her mental control is much stronger than before. As soon as the guys left, they noticed a girl in front of them, sitting on a chair and waiting for them. After that, she said that she finally waited for them to come out. She almost fell asleep. The guy said that they came here to take her with them. The girl asked again, and then said that they would not have the strength 100% to take control of her. Yang Hao ran forward, thinking that Fenghua should deprive the zombies of the ability to fly. In this case, the girl will be able to capture her. The girl jumped up and waved her knife, saying that it was too stupid to run head-on without a weapon. The guy grabbed the girl and activated his Iron Knuckles ability. In such a situation, she could not do anything against our hero. Fenghua at that moment began to tell the zombie to obey her. The zombie was perplexed that the person just hugged her and she couldn't do anything. The guy asked his girlfriend to speed up because he couldn't stand it for long. At this moment, the zombie turned around and directed its charge at Fenghua, who at that moment was trying to capture her. A moment later, she released the sphere from her hand, and it flew towards the girl. Fenghua, meanwhile, was in the air. She was surprised that her jumping ability and reaction speed became stronger. The guy told the girl that this zombie, unfortunately, flew away. He asked if she heard. The girl said that she had heard, and then asked if they would repeat what they were doing. The rumors that were circulating turned out to be true. Doing these things with Yang Hao can indeed improve your abilities. Fenghua at that moment again pulled the guy to her and kissed him. Half an hour later, the guys finally managed it completely. Yang Hao was resting, and Fenghua was telling him that it was time to wake up and work. Our hero woke up and said that the girl was taking advantage of people's fear. She was offended and said that he himself uses women and nevertheless takes it to the fullest. In any case, the girl said it was time to get up and look at this huge pile of seeds. Their base is preparing for the biggest harvest yet. 5 minutes later, the guys were packed and ready to go home. The elite mutant zombie was also with them. Just at this moment, Fenghua offered to catch another zombie leader because she could control 2 at once. The guy said they would be more careful this time. A week later, the base of our heroes took on a new appearance and had its own farm. The first batch of the harvest is finally ripe. Now with enough food and energy, our guys can show off their skills. Gu Qingyi was just asking Yang Hao what the next task would be. The guy said the next step was to start a collection plan. He looked at Liu Mei and Kai Jing and said that they were in charge of recruiting troops and purchasing horses. The girls accepted the task. Our hero asked them to carefully check everything and prevent the destroyers from getting inside the base. Kai Jing asked him not to worry. Gu Qingyi and Min Xingshu will go to the mountains with him. There should be a nature reserve there, and therefore there should be a lot of mutants there. They must gather an army of beasts. The girl agreed and said that in this case they would start preparing people. After some time, our heroes nevertheless went into the deep forest. At this moment, our hero asked how many animals the girls could control. Gu Qingyi could only do 2. Min Xingshu also had 2, but she could try a third one. Suddenly, our hero heard sounds ahead of them and realized that it was some kind of mutant beast. After that, a monkey came out from behind a tree. Yang Hao asked in bewilderment what the hell this was. The guy turned to Professor Sun and asked what breed of monkey it was. The man said it must be a mandrill. After that, the man turned to the guys and warned them that this monkey is cruel and aggressive and is also a social animal. They might have a problem. At this moment, the monkey that discovered the people began to scream in bewilderment. After a while, there was a bunch of monkeys in front of Yang Hao's squad. They understood that they would not be able to take control of this entire group, and in general, the girls did not know whether they could. Our hero at that moment took out his scythe and said that they had an opportunity. The logical thing for them to do would be to find the main monkey. Yang Hao immediately activated the holographic scanner. Regardless of whether they mutated or not, it is impossible to change nature, so there must be a king in their pack. After looking around, the guy still noticed one monkey that was different from the others. Besides, she stood aside. Yang Hao immediately told Gu Qingyi to stay close to him. They need to take control of the Monkey King as quickly as possible, and then they can rest. The guys began to run forward and fight off the monkeys who tried to stop them. Having cut the tree into 2 parts, our hero told the Mandrill King not to hide. Behind this tree stood a giant monkey, which began to laugh at the sight of people. Deciding that Yang Hao and the others were allowing themselves too much, the monkey jumped out of its hiding place and rushed forward. Having started to prepare the ability, Yang Hao asked his friend to be ready to take power over the king. The girl said she was ready. At this moment, the monkey jumped down, and Yang Hao activated the falling lightning. As soon as the Monkey King landed on the ground, all the stones from the surrounding area began to fly towards him. A moment later, lightning struck him, but he did not feel anything because he was completely covered with stones. The guys asked in bewilderment how he controls the stone. However, our hero admitted that using the stone to protect himself is very smart. At this moment, the monkey went on the attack. Yang Hao immediately looked away from his thoughts and dodged the Monkey King's attack. Our hero hit the monkey and froze it a little. He immediately started shouting to Gu Qingyi that it was her turn now. The girl, as soon as she heard the command, began to use her ability to capture the king. Nevertheless, the monster escaped from its icy imprisonment and thereby avoided the seizure of consciousness. Gu Qingyi looked at the running monkey and said that she couldn't do it. She simply doesn't have enough time to do what she needs to do. At that moment, our hero decided to help her and therefore grabbed her in his arms. After that, they jumped to the side together. Looking at the monkey, the guy realized that he received additional protection due to his stone armor, but it also slowed him down. Holding his girlfriend in his arms, Yang Hao said that the monkey could not catch up with him. He asked his friend to use her power and take control of the animal. The girl said she would try, so she needs one more try. As she took action, Gu Qingyi promised herself that she would make it this time. Meanwhile, the guys who were defending themselves from the ordinary monkeys said that if Gu Qingyi and Yang Hao did not take control of the king, they would be in trouble. Just at that moment, the girl was attacked by a monkey. She screamed in horror and called for help. Unexpectedly for the girl, just like for the monkey, a voice was heard from behind telling her to stop. After that, Gu Qingyi came up to the girl and said that, fortunately, she made it in time. Raising her partner, she asked if everything was okay with her. Min Xingshu, looking at the Mandrill King, said that the guys did a good job. It will definitely help make their work easier. At that moment, our hero approached and said that if someone was injured, he could go to the cabin. The guy also asked Gu Qingyi to scout the place with monkeys. After 5 days, the girl was already saying that she couldn't believe that they were able to defeat so many mutants without dying. The Monkey King is wonderful. Min Xingshu asked our hero how things were going at the base. The guy said that everything was fine there, but it was better to stay here one more day for safety reasons. Actions are transferred to the base. At this time, the guys who came said in bewilderment that this place was huge. Kai Jing was leading 3 guys. One of them said that he was used to being hungry, but this place looked like paradise. The girl turned to him and said that she would send them all to the security team. They will be responsible for protecting their base. The guys said they wouldn't let them down. They immediately said it was time to get started and also needed to meet the entire security team. At this moment, Liu Mei approached the girl and asked how many people they had already sheltered. Kai Jing said that there are already more than 100, and she is very surprised by this number. One way or another, the girl wanted to thank Liu Mei. These people brought from the Forbidden Zone are much more useful than the city ones. Liu Mei smiled and said that they are now a family. After that, the girl asked what news was there about Yang Hao and the others. Liu Mei asked her not to worry because Yang Hao is strong and he can handle everything. The action moves to the city. Someone on the street just shouted to deactivate the stealth mode. It was the girl we had met earlier. Xin Rui was surprised that the second time, a group of survivors mysteriously disappeared from their sight. She understood that even if they died, they should not have left any traces. Everything is very suspicious. The girl turned on the walkie-talkie and asked number 5 if they had found anything. The guys said that all the survivors simply took their things and left with him. They are not in danger. Xin Rui was at a loss. Where could they go? Now is the apocalypse. Has a new organization really emerged? The girl asked to send someone with a superhuman sense of smell to her. She wants to investigate everything here and find out what happened here. And again the action moves to the camp near the mountain, where the Yang Hao detachment was located. Our hero, realizing that today was their last night of camping, decided that he needed to find as many superpower cards as possible while he could. Gu Qingyi at that moment called out to him and asked where he was going for the night, looking on her own. The guy asked why she wasn't sleeping. After that, he said that he was going to get superpower cards. He will come before everyone wakes up and leaves here in the morning. Gu Qingyi asked for help, because in any case, she couldn't sleep today. The guy asked if she was worried about her sister and the others. Nevertheless, he agreed. After some time, the guys came across a wolf who also couldn't sleep. Yang Hao quickly dealt with him. A card appeared above the corpse of the animal, and therefore our hero said that they were quite lucky. As it appears, they could have returned sooner. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the girl was grabbed by an incomprehensible monster. She immediately shouted. Yang Hao immediately turned around and said that they had fallen into a trap. This was still missing on the last night. The monster began to pull the girl underwater. Gu Qingyi screamed and called our hero for help. The guy reacted quickly and came to the aid of his friend. He cut that long tongue and freed Gu Qingyi. Nevertheless, the girl was above the water at that moment. The tongue moved away, but Gu Qingyi flew down. Yang Hao decided not to leave the girl alone and tried to reach her, but ended up falling down with her. In any case, the guy immediately asked if everything was okay with her. A little scared, Gu Qingyi said that she was fine. At that moment, the girl noticed that her things were a little spoiled and immediately blushed. Our hero asked to worry about this a little later. Now they needed it. Get to shore because they don't know what's under the water. The girl agreed, but reminded Yang Hao that she had injured her leg when she fell. The guy said that in this case, he would help her. As soon as he took her in his arms, he immediately ran forward because he didn't want to meet underwater monsters in their midst. As soon as the guys got ashore, Gu Qingyi in the house didn't ask what happened just now. Our hero assumed that they would soon find out about this. Just a couple of minutes later, green mutants began to appear from the water and were watching the people. As it turned out, these were mutants who were more likely to be frogs. In any case, these creatures jumped out of the water and headed towards the people. They wanted to finish what they started and kill people. Yang Hao took out his scythe and immediately swung it. He asked his friend to step aside and give these frogs to him. In general, the girl did not argue with him. Our hero began to wave his deadly weapon, and in the end, all the mutants were dead. Cards began to fly off their corpses. Looking at the superpower cards, Yang Hao decided that today's entry would be the most fruitful. At this moment, more frogs began to emerge. He killed them and again received power cards. Our hero received 100 experience points and the opportunity to change cards to those that he had previously received. The limit was 10 pieces per day. Yang Hao was very surprised. After this notification, a new one appeared, which spoke about an additional task. It was necessary to create an army of zombies. The guy understood that now. Having the ability to change superpower cards, building an army of zombies would be no more difficult than baking a pie. At this moment, the waves of the lake began to rage. Gu Qingyi asked in confusion, "What's happening?" When suddenly she grabbed the guy by the hand and told him that something was going to come out. A huge frog crawled out of the lake. The guys did not understand how such a huge and strong animal was in the lake. Yang Hao somehow told the girl not to worry, because she would have the opportunity to take control of this big guy. Our hero activated the replacement of supercards. This ability was obtained at just the right time. Yang Hao created 10 cards for beast control. The guy immediately handed them over to the girl. Gu Qingyi activated all the cards. The system began to tell her that her body had reached its limit, but in the end, it still allowed the fusion. A moment later, the girl screamed that now she could take control of the third mutant. At that moment, Yang Hao jumped into the water and told the frog that the only downside of being in the lake is that he controls the electricity. Shouting lightning, our hero struck the frog and it began to sparkle. The beast could not budge. The guy shouted to the girl that now she can act. Gu Qingyi said that she understood and immediately began to cast magic. A moment later, control was achieved again, and the frog was now on their side. The girl ordered this huge monster to jump out of the lake and come to her. Literally immediately, the frog landed near Gu Qingyi, and she said that they had succeeded. Yang Hao exhaled at that moment and said that he was very tired. Now it's time for them to return to camp. They can hit the road early in the morning. And again, the action is transferred to the base of our guys. Meanwhile, she was surrounded by a group of zombies who were on Fenghua's side. Meanwhile, Jin Rui, who continued to conduct her investigation, stood in front of the door. The girl exhaled and said that she had finally found this place. Apparently, this is exactly the place where all the survivors come. At this moment, Yang Hao was saying that their base was getting bigger as well. Now they have their own army of mutant beasts. The zombies were next to be captured. The girls said that it would be great to capture the zombies, because together with the army of animals they will be strong. Kai Jing at this moment reminded that only Feng Hua controls the zombies. Our hero asked not to worry about it because Feng Hua's forces are much stronger now. They just need to help her as much as possible. The girl said that Yang Hao is telling the truth. She is now much wiser and stronger than before, so they can leave this matter to her. At that moment, Yang Hao, our hero, felt someone's gaze on him. This couldn't be a mistake. Looking around, he decided to activate the holographic scan. And yet it didn't seem to him. They were indeed being followed by some person. Yang Hao said that if he is not mistaken, then this is that girl from the Destroyer Alliance. After that, our hero smiled and turned to Gu Qingyi. He asked how her frog was doing. The girl thought about it and said that everything was fine with her. She thought to herself that he already knew this, and judging by his game, it could be assumed that there was an enemy in the building. Shin Rui meanwhile continued to listen to them, and realized that they were the ones who were taking all the survivors. She decided that it was very convenient that the whole group was in one place. Unexpectedly for her, at that moment there was an assassination attempt behind her. A frog's tongue flew towards her. The girl, of course, couldn't help but hear this and immediately turned around. Unfortunately for her, she was caught off guard. The beast grabbed the girl and Shin Rui lost her disguise. Yang Hao smiled and said that he was very glad to see her again. This time, he wanted to have a good talk with her. The action moves to the interrogation room, although it's strange that such a room was at the base. Sitting at the table, Yang Hao asked to tell him why she was here and why she was working for such a wretched organization as the League of Destroyers. The girl laughed and asked why she had to tell him everything. Our hero approached her and said that he knew how strong she was and that she would not give up so easily. In this case, he decided that he had to go the hard way. Shinrui looked at him in horror and asked what he meant by these words. At that moment, the guy gave her the most terrible torture. He started tickling her. The girl began to die laughing. Continuing to laugh, she asked him to stop. This method helped to get her talking, and she began the story. They were all fed a strange poison. If they don't get the antidote in time, everyone will die from cardiac arrest. Our hero snapped his fingers and said that this was very easy to fix. He then said that she should have approached him sooner. The guy called for a medical cabin and said that this useful thing was ready for use. He asked Jinrui to stand up and follow him. It will help get rid of the poison. Already inside the recovery cabin, the girl lay on the bed and waited. At this point, she asked if he was sure it would work. The guy asked her to relax because he is a real doctor. After 10 minutes, Yang Hao held the test tube in his hands. He said that inside her was all the poison that he took out of her body. Shinrui jumped up in bewilderment and asked how he was able to get it. Our hero asked not to worry about it. He told me that not everyone can get to this place. After that, he asked if she would lie to him. Shinrui said that once he took the poison out of her body, there was no reason for her to work for the lunatic organization. The girl approached Yang Hao and said that she was now completely at his disposal. Will he accept her? The blushing guy said he would accept. At that moment, she decided to talk about the destroyers. These lunatics are planning to turn every person into a zombie. Our hero said that he understood her. In that case, they had to change their strategy in order to finish them off. The guy asked the girl to get dressed and then said that now they would go and tell all the guys the news. 10 minutes later, Yang Hao gathered everyone in the room and told them everything he had learned. Finally, finishing the story, he said that they must develop quickly but carefully. We can't let the destroyers know what they're doing. Yang Hao told the guys that the news was over, so it was time to get to work. He then turned to Shin Rui and said that she and her people could stay here. But before that, our hero asked her to return to the destroyers and show what was happening inside them. He gave her a communication device that he would use to contact her. The girl said that in this case she is counting on them because she doesn't want to turn into a zombie. The action moves to the underground laboratory of the League of Destroyers. Chu Xuan asked the scientists where the electricity disappeared. They understand how important these experimental zombies are. The men said they also had no idea what happened to the electricity. At this moment, Chu Xuan used his abilities and burned one of the scientists to ashes. He turned to the main ones and told them not to talk nonsense. They should think carefully before answering. The scientist immediately said that he thought it was due to insufficient electricity generation. They heard that the Qinglong reservoir was doing well, but there seemed to be a problem there. The man sighed and said that he had the same assumption. Scientists asked why not send someone there for research in this case. Chushuan stretched his fists and said that they were finally saying something smart and useful. Nevertheless, the man again acted brutally and burned all the scientists to the ground. Chushuan called General Xuanwu to him. He said he needed to do some research. The man came up and asked what the assignment would be for him this time. He told him to go and find out what was happening at the reservoir. It was necessary to make sure that nothing was happening there. Then you need to report everything. Xuanwu bowed to his boss and said that he would go there immediately. Chushuan said that there are only idiots working there. He was confident that they would pay him for going against him. 1 week later, Yang Hao asked Kai Jing how things were going with the zombie army. The girl said that everything was going according to plan. The destroyers have absolutely no idea what they are doing. In addition, their underground base is almost ready. The action moves to that very reservoir. Xuanwu used spatial teleportation. Walking forward along the corridor, he decided that it was time to find out what kind of self-confident people had broken into their territory. After some time, he was sitting in a booth in the electrical room. A couple of guys just came in there. One of the guys asked if he had already told the boss what happened. The other guy said that he had already sent a person to relay the news to Han Ti. Then more guys came up and asked how long it would take them to finish the repairs. The guy guessed it would take him an hour. Nevertheless, he was already thinking that the destroyers knew that something was wrong in this place. The guy said that there is no need to worry about this because their guests are now much stronger. Even if these freaks come here, they won't be able to take the territory so easily. The two then turned around and said they would go back to watch the cameras. They advised their friends to finish the repairs as quickly as possible. Xuanwu, hearing the boss's name, remembered that this kid had escaped from their underground arena. He understood that if he was able to kill the general, then he was not an easy opponent. After some time, the man stood in his boss's office and reported on the situation at the reservoir. He assumed this guy would be their biggest problem. Chushuan was surprised and asked not to forget that they had another big obstacle. However, they need to get rid of the inspector. At that moment, a green-haired girl burst into the office and asked why everyone was looking for her. Has there really been any news about medications? Chushuan said that she was just in time. They really have news about finding medicine, but the enemy will be difficult. Just right for her. The girl asked if they were sure that this news about the discovery was true, and they are not made up as they were before? The man asked if she was joking now, because they had never deceived her. The girl agreed and asked to tell about the enemy. She needed the right information about finding cures, so she needed to listen to this guy. Chushuan said that things are going well at Yanghao base. This is the man who released all the gladiators. That's where she lost her potions. He is the main suspect. One way or another, he asked the girl not to worry because he had put together a team for her that would go with her. She needs to talk to the commander. She sighed and turned around. This time she decided to believe them, so she will go and check the reservoir. Chushuan immediately called his assistant and asked him to prepare for the mass teleport. He wished the inspector good luck. The man couldn't wait to see the two of them fight to the death. The action moves to the courtyard of the reservoir. There was a group of girls on the roof of the building. The guy at that moment said that it was time to let the enemy feel the dynamite. The girl said to put it down, because she is in charge here. They will take over this place and will not kill. The crowd was in disbelief. They thought about how fast she wouldn't be in charge for long. They considered her a hypocrite. Stepping back, the girl used her ability. She had a scanner that detected the anger inside a person. She scanned her team and realized that they were a bunch of freaks with an overwhelming malice. They are probably only capable of creating evil. How disgusting. The girl sighed and asked the squad to follow her. To this, she asked them not to do anything stupid. At that moment, the guys noticed an object on their cameras that was moving too fast. Han Tai said that this is not an ally, so they must stop her. Suddenly, the guys said that the girl had stopped. A moment later, the man told his squad to retreat, and an explosion immediately occurred. After this explosion, a huge hole appeared in the wall, through which a group of these people could be seen. Han Ti, in bewilderment, asked the guys who they were. Have they really come to steal their territory? Having heard no reaction, he advised them not to approach. Once again, there was no reaction, so Han Ti activated gravity control. The girl said she was not interested in this place. She just wants to know where the potions she's looking for went to. After these words, she used her strength and threw the man into the wall. The guy didn't understand what was wrong with her attacks. He applied twice as much gravity to her, yet she still stands. At this moment, the third brother decided to stand up for his boss and therefore went on the attack. The girl said that she understands that they are not evil people. She asked them to stop and promised that she would not take their lives. After she blocked the attack, the girl told her squad to go in search of Yang Hao, and in the meantime she would take care of these guys. The guys ran forward and said that they understood the order. However, they were still not happy with the girl's instructions. At the same moment, she ran to attack. Her target was Han Tiqiang, who stood there in bewilderment. With the last of his strength, he tried to use his abilities and reactivated his gravity control. The girl said that gravity control is too useless. It didn't affect her at all. She immediately asked where the enhancement potion and Yang Hao were. If he does not want to answer, her crane will kill or maim him. After these words, another wall exploded, and a voice from the street ordered Han Tiqiang to be released. It was Yang Hao, with an army of zombies standing behind him. He said he could answer her questions. Han Ti happily said that he had finally come, because without his help he would have been finished. The girl was surprised and then laughed at how Yang Hao looked. Nevertheless, she asked to answer her questions. After that, she activated her ability and went into shock. She couldn't believe that this man's anger was at such a low level. Yang Hao smiled at her and said that all the enhancement potions she was looking for had already been used. The girl screamed in bewilderment. She said she didn't believe them. These are too precious things and cannot be used so quickly. Our hero asked if she wanted to make sure of this. He took the glasses out of her belt and said that she would understand everything as soon as she puts on the glasses. She decided to obey and put them on. To her horror, she discovered bad news. The guys really didn't lie and used all the improvement potions. However, Yang Hao said that if she needed them, then they should work together. The guy said that if she helps put an end to the destroyers, he will give her the payment she deserves. He is a man of his word. The girl immediately said that she agreed, when suddenly her speech stopped and her eyes changed color. She asked why she should work with them, but as it turned out, it was not she who said it, but the man who controls her. Although he controlled her, he understood that this girl's consciousness was too strong. His strength is enough to control her for 10 seconds. At this moment, the girl took off her glasses and told Yang Hao that they are first stealing her things, then they are going to attack the headquarters. This will not work. Looking at her, our hero could not understand what was wrong with her thinking and why she changed her mind so quickly. However, at that moment, the girl attacked Yang Hao and launched her cranes at him. Without any problems, our hero was able to destroy the threat flying towards him. He understood that her cranes, although strong, were slow enough for him. Also at this moment, the entire crowd ran towards Yang Hao. The guy told his allies that they should kill him all together. Fenghua also entered the building with her boys and said that they were targeting their boss. They must stop them along with the zombies. Immediately after the girl's words, an explosion occurred, and most of the attackers scattered in different directions. Meanwhile, the girl, whose mind was under the control of the man, continued to attack our hero. Yang Hao said that she was quite receptive, right? Why then did she attack them? She literally went crazy. Suddenly, Yang Hao became suspicious and decided to use holographic vision. Apparently, someone is controlling her. After scanning the entire place, he finally found the freak who stands aside and keeps the girl's mind under control. Our hero turned to Han Ti and said that this time she would not be able to absorb his gravity. He must stop her but not kill her. The guy immediately activated his ability and said that he understood everything. At that moment, the girl felt the full power of Han Ti's gravity and could not budge. Just after that, our hero used his powerful attack and hit the girl. She flew to the other side and control of consciousness was lost. Now she could rest a little. Meanwhile, Yang Hao was behind the freak who was controlling her. He asked if he had made a mistake. They are not ashamed to use their people to kill both them and the enemy. The man turned around in bewilderment and asked how Yang Hao found him. Yang Hao decided not to answer his question and said that he would send him to hell for all his sins. Just at that moment, the girl's eyes began to open. She didn't understand what happened, and she also didn't remember anything. Noticing that she had woken up, a squad of guys began shouting that this was their chance to kill her. All the guys immediately changed their target and started running towards the girl in the hope of killing her while she was weak. Yang Hao, the girl, and Chu Xuan were perplexed by everything that was happening. Meanwhile, the guy with the third eye said that this place will belong to the destroyers. They never give anything away so easily. After saying that it was time for the Xuanwu show, a man's voice came saying that he would kill everyone. Xuanwu came out of the portal, and behind him was an army of zombies who were ready to fight. Yang Hao looked at them in bewilderment and realized that they were much stronger than ordinary zombie commanders. How can a man control so many powerful zombies? At this moment, Xuanwu ordered his pigs to go into battle and destroy all the people. The green-haired girl, meanwhile, stood under the protective dome and tried to catch her breath. She understood that Chu Xuan had deceived her. Moreover, she could not use her power because the energy was spent on using the barrier. Just after these words, the thug who came attacked the girl. Unfortunately, his strength was enough to punch the girl and send her flying. She flew into the wall. As soon as she opened her eyes, she immediately noticed a crowd of zombies in front of her, running towards her. She activated the protective barrier again. The girl could withstand such a crowd a little longer. Nevertheless, she herself understood that her energy would not last long, so she needed to do something. Chu Xuan, meanwhile, watched what was happening at the reservoir and said that all that was left was to finish off Yang Hao and take everything that belonged to him. Just fortunately for him, at that moment 2 thugs ran towards our hero, who wanted to tear him to shreds. Of course, such giants could not scare Yang Hao. He jumped up and used his deadly scythe. In the air, he also noticed a crowd of zombies and a girl huddled in the corner of her protective barrier. The guy understood that the girl's shield would soon disappear, and Han Ti and the others would not last long. It was urgent to find a solution to the problem. At that moment, our hero gathered all his will and strength into his scythe and decided to attack everyone at once. A moment later, he flew into the ground with all his might and sent all the zombies flying. The thugs who attacked him immediately died. The zombies that attacked the girl were also destroyed. At that moment, her shield just disappeared. Han Tiqiang looked at the roasted zombie in bewilderment. He couldn't believe that such power resided in one person. The guy approached the girl and asked if she was going to die. She replied that she was fine for now. At this moment, Feng Hua approached our hero and asked if everything was okay with him. They used all their zombies. Suddenly, Chu Xuan came out of the portal and asked them not to act as if he did not exist. He praised our hero and said that he liked his trick. Then he told him to feel it on himself. Yang Hao, seeing the lightning above Chu Xuan, asked in bewilderment how he did it. Nevertheless, he grabbed the girl and told everyone to run away. How could this freak use his own abilities? Chu Xuan asked in bewilderment why they were all running away now. It is too late. The man continued to attack the guys. Yang Hao, who was trying to escape at that time, took cover behind a closet that they met along the way. The explosion shattered him into pieces. The guy told his new friend to keep running and not look back. Our hero understood that Chu Xuan's attack radius and range created problems for the battle. He has to get out of here first. The man wondered where Yang Hao would run, because there were a bunch of mutant frogs outside. He believes that it is better to die by his hand than to be eaten. In response to the lightning attack, our hero also decided to use them and attacked his opponent. Meanwhile, he told the girl to get out of here as quickly as possible. Chu Xuan suddenly began to laugh and tell the enemy to go to hell and not interfere with his plan. Due to the same attack from the guys, a huge explosion occurred. The smoke from this attack filled the entire building. At some point, the smoke began to clear and Chu Xuan realized that the guy had escaped. He admitted that Yang Hao was a good opponent, but it was stupid to run away from him. He'll end up as food for mutant frogs. What a shame. The man turned to his assistant and said that there was no longer any need for the zombie army. It's very nice to get rid of 2 traitors at the same time. When suddenly Chu Xuan looked outside and shouted in bewilderment, he noticed Yang Hao and his friends riding a frog. Why didn't they eat them? At this point, Han Ti was apologizing for their failure to protect the reservoir. Our hero said that the guy was too dangerous even for him. Someone could have died. Luckily for them, they didn't keep the frogs here for nothing. Yang Hao exhaled and said that it was time to return to the base, which would probably be without electricity soon. The action moves to the Yang Hao base. The guy had just given all his things to a new friend and asked if they could now talk normally. The girl put on all her things and said that she agreed to dialogue. In addition, she is very grateful to the guys for saving her. She said her name was Mo D. She recalled that Yang Hao told her that he wanted to destroy the Destroyer Alliance with her. She wanted to know what help was needed from her. Our hero said that it depends on what information she can provide them. She said that they already know that the tank has been taken over by them. Is this information suitable? The guy screamed in bewilderment and asked how they already knew this. Mo D said that they were too busy spying on them that they didn't even notice they're zombies. Destroyers have zombie spies. Besides, they should arrive here soon. Yang Hao lowered his gaze and said that he understood her. Apparently, they will have to increase security in the area. After that, our hero looked at Mo D. What other information does she have? He wanted to know everything. She said that these lunatics also experiment on zombies and humans. They want to turn the whole city into zombies. If they don't stop them, they will destroy their base. Yang Hao understood that Modi's words directly intersected with Shin Rui's words. Apparently, she is telling the truth. The guy said that her news was very important to them. He thanked her for her cooperation and then asked another question. He wanted to know who she was. From which organization? The girl laughed and said that this was not just one question. Yang Hao told her not to quibble with her words. She said she would be honest with him. She is an inspector from the Hangcheng base. As for her organization, she doesn't really know what it is. They are just called an institution. The power of the institution is beyond their imagination. Their influence spans the entire world. They were the ones who organized the apocalypse and built laboratories around the world. Our hero asked her about the fact that they are the organizers of the apocalypse. What exactly are these crazy people doing? The girl said that she had no idea, because she was only responsible for collecting enhancement potions. She said that she just wanted to get them back, and it didn't matter from whom. Yang Hao said that in this case, they have decided everything and are creating an agreement. The action moves to the reservoir, which again belonged to the destroyers. Chu Xuan asked Xuanwu if he could teleport back. The man said that he could teleport one more time today. Chu Xuan said that this is great. In that case, he should return for the Baihu team. He wants to destroy Yang Hao's base. No one should be left alive. Once again, the action moves to the Yang Hao base. At this time, he represented a new ally. The guy said she was an inspector from the Hangcheng base. She will work with them and help with the destruction of the destroyers. He will allow her to explain about the enemy. Mo Di said that destroyers are one of the subsidiaries from which her base obtains enhancement potions. Feng Hua looked in bewilderment at the next girl who joined their team thanks to Yang Hao. The girl continued to say that as long as her base received a steady supply of potions, they didn't care who supplied them. Our hero also said that the destroyers already know where their base is. There is a great risk that they are preparing an attack, so you need to increase your defense. He then approached Min Xing-shu and asked her to keep an eye on Chu Xuan. Apparently, this guy can borrow the powers of others. The girl said that she understood him. At this moment, Kai Jing asked again in bewilderment, "Is the guy really sure about this? Isn't this what makes Chu Xuan super strong?" Yang Hao said that he doesn't know if he fulfills any certain conditions before using his powers, but based on the past battle, this is a fact. He's a tough opponent. The guy told his friends that if they met this man, they should be very careful. Everyone unanimously said that they understood. After some time, a certain gang of people stood in front of the base of our heroes. This was the same Bai Wu and his powerful army. The guys arrived here on the orders of the boss. The man cannot wait to see the terrifying faces of people who have encountered unexpected danger. The guy ordered the zombie army to attack. These freaks were still some of the most powerful zombies. People began to run away in horror and talk about a zombie invasion. We urgently need to escape and run to shelter. Just at this moment, zombies who were on Yang Hao's side came out to protect ordinary people. Feng Hua, who controlled the zombie army, could not understand where all these strong zombies came from. Besides, there were a lot of them. Of course, the girl understood that their zombies were nothing compared to them. These thugs scattered low-level zombies in different directions. Bai Wu said that their boss is right. Apparently, these people are really weak. Today's mission will be super simple. Meanwhile, our hero and Mo Di watched what was happening. The girl laughed and said that, apparently. They're not going to waste time. After that, she asked if her help was needed. The enemy has already penetrated their base, and therefore, if they allow, get closer, and it will be difficult to get rid of them. Yang Hao asked not to worry about this, because this is an ideal chance to test the strength of their base. Meanwhile, Long Tao asked Feng Hua if everything was okay. Is their plan working? The girl said they bought bait from them so they could set a trap. At this moment, the guys from the Bai Wu squad said that they had bad news. A huge number of zombies appeared behind them. They were simply surrounded. The guy asked, "What the hell is going on here? How did they prepare so well for their arrival?" However, he decided not to worry about it. There will be a war. He ordered all his allies to go into battle. This battle will be legendary. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyi said that it was their turn. They needed to crush their power at a distance. The monkeys were sitting with shells. A moment later, all the monkeys at the girl's command began to throw stones. Their shells ideally flew at the gathering points of enemy zombies, and they, in turn, scattered to the sides. The girls then went into battle. They wanted to show them what they were capable of. Everyone had to go in different directions and kill the surviving zombies. Modi was delighted. She told our hero that his team was well trained. The guy said that they had been preparing this base for months and were training all the time. Meanwhile, Min Xingshu told everyone to listen to Kai Jing and make sure all the zombies were dead. At this moment, Kai Jing and Xiao Xuan, as before, combined their attacks into one powerful one. This explosion caused enormous damage to the Bai Wu team. Zombies and people scattered in different directions. The guys said in horror that all Yang Hao people were incredibly strong. They are even more powerful than them, even though they used enhancement potions. Our heroes, meanwhile, were talking about how the enemy zombies were almost dead. Now their goal was only people. People from the Bai Wu detachment asked in bewilderment where the general had gone and why he wasn't attacking anyone. The guy seemed to wake up at that moment and asked if everyone was really dead. In that case, he decided it was time to start Plan B. Kai Jing, coming closer, told Bai Wu to give up because he was the only one left. The girl said that if he shared useful information with them, they would not allow him to remain alive. The guy asked if he really should give up. They must be joking. He's one of the 4 generals, so it won't happen. Bai Wu took off his glasses, and at that moment darkness began to fly out of his eyes. The guy laughed out loud and didn't stop. Kai Jing said in horror that this was very bad. She turned to her sisters and said it was time to attack. The guy talked about feeling an endless flow of power in his body. If they thought that the battle was already over, they were not too naive. It's just beginning. After these words, the power again came to his eyes, and he released all the dark power. Kai Jing began to run away and also advised others to dodge this attack. At this moment, the beam reached Yang Hao. Fortunately, Modi was standing next to him, who activated a protective barrier and blocked the attack. The girl said that she would not be able to hold this beam for long. She asked if Yang Hao was going to help the team. The guy said he believed in them and their decision. Xiao Xuan at that moment was covering her friends with vines and asking Kai Jing what they need to do now. The girl continued to say that she could continue to grow her flowers to block the guy's attack, but she wouldn't last long. Kai Jing said to look into the guy's eyes. He looks like a devil. Meanwhile, Bai Wu was telling the girls to go out. He also added that they cannot stop him. The girl then said that she saw him gathering some kind of dark aura around himself before attacking. If she is not mistaken, then this aura comes from corpses. Kai Jing turned to her squad and said that he, along with Liu Mei and Xiao Xuan, would go on the attack because they were fast and the rest should. Stay away from him. The girl ran forward and said that she would attract his attention with her fire. Liu Mei should block his attacks with flowers and Xiao Xuan should blind him. The guys began to act according to plan. The fire scared Bai Wu, which is why he began to gather an aura around himself. Once he had gained enough power, he released all of it from his eyes. His beam began to fly towards the girls, but crashed into Kai Jing's fireball. Nevertheless, the guy's powers were very strong, so he broke through the fire without any problems and flew on. Liu Mei quickly reacted at that moment and managed to defend herself from this attack with her flowers. Bai Wu laughed and told the girls that they should try a lot harder, because now he doesn't feel their power. Liu Mei summoned more vines and said that they had not yet started fighting with him. A few moments later, a whole bunch of plants surrounded the guy on all sides. Bai Wu, in horror, began to shoot beams from his eyes. He couldn't concentrate because of the large number of flowers. Meanwhile, Bai Wu was also at gunpoint. His failure was getting closer and closer every moment. Behind the rifle was Long Tao, who said that he finally had a chance to fight. He wanted to check how Bai Wu would block it. At that same second, he fired from his sniper rifle. The guy, who was trying to concentrate on the flowers, couldn't help but hear a loud shot and an increasing whistle. He turned around. At the same moment, he used his aura as a shield. These people were starting to piss him off because they were too annoying. Meanwhile, Kai Jing continued to tell the guys not to stop. He needs aura to protect himself, and the aura becomes lighter. Bai Wu couldn't believe that he could lose to such pitiful people. He is one of the best 4 generals. It was impossible to die so easily. Deciding that if he was destined to die, he would at least take one of these freaks with him. He noticed that a certain woman was screaming the most. Of course he targeted Kai Jing. Shooting out of his eyes, he finally said that she should die with him. Liu Mei and Xiao Xuan screamed in horror. They couldn't let Kai Jing die. Meanwhile, the girl hid, but this ray of dark aura bypassed all obstacles and flew towards her. Fortunately for the girl, Yang Hao came to her aid at that moment and took her away. Literally a second later, this tree exploded and everything in the area shattered into small pieces. Sitting on the floor, Bai Wu was glad that he was finally done with them. At this point, Kai Jing said that she didn't want to upset him, but most likely it was their turn to attack. After that, the girl gathered all her anger and strength and released it directly at the guy. The blow was incredibly powerful. Yang Hao said that Bai Wu would have no chance of staying alive after this. Then her friends started running towards the girl. Xiao Xuan said that she scared her crazy. Liu Mei said that she is incredible. Thanks to her, they won. Looking at Yang Hao, she said that he was still her guardian angel who saved her once again. At that moment, Mo Di approached them and clapped them, saying that they had killed one of the 4 generals. At first, she underestimated the strength of Yang Hao's team. The guy said he told her, "Don't underestimate them, they are incredible." He then said it was time to go into attack mode, so they went into the restricted area. The girl said that he was right, but the underground laboratory is easy to defend, but difficult to get into. This will be quite a difficult test for them. She also said that she was worried about one thing. She once heard that he could control the Zombie King. Of course, she cannot know whether this is true or not, but it is worth knowing. Our hero thought about it and said that if this is true, then it will really be a headache. However, there is no need to be alarmed by unverified rumors. We need to check everything by ear. And again, the actions are transferred to the restricted area. Our heroes were already there. Yang Hao asked why the destroyers were not guarding the entrance to the laboratory. Feng Hua suggested that something might have happened. You need to be careful. In any case, the guy said there was no time to hesitate. They immediately set off. Yang Hao said in bewilderment that this place has changed a lot, and not so much time has passed. In addition, it was not clear where all the zombies had gone. Mo Di said that most likely the destroyers captured everyone for experiments. As far as she knows, they want to connect people and zombies. At that moment, the guys behind them heard an explosion, so the conversations had to be postponed. Our hero said that someone is fighting there, so we need to go and check this place. In the place where the explosion sounded, there was a battle between zombies and mutant beasts. The guy said that, apparently, these were monsters from the circus. Only he thought that these monsters did not enter into zombie conflicts. At that moment, Mo Di pointed into the distance and said that most likely the mutant animals were trying to break into the underground laboratory. Suddenly, behind our guys, we heard someone's head. Yang Hao turned around and in front of him stood an incomprehensible doctor who greeted them. The guy looked at him in bewilderment and then asked who he was. The man said that he was Lin Kun, or a member of Dr. Flane's team. He then guessed that the guy in front of him was Yang Hao. The guy asked how he knew all this and what he wanted from him. Lin Kun said that he saw him in the arena. The doctor wants to work with him. He would like to talk in a safe place. The action moves to an abandoned commercial building where the guys came. Lin Kun said that the circus wants to capture the enhancement potion from the destroyers, and as they saw, they encountered the defenders of the laboratory. Yang Hao said that he was happy about this. The man sighed and said that the circus became very strong after the huge zombie tyrant fell into their hands. This gave them the courage to challenge the destroyers, however. At the same time, the destroyers are getting closer to creating their own zombie tyrant. Once they succeed, this city will be finished. Yang Hao shouted in bewilderment and decided to ask again just in case. Are they really creating zombie tyrants? Lin Kun said that this was true, but recently they had problems with electricity, so the experiment caused delays. The doctor wants to stop them from the inside because their success is inevitable. Yang Hao said that he understood, and then asked if they had any plan. The guy said that Dr. Flane could not move freely, and besides, there were a lot of people in the laboratory. They will try to find a way to let Yang Hao in. Lin Kun said that to do this, it would be necessary to destroy the head of the circus. Our hero jumped up and said that he was ready to get to work. He agrees to the doctor's proposal. The guy smiled and said it was great. In this case, he will go and report everything to the doctor. They now have at least some hope. Yang Hao immediately asked his friends if they noticed anything strange about this guy. Mo Di said that she examined him with her ability, and he doesn't look like a bad guy. But at this moment, Feng Hua reminded that the circus has its own zombie tyrant. The battle against them will not be very easy. Our hero said that she was right, but if they did this, their team would only become stronger. Having opened the Yang Hao system, I saw that the progress of the task with the zombie army was completed by 90%. He guessed it was because they didn't have high-level zombies. The action is postponed to the next day. The guy asked his friends to keep in mind that this time their goal was to behead the circus leader. However, he reminded them that their safety came first. Once the zombie tyrant arrives, he will take over. Now it's time to get started. Meanwhile, the battle between the two groups continued to take place at the same place. Yang Hao said that apparently, the destroyers cannot do anything against the circus. He told the girls to tell the others they were starting. There was a real mess going on the battlefield. At first glance, it was impossible to tell who was winning. At that moment, all the guys heard a strange noise and raised their heads. At that moment, they stopped the battle to understand what was happening, and at that very moment, these objects began to fly to the ground. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred on the battlefield. The field was covered in smoke. Our hero at that moment ran with his scythe and told the clown that he was going after his soul. He understood that the smoke could not keep them away for long. He must act carefully, and he must also make sure that he kills the enemy with one hit. Instead of acting quickly, it was more important to act quietly. He must not let them know where he is. Deciding that this was his chance, our hero jumped out of the smoke and began swinging his scythe. Much to his horror, the clown turned and looked into Yang Hao's eyes. After that, he started smiling. The guy got very tense from this, and then felt movement behind him. A huge snake hung above him. A moment later, the huge beast struck Yang Hao and knocked him into the ground with its tail. Our hero was lying on the ground and coughing. Of course, he activated the ability and took no damage, but the snake, which could be the clown's second pair of eyes, is a problem. At that moment, a clown riding a tiger was walking towards the place where our hero had landed. Meanwhile, Lev was clearing away the smoke. The guy started saying that Yang Hao is a fearless fool if he tried to attack him quietly. He asked his kids to tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, the smoke had completely cleared, and all the animals could clearly see where our hero was. Of course, Yang Hao understood that things couldn't be that simple. In that case, it's time to move on to Plan B. The guy shouted and told everyone to leave and leave it to him. The girls who were fighting with the animals at that time said that they heard him. At this moment, our hero activated the holographic scan and noticed the hole that Gu Qingyi had dug for him. The guy, dodging the monsters, launched an attack on the ground where the secret passage was located. Luckily for him, he hit the target the first time, and the passage was right in front of him. Yang Hao decided not to hesitate or test the patience of the beasts, so he immediately jumped inside and said goodbye to the mutants. The clown at that moment asked the King of the Mountains how this could happen. Where did the guy go? Realizing that he had escaped, the clown was upset because the hole was too small. Otherwise, he could have sent a snake after him. He decided to go and rest. Our hero, meanwhile, was thinking that the underground tunnels were indeed very useful. Being here gives him a chance to ambush again. Looking up, he realized that he needed to wait for the right moment. When suddenly he activated the holographic scan and realized that this was his chance. The guy used his lightning ability and began to direct it towards where the clown was standing. Meanwhile, the ground under the tiger began to deform and glow strangely. A moment later, it completely split and they fell down. At the same moment, our hero jumped out of the tunnel, who was about to go and kill the clown. The guy at that moment was at a loss because he thought that this man had run away from here. Yang Hao immediately ran to the clown and said that it was all over now. A moment later, the clown received a very powerful electric shock. This would really be the end for him, except at the same time, a huge hand grabbed him and took him away from the strong attack of our hero. Yang Hao, realizing that something incomprehensible had taken the clown, raised his head and was shocked. In front of him stood the same zombie tyrant who was on the side of the terrifying circus. He was truly huge. The clown admitted that our hero is much stronger than he thought. He was upset that he couldn't make him his subordinate. He doesn't trust people, and that's why they will die. At that moment, he ordered his giant to attack the guy, and without thinking twice, he went on the attack. Our hero barely dodged such a powerful attack. He understood that something urgently needed to be done. At that moment, he activated the holographic scanner to find the tunnel in which he was hiding. Unfortunately, he was right in front of the monster, so this time he would no longer be able to hide. The clown asked why he didn't run away. He tried to hide from them, for example, in a tunnel. The clown realized that Yang Hao no longer had anywhere to hide. The guy, meanwhile, was thinking that because of the zombie tyrant, this battle would be difficult. Nevertheless, this is a good chance to subjugate this tyrant. Yang Hao began to summon lightning and told the clown that now, rather than check how strong his defense is. After these words, he directed all his strength towards the giant. The guy hit the target. Yang Hao told the giant to shine. One way or another, our hero understood that this thug was very tough. Lightning didn't even scratch it. Unexpectedly, the zombie tyrant laughed and asked if this is all that a person has. Yang Hao could not find kind words to describe his emotions from what was happening. It didn't seem to him that Zombie had just spoken to him, did he? At this moment, a snake also began to crawl behind our hero. The guy heard a hissing sound. As soon as he turned around, he noticed that the snake had already opened its mouth and was flying towards him at full speed. Fortunately, our hero managed to dodge in time, and the snake did not harm him in any way. Nevertheless, immediately after the snake, the thug went on the attack. The guy looked at the zombie's hand in horror. This time, he was also able to dodge the attack. Otherwise, he would have turned into a cake. After landing, Yang Hao looked in bewilderment at the zombie trail that remained on the ground. It was of incredible size. Then, a lion appeared behind our hero, running towards him and gathering his strength. Our hero was already lost and did not understand what was happening. The guy understood that he had to dodge. Yang Hao understood that all these animals were incredibly strong, and the only way he could help was if he captured them. While in the air, the guy decided that their base would be significantly strengthened. He flew down, but at that moment the snake again tried to eat our hero. Our hero laughed and asked if they really thought that he could not do anything against a huge snake. Deciding that there was no need to do anything drastic, just like collecting, he went into an open fall. After the guy flew to the snake's mouth, he loudly slammed his mouth shut. The girls, who had been watching the battle all this time, only screamed in horror. They didn't understand what was happening. The clown was surprised that the guy also took such beautiful girls with him. Liu Mei asked Feng Hua in bewilderment what they could do now. The girl didn't know what to say in response. She asked everyone to remain calm. In her opinion, it looked as if Yang Hao himself had decided to fall into the snake's mouth. We need to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, our hero, being inside the snake, said that its digestive juices were a little strong. But what can you do? At this moment, Yang Hao began to gather all his strength and tell the beast that he had made a mistake in choosing the enemy. Meanwhile, the clown told the snake to go to the girls and steal them for him. Suddenly, a huge amount of blood gushed out from the monster's mouth. He was definitely defeated. The clown stared at this picture in bewilderment and could not understand what happened because the snake ate that guy. At that moment, the snake's head exploded and blood gushed out in different directions. Our hero jumped out of it. The guy landed on the snake. He had previously used self-healing, and he also received some bonuses for killing mutant beasts. The system said that Yang Hao got a chance to activate superpower cards. Looking at his characteristics, the guy was glad that all attributes had been improved by 5%. He hit the real jackpot. Now Yang Hao was even more confident. He looked at the clown and told him to advance. The clown, in horror, began to shout to all his animals to run forward and deal with the man. Animals surrounded our hero from all sides, but they had no idea that he was accumulating a supercharge. A moment later, the guy released all his power and with just a wave, knocked all the monsters to the ground. The clown, who was sitting on the giant, looked at what was happening in bewilderment and refused to believe it. The guy said that his animals seemed to become weaker at some point. However, he told Wang Yong that he was handing the guy over to him. The brute said that he understood the boss and at the same moment began to attack Yang Hao. However, our hero had a real ace up his sleeve. He pulled out a superpower card and decided it was time to activate zombie control. Yang Hao showed the card and began to tell the thug that from now on it belongs to him. The monster began to lose control and cover its head with its hands. The clown asked at Wang Yong what happened to him. At that moment, he hit himself in the neck and thereby threw the clown to the ground. The system told our hero that the target has its own consciousness, which is why the capture failed. Yang Hao was horrified by this news. How is this possible? In this case, he decided that this thug needed to be subdued not as a zombie but as a person. Yang Hao struck a powerful blow with his scythe right at the giant's eyes. The guy said he couldn't control him directly, but he could influence his actions. The guy told the giant to obey him, and in this case he would heal his wounded eye. Yang Hao sat on his shoulder and said that if he continued to resist, he would blind his other eye. Choice for zombies. The giant said that the guy is very strong, so in this case he will obey him without any problems. This time he was able to capture the giant and the task was completed. The guy again received a reduction in ability cooldown and immunity to consciousness capture. Yang Hao called the clown and said that his fun would end here. The guy ordered the giant to grab the clown. The monster began to chase the clown, who was now left with nothing. His death was a matter of time. He was terrified and did not understand how the guy was able to capture Wang Yong's consciousness. Suddenly, a lion appeared in front of him, and he immediately ordered him to attack the monster. The lion obeyed his master and began to use his most powerful attack. The thug was able to block it at that moment, but he could not go further. At this moment, Yang Hao decided that everything needed to be taken into his own hands. A moment later, he jumped off the giant and flew towards the clone. He was playing with fire, for he ran right in front of the lion, who was gathering strength to attack them again. The guy, dodging the attack, understood that he could not kill these animals. What better way to use them? But he must neutralize the clown who orders the monsters to attack. And then everything will end. The guy sharply attacked the clown and froze everything that was under him. Luckily for the clown, he managed to dodge. He asked in bewilderment whether the guy really thought that he would give up because he had lost zombies and animals. Speed is his middle name. Yang Hao asked not to offend him or call him naive. The guy said that's not all he could do. At that moment, he began to collect lightning into his fist. Having fired another charge towards the clown, he said that now they will check whether he can survive after this. The clown couldn't move. At this moment, he only screamed in incredible pain. The guy admitted that the clown is fast, but his defense sucks. It's over now. Seeing the scythe in front of his neck, the zombie began to beg for mercy, saying that he could help them. All these empty words no longer bothered our hero. He finished what he started. After that, he called the girls and told them to tame the animals. After some time, our girls stood near new and more powerful animals. Gu Qingyi was a little upset because she was used to her pangolins. However, she now has new and more powerful beasts. Our hero picked up the remote control and said that they had collected a lot of useful things after this battle. Now, it was time to contact Lin Kun and the doctor. At this moment, Min Xingshu said that these beasts had become much weaker, and most likely because of this, they were able to tame them. The guy said that he has an ability that weakens the mutant animals near him by 20%. But don't worry, he can remove it at any time. The girl exhaled and said that she understood him. Now they wanted to know what to do next. Our hero said that he has already contacted Lin Kun and he should be here soon. At this moment, Yang Hao received a new task. First, we had to get into the underground laboratory. It's great that it appeared just now. After some time, Lin Kun stood on the battlefield and said that they were finally able to deal with the circus, and so quickly. It is wonderful. The guy asked how things were going on his side. Will they be able to get inside? Lin Kun said that the guards relaxed because the circus had disappeared. He will launch them at any moment. Only 2 generals from the League of Destroyers are in the laboratory. Dr. Flane suggested launching an attack on the reservoir. The guys could either rush in or force Chu Xuan to send 1 or 2 generals for support. This will make it easier for them to get inside. Yang Hao said that this plan sounds more reasonable, so they will go ahead and implement it. But I will be in touch in the meantime. Gu Qingyi at this moment asked if they could trust Dr. Flane, because they had never seen him. The guy said they couldn't, but this was their best chance. The underground laboratory is simply guarded, but getting there is difficult. They will have to play by ear. 3 hours later, another invasion occurred at the reservoir. Tinley, with an army of zombies, shouted that they needed to break through as soon as possible. The Destroyer Alliance monsters were on defense, and the guards ordered everyone to protect the reservoir. Just at that moment, a portal opened, and the guys said that it was General Xuanwu. He came to them with help. The man asked in bewilderment how they dared to attack their reservoir. The army of zombies behind did not bode well. Tinley at this moment only thought that their plan had worked. They actually sent reinforcements here. The girl radioed to our hero that reinforcements were already here, so they couldn't start. The guy said he understood her and told them to get out of there. Meanwhile, Yang Hao walked to Dr. Lin Kun and called him. The guy was delighted at their arrival. His colleague was also standing next to the guy. He said that Xuanwu left here with his people, and therefore only one General Juque remained here. Now they can go inside. The guy asked if everyone was ready to come in, and our hero said that all his allies were ready. A huge crowd of zombies and beasts followed Yang Hao and his friends. The path was to Dr. Flane. Our hero noticed that the passage here was very large and even larger than those he had seen before. What is it made for? Lin Kun said that this is an emergency passage, so it is spacious and there are no elevators. He asked everyone to be careful. Once they pass, they will find themselves inside the laboratory. The guy turned to his squad and Gu Qingyi looked into his eyes. The girl made it clear that they were ready for whatever would happen inside. The doors began to slowly open, but unexpectedly someone was standing inside. The guy, perplexed, told Lin Kun that he now understood what was wrong with him. He colluded with the people outside. Yang Hao looked at the guy angrily at this moment. He didn't feel like he was playing. Apparently these guys noticed that he was acting strange and decided to follow him. Yang Hao took out his scythe and told the man in front of him that from the looks of it, he was General Juque. They take control of this laboratory and advise us to surrender. The guy said that even knowing his name, he remains so naive. Apparently he doesn't know him at all. Although he is one of the 4 generals, he is not such a weakling as those 3. Immediately, he ordered his men to go into battle and catch all the guests. He also said that they should not kill them. After all, they look like excellent test subjects. Our heroes were not going to give up so easily and also ran into battle, preparing for a serious fight. Gu Qingyi, sitting on the lion, began to use his abilities against the iron guy. Xiao Xuan, meanwhile, began to fight with a guy who had fire abilities. Mo Di also did not lag behind and helped the girls with the showdown. The guys from the Juque group were talking in horror about how strong Mo Di was. They know that she is their boss's inspector. Why is she their enemy? Han Tai at this moment used an equally effective weapon against the freaks in suits. Our hero smiled and told General Juque that his people looked very weak. The general snapped his fingers and said that it would be difficult to catch them alive. In this case, they will simply kill them. A moment later, an army of the walking dead appeared in front of him, attacking our guys. Yang Hao was prepared for the fact that they had an army of zombies. But fortunately, they don't have a zombie tyrant. This makes everything a little easier. Feng Hua noticed a signal from our hero and said that it was time to release all the zombies. After some time, all the cells were open and the walking dead went into battle. Yang Hao hoped that they did not think that only they had an army of zombies. Juque was perplexed that they also have an army of zombies, but at the same time they do not have a laboratory. He saw something strange in this guy. The walking dead began to attack each other and eat their own kind. Meanwhile, the man was watching everything that was happening on the cameras. I couldn't believe that Yang Hao was able to gather such a powerful army of zombies. He wanted to know how many secrets this guy was hiding. It never ceases to amaze him. Yang Hao, meanwhile, asked General Juque if he still had any tricks left. If not, he decided to show off another little surprise they had prepared. He pressed the remote control again. Feng Hua, seeing the signal, said that now it was time to release the mutant beasts. The battle has begun! All the mutants that the guys had collected during preparation ran out into the wild and went to defend their masters. Juque was disappointed by this. He decided that he would have to deal with Yang Hao himself. He should have underestimated them in vain, thinking that they were just another weakling. General Juke at that moment, like a phoenix, opened his fiery wing. A moment later, he sent this charge towards our hero, who was watching the battle. The guy repelled this attack without any problems and sighed. It was too weak. He asked to show him the power of the strongest of the 4 generals. At that moment, the guys rushed from their seats and now a serious fight began. Fire versus ice. Yang Hao, just like Juke during the fight, thought about how much they underestimated the enemy. However, General Juke wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. He summoned huge tentacles. At that moment, they grabbed our hero, and he asked himself in bewilderment why Juke could wield metal. He has 2 powers! Distracted, Yang Hao noticed a fiery fist flying towards him late. His fist crashed directly into our hero's head, which could only mean that he was finished. Suddenly he disappeared and apologized for the disappointment. The general looked at his fist in bewilderment. The guy who stood aside, safe and sound, told the general that he would not kill him today. Swinging his scythe, our hero asked Juke to quickly meet his creator. The man laughed and said that his weapon was useless against him. Suddenly he shouted, "Dissolve!" The general was supposed to disappear, but something went wrong. The man asked himself what happened. As it turned out, Yang Hao cut this guy into 2 parts and didn't even blink an eye. An incomprehensible sphere flew out of the general's corpse. Our hero, of course, did not understand what his braid was made of, but he knew for sure that this was not the metal that Juke wanted to transform. From the sphere of power of General Juke, the guy received a superpower card that allowed him to control metal. This time our hero was very lucky with the card. The only disappointment was that the people who came with him could no longer absorb the power. Yang Hao shouted that General Juke was dead, so if the survivors surrendered, he would let them live. He then said that he would take the poison out of their body. The guys asked if Yang Hao was serious. Can he really get the poison out? Others said that one should not succumb to this provocation. Gu Qingyi at that moment advised them to surrender because their general was already dead and they could follow him. She hit the metal guy. He fell to the ground and began coughing up blood. He said that they did not know the full strength of Captain Chu Xuan. He will never lose. Gu Qingyi sighed and said that in that case he shouldn't blame her for this. The girl ordered her pet to incinerate this freak. The lion listened to the mistress and fulfilled her request. The other guy also decided to disagree, and so he was forever imprisoned in ice. Xiao Xuan said that this guy with his fire ability is simply no match for her. Our hero said that if they did not want to surrender, they would simply kill everyone here. He told his guys to go into battle and deal with all the remaining people. 10 minutes later, the entire room was littered with corpses. Zombies, people, animals. Gu Qingyi told the boss that they killed everyone except those who ran away. Yang Hao praised the guys, then ordered Lin Kun to take them to the doctor. The guy, meanwhile, was delighted with their battle. He knew that Dr. Flane was not mistaken about them. He asked to follow him. Walking along the corridor, the guy said that the doctor hacked the computer of the underground laboratory, and now he has complete control. He can open and close doors. The guys approached the elevator, and Lin Kun said that the central room of the laboratory was located here. Chu Xuan's personal security is there. The guy said that their leader has terrifying power. He can break any person he touches. Our hero said not to worry about it. At that moment, our hero began to turn to the doctor and said that he most likely heard and saw him now. He asked him to open the door as soon as he counted to 3, when suddenly he started screaming. Once, at that moment, one of the guys from the League of Destroyers told the boss that he had bad news. Someone is charging at the door. Most likely this is the enemy leader. Defense leader Chu Xuan asked whether this guy came alone or with people. The guys laughed, saying that the guy probably thinks he is immortal if he could kill Juke. They decided that this was their chance to show their full power. Meanwhile, our hero promised until 3, and the doors began to open in front of him. The doctor still heard them. A moment later, our hero jumped out of that door and ran towards the enemy. The guy was ready for a massacre. Zombies and people from the Chu Xuan defenders ran towards him. Our hero swung his scythe and destroyed most of the people. The guy made it clear to the guys with just one blow that he was incredibly strong. However, Yang Hao knew his true goal and continued to run forward. The man began to laugh at the sight of this pathetic guy. He decided that he needed to deal with him quickly. Suddenly, the ground beneath Yang Hao became liquid and he fell down. A moment later, he was unable to move. Just at that moment, the leader of the defenders came to him and just touched our hero. This is exactly what he deserves for overestimating himself. Yang Hao began to look in horror at his body, which began to fall apart before his eyes. The crowd of people were already rejoicing, thinking that everything was over. Only at that time our hero activated self-healing and was alive. As if the most terrible character from Yang Hao's nightmares turned to the man. He only had time to turn around and ask, "What the hell is this?" After these words, his head flew off his shoulders. Then our hero said that this man was the only one who overestimated himself. After this, he told his friends to attack. Han Tiqiang ran out first and immediately began using his ability. The girls ran after him. Having fallen to the ground, the guy created gravitational waves that destroyed everything in their path. 5 minutes later, the entire room was cleared. All the insolent ones were dead. The guy looked at the cameras and said that they were finished here. Now Dr. Flane could come out to them. The only small problem was the portal that appeared behind our hero. The voice that came from inside told the guys that they really did a good job. Chu Xuan thanked Yang Hao for clearing everything here for them. Now they can get down to business. The guy asked in bewilderment what he meant. Was everything that happened here really one big trap? The man said that this is not entirely true. They simply saw their chance to destroy them at their own game. Isn't this wonderful? They themselves wanted to come here. At that moment, sounds came from the other end. A huge crowd knocked down the doors and ran towards them. The guy immediately ran into battle and asked the guys to leave Chu Xuan to him. By the way, he asked them to be careful with these zombies. And finally, there was that long-awaited fight for Yang Hao. Destroyer boss battle. Seeing the desire to fight in the guy's eyes couldn't help but make Chu Xuan smile. At that moment, our hero attacked him. But before the collision, he literally disappeared. Sensing danger, our hero turned around. As it turned out, the man was already behind. Our hero, fortunately, had a quick reaction and speed, so he was able to dodge this attack without any problems. Looking at Xuan Wu, the guy understood that his teleports combined with the power of Chu Xuan were very dangerous. He must deal with it first. Immediately, our hero decided to release the full power of his scythe towards Xuan Wu. It was necessary to get rid of him as quickly as possible. The man laughed and asked, "Is he really trying to kill him first? Let him not dream." He easily dodged our hero's attack and didn't even receive a scratch. However, Yang Hao did not give up and said that he would continue to fight until he died. Lightning after lightning attacked the man, but his speed was amazing. He dodged each one with ease. Chu Xuan at this moment said that Yang Hao can try as much as he wants, but it will not make sense. At that moment, the guy silently snapped his fingers and began to smile. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to General Xuanwu. His blood flew in different directions, and he did not understand what to do. Yang Hao asked if they really thought he was attacking him. In fact, he was simply luring him into a trap. Chu Xuan at this moment noticed the cause of his comrade's death. She was a girl who could become invisible. Xin Rui dealt several blows to the general, and eventually said goodbye to him and finished him off. Our hero was glad that he could use the chess pieces that he had hidden for so long. Chu Xuan was very angry. He couldn't believe that they used invisibility to ambush General Xuanwu. The man said that he would make Yang Hao feel the same and would suffer the exact same fate. Our hero felt that something was wrong, and so he activated the holographic scan. Of course, Chu Xuan was already in front of him. After that, Yang Hao swung his sword sharply and without any emotion and struck at Chu Xuan. The man couldn't believe it. How was he able to notice him and strike him? Realizing that one blow would not be enough for such a monster, Yang Hao decided to finish him off with lightning. Chu Xuan at this moment said that if invisibility does not work for him, then he will kill him openly. Meanwhile, Xin Rui was behind Chu Xuan and was about to strike the final blow, saying that it was all over for him. When suddenly the man grabbed her and said that the same trick wouldn't work on him. Now she must die. The girl told him not to dream about it. Then, with one movement of her hand, she cut off her own hand. Liu Mei, looking at her wounded friend, screamed in horror and sent her her vine. The girl grabbed Xin Rui and dragged her away from Chu Xuan's hands. Liu Mei screamed in horror from behind her friend's hand. Xin Rui said that fortunately she is at least alive. The man at that moment said that they were all fighting in vain. He will make sure that every one of them becomes dead today. Unexpectedly for Chu Xuan, our hero said that all 4 generals were dead. So now it was his turn. Now, the final battle was beginning, which would be decisive for our guys. The man said that all this is useless because he can reproduce any powers they have. He can also reproduce powers that they do not have. Moreover, His improvements are determined to be stronger than theirs. That's why they don't stand a chance against him. Yang Hao went into battle asking why the evil guys talk so much. The man asked if he really thought he could defeat him with his scythe. It was naive because the experimental metal he uses is the strongest in the world. The guy decided to clearly demonstrate the power of his scythe. It can be said that Yang Hao just took revenge for his girlfriend by cutting off Chushuan's hand. The man, holding his severed hand in bewilderment, asked our hero how he could do this. Chushuan realized that the guy could also control metal. But what's going on? He can't reproduce his power. Our hero looked at Chushuan and told him to finally die and not ruin people's lives. Huge metal spears flew straight towards Chushuan's head. He understood that something needed to be done. At this moment, he ducked down and decided to use the metallization ability. At that same second, his hand turned into a metal spear. Chushuan promised Yang Hao that he would definitely kill him today. Our hero at that moment was thinking that a man could reproduce control over lightning and zombies, but he could not reproduce the powers that the system gave him. Yang Hao decided that he had to kill him with one blow. One way or another, the power of Han Ti will help him with this. He called his partner and asked him to help. At this moment, Chushuan decided that he could not hesitate and went on the attack. There was a huge amount of anger in his eyes. Our hero dodged this attack and immediately realized that this was his chance. He must counterattack. Waving the scythe guy told him to go to hell. A powerful blow landed right on the man's head. The man's head was cut in two. It seemed that the battle was over and victory was for good. Suddenly, at the same moment, something strange began to happen to the man's head. In a moment, there were two of them. Chushuan smiled and said that Yang Hao was to blame for this. Immediately after these words, the man used force and, gathering an aura, he began to shoot from his eyes like one of the generals. The beam flew straight at our hero and threw him aside. Yang Hao was writhing in pain. Nevertheless, with the last of his strength, the guy shouted and said that it was time to act. Han Ti jumped out of cover and landed next to this freak. He then activated the gravitational waves. Chushuan realized that he could not move. Then he realized that this was one of the gladiators who had the power of gravity. Yang Hao said to the man that he was not the only one who had maximized his strength. He and his comrades did the same. At this moment, our hero shouted that their boss was in his hands, so the best solution would be to surrender. A crowd of bewildered people began to ask whether he really lost. The guys realized that all the generals were dead and their boss was defeated. He can't even move from his spot. People began to throw their weapons on the ground and said that they were surrendering. Yang Hao said that people who gave up can leave here. Kai Jing at that moment said to leave the people to her. Therefore, in bewilderment, he asked why she was here if he left her at the base. The girl said that she was worried. Suddenly, claps began to be heard in the room, growing in volume with each passing second. In front of the guys stood the same Dr. Flane, behind whom stood Yang Hao's parents. The guy started smiling and saying that this fight was wonderful. Great job. Our hero asked in bewilderment why the doctor was not imprisoned. Chushuan at this moment asked the doctor to save him. The guy asked the doctor to explain everything that was happening here. The doctor said that he would tell only before that. They should lay down their arms and surrender. He doesn't want his family to die, does he? Meanwhile, people could not understand what was happening. Has Dr. Flane been deceiving their boss all this time? Apparently, they fell into a trap. At that moment, our hero raised his hand in front of the doctor and began to collect lightning. A moment later, he released a charge and said to stand back and kill them all. Lightning began to fly towards the doctor and Yang Hao's family. The boy's parents were shaking with fear. The doctor found something funny in this and continued to smile. After that, he put a shield in front of him. Thus, he protected himself and the people standing behind him. The guys asked in bewilderment why their boss said this. He was talking about his parents and friends. The man smiled and said that he didn't expect Yang Hao to be so ruthless. Does he really not care about his parents and others? Dr. Flane shouted and asked the entire crowd if they really wanted to follow this man and call him their leader. The crowd of people began to whisper in bewilderment, but Yang Hao's friends were waiting for his explanation. The guy smiled and asked him to stop his pathetic tricks. Does he think he's too stupid? It was funny for our hero to watch the doctor trying to outwit him with clones. Looking at his parents, he said that he could not believe that he had made clones out of them. Where did he get the genetic samples? The guys, as soon as they found out that these people were clones, couldn't find a word. They wanted to know how Yang Hao saw the differences. The guy said that the doctor could copy their appearance but not their memories. He asked if he could ask them a few questions. Then they will decide everything. The man tried to understand how this guy came up with this. How did he distinguish the clones? After that, Yang Hao pointed at Chu Xuan and said that it was his turn now. The doctor must give them the underground laboratory or they will take his life. The man ordered his men to kill everyone except Yang Hao. Once everything was completed, he would no longer need Chu Xuan. The doctor understood that they wanted to create their zombie army using advanced technology in a dark laboratory. But Yang Hao did everything on his own. He not only created his underground base, but also the ability to distinguish between clones. This guy must be hiding something big from them. At this moment, zombies began to run from all sides. Yang Hao asked his friends to defend themselves, and if they couldn't, then retreat. He will kill the doctor. Han Ti laughed and took Chu Xuan. The guy said that he would be their shield. A huge, dark aura began to fly straight towards Han Ti, but his human shield saved him. This guy was completely dead. The reign of the leader of the destroyers is over. At this moment, our hero noticed that a superpower orb fell out of Chu Xuan's body. The guy cut off the zombie's head and ran after it. He thought about this being the second power card for Kai Jing. Dr. Flane, who was waiting for Yang Hao to run towards him, was surprised that he ran into a pile of dead people. Our hero reached out and grabbed the sphere, which contained a card with a superpower. Taking it out, he received a replication card. The owner could reproduce and use the superpowers of anyone within a 10 m radius. This power can be used for 5 minutes. Yang Hao immediately threw this card to Tai Jing and told her to activate it. The girl fought off a couple of zombies that were near her and then jumped and grabbed the card. Immediately after that, she decided not to hesitate and inserted a superpower card into her hand. Something inside the girl began to change. She felt the strength within herself and understood that this map was very strong. At that moment, the girl flew up and hung above the crowd of dead people who wanted to eat the girl. After that, she released an incredibly powerful force that was amazing in its range and power. Giant spears came out of the ground and destroyed all the zombies. Dr. Flane looked at the girl in bewilderment and said that this was his power. Why does the girl use it? Meanwhile, our hero was already near the doctor and told him that he was nearby. Yang Hao held his so-called ace in the hole in his hands. It was a card he had recently received. Dr. Flane laughed because such a brazen attack head-on should be punished in his opinion. He used his powers and blocked the attack. At this moment, the dagger that was flying at the doctor's back also crashed into an invisible shield. The man asked if the guy really thought that he didn't know that Yang Hao would try to ambush him. Our hero at that moment was only thinking how he realized that lightning was just a deception. The man pulled out a blaster and said that he and his friends would never be able to defeat him. At that moment, he charged his blaster and fired it straight at our hero. The beam pierced Yang Hao's hand right through and he grimaced in pain. Sitting on the floor, the guy activated his self-healing ability. He also decided that the doctor was literally reading his movements.